go. Okay, YouTube guys. That should work now. Let's see. Okay, I'll start it again. Hopefully it works. Okay. Right. Continue Beatrix. I'll check if it works. Beatrix, are you there for the news?
Yeah. I was just trying to jump on the YouTube at the same time.
Don't worry, we're doing a regime change. You're not going on the YouTube, bro. Why are they writing that for? Money has got problems, bro. Money has got problems. Go continue.
Bish, mash, bosh. Okay, I think this is the new one now, right? Yeah. You've got a red ring. Guys, I didn't read the news, YouTube guys. I waited because I needed you all back so you don't miss it. There we go. So now we can carry on with the news. So, yeah. So what I was saying is that, what I was saying is that Iran really played a blinder, right? They simply told us, oh, that storyline about that first pilot is fake. We'll let you know. In time, you'll find out the truth. They knew all along. They were ready for that uranium hit. And they didn't even have to tell us after the effects of, the first pilot. It all came out in the wash. There was no first pilot. There's probably no second pilot either. It was just fake because they planned this ridiculous operation that they failed at miserably. So when I look at this headline, where Wall Street Journal says Iran has told Pakistan that it believed it was winning and it retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones, I don't believe those figures. I think Iran is telling people what it needs, when it needs, and keeping its cards very close to its chest. Iran would never tell any mediator from any country what it really has left, and how it's playing this. So, yeah. And the reason I'm telling you that is when you read these headlines, take them with a pinch of salt. Iran has had decades and has been subjected to decades of terrorism, of sanctions, of threats, of bombs, to really understand its enemy. And just not on the military front, but on the PR front, Iran is winning hearts and minds, and it's just bish, bashing, bosh, America and Israel all over the place. So that's the first thing I'll say. The second thing is, Iran, do you remember they told us in the beginning, Iran did, that, we're using our old stuff initially. So what they did was they launched their old Qadr and Emad missiles to just take down Israeli defense systems. Right? That's what they did. So the old rubbish was used to actually leave Israel completely open. And then now saying the IRGC Aerospace Force is saying that it's now committed to its upper tier ballistic missile units to this war. And they showcased the Khyber Shekan twin launcher being used in action. It has zero limitation of firepower. I've seen a video of it, and guys, it looks like something out of one of these movies. It is spectacular. This Khyber Shekan twin launcher. So really, I think Israel's really going to feel the heat, The old stuff has been used, and now they're coming on to the real stuff. They mean business. So that's the thing. You see how quickly Trump went from free Iran. All of these people, they went from free Iran to kill their whole civilization. If you had any doubt in your mind about whether or not these people really cared about Iran and Iranians, I hope it's gone. They don't. They never did. In separate news, there's a lot of crying about Europe today. Even JD Vance was talking about bloody Europe today. I love Europeans, but Europe's not supporting us, blah, blah, blah. So JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, who comes out every few days to make some statement or another, has said, America needs Europe to succeed, and it's currently on a bad path. So apparently America needs Europe to succeed, and it's currently on a bad path. They're really desperately trying to get Europe on board with this. Norway's foreign minister spoke with the Pakistani foreign minister. This is in the last hour. And they reported, this is from Norwegian TV, that the Pakistani foreign minister said he hasn't given up yet, but that hope is dwindling that an extension of the deadline will be achieved. You're too right. Like, even if Trump extends the deadline, what is it? What are they doing? What they're saying is we're going to continue to bomb you day and night until now X date. That's all he's doing. He's saying we're going to continue to bomb you. That's all that extension of a deadline is going to do. Lawrence O'Donnell's been slamming Trump as well. He's been saying this is evil. He's gone insane. Our president is not a Christian. There's never been the slightest evidence that Donald Trump is in any real sense a Christian. There's nothing religious about him. He never goes to church. He didn't go to church yesterday on Easter. There's never been the slightest evidence that Donald Trump comprehends any of the teachings of Jesus. And so when you look at people actually calling him out and saying he's not a Christian, you know that even mainstream people in America are turning against him. He's threatening death and destruction to a whole nation. And people are seeing it. He doesn't comprehend Christianity. Iran's foreign minister spokesperson, Esmail Baghai, said, the power of a civilized nation's culture, logic, and faith in its righteous cause will undoubtedly prevail over the logic of brute force. A nation that has every faith in the righteousness of its path shall harness all its capacities and capabilities to safeguard its rights and legitimate interests. So they're on it. Long live Iran. The Bahraini foreign minister is a bit upset today, guys. Bahrain's foreign minister is a bit upset. Because, you know, they put that resolution in. They put a UN resolution in, didn't they? To open the Strait of Hormuz. But then it got bish-bash-boshed by China and Russia. They vetoed it. And I'll tell you why this is glorious, right? So let me read you what the Bahraini foreign minister said. He says, we are submitting a draft resolution to the United Nations Security Council concerning the security of maritime navigation in the Arabian Gulf. So let's just pause there before I continue. And nothing about security. There is security in the maritime navigation as long as you're not aligned with Israel and America. No one's bombing you as long as you're not aligned with them and you're trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz. No one. You can be sat in the Arabian Gulf for as long as you want to. There's complete security. Just don't try to go through the Strait of Hormuz. So anyway, they've positioned it about security. Then he says, Gulf states are the primary source of energy flow to the world, making the Strait of Hormuz a shared international responsibility. Well, technically not, because if you guys provide the oil and energy from the Strait of Hormuz, then you guys get paid for it. So it's your commercial interest, to be honest. I mean, yeah, we'll struggle, but so what? Then he says, if the Security Council allows the Strait of Hormuz to remain closed today, the same will happen with other straits later. And he's right, it probably will actually. He says, Iran's insistence on disrupting international navigation is not an emergency, but rather part of a documented negative approach. Isn't it funny? He calls it a negative approach. I'm sorry, but when someone's being bombed and threatened that their civilization's going to blow up, you want them to be positive. How? Please do explain. So he says it's rather part of a documented negative approach. Then he says the proposed draft resolution does not create a new reality, but rather constitutes a serious response to repeated aggressive Iranian behavior. So he's called out Iran's behavior as aggressive. It doesn't mention Israel in this, doesn't mention America in this. Now, this was watered down significantly because the initial resolution a few days ago that they wanted to put in was to actually use military force to get the Strait of Hormuz opened. And Russia, China, these countries said, no, you're not doing that. You're not even going to have those terms in any resolution. So they watered it down. Bahrain had to water it down to these words that I'm now reading to you. And then do you know what? Russia and China vetoed it anyway. It's quite funny. But the reason I think this is glorious is that they've gone to the United Nations is because now they're experiencing the power of veto, the way that the Palestinians experienced it for actually just not just 2.5 years, they've experienced it for decades. They've been hammering the doors of the United Nations, every ceasefire resolution that went through. You'll remember, guys, those who were with us through the genocide, every country at one point voted for a ceasefire, but the American ambassador would always put their hand up and veto it every single time. And the United Nations was just a talking shop. And now they're experiencing the same thing. They want it closed. You know, they want the closed Strait of Hormuz to open. They've gone to the United Nations, and Russia and China are playing their game, saying, yeah, okay, fine, you presented it, now we've vetoed it. And what? So the Bahraini foreign minister said afterwards that Iran has no right to close the Strait of Hormuz. I'll give you some more news on that in a bit. Let's talk about what controlled opposition looks like. Controlled opposition, it's not really even opposition, it's just dumb people in America like Megyn Kelly, who said today that she'd still vote for Trump even if he dropped a nuke because the Democrats are so much worse. If you're American and you're still thinking this Republican versus Democrat thing in your mind, then you're part of the problem. Because they want to keep you divided. You're one nation with a lunatic leader at the moment, and that's the priority. It doesn't matter which side of politics you're on otherwise. Now, a lot of the media is picking up exclusively that America suffered, I'm quoting here, a major strategic defeat in the failed Isfahan operation. That's where they went to get the uranium. A major strategic defeat. Can you imagine how painful their press conference was yesterday? Knowing that the world knew what they had done and they'd flopped so badly. Netanyahu's been back. And guess what Netanyahu's saying? Whether it's real, Israel, whatever, AI. This is from his official Prime Minister of Israel account. He says, we are crushing the terrorist regime in Iran. Except he's wrong, because they're not really. It's America, isn't it? Whatever losses, whatever damage is being done, whatever the cost is, it's America paying for it. He says, but we're doing so with even greater vigor and increased force. Yesterday, we destroyed transport planes and dozens of helicopters. Today, we attacked the train tracks and bridges used by the Revolutionary Guards. He says that they use those railways to transport raw materials for weapons. This is no longer the same Iran, nor is it the same Israel. We are changing the balance of power from one end to another. Now, this is disgusting, guys, because they did bomb. They're bombing bridges and they're bombing train stations, normal train stations, like that civilians use. They're destroying the infrastructure within the country. And this guy, Netanyahu, is gloating about it. And yet it's not his peeps that are doing it. It's America that's doing it, but he's taking the credit for it. America is literally doing his dirty work. And who's paying the price for it? If all the infrastructure in the Middle East gets destroyed, it's America that's going to pay the price for it. Bahrain's foreign minister, crying about the UN resolution, also said the Security Council failed to shoulder its responsibility. Well, it's always failed to shoulder its responsibility. It failed to shoulder its responsibility when apartments full of children were being blown up in Gaza. So welcome to the world of the United Nations. On the 8 p.m. deadline for tonight, Trump has said the US is preparing to carry out heavy strikes against Iran if his 8 p.m. deadline is not met tonight. He says if negotiations with Iran make progress today and something tangible emerges, the deadline could change. He says if the deadline ends without reaching an agreement with Iran, the US will launch an attack the likes of which the world has never seen before. And meanwhile, Iran said they've ended diplomatic discussions because they will not be threatened into any discussion. Completely ended diplomatic discussions. We're 6 hours away from the deadline, guys. 6 hours away from the deadline. In a parallel universe, I cannot believe I read this, but it's true. The Gaza Board of Peace that Trump put together has given Hamas a deadline until the end of the week to accept to disarm. You know, Israel is bombing Gaza every single day. And it has been throughout all these 39 days since the ceasefire, Trump's ceasefire, quote unquote. They have continued to bomb Gaza. Now the Gaza Board of Peace says Hamas got until the end of the week to accept a disarmament proposal with a US-led international body overseeing the post-war management of the Strip. US-led international body, you'd have to be crazy to trust anything US-led to govern your land and your people in this day and age. There's a whole article about it. Times of Israel's reporting on it, but I just wanted to give you that. Press TV reported that IRGC's intelligence officials, their account on X said 0330 Tehran time, the leaders of the region will say to him, as in to say to Trump, crazy bastard, end this damn war. So they've given their own threat, and it's 3:30 Tehran time, they've said. Half an hour after, I think. Is that half an hour after Trump's deadline finishes?
What?
Probably.
What time?
No, it's the same time.
3:30.
I think they're
It's the same time, 3:30.
So they're 2.5 hours ahead of UK. So they're not like a whole.
Yeah, they are. So that is the same time. They're 2.5 hours. One, yeah. So then, yeah, it is the same time. So they've given. Hi, Simon. Hi, Resistance. Hi, Brother Hassan. Hi, Robert. I didn't see you guys because I'm looking in the other section for my news. I said hi to everybody else before, but yeah. So the same time, at the same time, 3:30 Tehran time. So whilst Trump's saying he's going to end civilization at that time for Iran, their IRGC's intelligence official account has said 3:30 Tehran time, the leaders of the region will say to him, to Trump, crazy bastard, end this damn war. And there's something there which says the Karish and Tanin natural gas fields are located in the Levant basin of the Mediterranean Sea offshore of occupied Palestine. So let's see what they've got planned.
The video on. We're just gonna stay on this
let me continue with the news.
Okay, so I've got the interview now.
You guys can hear.
So I need to do the interview.
Flip it. Okay. Let's add Dimitri. Let's add him. Hi, Dimitri. Can you hear me?
Yes. How you doing, Suleiman?
Marvelous. I'm great. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Brilliant.
If I pronounce that correctly, is it Suleiman?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, cool. We're live at the moment, so I'll just start this straight away.
Sure.
Okay, I just want to welcome journalist Dimitri LASCARIS. What an honor and a privilege. He has been in Iran during this war. I know he went with a friend of mine, Ahmed. I know they went separately, but they were in Iran reporting directly on the ground, real news, real information as it was happening. You can't beat this guy. No fear. Appreciate you taking your time out to join us, Dimitri. How are you?
I'm good, Suleiman. A little tired, but I nonetheless happy to join you, and thank you for the kind words.
Appreciate it. So, Dimitri, immediately, first of all, tell us, you went to Iran. What made you make that decision to go directly into Iran, basically within the Iranian government, while you're getting bombed by the United States of America and Israel?
This is the most important thing happening in the world today from the perspective of, the global economy, from the perspective of human rights, from the perspective of the global order. This war is coming on the heels of a 2.5-year plus genocide, a devastating war in Ukraine. Conflict is spreading worldwide, and Iran is quite possibly the place where the American empire will be laid to rest. But whatever happens to the American empire, one thing is for sure, this war has the potential to cause catastrophic damage to the global economy. And the first people who are going to be hurt are going to be the most vulnerable members of society, wherever they may live. So from a journalistic perspective, when I was afforded the opportunity to go there, this was a no-brainer for me. I absolutely had to go.
No doubt. And you were in Iran while the bombing was happening. What were some of the things you experienced? Let's go with one thing at a time. First of all, what was the kind of feelings and viewpoints of the people of Iran?
Well, I get asked that question a lot. I've given a lot of interviews, and it's a perfectly natural question for people to ask. But I have to preface my response to it by saying I'm not a pollster, right? So I can't tell you that I've conducted any kind of a scientific survey of public opinion in the country. All I can tell you is what I saw and what I heard. And I think it's a useful piece of information, but I don't purport to know everything about Iran or to have a complete view of what's going on in people's minds. So I went to 7 cities in 11 days. Those cities range from the north to the south. We began in Tabriz, which is in the part that's predominantly Azeri near the Turkish border. We went then to Tehran, then to Esfahan, which is one of the most beautiful cities I've seen. Then we went to Shiraz. Then we, for the very first time on the trip, went to the Gulf coast, the Persian Gulf, by visiting the city of Bushehr. And you may know, Suleiman, that the Russians have built a nuclear reactor there. And then from there, we went to Bandar Abbas, which is the main Iranian city on the Strait of Hormuz. And we visited finally the town of Minab, where 168 students and teachers were murdered in a Tomahawk missile strike on the very first day of this war. So in the course of those visits to those cities, and of course we were always on the ground, we drove all over the place, we saw the countryside. It's a really remarkable country. I spoke to probably around 200 people. And when I say spoke to, I mean I had like a meaningful interaction, not necessarily an in-depth conversation. And so some themes emerged from all of this. First of all, I did not hear anybody express support for what the United States and Israel are doing to Iran. There was nothing but contempt and loathing for the idea that they are there to liberate the Iranian people. Nobody seems to be taking that seriously, as far as I could tell. Number two, people are utterly determined to prevail, and they're prepared to lay down their lives. This is a sentiment we heard repeatedly. There was tremendous discussion about the concept of martyrdom. Even from the youngest of children, we spoke to a 10-year-old boy who talked about it, all the way up to 75-year-old men saying they were going to take up arms and they would be honored to die in the cause of justice. We saw 10 to 15 pro-government, I guess that might not be the right word. Maybe a better word would be the pro-state protest demonstrations. People were there protesting in support of the Iranian state. But having said that, you saw a picture of the supreme leader who had been slain, Ali Khamenei, his successor, at these demonstrations, 10 to 15 of them. I didn't see a single anti-government protest by contrast. All around the country, as I saw when I was there for the very first time in May of last year, I saw women walking in the streets without a hijab. Nobody was bothering them. The destruction is not nearly as bad as I think we are led to believe. At least when I was there, it's getting worse by the day. The situation is evolving. But what I compare it to is what I saw in South Lebanon, because I was in South Lebanon 4 times since the genocide began in October 2023. And the level of devastation there is far worse than it is currently in Iran. This shouldn't surprise people because Iran is a very big country. It's much further away from Israel than Lebanon, and it has robust air defenses. They're not perfect, but they pose a significant threat to enemy aircraft, whereas Lebanon has almost nothing, and certainly the Palestinians have nothing to defend themselves from aerial attack. So it's not surprising that you see less devastation there, much less, well in excess of 99% of the infrastructure remains unscathed. But having said all of that, Suleiman, and it's the last thing I'll say, it was very clear to me as a lawyer who went to one civilian site after another where there was destruction and spoke to the witnesses and people who lost family members, that from day one, from the very beginning of this war of aggression, the Americans and the Israelis have been waging a campaign of terror on the civilian population. They are engaged in outright terrorism every day, every night.
And that's an important point you mentioned. You mentioned you went to Minab school. Obviously, you mentioned the horrors that occurred there. What was it like? What was the feeling like watching that, seeing that, for example, the United States of America and Israel had committed such crimes? And what were the feelings in that area?
The whole community, I mean, it's not just Minab. I'll tell you a story. I one of these pro-government demonstrations. There was a woman holding up a sign in Shiraz, which is quite some distance from Minab. And the sign read, "No negotiations between the angels of Minab and the demons of Epstein." I think that nicely sums up the mood in the country. You saw pictures of these girls all over the country. And it's not just girls, by the way. There were schoolboys there as well who were murdered. So when we got there, we actually stopped first at the cemetery where most of them were laid to rest. And we saw a group of mothers who had lost their children, who were camped out at the cemetery. And we were told that they were there because they wanted to convey to their children, the children they had lost, that they were going to keep them safe. There was a man there who was laying rose petals on the grave of his son, who could barely speak. There were two men there who had the blood-soaked clothing of their children and who were absolutely outraged at any suggestion that they had anything to do with the military or that the school had anything to do with the military. They expressed very strongly their view that this was intentional, that the United States murdered those children knowing full well that they were children. So it was very somber. There's a lot of anger. They aren't the only people we spoke to, by the way, who lost family members in that atrocity. And at the same time, the consequence of all of this indignation is that people are, as I indicated, really opposed to negotiations between the government of Iran and the United States and Israel. They've had it. They've crossed red lines from the perspective of many, many Iranians. And at this point, I think it's all-out war. From their perspective, this is existential for them, and they will not agree to any ceasefire which does not adequately address their core concerns. And the killing of those children has a lot to do with that.
That makes a lot of sense, and it is quite heartfelt what you said in terms of what happened to those children and the feeling amongst the parents and the people in that area. On a more lighter note, you and Ahmed and a few others were one of the few people who managed to get through the Strait of Hormuz. What was that experience like?
Well, we were hoping to be able to visit two important islands in the Strait of Hormuz. One is called the island of Hormuz, and the other one is called Keshm.
Yep.
It was the largest island in the Persian Gulf. But when we woke up on the morning we were going to go out into the strait, we found out that the Israelis had bombed the port at the island of Hormuz, and there were drones in the sky. So we were permitted only to go out a couple of kilometers from the shore, and they told us initially we would only be able to be out there for 20 minutes, but we ended up spending an hour. And it was, fascinating because we were sitting there out on the water at the eye of the storm. And when I say the storm, I'm talking about a global storm, a global economic storm. What we saw were about 90 to 100 tankers and cargo ships, the vast majority of which were not moving. We were told that most of them were Iranian. About maybe a third of them were non-Iranian, and most of those had been told they could not go through, and so they were stranded. But some were moving, a small number, and some were waiting for approval and expected to be given approval. But at the end of the day, the data shows quite clearly that the flow of maritime traffic through the strait has been reduced by more than 90%. And so it's not, strictly speaking, closed, but Iran is exercising a vice grip over movements through the Strait of Hormuz. And frankly, Suleiman, I'm not a military expert, but just sitting there and speaking to people, knowing what I know about the situation, there is absolutely no military solution to Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. It will continue to block traffic through the strait for as long as it wants. And the only way, this is just the reality we're all going to have to accept one day, the only way to open it is to make concessions to Iran. And if we don't, the global economy is going to spin out of control. That's the situation we confront.
Yeah, no doubt. And I just want to talk about something you mentioned. You mentioned that you were going to go to one of the three Hormuz Islands, sorry, two of the three, Keshem and what was the one? Sorry, it was the actual Hormuz Island. And many military experts are saying those could be one of the four possible locations of a ground invasion. What's your thoughts on A, that, and B, this possibility that the United States of America may escalate into a ground invasion?
Well, from where I was floating on the Strait of Hormuz, I zoomed in on them, and they are these two islands, they're quite mountainous. They're very rugged. These are not flat little, like the Bahamas. These are big islands with difficult terrain. And the Iranians have had decades to prepare for this. They understand the military importance of these islands. Resistance channels report, for what it's worth, that they are heavily fortified. And even if the Americans and whatever suicidal maniacs accompany them onto those islands manage to take control of them temporarily, Iran can just rain down missiles and drones on them until they're obliterated. And it would be very difficult to keep them resupplied because Iran has anti-ship missiles. It has, as we've seen over the last several days, fairly effective air defenses. It has these fast boats, which it hasn't used in significant numbers, that use ship-to-ship missiles. It has mines. It has submarines. I mean, they can blow up logistical ships or any type of ships in the Strait of Hormuz 6 ways from Sunday. So it would be a suicide mission. And I think the very reason why it hasn't even been attempted thus far is because the U.S. military leadership understands that this would be extremely costly and probably would fail in the end.
Although I think there is a possibility it may happen, but where it happens is going to be the question. Now, and I do think they tried it a couple of days ago, but that's a separate point. So now, in terms of specifically asking you, today is a very important day. Many are calling it Trump's deadline day. It's 8 p.m. Eastern. He said he's going to destroy Iran's civilian infrastructure. He's talked about hitting plants, bridges. We're already hearing reports of the Israelis already targeting bridges and possibly even power plants as well. What's your thoughts on the Trump threat?
Well, like most people, I immediately feel a sense of skepticism about this. There are many times he's threatened to destroy Iran, and he's pulled back from the brink, and he may do that again here, but he's perfectly capable of trying to inflict utter carnage on the country. As I said, he's already been waging, along with Netanyahu, a reign of terror. So are they capable of escalating? Absolutely. Can they destroy Iran in one night? That is a fantasy. That's, his latest Truth Social post. He claimed that he could end Iranian civilization, whatever the hell he means by that, in one night. That is, I literally, the only way that could happen, Suleiman, is if he carpet bombed the country with nuclear weapons. That's the only way. And if he did that, that would probably render large parts of West Asia outside of Iran uninhabitable. And who knows where that would lead, economically, militarily. Again, I don't exclude anything with Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And when you read his post, maybe that's what he meant. He meant to threaten a nuclear strike. But if he's going to use conventional weapons, the idea that he's going to destroy Iran in one night is laughable, frankly. Yeah. He can kill a lot of people. But based on what I saw, the more civilians he kills, the more determined and indignant the Iranian people become. This will backfire just as it has up until now. There really is no way out of this trap for Donald Trump other than concessions to the Islamic Republic.
Interesting.
That's just the bottom line.
Interesting what you're saying, and I want you to elaborate on that because you've got real life experience in being in Iran during the war, which is very unique. You're saying that as Trump continues to attack civilian infrastructure, as he continues to attack civilians, the Iranian people become more united and want the Iranian government to become more aggressive against America and its allies, as opposed to causing dissent and a possible color revolution.
Yes, and more hostile to negotiation of any kind. So this is not the way out of this morass. And not only that, but you know, Donald Trump and Netanyahu are just, you know, whatever credibility they may have had left within this part of the world, they're continuously undermining them by engaging in flagrant acts of terrorism. So not to suggest that they do have any credibility left, but there's nothing good going to come from them escalating the assault on the civilian population and civilian infrastructure. And I haven't even talked about the retaliation. There's going to be retaliation. Yeah, you know, you probably saw it, Suleiman, the statement put out by the Iranian military leadership after this deranged post by Trump today, saying, you know, effectively what they said was the region will never be the same if you do this. We will inflict a level of retaliation that will change it forever. And they have absolutely the capacity to do that. No question about it. They could inflict catastrophic permanent damage on the energy infrastructure of the region.
And this is going to be the question, what they're doing. And I want to read Trump's tweet to you because you did allude to it in the first sentence. And then we can look at even people within the MAGA base, people who have been long diehard Trump supporters, from the normal base to big names like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, all have come out condemning this statement. But he said, quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran." Based on this threat, which he says he's going to enact at 8 p.m. tonight, Eastern, Tucker Carlson came out and told American military personnel to deny and refuse to carry out the orders. What's your thoughts on the kind of satanic, demonic nature of this statement and how someone like Tucker Carlson, an ardent supporter of Trump, has come out and told the military, do not follow his orders?
The way I put it is it's the Goyim version of the Netanyahu Amalek speech.
Yeah.
He basically called the Iranian people Amalek without using that word. He's calling for the obliteration of the entire civilian population. How else can you interpret this? This is genocidal language. I mean, if you were in front of the court at the International Court of Justice, any court of law, and you were being called upon to tender evidence of genocidal intent, exhibit number 1 would be this post. There's no other possible interpretation of this post. You can't wipe out a civilization without destroying the civilian population. If you only went after military targets, the civilization would remain intact. So he's clearly telling you, I'm going to wipe out the civilian population, all of it, the whole thing, not half of it, not a third of it. This is as genocidal an utterance as you could possibly imagine. The man is an out-and-out war criminal. And, you know, I have my disagreements with Tucker Carlson, but good on Tucker Carlson for coming out and saying that. That's a very risky thing to say because the Trump regime is perfectly capable of arresting the man for, you know, inciting insurrection or some nonsense like that. But he's right. They have an obligation under both American law and international law to refuse any orders implementing this genocidal threat. I, for one, Suleiman, I'm absolutely amazed that anybody in a position of leadership anywhere in the world continues to treat this man with respect. He should be an international leper. People should refuse to meet with Donald Trump. They should refuse to talk to Donald Trump. They should sanction the hell out of Donald Trump. They should tell Donald Trump, if you set foot on our soil, we will arrest you and take you to The Hague to suffer the same fate as the criminals at Nuremberg. That's what the world should do with Donald Trump.
No doubt, based on the actions we've seen over these last 39 days, they've been untold horrors. Now, one of the things that you alluded to was what the possible Iranian reaction could be. You've been in Iran, you spoke to many people, just from both elements. A, in terms of your own experience speaking to people within Iran, what level of retaliation are we expecting? And then B, just from your general knowledge as well, what level of response are we expecting from Iran?
Well, assuming that Trump does try to implement his threat, right? If it's just a continuation of what Iran has experienced thus far, I think the Iranians will escalate very modestly. It'll be noticeable, but it won't be the destruction of the region's entire energy infrastructure. If, however, it is just a naked attempt to drop as many bombs as possible on as many civilian targets as possible and cause as much civilian death as possible, you could kiss goodbye to all the Saudi oil fields. All the major oil fields are going to be up in flames, for sure. I would be astounded if the Iranians don't respond with at least that much destruction. And then the question is going to be, to my mind, whether they will go after the desalination plants. And, you know, if there's a tit for tat on the desalination plants, the Iranians are going to survive that. There are water resources all around that country. It is a water-stressed country, but you can see rivers and there are lakes and there's, you know, mountains all over the country that are snow-capped. And that snow is going to be melting in the next few months, providing water for the months ahead. So this is a country that is not existentially dependent upon desalination. The Gulf autocracies are. They take out those desalination plants. You can kiss goodbye to those countries. They're done. These countries are going to become uninhabitable. And Iran might actually go that far, depending upon the level of destruction that Trump tries to inflict. But one thing is for sure, the level of harm that will be done to the energy infrastructure of the region will almost certainly plunge the global economy into a depression, not just a recession, but into a depression. And it'll be one out of which it'll take years for the global economy to emerge, because it will take years, if it will be possible at all, it will take years to render that destroyed energy infrastructure operational again. So you're looking at, you know, what we went through during the Great Depression. And the other thing about this, you know, that we don't talk about much is there's a lot of fragility still in the global financial system. The global financial system never really recovered from the crisis of 2008, 2009. A lot of those major financial institutions continue to be overly indebted. They're zombie banks. They've been propped up by money printing. They're led by the same criminals who led us into the financial crisis. You know, the derivatives market is largely unregulated. So we could easily see major international financial institutions coming crashing down with all of the negative impacts that is going to entail. That will in turn probably provoke huge amounts of unrest in the streets of various countries around the world, not just non-Western countries, but in Western countries too. And you could see outright revolution. Who knows where that would lead? So we are truly at the precipice of a civilizational collapse at this particular moment. And it all comes down, it's horrifying to think about it, really. But it all comes down to whether anybody is going to put a stop to that maniac in the White House. Let's hope that there are enough sane people in the U.S. government that they restrain him somehow.
I mean, this is the million-dollar question, and I'm not sure a change of leadership would even change the direction where the United States of America is going. I think it's more about who controls them rather than who's executing the decision. But in terms of one of the biggest concerns people have is when it comes to Iran, that is one of my concerns as well, which is that Iran's been a bit too soft. And separate to that concern is this nature or this concern that maybe, like Trump already, we're seeing in Iran right now, possibly Israel is already destroying bridges. They're already destroying key Iranian infrastructure. And if Trump after 8 p.m. goes very, very hard, Iran's left in a situation where they need to go harder or equally hard, and any kind of softer approach, any kind of systematic approach is always going to put them in the back foot and always being behind the curve. What's your thoughts on that and the psychology of Iran when it comes to this war?
Well, I would have said just purely from not from a humanitarian perspective, but purely from a kind of strategic perspective, they probably were before this war a bit too patient and a bit too restrained. I never would want to see Iran go after civilian, try to kill civilians. I don't want to see any country doing that. But they could have been more aggressive in terms of going after things like dual use infrastructure and military bases. I don't think they've done that since this war of aggression was begun. However, I think they've really they've been quite intelligent about how they've escalated. They've left a lot of powder dry, and they have at all times, it seems to be, been keenly aware that they have an ace in the hole. They don't have to wreak, military devastation on Israel and the United States. What they have to do is continue to control the Strait of Hormuz. That's their ace in the hole. If you combine, arguably, they could win this war just by continuing to control the Strait of Hormuz, and cutting off all the flow of all oil and gas and other minerals and so forth through that strait. But as long as they're continuing to inflict substantial damage on Israel and U.S. bases in the region, and retain the capacity to take out huge energy infrastructure projects, and they have control of the Strait of Hormuz, they're on a trajectory to win this war. So I don't think they need to be, going hog wild in response to whatever happens tonight in order to prevail ultimately. But I think that that's probably what they're going to do because, frankly, they're just fed up. They're utterly fed up.
I saw a video that yourself and Ahmed put out, which was you were traveling Iran. You spoke about the mountainous terrain in the islands. Just kind of highlight to the audience, if you can, the mountainous nature, the type of terrain that the United States of America can expect if there was a ground invasion.
Well, put it to you sort of colloquially, those mountains are so high that when I was up in them, I had difficulty breathing. I work out on a regular basis, but the air is so thin up there. These are high, rugged mountains, and then you have sort of vast deserts, and then you have swamps. I didn't know that there were swamps in Iran. Then you have countryside that looks kind of like the Badlands, if you've ever seen the Badlands in the United States, which is not really mountainous, but it's not flat desert either. There is a tremendous amount of topographical diversity in Iran. You have pretty much every imaginable kind of topography, but the country, the perimeter of Iran is ringed, almost all of it, by very high rugged mountain ranges. And I can't for the life of me imagine how anybody thinks that they could possibly take and hold any significant part of that country with 15,000 soldiers, 20,000 soldiers. This is laughable. It's absolutely laughable. They're going to get destroyed, wiped off the face of the earth. The size of the military that it would take and the number of casualties you would have to sustain in order to take control of Iran is far beyond the current military capabilities of the United States. Even if I think they couldn't do it, even if they committed all of their combat troops, every single one of them, to invading Iran, I still think they'd lose, and they would suffer far more casualties than they did in the Vietnam War.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest kind of concerns or viewpoints. But what we saw a couple of days ago was something a bit different. It seemed like this was an attempt at a ground invasion. This is what many of us believe. An attempt to go into South Isfahan, try and procure the nuclear enriched uranium and get out. And it seems like that failed. What's your thoughts on that possibility? And B, in terms of, I'm not sure if you mentioned that you visit Isfahan, but again, what's your thoughts on that region and that area and the attempt to do something like that?
I did go to Isfahan. I was in there for 2 days, and we spent we twice went through Isfahan province, the countryside of Isfahan province. When we went to Shiraz, going southward, and then we came back northward. It's very rugged, very dry parts of it. It is sparsely populated, but Isfahan itself is the second largest city in Tehran. It's got, I think, a population of 5 to 6 million people. And we actually spent an hour in the company of the governor of Esfahan province, who gave us a tour of the gorgeous Imam Square at the center of the city of Esfahan. I'm not a military man, but based on everything that I've seen and heard, I agree with your assessment that this was a fool's errand of a military operation that was designed to do a lot more than rescue some pilot. I think that was either the secondary objective or it was just a cover story. It may have been designed to seize, enriched uranium, which reportedly some of which or all of which is being held in Esfahan province at a secure location. Exactly what the goal was, I think it's difficult to say. But the idea that they sent 2 C-130s, plus all of those helicopters, plus the F-15s, plus the A-10s, to capture one man who they say was in communication with the U.S. military. He had the ability to communicate with them while he was waiting for them to be rescued, so they knew where he was. Why didn't they, as Larry Johnson said, why didn't they just send a Black Hawk or two? Why would you send all of those military assets? And Trump himself gave a press conference in the last 24 hours where, I don't know if you saw it, Suleiman, but he's apparently standing beside some military chieftain, and he gets asked by the press, how many soldiers did you use in that operation? And he turns to the chieftain and he says, how many soldiers? And he says, I prefer to keep that secret. And Trump says, oh, okay, well, whatever. It was hundreds of them. Hundreds of them? You send hundreds of soldiers to recover one pilot? Are you kidding me? I mean, the whole story and the idea that it got stuck, the 2 planes got stuck. And first they said they were stuck in sand. And then they changed the story and they said that it was a technical malfunction. So now we're supposed to believe that 2 aircraft just miraculously or tragically malfunctioned at the same time. Both of them malfunctioned. What, they don't know how to maintain their aircraft? I mean, come on, man. This whole thing stinks to high heaven. And when you're dealing with a pathological liar like Donald Trump, and he says something that is useful to his agenda, A, B, not backed up by any credible independent evidence, and C, not supported by people who are prepared to go on the record. I understood a lot of this narrative came from people who were not willing to go on the record. Your operating assumption should be that he's lying. You may not know exactly what the truth is, but that should be your operating assumption. He's lying. I saw that story, and right away, Suleiman, I knew it was a pack of lies. I don't purport to know exactly what they were up to, but I think this is ridiculous. And just the cherry on the cake is that there was a report in the Times of Israel that this pilot, who apparently was grievously wounded and somehow managed to climb up a mountain, grievously wounded, that from the mountaintop he was directing airstrikes down on the lowly Iranians below. I said, this is so ridiculous. It's so, Black Hawk Down, Top Gun, Iwo Jima, Hollywoodian, that no one should take it seriously.
Well, there'll definitely be a Hollywood movie made about it. The question is, who's going to play you while you're in Iran trying to figure out what's going on? But coming back to the important question, where do you think things go now? We're at a critical juncture. You've got Trump's deadline. You've got, the war's going to continue. Will there be negotiations? Will there be a deal? Where do you think things could go for the next week or so, and then more in the long term in the future?
Man, I don't see any rosy path out of this, unfortunately. I think that the Iranians are making demands that are perfectly reasonable in light of the whole sordid history of this. And those demands include the abandonment of the military bases in the United States in the Persian Gulf. Can you imagine Donald Trump exceeding that demand? That's hard to imagine. And then paying probably what would amount to tens of billions and possibly even hundreds of billions of dollars of reparations. I can't imagine Donald Trump paying $1 billion of reparations, let alone, an amount that would reasonably compensate Iran. And they're asking for, a comprehensive peace deal that brings an end to the wars in Lebanon and so forth. I mean, I don't see any indication that Trump is prepared to give way on any single of the demands, let alone all of the demands at this stage. So this war will continue, and it probably will escalate, but it definitely is going to continue. And that means that the global economy is going to get battered. And how bad it's going to get, I don't know, man. But I think, I understand that we're going to hit a real rough patch in mid-April because the mitigating effects of all of that oil that was released by the International Energy Agency and by the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, that'll evaporate in mid-April. And, especially if there's a major escalation in the next few days, you'll see the price of oil soar. That's going to have tremendous knock-on effects. And then I think the next stage of the conflict is going to be massive upheaval in the West, in the United States, and in countries in the non-Western world that are allied to the United States, like South Korea, Japan. They're so dependent upon oil and gas from the Middle East. This is going to be devastating to them. And ultimately, I think what is likely to happen is that at some point, Donald Trump will either be removed from power so that a deal can be done that is satisfactory to Iran, or there will be so much unrest, like Vietnam era type protests in the streets day after day after day, that he'll just be horrified into doing a deal, because he is, after all, a coward. He's a coward. There's a story that I think it's in the biography of Henry Kissinger, where he said he was in the White House standing beside Nixon during the height of the protests in the Vietnam era, and Nixon looks at Kissinger and says, "Henry, they're coming to get us." So when Donald Trump, when he thinks they're coming to get me, you may at that point finally see a capitulation, but it's going to get ugly before then.
Yeah, very, very ugly indeed. Dimitri, thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. We really do appreciate you. Where can people find your work? I know I've got your handle in the nest on X, just for the audience. Let me just quickly get that up. Here it is. It is Dimitri LASCARIS. So that's in the nest. Yes. So everyone on the Twitter, because we've got about 4,000 people on Twitter as well listening. If you guys can follow him on X, which is Dimitri LASCARIS. He went into Iran live, reporting from the ground. But where else can people find you?
The main site for our work is our YouTube channel, Reason to Resist. It's the number 2. There's no space between Reason to and Resist. And we also have a Rumble channel, but that's kind of like a plan B. We put all of our videos on both of the channels, but that's the main venue for our work.
Brilliant. Do check out the YouTube channel, Reason to Resist, as well. Dimitri, thank you so much for taking your time out. Really appreciate you, and really appreciate the risk you took in order to go to Iran while the Americans and Israelis were bombarding. Thank you so much for taking your time out, and love to have you back on again.
Anytime. Pleasure speaking to you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was Dimitri LASCARIS. And he, unlike the rest of us, was willing to take the risk. He went to Iran. He reported directly from Iran. And it was amazing. If you're watching this video on YouTube, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe to this video. And let me know in the comments what your thoughts are about Trump's deadline day, Trump's ultimatum, Dimitri, and your thoughts on the interview. Give me your thoughts in the comments. But make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. And let your friends and family know about this channel and the second channel, which is Bridge the Gap X. And now we're going to be moving back to the X space. And we've got an interview with TRITA PARSI coming up in about 20 minutes. TRITA PARSI, as you guys may or may not know, was... First of all, he's been reporting on what's going on. But more than that, he has been threatened by Laura Loomer and various others to be deported. For what reason? Solely for the reason reporting on what's going on. But more than that, he has been threatened by Laura Loomer and various others to be deported. For what reason? Solely for the reason reporting on what's going on. But more than that, for reporting what's going on in so there's to be deported.
Oops.
What, for what reason?
Wait, sorry. So yeah, we'll be back on the X Space for a short period of time, and then we will be back here, guys. Let me know if it's working. It should be working now. I've sorted it all out. Should be no double thing. Okay, we're back. Let me know if it's working for you guys. Also, guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, and if you're on YouTube, like it. We've got nearly 1,000 people on YouTube. We've got TRITA PARSI coming on in 15-20 minutes, so that should be really good. Watch out for it. Let's get back into the space. Let's go to Beatrix. Beatrix, jump in. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, that was a great interview. Thanks, Suleiman. I see people really appreciated it, and I was getting DMs as well. Brother Resistance also asked me to ask him about his experience at Minab School because he says there was no evidence of any military base nearby. So thank you so much. That was really enjoyable to watch and very educational as well. So yeah, I liked it a lot.
Awesome, awesome. I don't know what's happening with this thing, but yeah, brilliant. I just want to thank Hoz for the huge super chat. Really appreciate you. I didn't manage to say it before the interview. Thank you so much. He says, let's go Team Sully and Beatrix. Adding her to wind up Sully. Bro, it was going so well. The super chat was going so well until you mentioned Beatrix. But appreciate you. Okay, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, give us your thoughts, and then we'll take the conversation from there.
Good morning, Suleiman, Beatrix. Wow, I've never listened to Dimitri before. This was the first time, and I'm so glad. Suleiman, I have no idea how you get some of these interviews. You know, you get the great ones, Suleiman. I mean, powerful. He was boots on the ground. I mean, he was there. You can hear it from his heart. The man speaks from his heart. He speaks as a journalist, but as a journalist that's going to lay it out for us. Thank you, Suleiman. Powerful, powerful. People, please repost this space. Go on, get those archived videos that Suleiman has posted. I'm still trying to catch up. There are literally, it's a library, treasure trove of background. Often I hear people bringing up points and they say, well, what about this? And Suleiman has gone over a lot. So please study these background. But thank you, Suleiman. God bless you, folks. Keep fighting a good fight. Please support Suleiman Beatrice up there in the nest. Send in support. We are in a psychological
Update on the market.
Yeah, we got the S&P 500 off the lows earlier today. That came when we were down by about 1%, and then we got that headline that Tehran Times, I think it was, reversed their claim and pulled the story that talks had stopped between the U.S. and Iran. When that happened, the S&P 500 just ripped higher. So now we're down by just about 0.5%. Volatility is definitely more elevated than it's been in the past couple days. Oil obviously higher. We hit 117 on WTI earlier today. It's off those highs, and rates are bond yields are moving lower. So I think that the growth story is starting to become kind of more discussed amongst the kind of Bloomberg CNBC class, which I think is interesting. It only took them a month to realize that the whole point of high prices is to destroy demand. So yeah, that's interesting. You have dated Brent, which is the actual price of real physical oil, hitting a new record for since the war broke out, at least, of 144 per barrel. And in the North Sea, some of that oil, there was no offer. So there were 12 bids for cargoes and no offers, meaning there were no sellers for that North Sea oil. It was completely out. There literally was nothing to buy. So the closer you get to kind of real physical reality, the physical market, the immediate delivery, the tighter the supply situation is, and therefore the higher the price and the more of a dislocation you'll have in the price. But same story as it's been really going back to the start of the war. You go a couple months, 6 months out the curve, and oil's significantly lower, 70 $75 if you go out to December. So yeah, I think markets are still I was kind of expecting the S&P 500 would be down a lot more on today's developments, but it's pretty clear that like they're just looking for an excuse to buy, and there's a huge amount of complacency being priced in right now, or a lack of fear, lack of risk being priced into the markets. So I think that all that means is if we do get an escalation later today, then I just think the sell-off is going to be that much more pronounced. Generally, that's kind of how it works. If markets are, you can look to Japan, for example. Recently, they had their prime minister, right? They had their national election, and the market was not expecting the current prime minister, Takaichi, not expecting her to win. I think that on betting platforms, she had like a 3% chance, like low single digits, but she won. And so you got massive moves in JGB yields. You got a big move in the yen, in the dollar yen, and other crosses. So when a market is expecting something, generally, you don't get that sharp of a move when it actually happens. If anything, you might get the opposite of kind of what is intuitive, right? As okay, well, this exact event was priced in and it concluded, so now we got to price it out, right? And for a lot of people just getting into markets, it can be very counterintuitive. Something bad happens and the market goes up. There's a saying, buy the rumor, sell the news. And that's kind of what it's getting at. But when markets are not pricing something in, for example, a huge escalation, then when that ends up happening, which, I'm not a geopolitical expert or a military expert, but it does appear like things are not going well with the war, then that just means you're going to get a bigger move. I think the oil market is probably pricing in more than the stock market. But yeah, I think pretty much most markets, except I guess you could say volatility. VIX is quite elevated right now at about 27. OVX, which tracks oil volatility, that is really, really high, even higher than 2022 levels. You have the MOVE index that's come in a bit. That's bond market volatility. So yeah, some of the volatility metrics are definitely indicating there's some concern. But generally, I think that by and large, most markets are kind of sleepwalking into this and thinking Trump's just going to taco. I think that he might wish he could taco. Maybe today, for example, might be one of those days. He might be thinking to himself that he wishes he could taco, but I don't think even if he wanted to, he would be able to. And I think that, it's up to not just Trump, but it's up to Iran. It's up to Israel. There's a number of kind of parties to this conflict, this war, that all kind of have to agree. And I don't think Israel. I'm fairly confident that Israel does not want an end, does not want a taco. And so, yeah, maybe even if things are looking good between Trump and Iran, Israel could go off and sabotage it, right? So, and we've seen them do that recently. So I think it's very difficult to imagine a world where this just all ends up, oh, we snap our fingers and go back to 130 ships through the Strait of Hormuz every day, snap our fingers, and there's not 11 million barrels per day of production shut in the GCC. Snap our finger. Like I don't think I don't think it's possible. Maybe magic, right? There's always miracles. But I think anything short of a miracle, and this is just going to drag on, and that reality, markets will wake up to that reality that, oh wow, this is not Liberation Day. Trump can't just snap his fingers and unilaterally talk out of it.
And that's going to be the $1 million question. What can he do? How can he do it? Gary, is there anything you want to add on to that?
Hey, I concur. I think Robert's spot on. Look, I just posted a map up. I think I, like most Americans, probably don't really understand the geography much, and I learn a lot from pictures. I look at this old map and I'm like, my God, dude, Iran's 4 times the size of Iraq, and we wasted $1 trillion there. Did the whole 9/11 thing around that, then went to Afghanistan, wasted another who knows how many lives. That's only 2 times smaller than Iran. This map tells me one thing: someone's going to either submit in the next 4 hours, which I don't think is going to happen, or there's going to be a mega fucking bomb dropped, or bombs, because no sane human being, I don't care how big your military is, would approach this problem. Look at this map, man. For the Americans, really, like, we should all share this map with our friends that are like supporting this or think there's any kind of sanity behind this. It would be impossible to win this war with anything other than mega weapons. It's so depressing. Can anyone suggest to me how this could even possibly get handled? Like the guy that you interviewed, they're just looking at the facts, man. Anyway, that's all I got to add. The markets are
Can I
incredibly sane, by the way.
just point out, I just saw that Iran's going to be adding the oil facilities of Aramco and Yanbu and the Fujairah pipeline to its targets if Trump decides to attack the country's power plants. And that's coming from Iran's Tasnim, citing a military source. That would be like catastrophically bad. That would probably take about 25 million barrels per day offline, possibly even more. That would be worse than Q2 of 2020. That would be worse than the COVID lockdowns. The world would look even worse than kind of the depth of the COVID lockdowns if that were to happen. Just again, because you can't print oil.
Simon, jump in with Justine that came back in. I hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts for the next few minutes before the interview. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Robert covered the financial situation right now. The markets are not listening to talk; they're only listening to reality right now. And every day that this continues, the oil market is just creeping up now, rather than having these violent moves. We get a lot of volatility in between, but just in general, it's oil's in an uptrend at a point where the economy can't handle it anyway. Stocks don't really give a shit at this point, and bond yields are like breakout waiting to happen if this goes in the wrong direction. So, like, it's so obvious to me, if this escalates in the wrong direction and it's not led with a deal, then the bond market's going to puke, the oil market's going to puke, and the trajectory of that is a depression. So like, there's only so many times I can say that.
Simon, let me ask you a question, Simon. Like, you suggested, if we get a settlement, how do we get a settlement? Like, what would that look like in your mind? Like, what could even come close from the 10 points our 15 points to their 10 points in 4 hours?
Well, they're not that far apart, to be honest. The 15 points was focused. If you combine the 15 points and the 10 points, you know, the framework of what is being negotiated is there. And I still continue to believe we're in a Bay of Pigs situation where there's things in the back and there's things which we're being fed for public consumption. And there's a lot of manipulation in markets in between. But you know, it's to me, it's pretty clear what's happening here. Israel is getting economically weakened. Iran is having infrastructure that's going to have to be rebuilt. The GCC's got infrastructure that's going to have to be rebuilt. US is being strategically turned into a pariah state by the rest of the world. Israel already is a pariah state by the rest of the world. And we're going to have a severe global reset just based upon what's happened so far. And China sat there with the capability and capacity to get through this. And the second everyone wants to rebuild, China's ready to rebuild. And the more damage it is inflicted, the more superpowers are going to come in and negotiate rebuild contracts. So a deal is based upon the reality of the world. And the reality of the world is that the countries need to know what the relationship with their neighbors look like and what the relationships with the superpowers look like. And I think that's what a deal looks like once they've all decided on that.
Unfortunately, you're in an existential war, so all these things go out the window. That's kind of neglected a lot of the time. When you're in an existential war, you don't give a damn what China thinks. You don't.
Hey, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. I can hear you now. How you doing?
Marvelous. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you for taking your time out. We are live.
No, thank you. Very good.
Appreciate it. Let's start. Thank you. Okay, just want to welcome journalist TRITA PARSI onto the show. We've had him on before. We really appreciate him taking his time out to join us again. TRITA of the Quincy Institute has taken his time out to speak to us, and there's a lot to speak about, TRITA. The first thing is Donald Trump has given a deadline today of 8 p.m. where he says he's going to rain havoc on Iran. What's your thoughts on this glim demands that Trump has purported, especially with the tweet that he put out?
I mean, particularly with a tweet that says that he would end Iranian civilization. I mean, we're talking about genocidal threats that are not just violations of international law, but also violations of American law. And it's interesting to see the number of members of Congress, as well as journalists and others, even on the conservative side, that are now talking about Article 25 of the US Constitution for essentially setting aside Trump because of cognitive inability to perform his duties. So clearly, I mean, this is insanity. We should not even talk about this. These are things that should be inconceivable. That's why it's so difficult to even assess it publicly. But I think it is a reflection of the fact that Trump is in a very desperate state. He has lost control. He did it early on. He's desperately trying to regain control. There is a reality or there's a scenario in which perhaps he's saying these things precisely because he is about to cave to some of the Iranian demands, that there will be a deal or an arrangement that looks much more similar to the Iranian proposal than the American proposal. So he precedes that by issuing these threats to make it appear as if it is actually the Iranian that are caving to his threats. But it could also be a scenario in which he's issuing these threats that are genocidal, and then he ends up taking significant military action, but not nuclear, and essentially hoping that folks will be like, well, at least he didn't go nuclear in this scenario. But either way, I think we've talked about it before in this show. Trump does not have any escalatory paths out of this war. He can escalate, but it will make his own situation much, much worse. The Iranians will retaliate against oil infrastructure in the region. And I think that brings about a completely different scenario. Right now, we have high oil prices because there's a bottleneck in the Persian Gulf. Oil is stuck in the Persian Gulf. If the Iranians open up the straits, the oil will quickly come out, oil prices will quickly come down. But if you have attacks against the oil installations, then you will have a production problem, not just a bottleneck problem. That will lead to a scenario in which oil will be high for a longer period of time. That can throw the entire global economy into a recession and destroy Trump's presidency. So yes, he can escalate, he can destroy a lot of things in Iran, but it will likely come at the expense of his own presidency.
So when you look at as you mentioned, the genocidal language, he said he's going to destroy the bridges, the power plants. You had someone like Randy Fine saying happy power plant bridge day, Eve. You had then on the other side, Tucker Carlson coming out and actually telling military personnel to not obey orders if these orders are given, both in terms of... so what's your thoughts on this entire dynamic, the fact that Trump can relay that, some of his supporters and people who are in bed with him, like Randy Fine, can push that and purport that, and then you've got people like Tucker Carlson on the other side who are pushing back against it?
Well, look, you already had a massive split in MAGA that ended up becoming a MAGA faction and an America First faction. Yeah. And the America First faction has a much clearer doctrine on, when it comes to, doctrine might be too strong of a word, but nevertheless, theories and ideas of what foreign policy should look like. And you see that a lot of those people, from Tucker to Marjorie Taylor Greene to Tom Massey, have broken with Trump on this issue already back in June of last year. Not as strongly as they're doing now, but even back then, they were strongly against him doing this. For some of them who take their Christianity very seriously, we saw Tucker's message in which he was infuriated and found it to be immoral and evil for Trump to issue some of the threats that he issued on Easter Sunday, using profanities, for instance, etc. He said as a Christian, he is insulted by this. So you already had seen these splits. These splits have grown much, much deeper as a result of this war, because at the end of the day, Trump is doing exactly what he promised his base he wouldn't do. He wouldn't go into more wars. He would not start new wars. He would not go for regime change. He would not be led into wars by other countries. All of those things he is doing right now. So it's not surprising that there's a split. Frankly, the surprise is why the split isn't deeper than what it is right now.
And in terms of, you mentioned in terms of the possible reaction of Iran, I just spoke to a journalist just before you as well. And some people are concerned that maybe Iran's reaction may be too soft. If they destroy Iran's bridges and plants, this is escalation that we've not experienced in a very long time. How hard will Iran go? If they continue to go systematically and slowly in terms of the response, I mean, they will be harder than they're able to respond. So how do you think, or what is the magnitude of the response?
So as hard as Iran has been hitting some of these countries in the GCC, it's very clear there's a lot of things that have not been touched. So for instance, the only time the oil or gas infrastructure was hit was when the Israelis struck PARSI gas field and the Iranians struck Qatar. Those damages are in the billions of dollars and will take 3 to 5 years to rebuild it. So if the US escalates, goes after energy or desalination, then the Iranians will likely do the same. In Israel and in the GCC states, they have the capacity to do so. There's a reason why they haven't done so this far. They've been careful not to to escalate this beyond what the US has done. But they will retaliate. And again, as I explained, that will create a completely different type of an energy crisis than the one that we have right now. But then, of course, Trump may try to go in with ground troops or take an island or two, and I find those to be extremely non-viable options at the end of the day, because the U.S. Navy has kept itself 3,000 kilometers away from Iran's shorelines for a good reason, because avoiding being hit by Iranian missiles and drones. The Iranians reportedly may have Chinese missiles that are designed to destroy aircraft carriers. And we've seen that the Iranians also have very good ability to target their missiles in a very accurate way. So under those circumstances, it's not a surprise that the US is staying that far away. But if you're going to take those islands, then you're going to go right next to Iran's shorelines on an island that is static. The Iranians will be raining down missiles and drones on those islands, kill a large number of American soldiers, which means that the United States eventually will not be able to keep the islands because force protection will be very difficult in that scenario. So the island is taken, massive loss of life, and then eventually the US will leave instead of it being able to use the control of that island as some sort of a leverage. I think this is one of the key reasons why Trump hasn't done this yet. But as he grows more desperate, there's a risk that he will take some of these military actions.
And that's the important question. And this is actually why I wanted you on last week, was this notion of escalation. I'm a big believer. I think I was one of the first to say that a couple of days ago. I actually think it was an attempt at a ground invasion in the sense of to procure nuclear enriched uranium. Now, even if one doesn't believe that, no problem. I read your paper, which in the paper you mentioned that you do not believe that Karg Island is actually the plan. You believe the plan was different and it wasn't Karg Island. If you can elaborate for my audience on why you don't think it's Karg Island, where you think it is, and why you think that is going to be the location of the possible ground invasion.
Sure. So, there was a lot of talk about Karg Island a couple of weeks ago. That's essentially ended. And there was some signals coming from the UAE that they would be in support of an American effort to take 3 Iranian islands in the Persian Gulf that are claimed by the Emiratis, Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Tombs. And these are in the smack middle of the Strait of Hormuz, very close to Emirati waters, very close to Iran shoreline as well. The reason why that might have been another option is because of the fact that it is in the Strait of the Hormuz. It could potentially add strategic value. It was much more strategically valuable years ago when the manner in which the Iranians potentially would close the straits would be very different than it is today. But it would be valuable for another reason, because it could help reframe the war. Rather than this war of choice attacking Iran, it would be reframed as helping the Emirates in this narrative retake its islands. It would also have an impact on the rest of the GCC. The GCC is very split. Some of them have been very supportive of this war, the Emirates, and others have been dead set against it. But on the issue of the islands, they're all unified in support of the Emirati position. So would squeeze countries like Qatar and Oman that have kept a more neutral position on this war, have tried to make it end. So I could see them thinking that it has this type of a value to attack those islands. And, getting the Emiratis into the war would also leave it as an impression that this is no longer an Israeli-American war. This is actually an Israeli-American-Arab alliance against Iran. But again, that doesn't mean that they would do it, because it would still face the significant problem of what do you do once you have the island? Yeah. It doesn't actually really make that much of a difference. The Iranians are not closing the straits by putting mines in the waters, which is one of the things that they would have done 20 years ago, and the islands would have been of significant importance at that time. It's simply not the case any longer.
Yeah. And speaking about that, one of the possibilities, and when you spoke about Karg Island, you spoke about the 3 kind of islands that are in dispute with the UAE, Abu Musa, Lesser and Greater Tanub. The other 2 possibilities many people consider is the 3 Hormuz islands, as well as an actual invasion into the mainland, possibly through Chandahar. What's your thoughts on those?
I mean, these are things I'm sure the Iranians are very concerned about, and they're looking. But bottom line, it still would be very, very difficult. And it would, the shorelines are very well defended. It would cost a lot. And then retaining whatever ground is taken would cost a tremendous amount more. And you could end up having this even greater rallying around the flag type of a sentiment if there is a land invasion. So again, it's difficult to see what the ultimate benefit of such a measure would be for the United States. The cost would be significant. Escalatory risks would be significant. But how do you translate that into an actual victory? And this is the challenge that Trump has had from day one, because he only had one plan. The plan was that by taking out the supreme leader and bombing a couple of places, the regime would collapse. And clearly the regime was much, much more coherent and strong than what Trump was led to believe, primarily by the Israelis. And this is reinforced now by the New York Times in its article today.
One of the things that I mentioned as soon as you came on was the deadline. The deadline today is 8 p.m. Eastern. That being said, we're already seeing reports today, possibly the Israelis, although we don't know if the Americans are involved in this, that they're already bombing bridges, railways, and power plants. Do you think this is a joint operation with the United States of America and Israel? Is Israel acting separate to the United States of America, or is this Trump being Trump, where he gives a deadline and then he breaks the deadline and starts attacking earlier? What's your thoughts on what's
We've been seeing attacks by the Israelis on railways, on petrochemical and other type of civilian infrastructure for quite some time, and particularly an escalation in the last 48 hours, despite the fact that the deadline was put on as Tuesday. Now, whether that is something that Trump is allowing, not able to control, I think bottom line at this point is the Israelis are in the driving seat when it comes to this war. The entire manner in which the United States is conducting this war has been an Israelization of America's conduct of the war and its goals. The United States, as much as I think the invasion of Iraq was illegal, erroneous, strategically incredibly stupid and wrong, the United States never deliberately targeted universities in Iraq. But this is something that the Israelis have done extensively in Gaza and in Lebanon. And now we're seeing that the United States and Israel is doing the same thing, targeting Sharif University and many other types of universities in Iran, targeting pharmaceutical factories, etc. This is the manner in which Israel has been conducting its war. And now it's also become America's way of conducting its war. The goals also have shifted towards Israeli goals, because the Israelis never ultimately were looking for regime change. They were looking for state collapse. And they were looking to really weaken Iran to the point in which it couldn't do anything against Israel, challenge Israel in any way. And every 3 or 4 years, it would bomb them again in order to make sure that they didn't rise up. That is exactly what Trump has described his strategy at this point, saying we're going to bomb them to the Stone Age and the next president would probably have to bomb them again, he said. That is the blueprint of what the Israelis very inhumanely calls mowing the grass. But the United States never did this before. This has never been an American strategy. In fact, it's part of the reason why the United States resisted pressure from Israel for decades when they were pushing the United States to go to war with Iran, because all of the gaming showed that this would be a very likely outcome, that the United States would have to be in this perpetual state of war with Iran. That's why they rejected it. Now Trump is embracing it as if it's part of his goals. It tells you how deep the Israelization of America's way of conducting war has become.
And that's, of course, highly problematic. Now, you mentioned something important, which is you don't see any way out for Donald Trump. There's no way of getting a deal. There's no way of succeeding in his mission of the claims of what they want to do, which is get the nuclear enriched uranium. There's no way of succeeding in what Israel wants, which is the ballistic missiles to be taken away, the support of the resistance to be removed. And obviously, Iran has its own demands as well. And so how do you see this ever being solved when you basically have Israel in the way? Like, I could see a scenario where possibly in an ideal situation, the US and Iran could possibly come to a deal where both parties don't completely win. This is how negotiations are. But when you put the Israeli factor in, you just can't see a situation where there's going to be a deal. What's your thoughts on that?
No, I think you're pointing to something very important. In order for there to be any sustainable deal, Trump needs to take control over the Israelis and make sure that they're not sabotaging, they're not escalating, they're not destroying. And it's a question mark as to whether he will. I do believe that he can do it. I've seen him put that pressure on Israel, and the Israelis very grudgingly agree in the past. He's not been able to sustain that pressure or been willing to sustain that pressure. But it's very difficult to see any agreement coming into place or lasting unless the Israelis are put under check by Trump. And this and I think it's actually going to be one of the things that the Iranians will want to see Trump demonstrate before they agree to anything, because there's no value for them to actually go forward with an agreement with the US only to see the Israelis violated. I mean, part of the reason why the Iranians are resistant a ceasefire in a phased type of approach, similar to what the US proposed in its 15-point plan, is because of the Israeli-American track record in Gaza. I mean, the Israelis agreed to the ceasefire grudgingly. Within days, they're violating it. And very soon, it becomes a one-sided ceasefire. And then this phased approach in phase one, Hamas does this, and phase two, Israel does this. Well, they never get to phase two. So the Israelis actually never end up giving any of those concessions. And this is precisely why the Iranians have rejected any ceasefire and saying the only thing they will agree to is something that ends the war in a durable manner, that ensures that the Israelis are not restarting it. And that puts pressure on Trump. He's the one who has to deliver the Israelis.
Yeah, and this is going to be the most difficult situation, or the difficult outcome. Now, coming back to escalation, we know the escalation is going to be significant. You mentioned how Iran has kind of held back on attacking the Gulf states. The information coming out from Iran, from various other people, such as Professor Morandi and various others, is, as well as the official channels as well, that the attack on the Gulf is going to be aggressive. It's going to be harsh. It's going to be significant. In terms of, from the global market perspective, the global financial market, I speak to financial experts all the time, and any kind of escalation could just completely break the system. Why would Trump allow something like that to happen? It just logically does not make sense. What's your thoughts of being in Washington?
No, you're absolutely right. Logically, it doesn't make any sense, but logically, we would not be in this war at all if logic and rationality was driving the decisions. This has been an erroneous and illegal war from the outset. And Trump, on top of that, is not necessarily thinking about these matters in the way that you just laid out. I mean, that would be ideal. That's the way a president should be functioning. But I think there's a lot of ego and pride involved in all of this. And he is adamant as coming across as someone who won this. And so he needs that narrative of success. And I think part of what he's been trying to do is try to find some sort of a silver bullet, some spectacular military operation that enables him to say, look, I won the war, even if it doesn't change a lot of other things on the ground, and then end the war on that high and essentially go back to a situation in which he says, I'm in control, I'm the victor in all of this. I think an effort may have been made to extract the Iranian 60% enriched uranium from under the ground and go and what's actually ended up becoming this debacle with the pilot being shot down, which is now presented as a very successful effort to free that pilot or rescue that pilot, which is true, but it may have been part of a larger failed military operation to go after some of the nuclear assets in Iran. And that failed. And this is part of the reason why we're now here with all of these other threats. He was looking for something spectacular that could allow him to say, I won. Knowing very well that if he goes to the table and he actually negotiates a compromise, he will be criticized by the Israelis, by its supporters in Washington, by some Democrats, saying that, at the end of the day, he caved or that he agreed to something that left the Iranians in a stronger position. And that's going to be tough for him, undoubtedly. But the alternative is even tougher. That's the problem. That, it's much better for him to negotiate an actual compromise right now than to escalate further, lose that off-ramp, lose the ability to at least convince his own base that he's won, and end up in a much, much more dire situation.
Yeah, this is kind of the complexity of coming to a deal and coming to a realization. Now, when Trump makes these statements and he says, we've succeeded in regime change, we've succeeded in destroying their navy, their military capability, and various other things, and we're seeing visually this clearly hasn't happened, do you think that he's convincing his MAGA audience? Do you think that he knows that he's not really convincing the public? Like, what kind of psychology is going on? Like, I understand the logic behind, and actually it's a very smart marketing thing to do, which is you repeat the same thing many times and you say it enough times, people believe you. But in this situation, in real time, he's telling us Iran doesn't have military, and that we're seeing right now, while we're having this interview, I believe is Dimona being hit. So what's the kind of functioning reason for what he's trying to do? It can't just be based on craziness. There must be some kind of something going on.
Absolutely. No, you're right. So what I think he's trying to do there is to establish a narrative that says that he won. A narrative that, again, will not be convincing to the vast majority, but will potentially be convincing to his base. I mean, the polls that have been done show at the end of the day, the reason why MAGA continues to support this war is not because they're buying his argument. It's because they just trust him. They don't know enough about these issues. They're watching Fox News that gives them a completely different version of reality, one that frankly doesn't exist. And they're just having this trust in the president. So he repeats these facts. So he's using that trust in order to build a narrative that says he won. Yes, there is a different regime. Technically, you could say that because of the very large number of individuals that have been replaced. Have they been replaced by people who have a different ideology, a different approach, a different attitude? They have not. To the extent that they're different, they're probably actually more hawkish than they were, than the people that he replaced them, who they replaced. But bottom line, it's all about a narrative that can enable him to say, I won, I achieved my objectives, walk out of this, and try to be as unscathed as possible. But if that is his goal, he should really go and strike a deal ASAP instead of escalating. Because the more he escalates, the more oil prices go up, the more Americans come home in coffins, the more difficult it will be for him to even convince those who want to believe him, who want to trust him, that he actually won this.
And you mentioned about this situation that occurred in the south of Isfahan, the pilot who was a colonel, who had a long military experience. You said that you also believe that it was an attempt to procure the nuclear enriched uranium. What's your reasoning for thinking that?
No, I want to be very careful. I'm not saying that was, but I'm seeing a lot of people who are following this very closely on the military side, including former officials, that do believe that there's a likelihood that is what actually happened here. Clearly, on the Iranian side, that is what they believe. They're not even debating it anymore. I mean, they just moved on. But whether that is ultimately the truth or not, I suspect we will not know for some time. But if it is the case, it may actually be part of the reason why you're seeing him going so far as to even hint at nuclear weapons. Because the one spectacular thing that he thought he could do turns out to be much, much more difficult. Going in with ground troops is really going to be too challenging for the United States. And that may actually push him more in the direction of doing that type of other forms of escalation, potentially even going towards what should be unthinkable.
Also, one of the things I've seen is this kind of attack on people who are from Iran. I know you personally, despite being quite level-headed, you've been given quite a balanced analysis. I know there are calls by people close to the Trump administration to try and take away your green card solely for partaking in journalism. What's your thoughts or response to that?
I mean, I think it tells you what the atmosphere has become, but also how sensitive and bad the situation has become for those who advocated for this war, because they have given the president an absolute disaster. So, going after people that they think are, loud in the debate here, that are being listened to in the debate here, that is affecting, is one way for them to try to silence everyone else into being quiet and not criticizing or not going out with their honest analysis about this. I think it's a sad reflection of how bad the politics of Washington has become. It's ultimately very, very bad for U.S. national security to have individuals of that kind who don't have any credentials, whose backers and funders remain unknown, get that type of influence or perception of influence in a manner that actually inhibits the type of debate and discussions that should be part or must be part of a democratic process.
Okay, and in the looking now, obviously your deadline is coming. How do you expect the next week or so to go? And then long term, how do you think things are going to go with this war? Is it going to continue to escalate, or do you think there will be some kind of form of resolution?
It's really impossible to say because we're dealing with the psychology of a person who has made it his key objective to make sure that he is not predictable. And I think in this scenario, it is difficult to really predict what he's going to do next. I hope that he takes a de-escalatory path. If he, for instance, were to agree to some of the elements of the proposal, reject other parts and impose or get them to agree to some of his elements, I still can see a scenario in which even if the Iranians retain control over the straits and take payments for ships going through there, as long as they keep it open, oil prices will go down very quickly. And he can point to that as a major victory. And he can say that he delivered on his promise of opening up the straits again. So I see that there are pathways for him to go, but it requires maturity, it requires patience, because these things cannot just be forced through. And I think he's continuing to act as if he's in control of the situation or that he can dictate the terms of an agreement. Reality is, if he could, this would have been over with a long time ago. We're here precisely because he cannot. He has to agree to a compromise. And it doesn't seem to be something that he is accustomed to. And certainly in this scenario, having entered the war thinking that he would be having a victorious, glorious success within 4 days, to now 35 days later having to agree to a compromise for it to be over with, that's a quite significant psychological distance for him to travel.
And one last question. What's your thoughts on the level of military capability that Iran has left? Obviously, Trump claims that it's completely been decimated. On the other hand, Iran, I believe, according to official channels, said something along the lines of they've got tens of thousands more missiles left. And I read a CNN report, I think it was like a few days ago, which claimed that the Americans had only managed to hit 50% of the Iranian missile launch pads. What's your thoughts on where we are at with both the ability of Iran to continue this war and the ability of the United States of America to continue this war?
The impression I'm getting of the Iranians is that they're very, very confident. Perhaps they're overconfident. Perhaps they're about to overplay their hands. But I'm certainly not getting the impression of any panic. They had prepared for a long war. And this is not even 1/3 of what they had at a minimum prepared for. So I don't think we should take anything the Iranian. I mean, look, the Iranians said that they had killed 500 Americans on day one. That was not true. The US and Israel have said that they already destroyed 90% of Iran's launch pads, and then later on they had destroyed 50%. Look, in all of these wars, both sides are going to come out with statistics and data that simply are not reflective of reality. You can just turn on Twitter or your social media or wherever you go, and you can see that their daily attacks still continuing. So if those reports about how much Iran's capability had been degraded were true, we would not be in this current situation. We would not see Trump talking about erasing a civilization, etc. So clearly, those assessments or those reports were false. Now, where they are exactly, I think is very difficult to tell. Obviously, they're going to try to keep these things as secret as possible. But I think one of the things we should be careful about is that launchers are easy to replace. They're not that expensive. And even if they're taken out, doesn't mean that it is difficult for them to be able to replace them. The Iranians appear to have learned quite a lot from the war back in June, in which they were taken by surprise. A lot of their launchers were destroyed. They have now managed to launch things much faster from the eastern part of the country that is much more difficult to reach. So they've done a lot of different things that have made them more effective. I think, for instance, part of the reason why they're not shooting as many missiles against Israel right now is not because they don't have the capability, it's because they're playing the long game. They're playing the long game and their focus is currently elsewhere. And it may shift back to Israel if Israel starts targeting desalination plants, etc. I think it would be a huge mistake to look at some of these lows in these trends as some sort of a sign that the Iranians have completely been defeated, because every time that message has come out, it's proven to be false.
Brilliant. TRITA, I want to thank you so much for taking your time out to join us. Again, it's been informative as ever. I can see I've put your Twitter handle on the in the nest, and it is TPARSI. So everyone do follow TRITA. He does give, as you said, very balanced analysis. We've got nearly, I think, 3,000-4,000 people on the X, and as well about a couple of thousand on YouTube. Where else can people find you other than X? We've got your X link, but where else can people find your work?
They should go to my Substack, which is at TRITA PARSI, or go to the Quincy Institute's website, which is quincyinst.org.
Brilliant. So everyone do check out
Fantastic.
Trita's work both in Substack as well as the website, as well as do follow him on X. Appreciate you taking your time out to join us. We
Thank you
really do
so much.
appreciate it.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Appreciate it.
Talk to you soon.
That was TRITA PARSI. What a great interview, guys. Do make sure you give him a follow. Make sure you will check out his Substack. He does a really good analysis. I read his projection of where he thinks where the ground invasion is going to be, and it was really interesting and informative. So do that for me. Guys, make sure you like this stream. Make sure you share it. Make sure you comment on it. Let me know your thoughts on what he's saying about the ground invasion, how he thinks that things are going to escalate. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure you subscribe and let your friends and family know about this channel. I think they've shadow banned this channel because I noticed every time it was creeping to 1,000 live viewers, it would drop down by 10 or 20. And everyone's saying we're shadow banned on this channel. So I don't know how to break out of the channel ban other than keep pushing. The other channel, they've already demonetized and they said they're going to ban it as well. So we're not sure what to do. We're stuck. We're in a quandary on what to decide. So please help out. Like, comment, and share the channel. I'm going to put the space back on. And then we'll get right back into the conversation. Let's go to... Wait, let me just actually set it up so they don't miss out. And then we'll get right back into the conversation. Let's go to... Wait, let me just actually set it up so they don't miss out. Okay, sorted. Okay, space is back on, so let me know if you can hear it, guys. And let's go to Hassan. Hassan, what's your thoughts about the Trump demands and what's happening?
Hi, Simon. How are you? Great interviews, by the way. Dimitri's a top guy, and interesting to see Parsi's views as well. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much all being said. I think there's one possibility which hasn't been discussed, and that's like a semi-taco. One of my friends has usually been pretty good at predicting what happens in the next stage. He said he could go for like a major power plant, some other infrastructure, but not go all out and destroy everything. So it's like another step on the escalation ladder rather than all out. So I think that's a possibility. The other one is they just go for it and might as well go straight to the top, because every day that the strait's closed is a lot of economic damage. So they may be reaching that point where they're getting very desperate. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't see any way out of this. This is the Islamic Republic facing an existential threat, and the American empire facing the empire's existence is at stake. And so we're in an impasse. Strait isn't going to get opened. Empire needs the strait to be opened. Yeah, that's what we're up to.
Bruce, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts about what's going on. The financial market is in disarray, or if people think it's going to be in disarray. What's your thoughts about what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a tragedy, as to echo a lot of what other people said. The financial markets, I think it's so unpredictable now. Things could get far, far, far worse. Unfortunately, we're just under this slippery slope of this fourth turning that things can just get exponentially worse, as we've already seen with some of these crazy comments. I just am trying to do anything I can in some tiny way to have a voice that might make some sort of reason come to the table. As a Republican who had originally supported Trump, I know a lot of people that, might have some kind of influence with him to just, sort of back off of this craziness. And I think that Republicans are some of the most important voices now, because, there's a lot of Democrats who just, they're against the guy no matter what. He could have said the sky is blue and they hated him no matter what. They hated him all the time. But, when you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was a big supporter of him, or Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson, And then, a lot of, millions of other people like me and Gary Cardone and other people like that who just, maybe weren't the biggest fans in the world, but we still supported him. Those voices, particularly people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, because it's hard for somebody to say, oh, this is somebody with Trump derangement syndrome. She's just crazy. She always hates Trump. If AOC says something like she did today, that's just not, um, unfortunately, the media did actually lie about him quite a bit. And unfortunately, there's a lot of his supporters where when somebody like AOC or the media says something, it just goes in one ear and out the other. They just say, oh, this is fake. It's fake news. The media lied all the time. Everybody hates him. Doesn't matter what he does. They're going to hate him no matter what. So somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, right back to supporting, Schumer. And the lesson from the Republicans shouldn't be like, oh, Trump's our guy. People need to have a real soul searching moment right now and think about what this country is supposed to be about, and good versus evil. And I think that right now we've been on a real path towards evil, and we just have to reverse this for the sake of our country and the whole world. So we're in very crucial times, and I hope, I'm always trying to be an optimist. I hope that somehow this shakes up and something changes. I'm afraid there may be a lot of bloodshed before that happens, but absolutely crucial that we reverse course of this utter insanity that we're in.
Thanks for that, Bruce. Appreciate your thoughts there. I just want to welcome Wally and Andy, Amanko, Eva, Mouse, Tony, and Baroque onto the stage. Resistance, give us your thoughts about what's happening on this deadline that's fast approaching. On with it. It keeps saying no audio. What the hell? If the stream does crash, we will restart. So just watch out for that. So if the YouTube stream crashes, we will restart. It keeps crashing every few seconds. I don't get what's going on. So anyway, go ahead. Sorry. What to call it again? Resistance.
Yeah, I do believe that he's going to do it. Again, there's no evidence that, even though he's renowned for TACO, I just think that they're going to go ahead, because you can tell that the Israelis are pushing them to do that, and Iran is not going to. So far, Iran has been retaliating in a tit for tat fashion. I hope that they don't now. I hope they escalate further, and for every power plant that gets hit, they hit 3 power plants in the region that's linked to that's American assets. So I do believe they're going to do that. I do believe that Trump is going to, because let's think about it, right? The Americans oversaw a failed operation. Clearly, this was not successful at all. The American media are saying it looked like a failed uranium extraction operation. They've clearly lost $300 million of assets. Trump is absolutely furious with all his advisors, the Zionist advisors as well. They obviously want to get their own back. They're saying that they want, the deadline, they want to negotiate, etc. But they're powerless, and so the more they're powerless, the more it seems they're frustrated, and they've taken a page out of Israel, in the sense that whenever Israel takes losses, they hit it. They lash out. They lash out on weaker civilian or weaker areas like Palestine and Gaza and Lebanon, etc. But I think they're going to lash out on Iran, on the weak point of Iran, which are the infrastructure. So they're going to do that. They're very annoyed. I'm sure maybe at least maybe a dozen soldiers are being killed in the failed extraction, and a lot more wounded. So they're probably, and $300 million of damage was inflicted on them. So they don't look like they are in a mental state that is in a forgiving mental state. So yeah, I do believe that. I also want to say, Sully, is there are, if you've not, maybe you haven't seen this, but there are scenes of Iraqis storming the Kuwaiti embassy in Basra, and obviously pulling down the flags, and I think they are attacking their personnel inside. That's after what I said yesterday, that Kuwaitis did a foolish thing. They launched missiles into a residential building, killing 3 people, and I'm hearing it's probably up to 5 now. And it's just a foolish thing because they're inviting the Iraqis to invade Kuwait and retake Kuwait back as part of the Basra province. Xavier was posting about it, so I just thought I replied and gave him some context with link to what's been happening in that area.
Thanks for that, Resistance. Darkside, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us a kind of update on what's going on in the financial market and other things.
How you doing, Sully?
Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Doing well, sir. So the financial markets just turned on a dime, which is interesting. I guess Pakistan now suggesting that there be a 2-week pause. Oil kind of falling out of bed, markets lifting. So it looks like our Tuesday taco is at hand. Very interesting. Yeah, oil just traded down about $3 on the news.
Oil's been grinding up. I think it's been grinding up since the massive rise, the sharp spike, and then to 115, and then collapse to I think it's 85, and now ever since then it's just been grinding up with a few drops here and there. But the 4-hour chart is showing that it's been grinding up since the beginning of March.
Kind of playing right into Simon's hands here.
How do you mean,
Yeah,
playing into Simon's hands?
Sorry, I missed that, Beatrix.
I said, how do you mean, playing into Simon's hands?
Well, I mean, go right to the brink, and then here comes the deal, right? I mean, I can't believe Tehran would agree to a 2-week ceasefire, but here we are. Who knows if this is true? I mean, we're just reading what's being.
What did you read? What did you read?
Hold on, is it a 2-week ceasefire or is it just a 2-week delay?
It says breaking senior Iran official Tehran positively reviewing Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire.
Yeah, I saw that, and that's being reported by Axios, I think, right? No, Reuters. Tehran is positively considering Pakistan's request for a 2-week ceasefire. Well, that's being reported by Reuters and Axios. So what I think happens is Axios completely like you give Axios, the establishment will give Axios something, Axios will peddle it, and then the media will pick it up from there. So it's interesting to see their takes, but I take it with a pinch of salt. What's coming out from the other side is the Iranian delegate at the United Nations has said Tehran categorically rejects any temporary ceasefire. In the last 20 minutes, there have been explosions in Doha, Qatar. And remember, Doha's been spared. Qatar's been spared for the last 2-3 weeks. There's been block. Saying diplomatic efforts for the peaceful resolution of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully, with the potential to lead to significant results in the near future. For diplomacy to take its course, I sincerely ask President Trump to extend the deadline by 2 weeks. Pakistan sincerely requests the Iranian brothers to open the Hormuz Strait for an appropriate period of 2 weeks as a gesture of goodwill. That's never going to happen. They're going to do it for gesture of nothing. There is no goodwill there. And there shouldn't be, with them being bombed like that. And he says, this is the Pakistani PM still speaking, he says, we also call on all warring parties to respect a 2-week ceasefire everywhere, so that diplomacy can achieve a final end to the war in the interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. So he's positioning it as I'm requesting 2 weeks. And you can see why. Dated Brent oil has hit an all-time high of $144 now. Now, he's positioning it like that. And I think the way that these guys work is I wouldn't even be surprised if Trump needs to have an extension to this deadline without making a mockery of himself for yet another deadline, another threat, and another, I'm going to end all civilization, but then I'm extending it to save himself from that tiny bit of maybe dignity he thinks he has left. But that humiliation, to spare himself that. I wouldn't be surprised if through diplomacy they've asked Pakistan to request an extension to the deadline, and therefore Trump can say, oh, I wasn't going to do it, but because Pakistan, our mediators, asked me to, and therefore I'm going to do it. Iran's Media Operations Center has issued a warning to residents, travelers, and anyone planning to pass through key bridges and routes in Saudi Arabia. This is breaking news now.
That's
The
exactly
UAE
what
and
he's gonna do.
sorry, who's that? Who was that? Somebody spoke on the space. I want to know who it was. Okay, well, there's only one female here. Eva, was that you then? All right,
No,
well,
it was someone called Mouse something. It had
okay.
a picture of a mouse, and now it's not in the screen. But no, it wasn't me. I didn't
Yeah,
want to
I've
interrupt.
dropped him. That's fine. He won't be coming back to our spaces again because I figured that was a troll anyway. And that's fine. They won't be coming back up. So where was I saying? This is breaking news. This is happening now. Iran's Media Operations Center issues a warning to residents, travelers, and have to understand that America and Israel have spent the entire day today bombing all the bridges and railway stations and train stations in Iran. You cannot spend the whole day doing that and then say, oh, but nighttime, let's call a ceasefire. Iran will retaliate against this. The Pope has just made a statement that the threats posed by Trump to decimate Iranian infrastructure and civilization is truly unacceptable. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, guys, but Reuters is reporting that senior Iranian officials said they're positively reviewing Pakistan's last-minute proposal for a 2-week ceasefire. The White House says that Trump has been made aware of the proposal and a response will come. We're getting all of this news coming at us all at once. So I think it was you, Dark, that was saying it, right? We don't know. It might be... I don't know. Let's see. Back to you guys. Maybe it'll happen.
Hey, Beatrix, I just sent you.
They posted this bit of information. Iran blames US-Israeli aggression in call with Qatar FM. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told Qatar that the crisis is exclusively the result of US and Israeli attacks, charging Washington of using bases in the region countries to launch strikes and warning states not to allow their territory to be used for aggression. Then Qatar Prime Minister condemned Iran's targeting of regional countries, calling it a threat to stability and rejecting attacks on civilian infrastructure under any circumstance. Araghchi then said Iran is determined to defend its sovereignty and described the US-Israeli strikes on civilian and industrial sites as war crimes that must be prosecuted. Both sides called for an end to the war and a return to regional stability. Iran, as previously noted, demands a permanent end to the war. So it looks like, well, first of all, look, I mean, Qatar pretending to be friends, clearly they're not. They're still angry and still bitter. But with Iran, and interesting that they drop site saying that they do want an end to the war, a permanent end to the war. But it doesn't look like that Iran wants that, an end to the war as well. But it just doesn't look like there's a mechanism for it right now.
This is so... I'm just reading these... So somebody has tweeted out, this is somebody who's giving analysis on this war, has said April the 7th, Yemen's resistance will most likely close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the coming hours. This was tweeted out 38 minutes ago, that in the coming hours, Bab el-Strait, that Mandeb will be closed. And Dropsite quote tweeted it, saying an advisor to Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf suggested that Bab el-Mandeb Strait could soon be shut, writing Tuesday, Yemen's resistance will likely close the strait in the coming hours. Okay, so that's an advisor to the Parliament Speaker. The 30-kilometer wide waterway between Yemen and Djibouti connects the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden. It's the only maritime access to the Suez Canal. It carries, and we did cover this yesterday, 10 to 12% of global maritime trade, including 8.8 million barrels of oil per day. And what closing that would mean is that the existing Hormuz crisis would literally double. It would be a double choke point scenario, cutting off roughly 30% of the world's seaborne oil simultaneously. The Houthis control Yemen's Red Sea coastline, have not confirmed this yet, though, but Houthi officials have repeatedly said they could do it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is J.D. Vance today, I did see this earlier, and it was part of the news I was going to read out, confirmed American strikes on Kharg Island. And he was stood on a podium in Europe, in Budapest, next to Viktor Orban. And there was other stuff I was going to read out to you, that because I was saying to you that he's been like kind of condemning Europe, but also saying Europe's very important. And he's been praising Viktor Orban, it was obviously a Zio, saying, oh, because Viktor Orban's Israel first all the way through. So he's been praising Viktor Orban, saying, oh, he's done more for us than anybody else in Europe. But anyway, we stood next to Viktor Orban in Budapest, admitting that America had struck Kag Island. And then he pulled out his phone mid-conference to check an unread text from Steve Witkoff. And then he said the war will end very shortly, and the US has tools in its toolkit it is not yet decided to use. I covered that earlier. I'm just reading this actually. Okay, this is an interesting post about Ukraine. The 8 p.m. deadline tonight is real. If Iran concedes on Hormuz, the energy crisis partially eases and Russia retains some leverage. If Iran does not concede and the US escalates further, Gulf supplies stay offline longer, the molecule crisis deepens, European energy diversification accelerates, and Russia's position erodes further. Either outcome improves the conditions for a Ukraine deal. Interesting. That's what he was doing. So he didn't go to Budapest to boost Orban's election. He went to Budapest because it's the only capital in Europe where he can simultaneously manage the endgame of two wars using the same energy lever. This is an interesting post. Let's see what happens tonight. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I'm just gonna keep jumping in, guys, when we get news. There's a lot going on tonight. We know that American Victoria base near Baghdad in Iraq has been hit. Trump has just told Fox News that I can't comment because right now we're in heated negotiations. He says I can't comment on the 2-week proposal, the 2-week extension proposal, because negotiations are heated. And Qatar's Ministry of Defense has come out and says its armed forces intercepted a missile attack targeting Qatar. I don't know what else. This Pakistan's Prime Minister is again publicly just groveling for this 2-week extension. Cool. He's just going to keep repeating the same thing, and if he doesn't get it, he's just going to keep repeating it forever. I think they see their future role as mediators, Suleiman.
Do you think it's that, or do you think it's Trump telling them, look, say that, and then this will be my kind of opportunity to do a tackle again?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said earlier. That is probably Trump said to them that, you know what, you guys say it so I can say I was forced into it. My mediators told me.
Yeah, exactly. Let me read the super chat, and it is what's going on? It's from I don't have a name. Sully, something big is happening tonight. So many attacks on the space this early. Incredible interviews today. Continue with them. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support of the space. Thank you to Purple Borgs for becoming a level 2 member. Appreciate you. And the cool says Bahrain speaks on behalf of Saudi. Remember that. As bad as it sounds, still down with the GCC. Remember GCC, you said Palestine is not my issue. Appreciate that. Now, there is, guys, I am getting a lot of messages. Okay, I'm just going to block this guy. Okay, cool. So I'm getting a lot of messages that people have been thrown out of the X space. This is why we stream live on YouTube as well. So that tweet is in the nest. We are streaming live, and I actually forgot to change the thing, so I'll do that now. But we're streaming live on YouTube and also X. I mean, I don't know what to do. The only thing I can ask people to do is to retweet the space, reshare it, let everybody know we're live, and that way maybe it may like stabilize the space. But really, I actually don't know what to do because they're intentionally targeting the space. Everyone's messaging me saying they're throwing out every few seconds, and it's actually true because on the YouTube, the audio kept going every 2 seconds, and the reason for that was we were keeping getting thrown out. So that's why I had to bring the second profile up to the speaker panel to make sure it doesn't get thrown out. And since I have, it's not been thrown out. So quite clearly, they know something big is coming today, and they want to make sure that you're not able to hear the news and the information. So anyway, point being, retweet the space, reshare the space. If you're on the YouTube, like it. Again, they've done some kind of block on the YouTube as well. I noticed like every time we'd get close to 1,000, it just dropped down. So I don't know, man. They're stopping your boy. They're stopping the truth getting out, but it is what it is. Simon, was there anything you wanted to add on the market? And then we'll Beatrix, did you finish? And then we'll go to Simon, and then we'll
Yeah, I did. I mean, the British government's just pulled out all its military from Iraq, all of it. So that was announced a few hours ago, and the first thing that came to my mind is, what are your military still doing in freaking Iraq? This is really telling. This whole 4 weeks has told us. I only realized today how many freaking bases America has in the UK. We are fully occupied by America, more so than the Middle East is occupied by America. We are occupied. Like, the amount of military bases America has in the UK is unbelievable. But no, Suleiman, that's it. Thanks from me. We can go to Simon. I can't even see Simon on the panel, but yeah, let's go to Simon.
Simon, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a repetitive machine right now. We're all sat here waiting for something to happen. And every time oil hits $115, Trump tries to pull a rabbit out of the hat. So now the latest rabbit out of the hat is Pakistan saying we're reviewing a proposal for a 2-week extension. So $115, something weird always seems to happen. So I don't know. Let's see. I mean, look, there is a continual infrastructure damage all around the region, whether it be Iran, whether it be the Gulf countries, whether it be Israel. Like, that's just been a continual state. We're getting escalation today, and we're told that something big happens. Oil reacts, oil goes up $115, and we start to find different types of narratives to try and cool the market. The market cools slightly, and then we start again. I don't know how many times we're going to do this. The impact of each one is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But it's getting really boring now. you know, we just need to see, and I guess that's part of it, really, just to have everyone. I almost feel like people don't watch TV anymore, and they've driven us into politics becoming the entertainment in a sick way. It's leading to the death and destruction of people, and we're all sat around here speculating on who's going to die next. And it's actually the real world, and they seem to have, our world leaders seem to have put us into a state where we're all speculating on who's going to be killed next, and sat here watching it like some kind of series that ends on a cliffhanger every time. This is the level of degeneracy society has hit right now. That this is just where we are right now. We're on technology, feeding algorithms, while we all speculate on who's going to be killed next by our world leaders. Where I don't think anyone, everyone's just got record levels of distaste for where the world is headed, and what where our leaders are taking us. And I don't know, like, what else. It's just like, you can just see from the different interviews Suleiman has, right? Everyone's just like, what is this? Like, this is just no one's. Imagine the productivity like effect that this is having. Like, everyone's got jobs, right? Everyone's meant to be doing stuff. They're meant to be productive. Like what level does this have on the economy? Just this level of, like, this lack of productivity that we found ourselves in right now. Like, we didn't used to have to do all this stuff, but it's just a weird world, right? And so now we'll just wait and see what happens on Truth Social, and who gets bombed next.
Exactly. I'm not sure if you mentioned this already, but wait, why's my phone not working now? That's weird. Okay. But where's it gone? Here you go. It says, I earnestly. This is from the Pakistani Prime Minister, and he says the following. He says, I earnestly request
I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of 2 weeks as a goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve the conclusive termination of the war in the interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. So, I mean, it does look like it does seem like they are trying to do a last ditch effort to save the United States of America. And when I say that, I'm not being facetious. It's quite clear that Trump wants this deal badly, hence why he's got the Pakistanis bringing the tea for him and trying to get the deal for him. And it seems like he knows that attacking the infrastructure, I think they tested it out earlier on today. Now I'm starting to think that the Americans were involved in this, wasn't Israel trying to sabotage, but it was to test like the impact of something like that. And they realized the impact isn't as big as they thought. And the harm that it'll cause to the Gulf states is going to be much worse. And I think that's why Trump's scrabbling. That's my kind of initial thoughts. I've not had time to think about it because I've been like really busy, but that's what I'm starting to think is happening.
Sully, can I
Yeah.
just jump in very quickly? Can I just say that the sentiment from the Iranian public and the people in Iran is that there is no ceasefire is going to be acceptable. There is no stopping this. The only thing that stops this is if they stop bombing us. If they don't bomb us for 24 hours, we will not be bombing anyone. We have had a very reciprocal relationship with people. They bomb us, we bomb them back. If they stop bombing us, things will wind down. If they carry on bombing us, as the Israelis intend to do, don't expect a de escalation from Iran. Iran is only doing exactly what you do to it. And what it's doing, you attack one place, we'll attack all 5 places in 5 GCC countries, and obviously Israel as well. But I tell you now, the sentiment on the streets of Iran, and it is from the heart of Iran. And I've got a lot of friends that I'm talking to. They don't want a ceasefire. They want Iran to be left alone. They want Iran to not have to suffer anymore. And the only way that's going to happen is with a comprehensive peace. And that comprehensive peace is not a 2-week ceasefire. So while the Pakistanis are trying to carry water for Donald Trump to find him an excuse to give an extension, I promise you, the Iranians don't want an extension. The Iranians want to carry on doing what they got doing, because if you hit us, we're going to hit you. That's just it. So I don't want people to start thinking themselves like the Iranians are not. We don't want war, but we are going to give as much as people give us. We're going to give them back, and that is from the heart of Tehran, from the streets of people who are on Instagram talking to me, friends in the press corps in Iran. The people on the streets, Javid Zarif, for instance, yeah, his talk of peace, the people want him murdered. People are saying we should take this crowd of people and go outside his house and ask him to step outside and talk to us. And it was suggested on the national TV program. Why don't you, Javid Zarifi, come and walk into the streets of Tehran like our foreign, minister, like the president? Why don't you come and talk to the people and see what happens to you? Because people are not interested in another ceasefire, because everyone recognizes the fact that if we have a ceasefire, all that's going to happen is they're going to rearm their defensive missile systems in place as quickly as possible. They're going to get everything that reloaded again, and they've got an infinite number of amounts of money to throw into it. Now, they've run out of, I would suggest, and this is because I can see things happening the way they are, the bombings and whatever else, they're running out of missiles that they can fire from outside the property. What we've been saying is, come closer. Come closer with the ground attack. Attack us, see what happens. Come closer with the airplanes. We've got defensive capacities. And as far as the nuclear thing is, please don't think for one moment that there isn't an answer for their nuclear attacks on us. If you think that Iran for the last 25, 30 years has not been worried about the Israeli nuclear capabilities and possibilities, and you've got to bear in mind, we think of them as bloodthirsty people, and we do expect them to use it. If you think Iran does not have a plan to reply back in as severe a manner, because you've got to bear in mind, Israel is nowhere near the same size as the toenail of Iran's size. Iran is the same size as France, Germany, Britain. It's like 1.6 million meters, square meter miles of property. So that's Germany, France, Britain, Italy. If you take Spain out, the rest of that Western Europe is Iran size. I don't care how many nuclear weapons you're going to drop on our people. We will level every single square inch of your planet. There'll be nothing left of Israel. And they know that. And on top of that, Donald Trump has got to think about tomorrow what's going to happen if that happens to him as the leader of a country that's allowed nuclear weapons to be used. Because bear in mind, there's the MAD doctrine, which has been in place for all these years. No offensive weapon has been used because there is no threat to the American people for them to do this nuclear attack on Iran. Because of the price of
Wait,
the oil
you're
going
saying
up, let me
you
finish.
think
Let me
you
finish.
think Iran? Wait,
Manco,
but you
please
said
shut
you
up.
think
I'm
that
not here to
Iran can
debate with
level
you. I'm not interested in talking to you,
Israel?
mate. You're just an Israeli shill. Just stay where
I'm
you
not
are.
actually, but you
Whatever,
said
yeah,
you
okay,
think
whatever.
Iran
Okay,
can
I'm not
level
interested in
Israel,
listening to
right?
you. Anyway, as I was saying, if you
No,
think
just
an
to
Israeli
confirm,
bomb,
Iran can level
if you
Israel, right?
think, yeah, it will level Israel. I promise you. You hit nuclear weapons, see what
So
happens to
then why
Israel.
not do it now? Why wait?
Because we don't attack first. Unlike you, we're not
They killed
animals.
Khomeini. They
Yeah,
killed
that's
your
fine.
leader.
You
Is
can
that
kill
not
Khomeini.
enough?
It's not. Anyway, I'm not here to talk to you because I have any respect for you. You're a shill. As far as
Well,
Iran
I
is
don't have
concerned,
respect for you either because you're
I
not
don't
making
really
any
care.
sense. Why
Anyway,
doesn't Iran already
because I don't
attack
want to talk
Israel?
to you,
Why are they
Manco.
holding
I'm
back?
not
There's
interested in
no
talking
reason
to
for
you.
them to be
I can
Okay,
holding
talk at
back.
the same time as you as much as you want.
Let him finish his point. Go ahead, House.
Okay? The point I'm trying to make to you is this. The final consequence of this action is this. You attack Iran with a nuclear weapon, the whole global system, everything is destroyed on that nuclear attack, okay? And then don't expect the world to go back to the day before this, okay? And I promise you, the price of oil will destroy all Western democracies and all these rules that we have in place for the world order and this, that, and the other. That's all gone into the bin. We're living in a new Wild West, and a Wild West where people use nuclear weapons because they can't open up the Strait of Hormuz. So just think about the things that I've said and don't think that Iran's going to bend its knee to anyone. We're not bending our knee to anyone. The people of Iran don't want to bend their knee to anyone.
No,
And leave it
I
as
don't
that.
think you're telling this space or this group or these panelists anything that we don't already agree with. I really don't. I mean, yeah, Iran can hit Israel much harder than they have been. It's been tempered, certainly. At least Sully and I and a few others agree that maybe that temperament has worked against their own interests by encouraging Trump, thinking that he can bully them and threaten them the way that they have. I think Pakistan is doing Trump's bidding, and Trump's desperation is evident. What has to happen here is Israel has to surrender. Israel is the one that has to promise the guarantees of a long-lasting peace and make that commitment something that could be depended upon. That's that's a long ways away from where we are now. If you look at the 15-point proposition and Iran's 10-point reaction, both at least Iran has given up some things in that regard. But I agree that Iran has acted appropriately, maybe too appropriately, and they can do a lot more damage. But threats from either side aren't going to change anything.
But
You know,
Doc,
people
well,
thankful for
Doc,
Trump.
Iran is acting in Iran is acting in a very strategic manner because it doesn't want to escalate anything. All it does is reply back.
No, I agree. My point to that is I think it would have been better had they hit a little bit harder to break the alliance between Trump and the Zionists, both in our government and in Israel. I've asked this question before. Maybe you have an opinion.
I do.
What
My
is it? What is it? Well, here's the question.
yeah.
What's it going to take for Trump to tell Bibi to go screw? This is not an American interest. We're sorry we defended the genocide. We're not going to support more surprise attacks or ongoing warmongering on your Islamic neighbors. We have to find a way toward peace. And if that means that Iran, at least for a time, gets to charge a fee for transit of the Straits of Hormuz, it's nothing more then America, Israel, and Egypt have all basically tacit agreed is due Egypt transiting the Suez Canal. It's obvious the leverage that Iran has, but they haven't played it. So the people that are supporting Trump, like Ron Levin, like Ben Shapiro, both in and out of our government, of course, the Zionists in our government, Rubio, Vance, Tom Cotton, and the various senators that keep this going. They have to be made to feel the pain of the commitment to Israel's warmongering, and it's not there yet. In part because
Just some
Israel is
breaking news, and Doc, I really do apologize. I think you're asking a very interesting. You're about to create an interesting conversation, so it's not an interruption to try and stop that from happening. But because it's deadline, it is a huge day today. It is going to be the deadline. People are waiting to see what's going to happen. Is this the beginning of the end? So, just to give you some more breaking news, the Wall Street Journal is reporting the US and Arab officials say talks are now centering around getting a deadline extension and not a deal. So they're basically saying that the conversations that are happening, we don't know who the conversation happening because the US and the Arabs saying it. So we don't even know if the Iranians are involved. But the Wall Street Journal is claiming that conversations right now, today, are centering around a deadline extension as opposed to a deal. So it seems like Trump wants a deadline extension. Also, Al Jazeera is reporting Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has blamed Israel for trying to spoil Islamabad's efforts to facilitate a ceasefire talk between the US and Iran by attacking Tehran when both sides were in a stage to sit down. That's some more latest breaking news. Sorry, back to you, Doc. Go ahead.
no. I think I
Just
posed the
just
question.
before you do, Doc, just one more piece of news. I'm so sorry, but 15 planes have just left Tel Aviv over the last 30 minutes. So something big is happening. Tux News Network is reporting 15 aircraft have left Tel Aviv over the last few minutes. I assume that's the Israeli government fleeing, but I don't know. Let's see. Back to you, Doc.
Wait,
Are
are
these
those
like
combat
civilian
planes or are
aircraft
they
or?
civilian planes?
Are
What
they
kind of planes
planes
are those,
attacking
Khaleesi?
Iran, Khaleesi, or do we know what the mission is of those planes?
No, they're normal airlines, like as in planes. They're passenger planes. They've left 15 in the last 30 minutes. They're not military. What I'm reading, what Tux News is reporting, that something big is happening. And they feel that it's the leadership probably has left. I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, I
Can
think
I just say, even if there is a ceasefire, aren't the Israelis just going to break it? Do they have any interest? I mean, isn't this the Israeli way? Every single time something gets close, these damn Zionists want to blow up the whole planet. Like it
yeah, that's
started. I
probably.
mean, this is so what's there to trust? These psychos are just going to try to blow shit up.
I'm sorry, you're now interrupting
Sorry, excuse my
the
yeah.
conversation.
Go for
No,
it, Doc.
I think the question speaks for itself, and it goes to the question I was posing before, which is, what is it going to take for America to stop supporting Israel? That's crucial and that's key. And I think that the way that I look at this, as someone who voted for Trump 3 times and has been a conservative influencer for years in this space on these issues, I see the massive disruption of support from conservatives for Trump. Anyone who's defending Trump, you pretty much now know these people are paid to put this content out. They're getting decimated by the narrative of support for Israel or for the war or for any characterization of Iran as a terrorist state, as someone who's causing this and deserving of the just the horrible rhetoric and promises of Trump. It's quite clear to me that Trump is begging Pakistan to be this go-between and make it all go public. But here's a question I have, and I'll turn it over to the space. Is if you can confirm this, there was a 15-point plan. Iran responded with a 10-point plan, but I read that tweet or that post from Iran was deleted. I would think that Trump is not going to carry through with his threats no matter what. And I think it would be a mistake for Iran to agree to any extension or ceasefire, and certainly not giving up the leverage of paying, forcing a toll on ships transiting the Gulf. Um, but we have to disentangle Israel from our politicians and their control. And I think the dangerous part about this is I think Trump's controlled by the Epstein files, and he'll do anything to keep that undercover.
Well,
And BB, in response to Trump saying, okay, no more. We're not going to assist you in any more attacks. We're not going to allow you to blame us for your attacks and go ahead and blackmail me. What's BB going to do at that point? Would he blackmail? Because then it's all over, because Trump will lose power. We'll have JD Vance, but JD Vance will be worried about being elected president in 2 years. And
so
he'll modify his behavior. So those are my thoughts, just broadly speaking.
what I want to say to that is, one, I agree, but here's the issue. Trump has dropped everybody around him that is against this, and his entire inner circle, everybody that's, praising him and making him feel like he's God, are these neocons, Zionist Jews, and evangelical Zionists like Pete Hegseth, Sean Hannity, Laura Loomer. I mean, he called Laura Loomer up right
Right,
after the
right.
bombings.
That's
So
all.
how do we
That's all. Wait, that's all granted. We understand that. We've been
so how
talking
do we
about those
undo that is what
people.
I'm saying.
Well, no, I don't agree, because Trump isn't just listening to those people. He's also listening to people like me. He's also listening to the polling that they're doing, the accurate polling of the loss of support, not just for the war, but for Trump's administration and the prospects of reelection in November. Trump has to get this under control. He has to find a way toward peace. He has to find a way to tell the American public that the spike in food and inflation that's going to come from what's already happened and what's already baked in the pie can be resolved, or he's going to lose power. The conservatives are going to lose power. The Democrats will start impeachments, and our government is going to just crash to a standstill. And it
Well,
all
Doc,
depends
what does that
on
peace
whether or
look like?
not Trump can be compelled by the blackmail that is certainly being applied in this circumstance.
So,
Doc,
Doc,
let me just
tell us
jump in
what the
here.
peace looks like.
Yeah, Manka, I need to jump in. So, a fire has erupted in the old city of Jerusalem, and smoke was filmed emerging from a location next to Al Aqsa Mosque. It's the third holiest site for Muslims, the Al Aqsa Mosque in the city of Old Jerusalem. It could be a false flag by Israel themselves, and I suspect it is, because Iran would never hit there. There's a lot happening tonight, guys, and we will just keep jumping in with the news. There's also reports of airstrikes on the Fajr petrochemical complex, Mahashar in Iran. So Israel's going all in, hitting every site it can in Iran. There was also a statement from Trump just now. He said to NBC, let me find it. So just in case you missed it, what's been happening in Iran is that the completely devoted and patriotic Iranians, these young people, they've created a human shield around their power plants. As in they've linked arms and got around, like, and put a ring around their power plants. And Trump's told NBC that it is totally illegal for Iran to have young people surround power plants as human shields, adding that they're not allowed to do that. And when asked about what's going to happen tonight, he also said, you'll have to figure that out. When he was asked, is the whole civilization going to die tonight? He said, you'll have to figure that out. But he's calling them, he's saying it's totally illegal for them to actually do that, and they should not be allowed to do
Well,
that.
so is genocide. So is a surprise attack in another country. I mean, Trump has lost his fucking mind. He look. He is obviously blackmailed, and it's obvious to me that he's responsible for the worst possible conduct. And that's the only way to explain the irrationality that we now see. I'm not convinced, to the previous comment, that because the Zionists are telling him that this needs to be done, that he's listening to Ron Levin and attacking Tucker Carlson as someone who's stupid. I mean, people like myself look at that and go, what the? The hell? Sorry, I almost said the F word. What the hell are you doing? Tucker couldn't have been closer to Trump during the time when Trump was promising to be the no new wars president. It's one of the reasons that Tucker, as a former neocon, regretfully a neocon, recognizing the mistake that was made, as I have made the mistake that was made in 9/11 and the war in Iraq, that he's condemning Trump. It's someone's got a gun to his head. And I'm just wondering, what's it going to take for Trump to man up, take responsibility for his conduct, and do what's best for the country, for Iran, and for the world?
Oh, I just want to say,
Okay, so let me just read
yeah.
this really quickly. I'm sorry, I'll give it back to whoever was speaking. New York Times reported today that before the war with Iran, Netanyahu privately briefed Trump in the White House Situation Room, where he presented a bold plan for a quote unquote quick victory by striking Iran, destroying its missiles, preventing a counterstrike, and even provoking a regime change. Trump immediately liked it and said, I like this. But American intelligence strongly objected. They said military strikes possible, regime change is a farce. This is what the CIA told him. Advisors warned that Israel was exaggerating its capabilities, but Trump dismissed their concerns. Regime change, that's their problem, he said. He focused on destroying the leadership and defeating the Iranian army, believing it would be quick and decisive. Trump asked each advisor for their opinion. Vance told him it was a bad idea, but he'll support him. Rubio said would only support if the goal was a military strike, not regime change. The military outlined the risks but didn't object, and the lawyers said it was permissible. The political team warned of a negative reaction but deferred a decision. No one decisively blocked this decision, and here we are. So this was Netanyahu had a private briefing with Trump in the White House Situation Room, and he presented the bold plan for this quick victory, and basically said, here's my plan, America, go achieve it for me. And New York Times is saying that it was left to America to achieve this. It was not going to be his problem. He actually said it's not going to be our problem.
Just some more
Beatrix,
breaking
I sent
news.
you.
Just some more breaking news. Four explosions hit American camp victory base at Baghdad. We also have no, damn, I went against it. But basically, in the embassy, well, here you go. Iraqis have raised the flag over the Kuwaiti consulate as well. So yeah, significant movement, guys. And as I said, we're live on X, we're live on YouTube. Retweet the space, reshare the space. On the YouTube, make sure you like and comment. We've got over 1,000 people on the YouTube. We did break past it for a bit, and then we're around about that number. So do that as well. That would be awesome. And guys, like, this is crazy. Just think about it. We always spoke about what would you do when you were walking towards the end of the world, when you knew a nuclear bomb was kicking off. Well, we kind of have something like that. 8 p.m. If it goes through, if it follows through, it will be the beginning of the end. It will be catastrophic. If Trump does what he says and threatens, and Iran responds, billions of people will die. We're going to be witnessing probably one of the world ending events that we thought we'd never see in real time. So we're obviously going to continue giving the news and information, and I do appreciate all of us being here. All was it 6,000-7,000 people being on here, relaying the news and information, and I appreciate each and every single one of you. Back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, just some more news. So US Israeli forces have just bombed Iran's Arak Aluminium Company. This is the country's largest producer of aluminium, and this has happened just a few moments ago. The spokesperson for the Qatam Al Anbiya Central Headquarters, this is IRGC Central Headquarters, has said the Iranian armed forces will take action against the infrastructure of the US and its allies, depriving them of the region's oil and gas for years and forcing them to leave the region. So yeah, I think America's still holding on to the region in whatever shape or form it can, but it's going down, guys. It's going to go down tonight.
Leave Dubai now, guys. Leave Dubai now.
So I sent that New York Times article. It's paywalled. So I pulled up an archive link of it and I DM'd that to you, Beatrix. I also posted it in the Purple Pill in case anyone wants to read. There's a lot of detail in there. Essentially, the argument that's being made, this is all from anonymous sources for a book that's coming out. The argument that was made is that there was a secret meeting that took place where Netanyahu and his team came and did an hour-long presentation to Trump, and they convinced him to go into the war, and J.D. Vance was against it. And the CIA said there were 4 things that Netanyahu said they could do. First 2 had to do with the military objectives, the decapitation strikes, and the actual like fighting of the war. And the CIA said, yes, those 2, yes, we can do those. The 3rd and the 4th had to do with regime change. And they said, no, that's not going to happen. That's ridiculous. Because Netanyahu tried to sell Trump on a bunch of stuff like, oh, yeah, these are all these moderate leaders that we can get to take over, and then they'll do whatever we want. And the U.S. intelligence said, no, that's nonsense. It's not true. And Raising Cain, Trump's favorite general, also said, yeah, basically every time the Israelis come in and try to sell us on something, they really oversell it. And this is just pretty much what they do. But they essentially, the argument is that they convinced Trump to do the war. J.D. Vance was against it for quite a long time and was trying to minimize it. Eventually, once it was clear that it was going to happen no matter what, J.D. Vance said, well, then at least if that's going to happen, go in hard so that you can get it over quickly. So we can see that, and by the way, I think the odds are very, very, very likely that Trump, because Trump always does this, he does these huge threats to gain leverage, and then he backs down very quickly. I think we're going to see another extension. But I think the real news is that regardless of what Trump does, the real news is that Israel's already started. You've seen news in the last 24 hours. Israel has already started hitting economic targets in Iran. They don't even care. So if Iran's going to do the escalation, then Iran has to escalate anyway, because Israel's not waiting for Trump. They're already doing the economic targets, hitting the bridges, hitting the, like you just said, the aluminum plant and everything else.
Well, what they should do then, they should focus on attacking Israel and not the GCC countries. That's what I think. And
No, Doc,
I
you're
mean, I
wrong.
agree.
I'm sorry, but you guys are wrong. Look, Manco, Israel is the beast that America created. America went into Iran. America went and bombed. Now that America's feeling the heat, America can't say, oh, it's all right, Gov, we'll back out of it and leave it. We'll leave. I mean, unless America says none of our air bases are going to be used, we're not going to give a single penny. We're going to evacuate the Middle East. We'll leave the Middle East completely. None of our air bases are going to be used. We won't have any in the Middle East to protect Israel anymore. We're not giving any money to Israel anymore. We're cutting all ties with Israel. It's not our beast. It's not our baby anymore. We're leaving it between the two of you. Then, yeah, sure. But no, while you're funding it, while you're allowing Israel to use your bases, I'm sorry. But as much as I hate to say it, even the UK is open target. They're
But
using our
Dimitri,
bases. If you can't
wait a
stand the
minute.
we're
heat,
not
get out of the
feeling any heat
kitchen.
though.
And you know what? No, let me just finish. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. And you just read what I read, that Trump was persuaded. Even the CIA said to him, even people within his cabinet said to him, look, you know, they oversell things, Israelis do, and we're giving you caution against it. He chose to go in there. He chose to do this. He chose to put American troops' lives on the line. He chose to put people in the Middle East, their lives on the line. He's killed thousands and thousands and thousands of people across the Middle East. Right? This is Trump. This is on Trump. This isn't on Netanyahu. I'm sorry, but if you tell me to go and rob somebody's house and I go and rob it, I'm the thief. Okay?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not the person
we
telling
all
me. You
agree.
can't separate them. I'm sorry, Doc, but look, let me just
No,
give
I'm
some
not
news as well,
trying to
really
do
quickly.
that.
But this
I'm
whole thing of,
Khaleesi.
oh, they should just go after Israel is really annoying now.
No,
You
no, no, no,
fed
no,
the
no.
beast that committed the
Israel.
genocide for 2.5 years. You
Look,
cannot separate yourself from that. Blood is on both hands. But let me just
I
give you some
have
news
not
quickly.
done that. I have
55
not
members.
suggested it.
Doc,
What
let
I'm
me just
suggesting.
give some news and I'll give the mic right back to you. 55 members of the US House of Representatives and 2 US senators have called for activating the 25th Amendment to the US Constitution to remove Trump from power. 55 members of the House of Representatives and 2 US senators. I believe Suleiman's team is going to post the names of them out right now so you'll be able to see exactly who they are. I'm not going to read the name out. Go ahead, Doc.
No, I'm just trying to clarify what it was I was suggesting. I think it is already the case that Trump is having severe second thoughts about continuing the attack. and I won't go into why I think that. I think that's been sort of the collective opinion. What I've always wondered is what's it going to take, and this is the question I was just asking, for Trump to cast Bibi and the Israelis aside, to make it clear, by the withdrawal of the support, rhetorically and actively, that Israel is the one that's attacking without America. Okay? And I think that the best way to do that for this brief moment is to focus the attacks on the infrastructure in Israel, to deliver pain to Israel, as opposed to destroying the gas and infrastructure of the GCC countries, because that'll keep Trump in it. So
Doc,
I'm not saying that not address that, but the bases have been largely abandoned. The American bases might still be there in terms of real estate, but they're not functional. And
um,
even if they were functional, they're not taking any action that's changing the dynamic whatsoever. So go after Iran's or go after Israel's nuclear plant. Go
Doc,
after, yeah.
Doc, who's refueling those Israeli planes? Who's supporting the
No,
infrastructure
I'm
for
not
those Israeli
saying that
planes?
America isn't helping them, okay? I'm not saying that. I don't understand why that isn't clear to everybody here. What I'm saying is, how do we get from where we are, avoid World War III, a potentially nuclear World War III? And I think the pain first has to be delivered to Israel
So, Doc,
because they are the one who are pushing this.
Just to answer your question, I think you asked a fair question. The problem with doing what you said is, though, Iran will be left in a situation where they'll be decapitated, and there will be no actual pressure or there will be no consequence for the actions of Israel or United States of America if you see it as solely being Israel, which I don't think that'll ever be the case. But let's go with the hypothetical there.
How would they be decapitated if they haven't
So,
already?
so
That
what?
plan failed, right?
Now I'm going to explain to you what I mean. So what I mean is, if Israel continues with what the Americans and the Israelis plan, which which is Trump's demands, where they bomb all of Iran's power plants, energy infrastructure, and desalination plants, then you can respond to that with Israel, but that won't have the same consequences in terms of the United States of America, because Israel can't do that without the US supporting them. And so what the reason for the threat with the GCC is, hypothetically, let's say this hypothetical where the GCC says we're neutral, we're not getting involved, you're not going to use any of our air base. First of all, Israel will struggle to hit that attack anyway. But let's say hypothetically in this world they are, even then you need to create a deterrent, and the deterrent is actually the Gulf states because of their complicity in this. So it's kind of like you can't let them take you out without there being the consequence that you said, which is that the Gulf will be taken out. It's an equal and opposite reaction. Or in this way, what will happen is your country will be destroyed. Israel will be hit, but they know they'll get refinanced by the Gulf and America again and rebuilt, and you're just going to lose. So if you don't want to lose the war, that would tactically not be a great decision to make.
No,
Suleiman,
I agree with that. Just real quick, Michael. I agree with that. I think it's a two-step process. I would hit Israel first and see what the response of America is.
doesn't Iran have, they just said they have like 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones, and yet they're only shooting like 10 missiles a day at Israel. Shouldn't they at least take 5,000 of those missiles, 15,000 of those drones, one third of their stockpile, and use it to devastate Israel? Wouldn't that send the message and serve as the deterrent? Like, why pick on the GCC countries when Israel is the one bombing them?
Because the only way that these attacks are even substantiated is with the help of the GCC countries. So if GCC countries were
Not
involved,
for Israel. Israel's not using the GCC countries. They're
Ma-
doing their own thing, and maybe they have American tankers, and that's it.
yeah, they are.
mangoes,
no, they're
mangoes.
using. That's not true. They're using the American. Go ahead,
Yes,
Andrew.
Yeah, yeah, mangoes. Listen, I know what you're saying, but Solomon's right. They're using the GCC more than you can imagine. I mean, without that close proximity, they're totally, and the GCC is totally complicit, and they are using it militarily.
So Kuwait, and Iran are where the attacks came from. This so-called uh, pilot rescue. which clearly I think the consensus is among Scott Ritter and this space, is that that was an attempt to grab the enriched uranium, a failed attempt.
Yeah.
And that those aren't GCC countries. Those are countries that are
Well,
really under control of America at this point, Iraq and Kuwait.
I think it's a very valid question, but to just add some light to add another layer to it, as we know, it's only attacks on the GCC infrastructure that affects price, and so the economic war, Israel is pretty much irrelevant in terms of impacting market and price, but the Gulf infrastructure really impacts price.
But Simon, that's a world war. When you're trying to affect price, you're not affecting price for the US and Israel. You're affecting price for the world.
Well, that's what this is. This is an economic leverage point in order to end this once and for all, not have a temporary ceasefire. That's what I think is happening here, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like if you go and you do a drive-by and you shoot up my house, and then I'm like, "Hey, where are you from?" That's Simon Dixon. Oh, he's from this city. And then I go and I shoot up the grocery stores and the gas stations in that city instead of just going and shooting up your house. Like, it's so indirect. It's so crazy.
It's the
Oh my
economic
God,
war.
what a
Like,
dumb
it's
analogy.
obvious.
Let me give you a better analogy than that, right? If you come and blow up my neighborhood and I come looking for you and all the other cities in my town give you and your terrorist harbor cover for you, fund you, then they're all open target. That's what's going down here. Not gas store,
Beatrix,
outright
W
terrorism. And all of these
W analogy.
countries were complicit.
Beatrix, the equivalent analogy is
See the
that
benefit of Beatrix hanging around with me. She's come up with a great analogy there, but do
the
continue.
Beatrix, the equivalent analogy would be Mancos shooting at somebody's house, and then the driver, and then we attack Mancos and the driver says, "I got nothing to do with it. I got nothing to do with it."
It's just
Yeah,
crazy.
look,
Like, you know what? I'm at that stage now where I'm like, you know what? Fine. We won't have food to eat. We won't have gas. We'll have to stay in our houses. Go for it, Iran. Because get rid of this demon once and for all. Freaking, I'm sick of Zionism controlling our governments and our world. Bish, bash, bosh it out of here. I'll go and live back on. I was actually thinking yesterday, somebody was talking on this space. I don't know if it was you, Simon, or something. And I thought, oh my God, what if I said to my family, let's buy a farm and I learn farming if that's the only way we can survive? Like, literally, I'm willing to leave the city and stop being a city girl and give up my life and go and live on a freaking farm if that's what it takes to survive this. But we will survive it in whatever way, shape, or form. Yes, we'll have to give up our luxurious life. But you know what? There's been a genocide by Israel in the Middle East probably every day since it existed. And it has to stop. And this Zionism, the evil ideology that spread, it has to stop. And if Iran's doing that for humankind, then you know what? Big up Iran.
And full
so
disclosure, I'm ready for the end of the world as well. I had my last northern fish and chips thinking we may not get them again, so I'm ready as well. I'm ready to sacrifice from now.
Wait.
I've already got no diesel.
I'm
I've sacrificed my diesel.
I'm not ready to give up the romantic comedy that I'm living in right now. I'm meeting women in this space. It's just I'm meeting women everywhere. Life is good. Yes.
did you get back from your cruise?
Yeah, I did. Um, but look, we have to be smart about this. Obviously, Israel and America deserve every bit of damage in equivalent measure that we've committed on Islam and the Muslims of the Middle East. It's all justified. It's all righteous. It's all an eye for an eye. I get it. But I think it's incumbent upon us, looking at the entire population of all these countries, knowing that no one has any ability to affect what's happening in their country. We're all just standing by. We have a voice, but I'm imagining millions of Iranians in different villages around the country who have no idea what's going on, who just want to live their lives. So I think that de-escalation and/or attacking the real problem first, meaning Israel and the Zionists, is the best way to go. I'm not ready to say, okay, for the next 20 years, our world economy is going to be damaged in a way that isn't going to hurt the elite. It isn't going to hurt the leaders. It's going to hurt people like us and the people who aren't like us, but who have the same interests. Peace has to be the first goal here. However, we get to it, we have to get to it in a way that
But
ensures.
that's what they're doing. Iran is saying there's it doesn't. We could decimate Israel if we wanted to, but America won't let us. So how do we make plain? How do we inflict pain upon Americans? Well, we impact price, and once price is impacted, then America has to decide, and that's the point of this. If you just decimate
Wait,
Israel, then
they need
nothing
our
gets achieved.
permission. You said America won't let us. We
The
can't
need
stop them from attacking Israel.
That's what we're doing now. What do you think
that
we're doing now?
exactly.
We're,
Of course you
we're
are.
getting ready to nuke Iran for Israel. And yeah, Trump
No,
is
we're
with it.
not. No,
This
No,
is
we're
no,
not.
no. There's no
Hold on,
talk of
Manco. So
nuking.
you
look,
paid
can I
for
just
everything. You created all the equipment. You created the narrative. You created the media that they utilize. You created the technology. I mean, come on. I know all the Americans love to say this was Israel. This is America. This is the American Empire, and Israel is your little experiment that the British Empire handed over to you because we
Fine,
weren't strong
fine.
enough to prop it up.
Have it that way. Put the
We weren't
horse
even involved for many years.
cart, or
We've
put the
been
cart
involved.
before the
We've been
horse.
very much involved. We've
What?
always been
No, we
involved. When have
haven't.
we
Not
not
the
been involved?
foundation of the state of Israel, or for quite some time
I don't
thereafter.
care. I don't care. We've always been involved. We've sacrificed Americans for this. And you know what, Simon?
No, no,
I'm
we
not even going
haven't,
to do
Casey.
the whole
You don't
blaming.
know the
See,
history.
you've been talking this whole time, trying to nuance, killing a civilization and making it seem like, oh, this is just how Trump talks. This is not normal and it should not be normalized. Like, I'm trying to stay calm. Like, it should not be normalized. When I saw that tweet this morning, I literally had to pray. This is
Who's
crazy. If I could just
normalizing
go,
Trump's
that?
been
go ahead,
talking like
y'all.
this
Just
for
go
10
ahead. Just
years.
go ahead. Just go
Wait,
ahead. He's
who
never
is
talked like this
normalizing
before. He loves it now. He loves it now.
Fuck, Trump
I
has
can't finish up, so go ahead. Just go ahead.
always followed this path. From going back to 2016, the reason he came into power is
Doc, he never talked like this. Not like this.
yes, he did. Yes, he did. And he's
I
been
used to
doing
defend him when I was a Democrat. He never sounded like
Carlson. He just goes over the fucking top, trying to scare people, intimidating them in the midst of a negotiation. It's the art of the deal.
no, this is not part of the deal. This is
So
evil. You do not wake up. You,
rhetoric and supporting that at this point, there's been a break
crazy.
between Trump and his supporters who supported that type of rhetoric because he's always done this. He's gone a step further, without any doubt. He's gone a step further. But he has always done this and benefited from it.
That's a nice way of you to say, yes, Casey, you're right. He's gone a step further. You've just proved my point, Casey.
Hating
Thank
the
you
right
very much.
people. He got elected twice by hating the right people. But now he is supporting the evil
He
Zionist.
is evil. You have to be evil now to be a part of this. No, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not even saying, look, I know I talk about Israeli expansion. I'm sorry, because I gotta cut in. Because we're not gonna make any excuses. We've taken this is our responsibility now. Because somebody should have had some courage in that White House to say, we're not doing this enough. Okay. Instead, he's tweeting about killing civilizations,
What do
okay?
you want to
Ending
do about it then?
civilizations. Like, what
What
do I
is
want to
the
do about it?
best what
I
is the
want this
best
government
next
shut down
step
in
except
America. That's what I want.
raging on a space? We have to take action. What action do you suggest?
But I mean,
He
I
is the
called my
commander
representative,
in
but he
chief
blocked me.
and
So
the
I,
president of the country. He has that power. He cannot be removed before he can continue with his power. I think the only leverage that we have is the political process.
And he doesn't support evil Zionism. He is an evil Zionist.
yes, he is.
Okay, fine. Label him however you want. He is still supporting the Zionist agenda without any question or doubt.
because he's one of them.
Yes, of course. Again, still, some Zionists are breaking, and they will break.
He
And the
I tell
bigger
you
the
how I
threat
sum him
is,
up,
they will continue
Simon.
to break. This is not an unbreakable alliance. It's just not.
Well, I think it is, to be honest. I think Americans have had enough of this lying, cheating, pedophile,
Yeah, we have had enough
over-tanning
of it.
scumbag,
Of
Zionist
course, we've had enough
scumbag
of it.
that's come
What
to
is it going to
leech
take to get
off
Trump to stop?
Americans for Israel and his family the line cheating Zionist
Yes, I
scumbag,
agree. We
pedophile.
agree. I
Yeah,
agree. That's the
so it makes me
question
feel
is,
better,
okay,
George.
now that you're there and we're all in agreement about that Trump is the reason this is happening, what's it gonna take to get him to stop? If you're concluded that he won't, then Iran should go full on right now. Fuck it, attack everyone. But they're not doing that because they don't see it this way.
I think it's what Iran is doing: impact prices, impact markets, and do what what you
Again,
can
that's a
do.
long-term play, and it's not going to keep Trump from
It's not
going
long term.
nuclear if the
It's
Zionists
short
are
term.
still in control.
Just some
Well,
more
it's all they
breaking.
got.
Yeah. Just some more breaking news. Airstrikes hit Bakhtar electrical aluminium plant in Iraq in central Iran. So they've now hit two, almost like three aluminium factories. 8 explosions have been heard. So they're attacking Iranian infrastructure right now, well before the deadline anyway. So that's happening. But back to you, Beatrix.
Yeah, let me just have a look for any other. I can see a couple of hands are up. Let's go to Casey. You didn't finish your point because I know the guys are interrupting you. So jump in and then we go to Eva. And
Yeah,
Jonah
thank
has Jonah Krasenstein's just joined us as well. So we'll go to him in a second. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Casey.
Candace. Thank you.
But, so yeah, no, yeah, and I'm not going to take too long with this point right now, but I mean, yeah, I hope Iran turns all the bases into rubble. I do. It'll save Americans too. Then American troops don't have to, go to those bases and get involved. We should have never been involved. We're what? 2 hours to deadline, 3 hours or something to deadline. If this man decides to do what he's saying he's going to do, and I don't want to hear about art of the deal. I don't care. Like, you have to let that type of, nuanced kind of talk go. He knows full and clear what he's doing. He gave his daughter to these people. He didn't even put his hand on the Bible when he was inaugurated. There's nothing he won't do. If he happens to not do it today, that does not mean it's off the books. It's not even about if it's getting done. It's the fact that America, we are accepting that our leader talks like this. I'm going to end this civilization tonight. All of this isn't art of the deal. This is just like, I can't wait to do this. That's what it sounds like to me. So, 3 hours before, I'm praying for a miracle, but we should have took care of this long time ago. I'm complicit in this too. Yeah, I didn't vote for him this time around. I wish I would have been paying more attention when I was younger to stop all of this, to stop this establishment. What can I do? I can't go back in the past, but I don't know. All I could do is pray. I'm seriously like, I don't know. Because as far as like, I don't think Trump doesn't want to do this. I used to say that actually maybe a few weeks ago. I'm not saying that anymore. He's gung-ho, he's with it. So it'll have to be a miracle. Something will have to happen to stop him. And that's the point. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And we're going to keep you updated with all the news, guys. News is coming in thick and fast this evening. Eva, jump in. Thanks for waiting.
Thank you. Since Trump threatened to nuke the whole Persian civilization, something that I've been asking since yesterday, also in another space and in another space before that, not here, but in different spaces. And every time I ask, I hope he or not, please, to put in prison Trump. I mean, if there's a reason to put someone in prison, this is more than any other of the reasons in the world that exist. To put him in prison now, I mean, not to impeach him, not to any of these things that take time. To put him in prison like in the next 2 hours, the next hour or 2 hours. There are like plenty of crimes that he has done. He's the most terrorist person in the world. He has more crimes behind than anybody else. Pedophilia, a bunch of thefts, huge thefts, war crimes, terrorism, and only for what he said today that he wants to end by nuking a 3,000 year civilization. It's more than enough reason to put him in jail immediately. And I think that I'm not a law expert, but I would like to ask, please, if there are people here that are experts in law, if they can say ways of doing it, because I won't believe if someone says, no, it can't be done. No, it can be done. So either if it cannot be done, it means that the whole political system in the US is 100% criminal, because justice is made for not having justice, or the people around him, everybody around him, are war criminals as well, all of them, because for that reason, only for what he said, if you exclude all the other crimes, there's more than enough reason to go to his wherever he is right now, handcuff him and take him to prison, just to prevent the worst um, world terrorism ever. So, are there people here that are low
Thanks, you guys.
experts
Give some
in
breaking
this?
news. Appreciate
Yeah.
it. Regional sources quote some good news may come soon with the deal possibly closing tonight, driven directly by Pakistan's Army Chief Asim Munir. This is the latest news that they're pushing out about that. Seems like propaganda to me. And guys, people are glitching out quite a bit. If you're glitching out, then do just join back in. But yeah, people are glitching out. What's happened to the people? If you are glitching out, then don't stress. Just come back straight back in, and also retweet the space, reshare the space. Okay, fine. I thought it was crashed. Okay, let's go. Whoa, what's happening? Everybody dropped off.
Let
Okay.
me just read this out, Suleiman, really quickly. Trump spoke to Fox News minutes after Pakistan's request for a 2-week extension. He refused to comment on the ongoing negotiations and said, I can't tell you we're in heated negotiations. He declined to address Pakistan's request for a 2-week extension. The White House confirmed Trump is aware of the proposal and said a response is coming soon. That's all we know. We're getting the same message from all the outlets at the moment. Iranian journalist Mehrab Khalil says Iran's paid a heavy price and accepted to endure other severe blows if Trump carries out his threat. It doesn't look to me, despite what American media is saying, that Iran's going to back down at all. They will stick to the fact that they don't want a temporary ceasefire. They want a cessation to all of it, the entire region being lit up by Israel. Now, that's not an unreasonable ask to say stop killing across the region. And the only person or the only entity that can make Israel do that is America. So Trump's got to guarantee that Israel will not do this anymore. But Trump can't guarantee that because Trump has zero control over Israel as much as he likes to think he has. So I think this is the conundrum we're going to be in. Yeah. I don't know. Gary, how are you? What are your thoughts, Gary?
I'm good. I'm hoping that this little pause brings something, but man, bringing it down to the wire. 5:04, 3 hours. Markets started recovering, and the crude started, selling off a little bit, like there's going to be a deal. We'll see. We'll see. But it's man, how embarrassing to think what they're going to say about this in 30 years in the books, assuming we're allowed to write the truth. I'll pass it back.
Just
Well, we're,
Thanks,
wri-
feedback.
Gary.
we're
And you
writing
know
the
what?
truth right here, right? We're writing this truth
Just
right
one
here.
second. I just want to give some news. If you wanted to have any evidence about how terrorist and genocidal Israel society is, Israel's Channel 13 has got a countdown clock for Trump's threat to destroy Iran's civilization, and they've proudly displayed it on their news channel, the countdown to ending Iran's civilization. This is the most open genocidal society on the planet, and it's normalized the annihilation of entire people. They're celebrating it. They're counting down in Israel for Trump to go ahead and do this. How disgusting is that? Doc, you want
Just
to
some
make your
breaking.
point, and then we go to Jonah?
Just some breaking news. Trump has come out and said he will destroy Iran within 4 hours of the deadline expiring. So he said he will destroy Iran within 4 hours of the deadline expiring.
I don't
Sorry,
believe it's
just
going to
did he
happen.
just add another 4 hours on top?
He means like once after the deadline, basically within them four. Yeah, well, I guess that's one way of looking. Another way of looking at it is like within those 4 hours, that's when he's gonna start destroying Iran.
Have you seen Animal House? It's like double secret probation. It's like we're gonna keep making the same threat over and over again. Just modify it just a little bit because you haven't reacted in the way we want so far. I don't think he's gonna go through with it. Israel will. I think Israel will, and blame it on the U.S. or the U.S. will be responsible and want to disclaim responsibility for it. But no, I don't see this happening.
beyond Israel attacking infrastructure. And I think Iran needs to return.
Convenient. It wasn't us, it was Israel.
Well, sure. I mean, they both point the finger at each other for their own national, political discourse. Trump has already come out, so has Rubio, in effect, is saying that they were fooled into this attack. As Manko's pointed out, the New York Times the Zionist New York Times is reporting it.
Doc, give it a rest. It's Trump that's threatening to end the civilization. It's not Netanyahu. So please just give that a rest. Let me give some more breaking news. Spain's
That's not
embassy
what
in
I'm
Qatar
saying at
is
all. You're
asking
misunderstanding me.
Spain's embassy in Qatar is asking their citizens to prep for the worst. They're urging nationals to stockpile water, food, and medicine for a possible shutdown. Spain's embassy in Qatar, this is. They're asking their people to prepare for the worst. God. John, jump in, Jonah.
Hey,
Hey
may I?
guys,
I'm starting. Hey, Jonah, what do you think? I'm starting to think that maybe Doc and Beatrix need to get a room. What do you think?
Look, if you've known them for the past 3 years, this is not new.
Well, this is my point, my friend.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's two things I want to say. One, Beatrix, I think, is going to like. The other one, I think she's going to hate. But first off, I want to really call attention to what the Iranian people have done. I don't know many Americans that would put their body in front of nuclear power plants or bridges in America if they were being attacked. I'm sure there would be some, but there's people that are going back to Iran to go do this that are outside of Iran, which is absolutely, in one way, the only way I can describe it is insane. But the love of country that these people have is just on another level.
I think that's beautiful. I don't know if it's
It's
insane, but go ahead.
beautiful.
I
It's
think it's
not
beautiful.
insane, Joe. It's beautiful. We've seen basically Iran say, no, we're done with this.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean by, I don't mean it as a negative thing. It's just I've never seen it in my lifetime of a people doing that, right? And that says a lot about them, right? And I think that I wish that was more in the news, because how do you defeat people who are willing to die for a bridge in their country, right? How do you defeat a people who are flying back from safety to go put themselves in harm's way from a threat from a terrorist president, right? That's pretty amazing to see. But the other thing is I do agree with Doc and Manko on the GCC thing. Look, GCC or any country for that matter, right, has to either align with the West or the East. There is no middle road, right? In part of those deals, we want defensive weapons. America requests to be able to use their infrastructure. And that's just the way it goes. We know the GCC pushed back on this war. We know the GCC was saying, no, you can't use our airspace in the beginning. We know those things were happening. I think putting so much focus on the GCC is exactly like someone said. It's like, I'm going to go after the driver, not the guy who murdered the people inside the bank. Right? Yeah, the driver is responsible. Yes, he's a target.
Shouldn't have been
No,
driving
hold
around
on,
a murderer then,
hold
should
on,
he, Joa?
hold on,
Shouldn't have been
hold
driving
on,
around a murderer then, should he?
hold on. They don't get the same time, right? And sometimes I feel like the space would rather see GCC go down than Israel. And it's weird to me, right? And that's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, I get it, but they're either going to be with China or be with America. They have to be. They couldn't just simply kick them out. That's not the way this works.
Joe, I just want to real quick.
Right? That's
No,
not the way these deals work at all. And you should go after the perpetrators. Do that. Right. But the people who had contracts in place for defensive weapons, and in that contract, they need to allow them to use their airfields and things like that, shouldn't be making them a target. Do you see what I mean? Yeah, the infrastructure that's being used by that people who are attacking you, 1,000,000%, go for it.
The GCC.
But not the other things. It's just my
This
I
opinion.
just,
is
if I can just say
ridiculous.
this, I'm gonna give it right back to you. Like, I just want Joe to know, I do feel some type of way that Qatar is gonna be destroyed. I wanted to go. I wanted the chocolates, okay? But it is what it is. So no, we don't just want that, okay? I just want to be clear, okay?
I think
Okay, just to respond to his point,
Joe, I know you have a lot of love for Dubai, right? But your emotions are taking the better of you.
I do, but
Yeah, the emotions
yeah,
are
I
taking
look, I
the
do.
your emotions are getting the better of you, because in reality, how it works is this: it's not that the space prefers the destruction of the GCC over Israel. I think it was a choice; it'd be a no-brainer. We always say it's the sister, it's the junior partner, but it is indeed a partner. They cannot attack Iran without the support of GCC. No evidence that any of these Gulf states, other than propaganda, did not allow it. They lied that they didn't allow them use their airspace, and we found evidence they did. They lied and said they didn't let them use their bases, and they did. They lied that your favorite country, UAE, allowed missiles to be hit against Karg Island. Kuwait, missiles went out of there to hit Iran directly. These countries are complicit, and the reason they're complicit isn't just because of the driver. It's that this attacks on Iran simply would not be able to happen, especially in the manner that they're happening, without the support of these countries. If these countries said, look, we want to be neutral, like we don't want to get involved at all, it would have been a totally different situation. They didn't allow their air base, their military base, their airfields, their actual
But they
specific.
have to under contract, Suleiman. That's the thing. Like
It doesn't
that's
matter though. It doesn't.
they
But this is the
tried.
problem.
They
No, but the
tried
problem
to say
is,
no.
no, but UAE, it's not a contract where they allow an actual missiles to be launched against a foreign nation of Iran. That's not part of the contract. That's them being complicit. Them coming out and say they want to be complicitly involved in the invasion is involved. All of these things are involved. And when it comes down to it, they shouldn't have signed contracts with America to allow their airspace. In the Middle East, if America's using their airspace, who are they going to use their airspace against? They know it's not going to be against Israel. It's going to be against other Muslim countries. So even signing that deal, they know what that deal is for. It's for the murder, annihilation, and genocide of other Muslims. So even if you look at it from that point of view, what they've done is horrific. These people are completely complicit. Yes, if there was a choice, if you said, Suleiman, gun to your head, choose one country that you want to, that you'd want, it would be Israel. But that being said, a very close second is the your favorite country, the UAE, and then the other countries are close third, fourth, and fifth. So these countries are massively complicit. These countries, for example, your country of the UAE, I don't see anything they do. Other than the specific genocide that they've done in over 3 years. I mean, UAE has done it in Sudan, the genocide in Sudan. You look at the hatred against Muslims that purported both countries do that. You look at the treatment of the underclass, the supremacy, both countries do that. There's basically a huge overlap in their conduct in terms of both countries. But okay, let's put that aside. The main thing is this war. This war doesn't happen in the manner it happens without their support. And that was all it was. Is all the situation was is if they'd remained actually really neutral, Switzerland, there wouldn't have been a problem. Iran wouldn't have been hit the way they hit. Where's the refueling tankers gonna? They wouldn't be able to do this operation. Now the fact that the Abraham Lincoln isn't there, the fact that the Gerald Ford isn't there, where do you think all these attacks are being facilitated from?
No,
That's why, Sully.
I know it's being facilitated from there. There's no doubt, Suleiman. The thing is this is not as easy as, oh yes, we agree, go ahead, use it. That's not how their
Yeah, and
contract
if you
works.
help someone take me out, Joe, I will come for you as well. It's very simple. That's how it works.
Yeah, I get,
Yeah,
but there's a difference between helping someone and or someone saying, you're not allowed to use our airfield, you're not allowed to use our airspace, we're not for this war, blah, blah. And then US plays their card and says, look, we have this contract, we have the right to use this. Do you
They're
want us
doing
to take
both.
away all your missiles?
They're doing
Because
both.
that's what would happen.
Yeah, it's
They
fine. You give up
can't.
your missiles. You don't destroy. You don't destroy another nation for
And then
Israel,
you
United
leave
States,
yourself
America.
totally
And not
open.
only that as well. Well, they've done that anyway now because they're getting decimated. And not only that as well, they've actually launched missile attacks from their country at Iran as well. You're
Yeah,
not gonna.
they have now, for sure.
Not now. This was a Karg Island. When was the Karg Island bombing? It was like 2, 3 weeks ago.
I don't know. I know Saudis got involved. I don't know about Dubai and all the other ones. But
No,
Saudi,
they all did.
Saudi,
They
Saudi
all did,
was
Joe.
Saudi was 2, 3 weeks. I mean, the Karg Island bombing was 2, 3 weeks ago. That's only the evidence we actually found. Never mind before that what they were doing. The Kuwaiti one was the March the 24th, I believe, which again is nearly 2 weeks ago. So yeah, these guys are not only using their airbase, not only using their airspace, not only helping with the refueling and letting the planes there, which in myself for me is enough. Enough for them to be obliterated, but also in addition to that, bombing Iran from their countries.
It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy, Joa. Look, why isn't Iran attacking Turkey or Azerbaijan or Turkmenistan or Pakistan? Because they're not agreeing to use their airspace to launch this attack on Iran. But somehow the GCCs, all of them, have been allowing
You know the U.S. could force Turkey to use their airspace. They don't need it. That's why, because U.S. could force them
because
to
you
use
got the
their airspace.
GCC there. That's why. Because you got the GCC.
No, not because you have the GCC. It's because it's part of NATO. They're
No,
allowed to use it if they
no.
want to.
Turkey
It's
said
it's
no.
not like a look.
Turkey
You
and
think these
Azerbaijan.
countries are sovereign? They're not sovereign.
Guys, look,
Turkey.
Right?
guys, can we be realistic though? Let's imagine you're sitting in Turkey or any of these countries, and 20 B-52 bombers let you know that they're 10 minutes out. You're not going to say no. I mean, come on. It's silly. Like these alliances have been in place a long time.
But
I mean,
what is an alliance, Gary?
well, any like just all the people that are operating. But look,
No,
you
but
got
what
20.
is an
You got
alliance?
a loosely or firmly aligned agreement between two entities that
Yeah,
may or may
so
not
so an
survive. I mean,
alliance is that two separate entities come
well,
together
but I think this
for
is bigger
a
than that. Like, just think though, there's 20
similar
B-52s
goal.
coming into the UK, dude. They're going to let them land,
Yeah, so the point is, it comes
right?
back to the same point. But what is an alliance? An alliance is two separate entities coming together to achieve the same goal. In this scenario, the
Well,
alliance is
not necessarily to achieve the same goal. Maybe one has one goal to achieve, and the other has some other agenda to achieve. It doesn't have to be the same goal, but I
no,
think
because
we
an
agree.
alliance, no, because you're talking about they might have different motives or reasons, but actually, an
Well,
alliance is
do you and I have an alliance?
yes, because our alliance is against war, right? So on that bit, we're the same,
But the point I'm
right?
trying to make is
We
I may
wouldn't have
have
an
an
alliance if
alliance.
it was like we were totally different on things.
Yeah, but I may have an alliance with you on, a subject, but I may have a different opinion on a different subject. I mean, I
Exactly, but
see
the
that
but
this.
the allied, well, what would the alliance be? It would be based on not war, right? That's an
Well,
example.
bro, I got to tell you, like, if you landed on my doorstep, okay, I mean, I would give you the consideration of having you in my home if I could help you because
Well,
like you're
even
a
if I
human
murdered your
being. So I
brother,
have an alliance with you because you're a human
even
being.
if I murdered your brother,
Yeah, I'd love to welcome you in and then I would fucking put you through immeasurable pain.
exactly. So that's what's happening. They're being put through immeasurable pain for what they did. And the only problem is the GCC are not putting America and Israel through immeasurable pain, so they're not even going as far as you would.
Yeah, they could look. They threatened to create a force majeure on all their contracts and investments with the United States, but they haven't done it. So they've shown that they can exert this. They can exert this lever, but they haven't done that, and they've allowed America and Israel to go carte blanche all over their airspace and use their bases and launch HIMARS into Iran. So what is that? That's complicity. That's supporting this attack on Iran. They deserve everything they get now.
Who is they in this instance?
The GCC. The GCC, they said they're going to continue the 1.3 trillion. This is UAE. They said they're going to continue a 1.3 trillion dollar investment. They supposedly Trump signed $5 trillion worth of investment across his GCC, right? They said during the war, after 1 week or 1.5 weeks of intense bombing again on their land, they said they said that America is not defending them and they're prioritizing Israel, and that they're going to they're considering canceling contracts and create a force majeure on investments and contracts with the United States. Since then, that was 2 weeks into the war. Since then, no, they haven't done anything. So they've shown that they can exert that lever, but they haven't chose to exercise that.
Some breaking news: the Fajr petrochemical plant in Badr Mahshar in southern Iran has been struck. So they're already hitting the infrastructure. This is what I mean. This is like a test for them, and they're realizing that the result of the test is that actually, even by doing what they're saying, the pain that's going to be achieved by hitting Joe's favorite country and various other Gulf states is going to be much, much painful for them. And therefore, this is why Trump likely is scrambling in the last minute to maybe try and get a deal. So it's not looking good for them. But back to you, Beatrix.
Hey, Suleiman, isn't your favorite country America?
Okay, you
I
got me,
mean,
bro.
you've said it before,
But
right?
I don't
So
defend them. I don't defend
I'm
them, though,
just
bro.
okay.
I love the American people. Shoot me for
Yeah.
loving American people, Joe. I like you
Yeah,
too, Joe.
shoot me for loving people who live like I do, which are
Yeah, but the
immigrants,
problem is you're defending the
which
UAE government. I'm not. I'm attacking the
no,
American
I'm
government right
not.
now.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I love Dubai. I really
No, but
do.
you're
Because
defending the
I
UAE.
like the
I'm not
people.
defending America. I'm
No,
attacking America for their actions.
I'm just saying relationships are a bit more complicated than you think,
So you
right?
can't make the comparison. Listen. This is I think you made a great point there. So it's true. America is my favorite country. I love being there. I just feel like it's so amazing. I love the people. I've never met an American in real life that's been annoying. That being said, I'm calling out the American government for their actions because I think they're evil. The difference here is you love the UAE because your posh millionaires are all there with you in
That's
and
not
your
even why, Salman. It's
uh,
someone who doesn't feel like they belong anywhere because they've always moved around from country to country, and then you have a country full of people who are exactly the same,
cool.
right?
And
That's the
yeah,
only reason.
and the point is anyway, that bit was a joke, but that's fine. But you like being in the UAE, that's fine. You love the expats in the UAE. I don't know how many Emiratis you know, and how many Pakistanis and Indians and workers you know. But whoever you know in the UAE, you like them. That's fine. But you're not calling out the UAE government, and I'm saying that's where the differentiation is. I'm calling out the government for their actions, and I think every American, I give them a lot of credit. I'm not American, although I do spend a lot of time there. But any American who is thinking, I love my country, I love the people in my country, but the actions that this president is doing is so evil, so horrific, he does not represent me. These are the actions of an evil, demonic man, a devil, and we will rebuke him. They need to be given a huge amount of credit. And any person in the Dubai, actually, I know many people in Dubai who actually, and actually, funny enough, some of them Emiratis, I know I kind of attack them sometimes and joke around about them, but actually, a few Emiratis are like, this is disgusting what's happening. But obviously, a lot of them are supporting the government as well. So it is what it is. These people need to be called out for their actions.
Hey, can
Andy.
I jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is yeah. I mean, exactly. I mean, our government in America at this point is pure evil. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, we've been over this, but like Alex Jones even was like one of the last like kind of anti-establishment people that still supported Trump, and he's now even turning. He's in a comment called said this is a mad King George 2.0, and yeah, Trump is completely mad. He has none of like his biggest supporters left at this point. His supporters are complete Zionists with Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, Ben Shapiro, and then literal random Twitter influencers like Gunter Eagleman and Vince Langman. Like he literally has people saying, "I hope power plant day didn't start early. I didn't get my popcorn and beer." Like that is true. Like being demonic, literally wanting to order food to watch power plants be bombed and a humanitarian crisis being created. So if Trump tacos, it's at least fully exposing all the people who supported this and like it's and how just how evil people are. It's fully exposing that. So that's good. And it's also exposing the people who called it out and who are righteous and we're like, hey, Trump's mad, he needs to be removed, or like you, and even like I get maybe not calling for Trump's removal necessarily because JD Vance is going to be no better. JD Vance said we have other tools in our toolkit, so yeah, like JD Vance is fully on board. But the people who rightfully said Trump is mad, like we need to stop this, like yeah, we know who fully now who is on the right side of history, whether they got there later than others and who isn't. But the fact that still so many people are actually cheering on the bombing of power plants is disturbing. And yeah, if Trump tacos, obviously not all of the GCC oil is not going to be destroyed, but Iran does need to offer up a harsher response because infrastructure is still getting hit pretty hard. And yeah, there's not going to be a ceasefire. It's just going to be, oh, negotiations are going very well. I'm dealing with a rational regime because I got regime change for the third time now, and then it's going to get kicked down 2 weeks. Oil's going to slowly tick up over those 2 weeks, and then the new normal for oil 2 weeks from now, if the strait is closed, might be 125, 130. I mean, we're not going to have markets completely plunged. This is just punting the can down the road. But the reality is the strait's closed. Oil's not going to dip back below 100 or anything crazy. So, yeah, it looks like Trump desperately does want a taco because I mean, he's nuts. I mean, he's crazy, but he still knows that the global economy is going to collapse the second he does this. And he cares about those gas prices. He's constantly just constantly posts about, oh, the tax cuts saving the average American $3,500. Yeah, all of those. Yeah, if the stock market plummets down 40%, those tax cuts are completely erased, and half of America doesn't own stocks.
Problem is the money in the market does not think there's going to be this attack, this nuke
Yeah,
at
exactly.
all.
Exactly, which is really weird. But eventually, the markets are going to collapse. Like if we just stay at the status
Is it
quo.
weird or is it rational? Right.
Well,
I mean,
Well, think about it with COVID. You had COVID circulating around worldwide for months. It was getting bad in China and Europe, and then eventually it just hit and it all came tumbling down at once. So we might reach that point where it's going to be a slow burn. This war kind
but
of
it came
continues.
down. It came down before lockdowns, right? Which would slow down the economy. So the market was smart, and before the lockdowns, they sold.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is if the strait remains, it might not ever get to that. I mean, I feel like if the strait remains closed another month, like if this is still going on at the beginning of May, I mean, the markets are going to have to tank because you can't go that long without this oil. It's going to have to start tanking at some point. The Dow's not going to be able to stay up in the mid 40,000s. Oil is going to have to go above 120, above 130. If this is still going in another 3 weeks, I just don't see how oil can stay below that 130 marker. It's going to have to keep slowly going up. It's not just it's not going to just instantly explode above 200. Now, if Trump actually goes through with this and the oil infrastructure in the Gulf gets decimated, we're going to wake up with oil instantly at 150 because that's 20% of the global supply just instantly offline for years. And then then we're talking, I mean, total economic collapse. But yeah, I think the markets are just holding out for a deal, and it's just going to be a slow unraveling of the markets unless there's that major escalation.
Thanks
The
for that, Andy.
markets,
Let go ahead, resistance.
the markets are going up. So SPX is now at 6,600, and so since the start of the day, it's gone making a new high, a sort of weekly high. So
That happened when they did the Pakistan announcement.
yeah, so they must be thinking that there's a deal that's going to happen, or a taco or something. So, and this isn't going to happen, but we'll have to wait and see. But look, whatever happens, Israel will continue to bomb infrastructure anyways.
Hi,
I got
everyone.
some news. So, a senior official, Iranian official, tells Jeremy Sahel that Pakistan PM Sharif's 2 week ceasefire proposal is essentially the same as previous Trump's attempts, which Iran has already rejected. He says a balanced proposal endorsed by all mediators has already been conveyed to the American side. Washington now has at its disposal all the elements required to reach a decision that will bring an end to this war. Iran is publicly rejecting the Pakistan proposal hours after a senior Iranian official said Tehran was positively reviewing it. The positively reviewing frame was diplomatic courtesy. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of all of that. They're saying, look, this is the same crap you gave us last time. We already said no to it. We want an end to all the fighting. We told you the steps to make an end to the fighting, make it all go away. You don't want to stop the fighting. You just want a brief pause so you can regroup. And we've already said no to this attack. So let's see. Time. I mean, these are all second and third hand quotes. So we're still waiting for the decision, guys. But yeah, back to you, Suleiman.
Resistance is alive. No relation to me. He sent me a message saying, "I'm from Pakistan, and I can tell you this Pakistani regime and military dictatorship is CIA and US lapdog. And I think now they're
No, no, no.
story."
Resistance. Stop there. We're not going there. We're not going there. These are like I don't even want to say who they are. These people that spout this rubbish, right? And who they support. The biggest Zionist of all is who they support, and they want to occupy every space and cry about the fact that their Zionist leader is sat in incarceration. We're not going there. Please don't read out any messages from anybody who DMs you. We're not going to make this about Pakistan's domestic policies, not going to. So if you're listening to this space and you have any ambition that you're going to come up and do that, go do one.
Hi,
Sorry.
hi, everyone. I just wanted to comment about one thing that was brought up on like why Iran is targeting the GCC earlier. And you know, this might be a little bit controversial, But I just wanted to say that if I was the leader of a country, like in Iran's situation, right, any country, and you've been sanctioned for 47 years by the world, you haven't really attacked anyone in hundreds of years, you're not an aggressive nation, and you're constantly under threat by the most powerful country in the world and its little pet in the region, you know, and threatening attacks on these countries is the only way to make anyone have any pause when it comes to destroying your country and killing thousands, possibly millions of your people. Then honestly, it wouldn't even matter if those countries were facilitating attacks. Like if that's the only way to get the world to speak up, put some pressure on the United States, and get the United States to put some pressure on Israel and have any hesitance to destroy your country, that already gives you a duty to do it. Because as bad as it might be for other people, if you don't do it, then millions of your own people are going to die. And then add on top of that the fact that they are complicit in the attacks. I mean, it's just I don't really see how it's even a question.
Yeah, it was driving me crazy earlier hearing like just these like basically CIA talking points of the poor GCC countries, oh they didn't do nothing. Like dude, they just launched HIMARS from Kuwait like 4 days ago. So anybody saying this nonsense, like they either just don't understand or they're not paying attention or they're running cover because they're gonna try to paint this narrative that Iran is some regional irrational actor that is just like attacking its neighbors for no reason because that's exactly what they want you to think. That's exactly what America would love for you to think so that they can justify what they do to Iran in response. Meanwhile, they have like HIMARS coming out of Kuwait. They have like KC-135s, stratotankers in Saudi Arabia refueling. Look, if Mexico allows Russian Su-57s to fly over its airspace to attack America, what do you think America does to Mexico? Mexico would turn into Gaza. Okay, and most of the people saying that Iran is this irrational actor would absolutely make excuses for America turning Mexico into Gaza. So I don't want to hear like this double standard. It was infuriating to hear that earlier. But yeah, I agree with what you said too, Thermo. It's a pretty crazy. I can't believe they even like, oh yeah, my poor GCC, they didn't do nothing wrong. Like dude, get out of here.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, and
I mean,
also someone's also said that Kuwait. So I heard someone saying, I don't know who said it, that Kuwait wasn't even considered GCC, and I'm like, what? Maybe I misunderstood it. No, they're all complicit. They are. 'Cause I'm not. I know not Oman, but they are very actively complicit in this genocide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
yeah, and
Qatar and the UAE and Kuwait are all hosting U.S. aircraft anyway that are being used for like sorties and active bombing campaigns. So yeah, it's a lame excuse, and you're gonna see it invoked. And the people like they're just regurgitating talking points that the media fed them anyway, because the media wants to make Iran look like this irrational actor. Anything to justify the U.S.'s actions. That's all.
Kuwait has
yeah,
been
and I mean, all
HIMARS.
you have to do is ask yourself if Iran wasn't threatening to do that to the GCC, if they didn't take out some energy facilities after the South Pars gas field was bombed the first time, would the U.S. have any pause? Would Israel, and would they put any pressure on Israel for Israel to have any pause when it comes to completely devastating Iran and millions of people? And if the answer to that question is no, then I just don't even see how you can argue the other side for a second.
I mean, look, let's not forget Saudi Arabia was pummeling, with the help of the United States, pummeling Yemen, basically destroying Yemen for 7 years. And no one did anything. And UAE and everyone was living comfortably in all these GCC countries as if with no care in the world. The fact is that Iran has got this lever. Well, the fact is Iran has got this deterrent and this destructive capability that Yemen perhaps couldn't exert at that time in terms of its missiles capability, and the lever of the Strait of Hormuz, which will obviously cripple the GCC. from a military point of view and from an economic point of view. So this is the only reason why they even care in the first place. I agree with you, Thermal. So and Kuwait was actually launching HIMARS just 3 days ago into Iran. So I don't know why anyone thinks that they're just innocent bystanders or fence sitting or neutral in this whole endeavor, and they're the victims being attacked by Iran. It's absolutely ludicrous. They're using everything at this, well, practically almost everything at their disposal to support this war. When you look at neighbors like Turkey,
Resistance, can I ask you a question? What's been hit more, GCC or Israel?
Israel,
No, it hasn't.
we just
No, it
haven't
has
seen the
not.
pictures. Look, I'll show you. Okay, let me show you the stats. I'll give you the graph, and you can have a look for yourself.
No, I think it's definitely been a. If you mean just combined GCC countries or Israel, then maybe the GCC countries. But as far as any singular country, it's been Israel by far.
It's also harder to hit Israel. It's way further away. You can't use the same types of weapons to hit them. So it like you also have to consider it proportionally.
I don't know. Unless I'm misinformed, I think the GCC has been hit more than Israel.
Joe, I think what you're talking about is more drones have been sent specifically and don't say GCC. We know who you're talking about. You're talking about your lovely country of Dubai, UAE. The more drones have been sent there, but the reason for that is there's actually a tactical reason, which I guess we can say now because they're going to be destroyed tonight. But the reason is because actually the UAE of all the Gulf states actually had the better defense. And what they were doing was, in True Promise 1, True Promise 2 with the Israelis, where they were sending so many drones and so many more older missiles in order to work out what their defense was. That's what they've been doing to the UAE. So now they know all the defense and their weaknesses. They're going to be obliterated tonight.
And I just want to say
We'll
too,
see.
I
We
have
will see,
nothing
bro. We will
against.
see, bro. Choose a second best country now, Joa. Choose a second best country, my brother.
I have nothing against the people in the GCC. I really don't want any of this to happen. I truly don't. Maybe other people feel differently. I understand, but
No, listen, I want to wait 1 second. Not the people. This is incorrect framing. Nobody wants any people to get harmed anywhere. But as a state sanctioned sponsor of genocide, if you're talking about UAE, as a state sponsored sponsor of murder and mayhem, if you're talking about Yemen and maybe even genocide there as well, as state sanctioned murder of the Somali people, as state sanctioned hatred and Islamophobia against Muslims in the West, as state sanctioned abuse of the underclass, then yes, the state is responsible. And I do see the Israeli state as being worse, but many of the crimes that we speak out against Israel, they partake in those crimes. I just don't blame. So basically, the Jewish Zionists are bad, and we call them out, but these Muslim Zionists are also bad as well, and that's why I don't bring like religion and all these kind of things. If you're a bad person, you're a bad person. If you're a good person, you're a good person. But individual human beings, of course, like I gave you the America example. What more evil, demonic statements or president can you have than Trump of what he's been saying or what he's been doing over the last 40 days? But I don't blame the American people. The American people I mentioned before, flipping pretty awesome people. Go ahead, Thermo.
yeah. And I didn't want to frame it in that way. I just mean, the consequences that are gonna befall even me, living in America. I don't want to experience the consequences. Like we're all in the same boat on this, but
And let's
I
be
guess
clear
I'm
on this,
just.
Thermo. These two countries we're speaking about, Israel and the UAE, as people are the least impacted. Because most of the people are not even from those countries. They're all foreigners coming from foreign lands. If it's the Israelis, they're coming to steal the land of the Palestinians. If it's UAE, it's a bunch of foreigners in their land and not many people. So they can just go back to their home country, no problemo. They don't have any issues. It's not like you're destroying Iran, which is their homeland full of Iranian people. These people are mainly travelers who've gone to different locations based on whichever
things enthuse them at that given time in their life.
No, that's a really good point. I mean, Iranian passports aren't even accepted by most countries or a lot of countries around the world. So if you're Iranian, you are kind of just stuck there. So you're 100% right about that. But yeah, I mean, this will obviously have global consequences, which I am deeply afraid of. Like I'm thinking about this every day about what life is going to be if this happens, and I really don't want it to happen. But at the end of the day, from the Iranians' perspective, from their government's perspective, it's like, well, this is the only way we have of making the entire world try to put any type of pressure to prevent this from happening. Because if we don't, everyone's just going to be kicking back in their chair, watching us get destroyed and watching us be turned into Syria or Iraq or any of these other countries that have been destroyed, And so I just, even though as much as I don't want to live through the consequences of this happening, I really can't blame them.
Well, I don't know about you, but I've been told I've got free access to the Isle of Man as long as I get Beatrix's um, petrol that she's been siphoning off from these cars. Then we're all sorted. Let's go to Ashkan. Ashkan, jump in.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me. Um, so yeah, about these GCCs, like Resistance was saying, they're not sovereign states. They don't they don't have any say really in what happens in their own countries. Um, for example, the throne of Mohammed bin Zayed is guarded by British special forces. He doesn't even trust his own people to guard his throne. Um, further, furthermore, I mean, I don't know if you guys listen to Brian Berletic at all, but he says something that is pretty. It sounds really spot on. He says that America just wants the Middle East destroyed so that China can't get fuel from there. China relies on Middle Eastern fuel, and America doesn't. And America doesn't care if the Middle East gets destroyed and China can't get its fuel, can't run its economy, and the whole world gets destroyed, and America just sits back and
Yeah, that's
watches.
that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, who's this?
Inevitable
The
China. Yeah, it's retarded.
CCP.
Yeah, it's a retarded talking point. Like 40% of China's energy is electric anyway, right? It can ramp that up easily. It can continue to expand export or imports from Russia. So it's ridiculous. I don't know. That's been a stupid point. Yeah, let's take the entire global economy and our
Inevitable.
entire
Your merchant ships are electric. I didn't know that.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it
Well,
look.
is where
China
your
also
whole
produces a
economy
lot
is.
of its own oil.
Well, let's take
China
the
produces a lot of oil too.
well, that's correct too, as well as
Go
a
on, Joe.
No,
huge
Take
a
that.
huge
it's
refining of oil as well. We
it,
refine quite a
it's
bit of oil
it,
as
it
well,
will
but
cause China a lot of
Go on, Joe.
problems.
Destroy the
yeah, it'll cost
CCP.
It will
everybody. Yeah,
cause China
the
a
whole world.
lot of problems in the meantime while
Look,
they get
America should
everything
just
wrapped
literally
up.
nuke the whole world and then rule over its ashes. I think that's a better idea than whatever that
That
guy said.
that's basically the strategy. That's basically America's strategy. Just destroy everything and sit back.
Well, suffer the most. I realize, like, we don't produce anything in America. We have very little industrial base compared to what we need.
Your rubber
Thermo,
band
you
is
rubber.
So that
your rubber
I
banded
don't.
thermo.
Oh, is it better now?
I
Yeah.
have
I
got to
was just
say, I've
saying,
never
America's.
heard Inevitable go from 0 to 100 ever, like he did when you criticized his country. My God, did that defense come out? Freaking hell. My neighbors even heard that. Wow. But go ahead, Thermo.
Yeah, CCP will get came out
Yeah.
hard. Joe even made Joe get scared. Joe, I never seen Joe mute the mic so quick.
I was
You're rubber
way
banding.
more than
You're gonna have
China.
to. You're gonna have to reset. You're gonna have to reset.
Okay.
Joe, any response to inevitable, or do you want to keep the Chinese happy?
Yeah.
Because
No,
if
no,
once the
no, no.
Chinese take over, Joe, then that might be your second option.
No, China's cool too. I like China a lot.
That's backtracking.
Not as much I love Japan, which the Chinese probably won't like, but anyway. Look, he's not totally off. This is about transporting fuel, right? Who gets to transport it, who has control? Because whoever has control of that is the superpower. And we know that China's trying to do it. I mean, I said it all the other day. Like I've been following since 2012 because of a paper I saw that had to do with why Russia needed Crimea, why they then needed to go into Ukraine, why Syria was going to be a problem because it's the biggest shortcut to transporting fuel. Why Israel probably would attack ports along the border in the Levant, which then that port blew up in Beirut. Like that's all this is. It's a fight for who's going to control the flow of energy. And to say that, oh no, China doesn't need anyone else's energy, and that's a fool's thing to say, right? I understand there's electric, but majority of China's thing is in exports, and if you don't have the diesel for the boats, you don't have exports. So what are you going to do, right? And where do they get that diesel? They're not getting it from Russia. They're not getting that much from Russia, right? Where are they going to get it from? Canada?
The vast
Canada's going to
majority.
turn their back on America?
No, I was
No,
gonna
go
say
ahead.
the vast
Ships don't run
majority.
on diesel.
The
Ships run
vast majority is from well, the biggest import of oil is from Russia. But look, the
Yeah, but
idea
you
that
don't
closing down the
you
strait.
can't make diesel
Good.
from any kind of oil. You need a specific kind of oil.
Yeah, for sure. But like from the Persian Gulf, right? The kind of oil that China gets from the Persian Gulf can be diversified as well. And plus, look, China has already a massive, massive strategy, right? And it was dealt with early. Like the I don't know if you've ever heard of the Malacca dilemma, which kind of feeds into kind of what you were talking about. And this whole idea that the U.S. could target the port of Malacca and really the Malacca Strait, I should say, and then potentially cut China off from energy this way. And this was a contingency that was really pointed out back in like the 90s and 2000s, and that's really been kind of like it dovetails with that rimland choke point, that you talk about.
Yeah, it's the
So
propaganda that
the
goes in the
reserves that
U.S. that
yeah,
China's trying to take over the South China Sea, and
well
which
yeah,
is
but like
they should.
the
It's theirs
yeah.
basically.
Well, yeah, it's the ancestral sea, but the power of Siberia is already pretty much like flowing at full capacity, and the expansion, um, is going to continue. Like in Myanmar, there's another pipeline that bypasses that strait to begin with, and Kazakhstan and China have a crude line, and there are a bunch of other lines that are continually expanding. So yeah, like look, China's not going to. The idea of closing okay, we're okay. Here's 5D chess. We're gonna go in. We're gonna hit Iran, but it's really about the nuclear weapons. Okay, no, obviously that's bullshit. No, it's really about saving the Iranian people. Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah, it's bullshit. No, no, no. This is really about getting after China. That's always like third on the list, right? They always just like rush to the China defense when every other you know steel man for that reasoning is just like proven to be complete bullshit. And so they say, oh well, China needs energy too. Hey, well, the U.S. needs aluminum, right? You need aluminum from the Persian Gulf or from the GCC countries as well. And without that, how are you gonna continue that AI tech bubble circle jerk that you guys have going on? How
Cool.
about the
Just some
wait?
breaking
Oh, go
news.
ahead. You got it.
Okay, yeah, cool. Okay, we got it. You love China. The breaking news. I am hearing that there's a huge movement of aircrafts in Saudi Arabia right now. So I don't know what that could be. If that's for offensive attack on Iran, or maybe they are getting ready for a bombardment from Iran. But we're seeing significant movement and motion in Saudi Arabia as well, more than anyone's seen in quite a considerable amount of time. So We are seeing that. Things are escalating, obviously. Everyone's waiting. There are possible statements about deals, but it's mainly coming from American media and Pakistan, which is America's vassal. Those are the two that it's coming from. There was a tweet that went out. Actually, I need to tweet this out. I was just looking at the news, where it shows the Pakistani president, Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. He has a draft message, which quite clearly either shows that the Americans gave him it to write, or one of his aides did. But yeah, it seems like he doesn't know what actually is going to go on the page unless he's told what to write. So I'm not sure about this deal, but what we do know is, what we're 2 hours away now from Trump's deadline. We're 2 hours away from Trump's deadline, and Trump says immediately after the deadline, within 4 hours, he will have completely destroyed Iran. So just to let you know, it's going to be a long night. It's going to be unfortunately concerning night about how far this is going to escalate, but obviously we'll continue to give you the news and information as and when we receive it. Let's go to
What did that message say though, Simon? You're saying that he had a draft and you could see the draft.
yeah. Actually, let me get it. Where did I put it? Let me get the message. Here we go. It said draft. Oh yeah, I found it now, so I'm on Twitter as well. It says draft Pakistan PM message on X. He's like, yeah, this is your message for X, by the way. Diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of. Oh, it's the one that he ended up posting out. It just on the top line. So you know the one he posted out, which said diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future, to allow diplomacy to run its course, and to request President Trump to extend. And remember, it was basically the message we read out earlier, but the version that previous version he accidentally posted before he edited it, it said draft Pakistan's PM message on X.
Okay, I thought it was something else.
If Iran gets nuked, it's like Pakistan getting nuked. Iran would have to be nuked like 10 times, and the westerly winds would draft it into Pakistan, and then life is over for them as well.
Well, if they are complicit on this, then it is what it is. Listen, I'm not holding back on anyone. Anyone who's in bed with the America, anyone who supports America and Israel in this war, then they are complicit. And if you want to be at best neutral, I don't think neutral is the best stance to take as well for anybody. But okay, if you want to be neutral, be neutral. But
But
if
there's got to
you're
be more to this, Solomon. Like there has to be. There's no way Pakistan is just going to commit suicide for, the glorification of Israel.
okay, Mr. China, I know you love
What do you think?
Pakistan. I know you
No,
love
no, no.
Pakistan. Well, I think what's really happened, if you want my actual analysis on this, I think what's happened is Trump has gone to Pakistan and said, please, or not please, actually, he won't say please. He'll say, hey, boy, write this message. And then they're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And they've ran and they've basically wrote the message out. And they're thinking, writing the message isn't going to impact the relationship with Iran. It's not going to impact the relationship with the United States of America. They're just putting out a message that is very neutral in the sense of, because they said to Trump, oh, stop bombing. And they said to Iran, open the strait. So they kind of stayed neutral while keeping Trump happy by putting the message out to save the markets. I think that's what happened personally. What do you think?
Man, that's a huge. I still have a huge issue even with that. Like the idea that they would roll over. Look, I get it. I get that they've had to at some times, or they felt compelled
Pull
to
your funding, bro.
bend.
Tell the CCP to pull the funding.
Well, look, that's my thing too. Is that even it doesn't affect just Pakistan? It really affects most of like Central Asia. If Iran has to get nuked 10 or 15 times, which is by the way the only time, that's the only way that you're going to destroy their civilization is if you nuke them literally like 2 dozen times, right? That's going to affect like every other country in the region, and more than likely spread to Central Asia. And so for on their part, one of the things that I don't know if you've heard that story, Suleiman, like about 2 weeks ago, where Pakistan had tipped off Iran about Israeli attempts to assassinate Araghchi and like a few other people that were the only ones like willing to communicate at all for negotiations. And again, that might be a fake story, which is kind of part of my confusion here, or part of the issue, is that you have these stories leaked where it seems like, okay, Pakistan is okay, they tipped off Iran, and apparently they talked Israel out of doing those assassination attempts on Iranian negotiators. But then you hear Pakistan being referred to as like this potential nuclear threat at the, I think it was the UN Security Council. And so if in my head I'm thinking, okay, well, Pakistan's in the literal line of fire. If and I'm not guaranteeing nukes. I'm just saying they're in the literal line of fire. So why would they react? Okay, why would they be like? Why would they essentially have this like suicidal compliance to the whim of the West? Is it possible that maybe they are a lot more involved, and perhaps they're the negotiations are not going the way that the West is presenting them? Maybe we're being lied to, per se, by Reuters and Axios and all of these other publications about the communication, and Pakistan is sort of like being presented as this meek middle, I don't know, middle force, when in reality, look, it's kind of existential for them. I don't know. I just I'm kind of thinking out loud a little bit, but this is sort of like stuff that's happened over the last few weeks. And if Trump were to follow through with what he's threatening Iran, look, you have to include. You even have to kind of include Turkey and Pakistan and some of these, and Afghanistan as well. Especially that northwestern like draft, like when they hit the oil refinery in Tehran, I think it was that oil plant. The western winds carried the contamination through northern India, Iran, no, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. And so, can you imagine if it went nuclear? That in and of itself is sort of like, it almost makes me think it's not going to happen because it would be so crazy. It would be like world ending. Which I guess maybe if you consider the type of people that run Israel, I guess maybe that's on brand. Maybe that's what you expect from people like that.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I personally don't think the nuclear bomb would be used anyway. But yeah, I know a
Yeah, I
lot of
don't think so
people do.
either. To be honest, yeah, I don't. Especially not tonight. We're not going to see that tonight.
No, we won't see it tonight, but we'll probably see something quite bad tonight. Which I think we're
To
already
to
seeing.
to his point though, Salman, I looked at the wind map and
Just let
it
me
would
jump
hit
in, Joe, and then I give
Dubai.
the mic right
Go
back to
ahead.
you. I just want to give some news out really quickly, please. Qatar has suspended all school operations until the end of the week as a precautionary measure. Iran's envoy to Pakistan, Reza Amiri Moghadam, says there has been, and I quote, a step forward from a critical, sensitive stage. And he praised Pakistan's positive and productive endeavors as a mediator. So he says, as of now, a step forward from a critical, sensitive stage. In the next stage, respect and committee should be replaced by rhetorics and redundancy. Stay tuned for more. That's what he's posted. And this is Iran's envoy to Pakistan. So the Iranian has posted this. As of now, a step forward from critical sensitive stage. In the next stage, respect and committee should be replaced by rhetorics and redundancy. Stay tuned for more. Jedi strikes are hitting Tehran. Look, I'm seeing images come out of Tehran now in the last half an hour I've been monitoring. America and Israel have gone all in. It is devastation. It's just non-stop bombardment on civilian areas, non-stop. The whole of it is up in flames. I personally think that, I don't know, Iran won't accept this, but America will back down and some sort of statement will be given that they're going to have time to negotiate a permanent end or something. I don't know. 4 people have been killed, including a child in Qatar, after debris fell from intercepted missiles on a house. This is the Qatari minister said this. Massive strikes reported in Tehran. I've already told you that. Massive strikes reported in Tehran. I just, bombing your way into a ceasefire is just crazy, which is what America's doing. And just as an FYI, guys, Trump's deadline is now 2 hours away. Trump's deadline is 2 hours away. CNN's reporting potential ceasefire deal is expected tonight. Pakistan's requested Trump extends his 8 p.m. deadline by 2 weeks. The White House says a response will come to Pakistan's proposal. Iran says they are positively reviewing Pakistan's proposal. US and Arab officials say talks are now centering around getting a deadline extension, not a deal. So US and Arab officials are saying they're talking about getting a deadline extension, not a deal. So yeah, Joa, back to you.
Some more breaking news. And by the way, the reason they're bombing so hard, and it's actually a reason why Iran shouldn't agree to a deal, is because they're trying to blow their load just before they then try and get a ceasefire. So they're trying to cause as much destruction and mayhem as possible, and then Iran not respond. So that's the aim of what they're trying to do. And it's simply not acceptable. So that's one point. The second thing is, drop site are reporting a senior Iranian official told them that the proposal floated by the Pakistani Prime Minister for a temporary ceasefire is essentially the same as the previous Trump attempts, which Iran has already rejected. Iran has already delivered its terms for negotiating an end to the war. They said, quote, it's a balanced proposal endorsed by all mediators, has already been conveyed to the American side. Washington now has at its disposal all the elements required to reach a decision that will bring an end to the war. So Iran saying our 10 points or our conditions have been laid out. Agree to our demands and you will end the war. Also, I'm seeing that Iran targeted a $30 billion data center belonging to OpenAI in the UAE. Tehran threatened to completely destroy the American AI infrastructure in Abu Dhabi. The media, oh my god, the Chinaman's getting excited. The media is reporting President Trump is currently meeting with the War Council to discuss ceasefire proposals at this moment in time. What else have we got? I have one more thing and then I'll pass it to Joe. I think you said you wanted to go to.
Do you know, just before we go to Joey, you know why they want a 2 week kind of ceasefire? Because Trump has said in the last 24 to 48 hours, he said he's armed the Kurds, but that went wrong. And then he said yesterday that, oh, we gave the Iranians so many guns and they didn't bloody use them when we needed them. They need to use them. You know, we don't know what happened with those. So he's thinking, because they can't get in, they can't see anything, right? In Iran, they need that, the Iranians stand up, and this is what they're still hoping for, crazy as it sounds. So I think that's why Trump wants this 2 week time lapse to actually, get in touch with their Mossad and CIA agents within Iran and do something major, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. I don't think Israel's going to give up on this. No way is Israel going to give up on this, but let's see. Jonah, jump in.
Yeah, although this is very far away, I just wanted to talk about from what the last person was talking about the wind. Yeah, if you look at the current winds, it would hit Dubai, it would hit Oman, it would hit Yemen, it would hit Turkey, it would hit Azerbaijan, Georgia, India, Pakistan. That's where the winds are hitting right now. If you were to, put 20 nukes into Iran.
Oh, to tie that in, Joa, with what Beatrix just said as well. See, the only case that I can make for a nuclear strike within the next like few days even would be if that mission on Saturday was actually like an evacuation mission for all special forces assets and covert assets in Iran, because I don't think they're going to drop 10, 15 nuclear bombs with their own people in there. So unless they had some sort of like clandestine operation, and part of that was kind of what went, I guess, public with that whole F-15 fighter thing, unless they've got their people out of there, I don't see why they would nuke. I mean, look, maybe it's just a sacrifice the ball, but realistically, it doesn't make sense for them to do that whatsoever in the region whatsoever. Like literally, no assets in the GCC countries, no assets in Turkey. And mind you, Turkey had a visit from BlackRock's Larry Fink. And if you look at that picture of Erdogan and Larry Fink, he looks like basically like a lamb being predated upon by a wolf. He looked really scared and miserable. And people say that like I'm not exaggerating. Anyway, not to digress. I just think Yeah, I put the likelihood pretty low, but it is still above zero. And even then, if you scale out the time frame to like maybe 2 to 4 weeks, yeah, the likelihood becomes more possible that they go nuclear as time elapses.
Hey guys, I got some interesting news. Ryan Grimm, who runs Dropsite News, just posted that the tweet from the Pakistani prime minister has been like altered, and in the prior original version, it says draft dash Pakistan's PM message on X. And so he's saying that basically this message was given to them and someone accidentally copied and pasted the whole thing and left in that portion at the top.
Yeah, I mentioned that, but thanks for the update, because there will be new people coming in the space. Yeah, you can see that through the drafts. Actually, I was meant to post that out, and that's twice now, and I was meant to post it out. And I
What
forgot.
sort of message is this giving? Like, if Iran decides to agree to some sort of extension, like, what's this? What is this message giving to the world? Like, yeah, the US can threaten genocide, and it will get Iran to scurry around and agree to some sort of extension with a view to having a ceasefire.
Yeah, I agree. I think if Iran was to agree to it, they would lose a lot of goodwill. I think a lot of people. I think they may even end up causing a color revolution in their own country, because I think part of why the whole country is with them is because they see this as a united fight against them. You're seeing people go to the nuclear power plants, so you go to the power plant stations, to the infrastructure to try and protect it. It's become a war of the people. If these guys negotiate a ceasefire now, things may change for them. This will be, if they agree to it, this will be the worst decision they've made. Personally, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the long-standing problem, is the softness of the Iranian government in combination with the IRGC. The IRGC alone left it. I mean, they'll go all the way, but it's really the government that's just really reining them in at times. But I'm hearing that the IRGC wants to go all the way, and it's the government that's trying to hold them back, and they're not successful at the moment. If it was up to Pezeshkian, we would have and Zarif, we would have had an agreement ages ago. Um,
Is the fatwa against the use of nuclear weapons in Iran, is that still in effect under the new?
well, we don't know, because
Yeah, we don't know,
the
right?
fatwa ends with the death of the supreme leader, because he was the one that issued it, the Ali Khamenei, and now we've got Mushtaba Khamenei, and we don't know. He hasn't said anything about this, so he could. I mean, it's technically it's null and void as soon as the fatwa die. As soon as the fatwa dies with the supreme leader. So in theory, you can easily argue in Islamic law that actually, yeah, there is no fatwa right now.
It seems like a lot of what Trump's messaging is, that brinksmanship, is directly meant for the, I guess, the Zarif faction within Iran, among others. That he's really trying to get, like, put the pressure onto them. Look
Sure.
how bent out of shape people are in general, right? Everyone's upset, like, just by that message that Trump posted, 12 hours ago or whatever. Can you imagine how it's like within? Can you imagine how it's like within Iran's like parliament, and the leadership there, and how tense it must be, and how much they must be pushing, and you have like civilians getting literally like bombed right now with JDAMs on bridges,
Well,
right? You can imagine.
it weakens the government's restraining capabilities on the IRGC. Because if you have some genocidal maniac like this threatening to annihilate the civilization, the natural instinct, any of the sort of the reformist or the U.S. sympathizers or whatever, U.S. adjacent people in the government, they would be neutered, because look what you're siding with. You're siding with genocidal maniac that wants to destroy the Iranian civilization. So this further supports the IRGC and the hardliners.
Well, this could be extreme. Like, maybe it could be conjecture on my part, but man, it's extreme pain that they're dealing with, like the civilian population, especially if you're the Zarif faction. I guess you put yourself in
All right,
that in those
boys,
shoes.
listen,
Yeah, good.
breaking news. Fat Randy Fines replied to my tweet. What shall I say to him to smash him? So
Oh,
I need to reply. I need to smash this guy. How do I? What should I? Because basically, I'll tell you what the tweet he replied to. It's not. I don't know how. I need to think about how to diss him. But I wrote, breaking 55 members of the House of Representatives and 2 senators have called for activating the 25th Amendment to the US Constitution to remove Donald Trump. And Randy Fine replied with his Congress account and wrote no with an image of no with his thing saying Randy Fine. What shall I write to smash him?
He
Well,
says
I love the
no.
fact. I love the fact that you've actually called him Fat Randy Fine, because that's my like little tag name for him. So whatever you respond with, we can talk about. But in your response, you've got to call him Fat Randy Fine. Please call him Fat Randy Fine.
Well,
That would be
You should just
amazing. You've
say,
got to.
I'm sure you're not saying no. I'm sure that's not about food.
That's a good one.
But I'm
yeah,
kind of fat
I don't
myself. I'm
understand
not
what
as
he
fat as Randy
means.
Fine, but I'm kind of fat myself, so I can't really make too many fat jokes.
No, forget about the fat stuff. Look,
Suleiman, you're not
it's
fat.
a
You've got
serious
this complex.
opportunity to communicate to someone who has a completely different audience behind his account, right? So what I want to ask you is, he said no to the fact that 25 congressmen and 2 senators are calling on the cabinet to execute a removal of the president via the 25th. He's denying that's happening, or he says it doesn't matter, or what's the context of his
I
response?
think he's trying to say no, as in he's gonna vote no. I presume that's
Yeah,
what he means.
Well, he has
yeah,
Oh,
no
we got a
Doc.
super chat. We got a
wait,
Doc,
super
he's
chat.
been.
Effing Gumba says. Effing Gumba says, tell him his opinion doesn't matter because Dan Bilzerian's going to be taking over soon anyway.
That's
None
what I
of
was
their
gonna write.
opinions matter. The only vote in this is the vote of the sitting cabinet members. Right? It doesn't matter what congressmen, and probably most of them are Democrats, or senators, probably both of them are Democrats. But until we start seeing a call from Republicans and conservatives and supporters of Trump in the cabinet, this is going to go nowhere, because it can't go anywhere.
But Doc, wait, Doc, you have to admit though, if you have more Congress making louder noise and some Republicans start weighing on that because of their constituents are banging the drums, this will put pressure on the cabinet. I mean, I know it's a backdoor deal, but I think Suleiman definitely needs to answer it and keep it professional.
Oh,
I know.
yeah, yeah, I agree. It has to be answered. He asked, how should I respond? So I was trying to get to understand exactly what Randy Fine was claiming or asserting or
Vote,
inferring. And
definitely
having
vote.
having understood that, one, I don't think he understands the 25th Amendment process. Number two, I would agree with you that the continuing pressure from sitting politicians and representatives does make a difference, but it isn't the first wave. It's following on a tidal wave of objection and condemnation from conservatives' voices on X and in the public. There is degenerating and support for any of this, and the excuses and justifications just become uh, more ridiculous. They're basically damaging themselves politically every day. But until we see cabinet members calling them out, until we see JD Vance calling them out, until that happens, there won't be in and of itself enough political pressure to get the rest of the cabinet to vote. Because for example, Howard Lutnick, who's a neighbor of Epstein's for
Oh my God,
years.
Doc, this is so boring. Can we get back to Randy
No,
Fine? I'm really
well,
excited.
yeah,
Suleiman's
this
going to
is
have a chance to
he's
smash
talking
him. You're
about the
going into
25th
freaking
Amendment.
historical American politics. Nobody want to hear it.
Okay,
That's
let's go back to
that's
the.
exactly what he's talking about. Is specifically the 25th Amendment.
Okay,
Excuse
cool.
me.
Okay, guys.
Sorry,
Breaking news.
I'll drop down for.
Okay, guys. Breaking news. Let me give the breaking news. The there is a large number of people who are in what was here it is. Sorry, I mixed it. Here we go. We've got a large number of people in Baghdad out in the streets supporting Iran right now. That's happening. Also, we have what else have we got? We have oh, here it is. Sorry, it flipped from the wrong side of the phone. That's why. Okay, so they are attacking Iran quite a bit. Certain areas of Iran have gone dark. We're 1 hour and 45 minutes away from the deadline. We have Israeli warplanes are active over Israel. CNN say, and obviously Simon or Joe can explain this, is real oil prices exceed $144 for the first time. What does it mean by real life prices, guys? Simon, are you there?
Outside of the market, like with the real prices that
Oh, what they actually
countries are
set.
buying it at.
Interesting. Okay, so that's increased quite a bit. Let's see what else.
Hey, so what was the term?
Oh,
What was that?
144. Oh, real life prices.
Real life prices?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I think they're probably talking about the prompt, like what is physical crude oil trading for, like right now today? What was the price?
$144.
144. Yeah, that's tomorrow or today.
Yeah.
Which is saying a lot, right? And Oman's gone up from 98 to 126 or so last time I looked. So it's back up and it'd come all the way down. It'd come down from 186. That's the price for the local Oman trade for crude.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So what
Hey,
else?
Silly, he was quoting dated Brent.
Okay. And what is that? Do you want to explain to the audience?
Yeah, dated Brent is the price you can receive crude today, this week, right? It's immediate contract for immediate delivery. So that's opposed to the paper price, which is determined by the futures.
Interested. And what would be the implications of it being $144?
Anyone that was short today, a barrel of crude oil, and they had to go buy it like this, they probably sold it for $70 and they've got to buy it now for 144. Remember, this is a very, it's probably not a massive volume. These are people that are long or short the market. So this is just really excessive because we've seen, we've seen numbers before on crude oil where people would pay to get rid of the barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And dark side, I'm
my
also seeing that the what you call it again, based on these alleged reports of a deal that Brent crude oil prices have dropped by 5%. So apparently they're down to like 105.
Yeah, so we got to distinguish between the futures price, so that's the paper market, and what's really happening. So my understanding is that there's a few tankers out there loaded with oil, and the different European players are bidding against each other for those tankers. That's dated Brent. That's buying real oil that's floating out there, and you have different countries bidding against each other, and they bid it up to 144. Now in the paper market for delivery in June, that's a different story, and those prices are set by speculators, market makers, and everything alike. And yeah, the paper price is getting smoked right now on all the reports of ceasefire. We'll see how that plays out.
Cool. Let's go to Dr. Shola. Dr. Shola, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Oh my God, I'm trying not to lose my God-given mind. This is
Try
just
your best, Dr. Shola. I can imagine you screaming at this point.
I am. I just came off a live stream where I was screaming, talking about God knows all kinds of things. And I just saw this video. I don't know, Suleiman, maybe you shared it. The one of the Israeli TV with the countdown. Like what the
Yeah.
actual hell? They're actually counting down to when Trump carries out his evil plan. What kind of sick society is that? And then you see all the Iranians, by the power plants and by the bridge, vibing with defiance and resistance. And guess what happened when I shared some of these? I'm getting all kinds of, "You're a retard." Oh, those people are there, they're paid by the Iranian regime. Those people are not part of all kinds of bullshit. And I'm like, I don't understand how you can support America going to bomb Iran, which would mean it's bombing Iranians. Whatever you feel about the government, it's not acceptable for civilians in their thousands to be killed. And they're not being killed for their freedom. They're being killed for the extraction of resources. They're being killed for financial wealth that will benefit the elites and not Iranian elites. I mean, not that the Iranian elites have not done their own, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about external oppressors coming in. I think the Iranians are more than capable of getting rid of their government when they're good and ready to. And I'm sure they've been wanting to do for a long time. But that doesn't change the fact that what Trump is about to do or planning to do or threatening to do is a freaking war crime. And you can support the Iranians without endorsing their government. So I'm just, and the silence from political leaders. Keir freaking Starmer is busy talking about Kanye West and trying to peddle and pander to the British Jewish community, because whatever makes him happy, while the rest of the world is going nuts that nobody's stopping this mass murderer Donald Trump from carrying out his evil plan. And here I see on Sky News that Pakistan's, I don't know, leader or somebody is asking Trump for an extension. I mean, why are you giving this guy any sense of importance? What should actually happen is for every freaking leader in this world who has a moral backbone to rise up, not only point the finger at America, but at Trump and say, "To hell with you, you better not try it or freaking else." That is what they should be saying to him, not asking him to extend his deadline. He has no grounds, legal or otherwise, to do what he's doing. I can't stand that nobody is doing what they should do. What the hell is the US Congress doing? Can somebody please tell me why Article 2, Section 4 has not been invoked? Why Article 25 has not been invoked? I mean, what more does this madman need to do? It's insane. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry if I've been screaming at you. It's just that I can't keep it in anymore, so I'll stop now.
Yeah, it is a crazy situation to say the least. Obviously, you guys know I did my normal tweet that may trigger people like Joa. I said, leave Dubai now. And that's what you need to do. You need to leave Dubai, because if they carry out the attack that they are saying they're going to carry out, things are going to be horrific and bad. Appreciate every single person on the space. We've got 4,500 real human beings, and we've got nearly 1,300 on the YouTube. We got real people in our spaces, unlike these other real people. But this is what they're gonna do. Now, coming back to the conversation, let's go to Dr. Michael. Dr. Michael, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts on what's happening.
Hey, good to be here. Thanks for holding this space open so well. I mean, this is so we have Trump effectively saying that he's willing to destroy an entire civilization. So obviously, he's threatening nuclear arms, and there is very little pushback coming from the state, as Dr. Scholler mentioned. There's nobody from Senate doing anything about this, or no major pushback other than say Thomas Massey, but they're not getting any real pushback to stop this. And
Just some breaking news, and I'll go straight back to Dr. Michael.
Yeah.
Professor Morandi just tweeted out, he said Trump is negotiating with Trump. Sorry, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he has a negotiating partner. They've killed them all. And I wouldn't, if I don't think Iran trusts any negotiations at all. I wouldn't trust the United States for anything. They'll drop a bomb out on you while they're blowing a kiss with the other hand. I mean, it's unbelievable. This country will do anything. And if they do the nuclear bombing, we're seeing a real civilizational threat here at this juncture. And I'd say that Zionism is the biggest threat to civilization that is known to mankind right now. And if it's not stopped, we're going to be at risk for severe catastrophe, planetary catastrophe. I don't like to be crying wolf all the time, and I don't normally. But if we allow this kind of a nuclear event is were to take place, or a series of nuclear events, and that now becomes acceptable on the political stage, like like grabbing and extraditing and kidnapping world leaders, and assassinations left and right, effectively grabbing different pieces of land and other countries. It's unbelievable. If this goes to this point, now we're at complete civilizational collapse. We're at threat of civilizational collapse, because now there's absolutely no moral arbiters at all left on the world stage, and who knows what could happen. And that's my thoughts. My thoughts ramble at this juncture because it's so volatile at this point, and so disturbing to think that this could possibly take place. It seems almost like a dream, yet here we are.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so just to give you an update, negotiations are still ongoing. CNN are reporting that a deal is expected to be closed tonight. They say Pakistan proposed the 2 week pause with Iran reopening the Hormuz. Iran says it's reviewing the proposal. We mentioned this already. That's kind of the latest news on that. But yeah, just guys, obviously we'll give you the news as and when we receive it. Do retweet the new space, reshare this space, let everybody know we're live. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Let's see. A lot of people are reporting. CNN is saying that they are expecting a deal soon as well, but we'll have to wait and see on that.
It's Suleiman, this Al Jazeera reporter is saying, and I quote, so far, there is a Pakistani paper on the table. Negotiations are ongoing up to this moment. The atmosphere is positive towards some of the ideas put forward. Nothing is final due to the presence of sticking points. The issue of a regional ceasefire is amongst the ideas currently on the table. But again, nothing is final until an agreement is reached. So let's see.
I mean, with Israel involved, no agreement is final ever. I mean, the problem is they'll violate the agreements regularly. So there is no such thing as agreement with Israel. I don't know what you do with them. There's no agreement you can have that you could consider that they won't violate.
Exactly, and that's going to be the major issue. I can't see a scenario where Iran agree to it, so this will be a shock for me if Iran agree. But if they do, it will be a grave error and a grave mistake. But obviously, we'll continue to give you these updates as and when we receive them. Let's go to Amanda. Amanda, thanks for joining us. Give us your thoughts.
Thank you so much, Suleiman, Simon, Beatrix, and all of my other friends here up on the stage and in the audience. Make sure you retweet, quote tweet, and make sure you're following both of Suleiman's YouTube channels, especially the one with the interviews, because that's where you can send, it's easy to send those to your boomer family who are not cool like Andrew and myself. Um, I think it was Dr. Shiva asked about Congress. Conveniently, Congress is on vacation. They took off for the Easter Passover holiday, and they won't be returning until the 14th. The only way they would return is for a special session to be called, and the Speaker of the House, Johnson, is not going to do that. So that's that. So there's nothing Congress can do right now. Um, and also, I have CNN on in the background with the sound down just so I could see what they're talking about. Normally, I don't turn my television on, but it's right now. It's all about the Artemis going to the moon, which I can't think of a better way to spend our money. That's sarcasm, by the way. But yeah, I personally am hoping this does not happen. I don't want to see innocent people killed. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that this crazy person is the president of the United States. You know, I was raised to be very patriotic. I can tell you, my dad, and my brother, are rolling in their graves right now. My son, who's a veteran, is so angry. I can't say what he says because I respect Beatrice. I don't want to swear, but boy, in the family text, he told us exactly what he thinks of the United States right now. We were all Trump supporters in the 2016 election, but it's a sad day for humanity, and what the terrorist country of the United States is doing, threatening the president who wakes up and openly talks about committing a war crime in the name of me and my fellow Americans makes me very angry. And I still think, I'm a Catholic. I still, this was not on my bingo card, but I do believe it's possible that the Muslims of Iran will save the rest of the world and will save my country from the Zionists. One can only hope. Um, people in Gaza have it a lot worse, so I hate to even talk about it. But the price of gas here in Texas, in my little town, went up 30 cents overnight. We're at $3.99 a gallon. That's going to hurt people around here. I live in a town that's economically depressed. This town never really made it back after the closures of COVID. Most of the little businesses to this day are still boarded up. Thank you, President Trump. So anyway, but thanks, Suleiman. The best panel, best place to get breaking news. I have turned so many people onto this space. So I just appreciate all of you very much. And I am going to pray. I don't want to see any innocents dying. And it's such a weird place to be as an American when you realize what's really happening and how propagandized you are and you're not rooting for your own country. I want all our soldiers to come home. I want all the bases in the Middle East closed. And yeah, I would like to see some world peace for a change. We don't seem to have had that for quite a long time. And Texas is the state that is most cooked. It is the most, according to Gen X Girl, the most Zionist state in the Union, followed very close by Florida. And she brought the receipts. And for a Texan, especially one like me, I'm sixth generation. My grandsons are eighth generation Texans. Our family name is down there at the Alamo. It's a sad time for Texans too, but Texans won't wake up because they'll just keep voting in Zionists. They don't get it. But thanks, Suleiman.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate your comments as well. Thank you so much. CNN are reporting that a deal is close. There are also reports that possibly B-2 bombers are turning around. So just to give you the latest news on what's happening, so you know that. But a lot of these reports are coming from a lot of Zionists, so just be weary of that as well. A lot of this is Zionist controlled media.
Suleiman, there's just some news I've just sent you. Who is report? Oh, this is Trump. Can you read that? Do you want to read that out?
Okay, Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. So Trump has announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran. Let me read it out. Huge news.
Let's see if Iran's actually agreed to that. Or is that just Trump as Morandi?
I was going to ask Suleiman, does Iran know that we have a 2 week ceasefire? That's the bigger question.
This is going to be the big question. Okay, let me read this. So we've got based on conversations with Prime Minister. Wait, why is it not posting? Okay. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destruction, where I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to and subject. Sorry. Let me read that again. I'm reading that badly. And wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing this is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of the past contentions have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2 week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America, as President, also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is honored to have this long-term problem close to a resolution. Thank you to your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So he's saying a ceasefire has been agreed. He is saying that the basis of the ceasefire is not even going to be his own 15-point plan, but is going to be Iran's 10-point plan. But the question mark becomes the 2 week ceasefire. Is that, what's going to be the impact of the parameters of it? Like, are Iran going to agree to a opening of the strait for a temporary basis? This is going to be the $1 million question. What's our thoughts on this, guys?
But that's not a 2 week ceasefire, is it? That's basically Trump saying, oh, Pakistan spoke to me, so I've agreed to back down for 2 weeks, subject to them opening the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to say, no, we ain't opening the Strait of Hormuz. And he's going to say, oh, we're going to start hitting them again. And he's going to try to forget about the fact that he ever said he was going to hit them with nukes. Somebody actually posted this. One of the CNN analysts posted this and said, prior to the 8 p.m. deadline tonight, Trump will falsely claim that Iran has agreed to something that they have not. He will then say we're extending the deadline by 2 weeks. Iran will then issue a statement claiming they've not agreed to anything. It has become quite obvious that there will be no resolution in 2 weeks or even 2 months. Fuel prices will continue to rise, fueling inflation. This is bizarre, Suleiman. It's so bizarre. This guy's just crazy.
Yeah, Pakistan asked for the ceasefire, and I think Trump is acquiescing. At least that's what he's saying. And the whole 10-point plan that they've received, that wasn't that wasn't like a basis whatsoever for Trump agreeing at all. Like they've had that 10-point plan already. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like Iran gave a 10-point plan and said, "Hey, yeah, let's do a ceasefire, and here's this new plan." They already had the plan,
No,
and
so
Trump
so
just
just to
yeah.
be clear on the plan, how it was is I believe about a few days ago it was posted in the New York Times that there was Iran rejected Trump's 15-point plan and said this is our 10-point plan. And so that one was a few days ago. So what's happened, if you actually look at it, is Trump has ceded to the 10 points. He's actually said they're a good foundational basis for an agreement. So it looks like Trump's ceded to the 10-point plan. He's saying we'll have a long-term deal based on that 10-point plan. And then the question mark becomes that really that there's a temporary ceasefire, he's saying, for 2 weeks. The question mark becomes this temporary ceasefire for 2 weeks. What is that? If Iran's agreed to a temporary ceasefire and they open the strait, I think that's a horrible decision. If Trump just saying it and the Strait stays as it is, then that's just Trump essentially pretending like he's agreed, but he hasn't, and he made the Pakistanis make it look like there was an agreement when there wasn't. But it looks like Trump is going to bend the knee and agree to all of Iran's demands. So
That
that's
that's
what.
like sorry,
What?
that second part you said is exactly it. That second part.
Yeah, Trump's agreed to. Yeah, I mean, all of it's exactly it, blood. Don't try no CCP on me, bro. So the 10-point plan is Trump bending the knee, capitulating, and agreeing to all of Iran's demands. The question mark becomes about these 2 week ceasefire. That before that agreement is put in place, would there be a temporary ceasefire where the Strait opens? I think if Iran was to do that, that would be a horrible decision. Because even in a temporary ceasefire, I don't think that's a great idea. But let me know everybody else's thoughts. That's my initial thoughts.
Exactly though. What you just said exactly. Like they're not going to open the strait. They didn't agree to opening the strait. That's what I meant. Like
No,
yeah, exactly
I
what you
think
said.
this deal won't happen if they don't open the strait. I think inherent in any deal is, hey, we release the pressure off the world market. Y'all, I can't believe you guys are thinking
Think about.
that they're not, that part of this deal isn't that they open the
No, the
strait.
deal, the final deal will be them opening it. There's no doubt. We're talking about the
Oh, they're
two
going to
week.
open it tomorrow morning.
Oh, okay. So this is
Oh
what
yeah,
I'm saying. That'd be a horrible
they
decision.
can't they can't wait, man. You can't. They want how many 2 weeks? You don't. Why would you do that to the whole market if you know you're going to open? You open. You show some good faith, and everybody abides by the same rules. Because right now
Yeah.
everyone's getting hurt at the same level. Okay, like there's no chance there'll be a deal if that strait's not opened. And I don't know what crude's doing right now. Maybe somebody can look while I'm chatting with Sully, but
Well,
Yeah, it's
I'm
under
guessing
100.
yeah, see,
I'm
it's coming
guessing it's
down
gonna
hard.
drop. It's
Okay,
gonna drop hard.
like I don't see. This is showing you that most certainly that's part of the deal.
Every time oil reaches $115.
But yeah, I
See, but
mean,
Solomon, what I say, by the 10th, we need to have a deal. Things will be like I've been saying this for almost a month now,
yeah, true. You did say 10th.
right?
But Trump's capitulated, right?
Yeah, I think so. Except I don't think I think it's the same as it is right now, like where they're going to charge $2 million per tanker to go through. Um, and it is what it is. It's not closed. It's open. You just got to pay a fee.
Yeah, and that's in the 10-point plan. The 10-point plan is that you got to pay a $2 million fee.
And
Beatrix,
nuclear
should we pull
enrichment.
out the 10-point plan again? Wow, what's that?
Is that you or is
Simon's
that me?
been saying it.
Oh, it's Andrew.
Simon's been saying it. Yeah,
I think
Simon's been saying it. The
I think
deal's
Joe is
coming.
flying and taking off for Dubai.
Are you guys like hearing something different than I am? Like they're not opening the strait tomorrow at all. This nothing changes about the strait
it's part of the
whatsoever.
10-point plan,
Okay,
CCP.
but nothing changes about the strait whatsoever tomorrow morning. Like literally it's just Trump saying words with his mouth hole and nothing else.
We still
But
got a lot. We still got drama to come. Like we this may just be the first part of the market manipulation.
And Simon,
Pretty much.
what currency would they be paying that 2 million in?
The Iranian current. Well, I'm sure they'll take a range of currencies, but they'll just
Including,
price things
including
in.
the petrodollar, though?
Well, they won't. I mean, I
No.
doubt it. That's part of
What?
the negotiation, probably, but we don't have the detail of that. But it would be. I mean, they'll just take settlement in a range of currencies, whatever anyone wants to pay with, most likely. That's just for their toll booth, so they'll price it. Yeah, but we'll see. We don't have the details yet. But I mean, if you pay a toll, that's not exactly going to prop up the dollar. It's not like a petrodollar or anything. That's just a toll booth.
So let me read the 10-point plan. So the 10-point plan is this: guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again. Permanent end to war, not just a ceasefire. So how? But they're saying there's a ceasefire, so I don't know how that works. But anyway, end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. So Israel can't strike Lebanon. Lifting of all US sanctions on Iran. Ending all regional fighting against Iranian allies. So it means they can't fight in Gaza anymore, they can't fight in Lebanon anymore, they can't fight in Yemen anymore. In return, Iran will open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will impose a fee of $2 million per day per ship. That's not a huge amount though, is it, Simon?
Yeah, that's quite a lot for a toll. I mean, yeah, that's market standard. The Panama Canal charges like that. So
Oh,
yeah.
Typical ships, 1 million barrels. It's not really. I mean, they said $2, right? Like it's $50. It's what, 5% toll. Now, when they say per day, does that mean the length of time it takes for them to sit in the Hormuz? Because that
no, per
becomes
ship,
their
per ship, per ship.
per ship.
Mm.
I thought you said per day.
Oh no,
Uh,
per ship. I might have said it per day back, I'm not sure, but it's per ship. So it's 2 million per ship. And I believe there's about 150 ships that ordinarily go through the strait, right? So that would be, you're looking at possibly $300 million a day there, isn't it? Well, actually, it's not per day, but yeah, per ship, sorry. Iran would split the fees with Oman. Iran to provide rules for safe passage through the Hormuz. Iran to use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. So there's nothing about nuclear bombs. There's nothing about ballistic missiles. There's nothing about military bases. There's nothing about stopping support of the resistance. This is total and utter capitulation by Trump. So everyone who's following us all this time and thought, oh, like, these guys are not telling us the real news, the real information. Well, you've seen the deal. The deal is basically been written by Iran. The only bit that I would disagree with is a temporary ceasefire, a complete capitulation.
If they give in to those demands, why do you disagree with the ceasefire?
Just the ceasefire, because the reason is because if you were to open the strait, I don't. We're dealing with actors who never abide by any agreement. The United States of America and Israel. So you open the strait, you ease the pressure valve that you've created, then they come and bomb you guys, and you're back to square one, and the whole 40 days of your country being bombarded have kind of gone down the drain. So I would never agree to a temporary. I would just agree to a permanent.
Yeah, but what else could they want besides that? Removing the sanctions, stop attacking Lebanon,
Who?
like Iran. What else could they want besides exactly what's in that plan?
Do you mean in terms of? No, so you're asking two separate things. Are you asking what else should have been in the deal, or do you asking about why I
Yeah,
disagree with
what
the
else?
ceasefire?
What else should be in the deal?
No, I thought personally, I always thought this would be the deal anyway. Simon thought that the bases would be removed. I think Simon thought the resistance maybe not be supported, but I always knew that the Gulf states would never ever move away from their masters. So I always thought that this would be the end deal. So I'm got in terms of this specifics of this deal, this is what I always expected. In terms of why I disagree with the ceasefire, I think that's what maybe you're trying to ask, is because I think that if this is the deal, this should be agreed upon right now as opposed to in 2 weeks' time. Because what you're doing is what is the reason why the strait's important? Because it's been closed for 39 days. You've created an immense amount of pressure valve where now it's getting to a point where things are going to break. You mentioned April the 10th, I think, for Europe, and there's other things that Darkside and Simon and various others have mentioned. So you've created this kind of pressure valve to release that pressure valve in this situation, and then after a week, if they were to bomb you, then it's like you're back to square one again. You're gonna take 40 more days of your country being bombed. It would be just the most ridiculous thing to agree to. So I think that's why I don't agree with the ceasefire. You're dealing with United States of America and Israel, who consistently break agreements, consistently bomb after an
I get
agreement.
that, but let's
Yeah.
look at the alternative. Let's say there's no ceasefire. Okay,
Mm.
what more could Iran do that would get what they want?
You said you agree to this 10,
Joe, let me just jump
10-point
in with
permanent
some
ceasefire. Yeah.
breaking news. Sorry, I've got breaking news. So we haven't heard from Iran yet, funnily enough. But moments after Trump announced what he calls a two-sided ceasefire, ballistic missiles were launched against Israel by Iran. Israel saying that ballistic missiles were launched at Israel moments after this ceasefire was announced.
And
Red alerts are going off in Israel.
that's
Yeah.
normal though, Beatrice. Remember when there was a ceasefire with Gaza, they typically put X amount of hours for the ceasefire, like 48 hours or whatever it is. So it doesn't mean that Iran hasn't agreed to the ceasefire.
Yeah, exactly. It's just Trump saying things as he always does to I guess manipulate the market, I suppose, but also maybe to give himself more time to allocate forces and in a logistical chain as well for further military action.
But you know what he does? He tends to, whenever, like right now, he's only mentioning the United States. I think that without publicly stating that any attempts to sabotage the process and the progress towards peace by Israel will not be tolerated. I mean, like because it's a blame game, you know. It's like, oh, there goes Israel, and then Israel does something, but he's separating Israel from the peace talks and process, but then always kind of combining whenever there's attacks. It's an interesting pattern I've noticed.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not going to stop what's happening with Hezbollah in Lebanon. It's not going to, the displacement rate for Lebanon is raised by another 400,000 people to 1.2 million people just in the last like 2 months
Wait,
or
Lebanon
1 month.
Lebanon is in the deal though, in the final deal.
They're in the final deal, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Is
But,
Lebanon is in the,
yeah.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, well, as we speak, like literally, the IDF is further pushing north into Lebanon and terrorizing the civilian population while they themselves are being annihilated by Hezbollah. And that's not going to stop just because Trump said something on Truth Social. And obviously, like just the continuation of, yeah, like even just and what May said makes sense. Like the Israel is going to continue and Iran are going to continue unless Trump just like yells at them in public again, like he did during the end of the 12-day war.
White House officials are saying that Israel is part of the ceasefire as well.
Okay, well that's
This is
good.
according to CNN.
Well, Simon, again, I back up, Simon. We've been saying the deal's coming. And again, I'm saying there will be no movement in from the MEU coming in. It'll just be a feint. There will be no massive ground invasion. I've been saying it for a month or several weeks now. But Suleiman, you were right. There was an incursion, and that was the in country trying to grab uranium so Trump could have that big win. Look, we took out their uranium, and that failed miserably. Now the U.S. realizes they're totally in derision, and now this is his exit ramp. But the $1 million question: how long will Iran go along? To what extent? But it looks like I've always said they've lost. U.S. lost this past tense. This war is over.
Yeah, it's basically what you just said. Such was the failure of the invasion into Iran, and obviously, what made it worse for them is everybody knows that they failed because we obviously realized and everyone started saying it. Such was the level of failure that they basically had to basically rethink. And then what Trump's done is, if you look at this deal, he's completely capitulated. He's completely capitulated to the deal. He's completely capitulated to the agreement, and that's because the United States of America lost. This says it all. Simon, any thoughts on what's happened?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's see what drama. We've got to get confirmation from Iran. But I think the fact is we're moving, directionally, we're moving. There was a 15-point plan, and now there's a 10-point plan, and now Trump says this is the framework. Excuse me. We know to be skeptical of ceasefires. We've seen what the result of ceasefire is in Lebanon, in Gaza. Obviously, this is a much, much bigger stage, much, much more consequential. But every time oil hits $115, Trump needs to pull a new rabbit out of his hat. And he just pulled it, and we're about to get confirmation whether it's real or not. We might get from Iran, you're negotiating with yourself. We might get a new Lego video. But for now, there is a relief rally, and the market believes it. And if this is another taco and another trick, then we're about to find out, really. But I think, I think this confirms we do have categoric evidence now that Iran says this is a 10-point plan, and Trump has said we accept it, or there's a framework. Sorry, not we accept it. Here's a framework. And what additional games we still have to play, we'll find out. But the Pakistan seems to be the broker, and if you remember, that was China's plan. So China was proposing the framework. Pakistan was the mediator. The market dictated the terms of why this has to be done. And we keep getting market manipulation. This may be one such market manipulation. But I think everyone understands the parameters of the game. The straight closing has to be opened. That is to avoid a global decade-long depression, which is the direction we would be headed to. Um, and let's see. Like we just can't. I've learned too much about this process to not do the whole. I told you so or anything like that, because that will come and slap you in the face at some point. So, but yeah, you know, um, the whole build up, this whole like nuclear and everything. It was they were trying to engineer a Bay of Pigs style type of moment, and I'm sorry, he's terrorizing people here. There are millions of people in Iran that, whether they understand this or not, were probably absolutely petrified that they're about to be hit by a nuke or something like that. Just normal civilians that are trying to live their life. To the point where people were surrounding their infrastructure. Um, Americans, like all around the world, trying to figure out whether they're about to be in some kind of nuclear warfare. Right across Asia, there are people right now that have no energy. In Cuba right now, there are people that can't get to the hospital and are probably dying in their homes because they don't have the energy. This is global terrorism to the highest degree. And to gaslight and say Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorism, we all know which country is the largest sponsor of terrorism. And we all know who the largest terrorist is in the world. And we all know who sponsors it. It's Israel, sponsored by America. And right now, the United States of America sponsoring their militia terrorist Israel is terrorizing the world, creating financial and economic hardship. People in countries just thinking they're going to be hit by a nuke. Like, it's just pure, to him, it's a game. And to his Wall Street buddies, it's a bunch of money. I wouldn't be surprised if there were people that are having mental trauma right now as a result of the games that psychopathic Zionist pedophile piece of shit that you guys call a president is that Manco's going to tell us that part of the deal. It's terrorism. Call it what it is.
Dan, do you have oil calls or something?
No, I'm not. I'm not somebody that will try and make money out of war. I know that's the American way and that's the Trump way, but I don't do that. I'm not a gambler. I'm not a
Well,
degenerate gambler that tries to make money out of people's misery.
I've never seen you this upset, Simon. So I would only get this upset if I was betting on like a lot of war happening and the prices going up, and then the
Well,
market
Manco,
getting
yeah,
reversed.
you haven't been here for the whole genocide. Like, you just came in a little bit of a latecomer, but we've actually been on a bit of a journey together, watching your president's terrorism. And it's been and the games that are being played. I try and keep it cool together. But then when you see what's happening to my friends in Lebanon, that's happening to my friends in Palestine, that's happening to my friends in Iran, that's happened to my friends in America, that's happening to my friends on this island, that's happening to my friends in UK, that's happening to my friends all around the world. Everyone's trying to figure out how to deal with the terrorist state and the pariah militia, Zionist rapist pedophiles that you guys are funding.
Yeah, well, I definitely don't want to be funding Israel anymore. And there's a lot of people in America who don't want any of our money going to Israel.
Yeah, but the president you support is Israel. He is a Zionist. He's married into those circles. He hangs around with Epstein. He makes money from sex trafficking. He is in those circles. He is a Zionist, and you support Zion. You support him as a Zionist and his policies.
Well, I mean, in the last election, they were both Zionists, so it's not like there was a non-Zionist you could vote for.
I get it, but you support Trump. You support his policies. You support his Zionist policies.
I mean, I don't support his Zionist policies. I support a
But
lot of
Trump is
other
a
ones, though.
Zionist. What more do you want? He is a Zionist through and through.
I mean, this might surprise you, but I would say that probably 98% of Americans do not actually consider like Israel their number one issue when they're voting.
Yeah, but look what they're finding out now. They only give a shit when when they go to the gas pump. They didn't care about the children that were being killed. Suddenly, oh right, I've got to pay for this, and suddenly they start caring about things. I'm just sorry, it's a sick society. I'm not trying to, the only way to get shit done in America is hurt them with their pocket because it's all the fucking culture cares about.
Yeah, I mean, there's other people who care a lot about Europe and Ukraine, for example. I don't care about that stuff either. But even if you look at Ukraine, Russia fires over 6,000 of those Sheh version drones at Ukraine on a monthly basis, which it's even more than Iran did this past month. And they do that every month, and it's going back like years now. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the world, but people just have different focuses in different areas. And most Americans are focused on America. And I understand that most of the people in the space are very focused on the Middle East.
I'm talking about what's happening
No,
within America.
that's just you. Most of this audience, actually, according to the stats, is American. You may be focused. Well, actually, you're not even focused. You're focused on whatever Trump wants. But in reality, this audience is focused on basically global safety and global security, because that means security for everyone. And what they've seen is, even if you care about America, you've seen prices increase significantly. And I think the bigger arching thing is, I think even on this space, you were talking about the nuclear. You were talking about what Trump didn't want, the ballistic missiles. They didn't want the nuclear. Didn't want the thingy. But the 10-point plan that Trump mentioned in the tweet is the plan that was written by Iran. Why has Trump conceded to the 10 points written by Iran? It's quite clear the reason why. So all of this propaganda that's been stated, it's quite clear that the truth was what we were saying, that America was failing after failing after failing. Yes, they were the best in the world about, if there's a test about civilian casualty, there's no doubt about it. America and Israel are the best emergent civilians. There's no doubt about that. No one's going to contest it because there's no aim to basically do the exact same thing. But when it comes to what do you call it again, the achieving of the objectives, then it's quite clear. Trump has conceded quite clearly to the demands of Iran, which were the 10 points. And I think that's quite clear in terms of what's happened. And Trump tried to do his bravado. He tried to give a deadline at 8 p.m. and he had to capitulate because the option was follow through. Follow through means the Gulf states cease to exist. And so he had to capitulate because the destruction of all of the Gulf states, the destruction of Israel, would have been highly problematic for him and the world. So he capitulated, and this is why Iran always had all the cards. Iran always had the leverage. Iran was working the long game, and the Americans and the Israelis could only work on the short term. and the short term wasn't good enough for them, and this is why they lost. Now, Iran needs to make sure that whatever deals put in place, it's strong enough that they don't come back again, because America and Israel, being America and Israel, will come back again. This is why I have an issue with a temporary ceasefire or even anything else, because in reality, anything which is more bigger is going to end up resulting in these guys coming back again, because they have no honor, integrity, and agreements mean nothing.
Wait, do you think
Hey, but
Trump
we
would
Can I
have
agree
2
just,
with the
weeks.
10
Okay.
points?
Manko, I just need to jump in with some news, please, really quickly. I want to welcome back Doc. Doc, don't get annoyed. You know, we love you. It's all just a bit tense today. You know, I thought it was going to be the end of the world and everything, but your president pulled it off, Doc. Anyway,
Well, good news. I hadn't heard that. I actually did take a walk with my dog, and thank you for your notes and your DMs. I appreciate it. Everyone's life is
I was
really
sending
busy.
you the update.
Yeah.
He's called it off, but do you know what? So I just want to point out something, Doc. Just generally, actually, Manko, this is for you. You know what, Manko? Your president capitulated to such a degree. Do you know what? In this message that he released about the ceasefire, he didn't call them a regime. He didn't call them a regime. He said the Islamic Republic of Iran. They made him capitulate to call them by their proper name. Like Viva Victory to Iran, he had to call them the Islamic Republic of Iran. Anyway, there's just a bit of news. Let me give it to you guys really, really quickly. And then, yeah, you can have the mic back, Manko, and then we'll get Doc's reaction on it as well. So, from the Iranian side, they're saying more precise details regarding the ceasefire will be announced from the Iranian side. A ceasefire has been imposed for a period of 2 weeks. Blah blah blah. They said precise details will be announced within minutes. We're waiting for it. Israeli media saying Trump announced a ceasefire simultaneously with the firing of missiles from Iran towards Israel. They are simply mocking us. So Israel, the irony, is crying that they got hit after the ceasefire. I mean, Israel didn't know the meaning of the word ceasefire during any genocide. Iranian news says a 2-week ceasefire between Iran and America and Israel has been established under special conditions, and that more detailed information will be announced soon. That's from Tasnim news agency, under special conditions. And apparently, New York Times is reporting that Iran has accepted the ceasefire proposal and it's been approved by the country's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. So the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, New York Times is saying this, has approved this ceasefire proposal. This was actually, I've got to read it to you guys, but Iran's Supreme National Security Council said the enemy in its unjust, illegal, and criminal war against the Iranian nation has suffered an undeniable, historic, and crushing defeat. So there's a bit more coming out in terms of reactions. We'll wait to see if anything comes out concrete from the Iranian side and bring it to you. But I'll tell you what, I was listening to Gary and you guys talk earlier about the Strait of Hormuz. It says the Strait of Hormuz must be open. Iran's 10-point plan says we're going to charge $2 million a day. Iran's going to say it's open. Anybody who pays $2 million a day can go through. We've got a process set up already because they set up a process. They've got everything set up. They're going to charge for it. The ceasefire plan doesn't say they can't charge for it. It just says it's got to be open. Iran's going to say it's open on our conditions, pay $2 million a day and go through. They're not going to give up on that. There's no detail. Let's see what Iran says. Doc, jump in.
Yeah, no, I think this was what I predicted was going to happen, that Trump was going to have to pull back. I think, and this is all great. It's temporary. It's not going to be enough to settle matters finally, but we're back off the brink. You know, there's a countdown clock, doomsday clock. You know, it's backed up to 12:58 or 11:58. But I wonder if Israel's going to go along with this. I expect that you and many others, if not everybody, will say, well, yeah, Israel's going to go along with it because America is the one who's running the show, not Israel, not Bibi. That's sort of a fruitless debate from my perspective because, you know, there's no way for us to tell. We all have our individual perspectives based on our background and what we've learned in this space and other places and how inquisitive we've been and how much we've been willing to steel man our own arguments. and listen to those who have a different perspective. Um, so I'm just wondering if Israel is going to continue. I don't think they are. If they were, they wouldn't have whined about the attacks that hit them after the quote unquote ceasefire was agreed. But I'm hopeful at this
Just
point.
some breaking news. Breaking news. This is a statement by the Supreme National Security Council, and they say that essentially Trump raises the white flag and accepts Iran's terms. What are those terms? Let me give those to you. 1 second. Sound is cracking me up. Okay, 1 second. Let me just reset this. 1 second, and I'll read. Second, and I'll read the terms. Basic. Oops, wrong one. They have capitulated, complete capitulation in the demands. There we go. And then 1 second. And where's it gone?
It's okay now, Suleiman. YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, and the statement is where is it? Here we go. Trump raises white flag and accepts Iran's term. The Supreme National Security Council statement, quote, in the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, to the honorable, great, and heroic nation of Iran, the enemy in its unfair, illegal, and criminal war against the Iranian nation has suffered an undeniable, historic, and crushing defeat. Thanks to the pure and sacred blood of the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution, Grand Ayatollah Imam Khamenei, the measures of the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution and Commander-in-Chief Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, and the efforts and the bravery of the Islamic fighters on the front, especially the historic, lasting, and heroic presence of your dear people from the very first days of the war, Iran has achieved a great victory and forced the criminal Americans to accept its 10-point plan. Iran has achieved a great victory and forced the criminal Americans to accept its 10-point plan. In this plan, America fundamentally commits to non-aggression, continued control of the Strait of Hormuz by Iran, acceptance of nuclear enrichment, lifting all primary and secondary sanctions, ending all Security Council and Board of Governor resolutions, paying compensation to Iran, withdrawing American combat forces from the region, this is Simon's one, and stopping the war on all fronts, including against the heroic Islamic resistance of Lebanon. We congratulate all the people of Iran on this victory and emphasize that until the details of this victory are finalized, there is a need for perseverance and prudence of officials and the preservation of unity and solidarity among the people of Iran. Islamic Iran, along with the brave resistance fighters in Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen, and occupied Palestine, have inflicted blows on the enemy over the past 40 days that the historical moment of the world will never forget. Iran and the resistance axes as representatives of honor and humanity against the most savage enemies of mankind, after a historic battle, have given them an unforgettable lesson and have crushed their forces, facilities, infrastructure, and their political, economic, technological, and military capability so thoroughly that the enemy is now in decline and despair and sees no way but to surrender to the will of the great Iranian nation and honorable resistance axes. On the first day, the criminal enemies of Iran started this unjust war. They thought they would quickly achieve full military dominance over Iran and by creating political and social instability force Iran to surrender. They believed that Iran's missile and drone fire would quickly be extinguished and did not believe that Iran could respond so powerfully beyond its borders and throughout the region. The global malicious Zionism had convinced the foolish American president that this war would finish Iran off, and they could, by eliminating his last bastion of humanity, henceforth commit any crime against anyone they wished with impunity. They dreamed of dividing Dear Iran, plundering its oil and wealth, and finally leaving Iranians immersed and abandoned in chaos, instability, and insecurity for many years. The brave Islamic fighters and their courageous allies in the resistance axis, despite the heart being wounded and shattered by the martyrdom of the Imam, relying on Almighty God and following the leaders of the martyr, decided once and for all to give these enemies a historic lesson. Avenge all previous crimes. Create conditions so that the enemy would forever abandon any thought of aggression against dear Iran and fully taste humiliation and disgrace before the great Iranian nation. With this strategy and relying on the unprecedented political and social unity created in the country, Iran and the resistance began one of the heaviest combined battles in history against America and the Zionist regime, and have achieved all the goals they designed for this battle. Complete destruction of the United States of America and the Zionist regime. That was the statement, Beatrix.
Thank you. I think you know what? I'm happy that they're happy, but they could get shorter speechwriters, to be honest. But Iranian Foreign
Oh,
Minister Abbas Araghchi has also done a statement, and it's shorter. So let me just tell you really quickly what he said. He says, on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brothers, Prime Minister of Pakistan, Sharif, and His Excellency Field Marshal Munir for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of PM Sharif, which is the Prime Minister of Pakistan, he says in his tweet, and considering the request by America for negotiations based on its 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiations, I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration of technical limitations. So that's what he's saying. It says that attacks are going to be halted for 2 weeks, technical considerations and liaisons with the armed forces that allow safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm I'm getting a really nervous feeling about this, because I don't trust Israel and America as far as I could throw them in this situation. And I know it's going to sound like I'm being really pessimistic because, as Gary says, they took it right to the brink. But I don't trust them. I think they're going to plot something and plan something in the next 2 weeks. There's something not right about this. Either that or Trump literally has taken this off ramp, but then why now? Why did he take it to the edge? There's something not right about it. Or they went in to steal the uranium only 2 days ago and did all that and failed. Maybe they just have accepted defeat. I don't know. Something's not right. But anyway,
But
what do you guys think?
can we say that Grant Cardone was right in the sense that he predicted that there'd be some sort of a positive response from Trump? He just posted again. It'd be great,
Doc,
Gary,
come
if we
on,
could.
Doc. You're not going to give it to me. I mean, come on. You're going to give it to Grant. I've
Well,
been here
he's a
the whole
billionaire. You know,
time. The
you're a
whole time.
billionaire. Okay,
Violently,
I
people
said the
opposing me
same
that there would
thing.
be a plan.
I said the same thing from the very beginning. Not to pat myself
And
on the
Never
Grant
back.
said
comes
it.
and does one tweet and he gets the
Well,
credit.
Grant
Well,
said it
he
though.
draws a lot of attention. He's
Yeah,
a
but
big
guys,
voice.
he's been saying this for maybe 10 days, right? But he's trying to put a positive spin on this, going, "Hey, Mr. President, I I know you're going to do the right thing." Um, but yeah, he's finally right. So I'm glad. And Simon, you're right. Most certainly, we were going to capitulate, but I don't know that we need to rub it in. Okay, I don't know that it matters. What matters is we have a deal. Now the question is going to be: do all three or four parties actually live by it, or do we get one of them to go, "Hey, this is not in my, it is not in my best interest for us to have world peace," which I think is
Honest,
really
honestly, if the deal lasts, I'm more than happy to just say Trump won, America won.
totally, dude. Let it, dude. I'm cool, man. Whatever, you know. But we have 2 weeks. Is that what they said, or 10 days? What's
14
2
days,
weeks?
Gary,
Oh, 14
2
days.
weeks.
14 days will go by so fast. And my fear is this is great for entertainment and looshing. So, we just extended it. I would have rather some finality tonight, actually. But it is amazing they've accepted the plan as is. I'll be surprised if they live to it.
It would be almost impossible to come to an agreement that everybody could sign off on, be it reassured in the ways that Iran for sure has to be reassured in any less than 2 weeks. For this to be a long-lasting deal that's adhered to by all parties, they have to have a stick and a carrot for both of them, and the stick and the carrot applied to each party has to be accepted by the others. So this is probably going to take more than 2 weeks. My guess is it's going to take a couple of months, and we're going to see a couple of extensions with the status quo, because America, with its military might, cannot change the status quo. They can't open the Straits of Hormuz. They clearly cannot intimidate Iran into capitulating. And Trump has used the most extreme rhetoric that he's ever used in a manner that's consistent with the way that he's always dealt with negotiations and deals, bullying. And he hasn't been able to bully Iran. And finally, in terms of Iran's response that Sully just read, they were taking a little lap around the track, and they had every right to. And they really had even more than what they did in terms of embarrassing Trump and calling to attention the fact that they've in effect prevailed here. They didn't do it in a manner that was consistent with the way that Trump did it, showing their class and dignity, which I think is always that's helped them along the way here to get to this point.
And now the
And the
only way to
world
hold
thought,
these. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, Inevitable. I was just going to say, and the world knows that Trump was lying about, we were doing this great rescue mission. No, they had a ground and salt set up, and they were going to grab some uranium. Solis called it out. We nailed them on that. The world saw it. So, yeah, go
Well
ahead,
said,
Inevitable.
Andrew. Well said. And we better hope this deal holds because these are the exact points that we wanted Iran to get. And if Iran really gets those sanctions lifted, and God forbid it actually holds, then the Iranian people will finally be able to thrive. And if it doesn't, let's say this deal is, I think Iran needs to make clear through back channels that if this deal doesn't hold, that they're not going to wait 40 more days to reblock the strait or whatever, that they're going to go straight for Gulf oil infrastructure and crash the global economy. They can't go through 40 more days of bombing just to get it back to this point. They need to go hard immediately. Basically say, hey, we're going to decimate stuff if you stab us in the back for the third time, because they were already stabbed in the back during the 12-day war, stabbed in the back leading up to this war. So they can't go through 40 more days of bombardment if they get betrayed again. And
Well, if
don't
there's a
Andy,
forget,
you know
last. Oh,
what? That's great talk, right? But the thing is, Iran doesn't want to be part of a region that's destroyed. And I agree with Simon. And you know what? A few hours ago, Simon, when I was reading these CNN things coming out about a deal and stuff, yeah, I did think of you because you did say there will be a deal. And so I did think, and you've been saying it all the way through. And of course, Grant did because he bookmarked, I seen his bookmark a couple of days ago saying bookmark this. But you've been saying it from before I could even think about it. I told you over a year ago that this is going to happen in some sort of way. America's going to lead the region. But the thing is, I'm really hesitant about this because they had to do this, and I'm really glad they've done it. Earlier on, 2, 3 hours ago, Iran was being absolutely like Israel and America, and I'd say I'd hesitant. I guess it was probably Israel had gone all in probably knowing this 2 week ceasefire was coming. All in, it was they bombarded Tehran. And I think they need to just recoup, and people have lost loved ones' lives, not been able to bury them. People are still buried under the rubble and things like that. So this is good to give people a chance to sort this out. I think if it was just between America and Iran, I think it would be no contest. I think they'll get it done after 2 weeks. But I think Israel's going to be the difficult one. And there's something about this that really, I hope to God that Iran has not made a mistake by trusting Trump that he can control Israel. That's what I will say.
I have the same anxiety you do, Beatrix, but I am praying that Simon is right. Like I don't want anything more than for Simon to be right.
I have the same exact anxiety too, just because they've bombed during negotiations twice. So these are people that we know are not trustworthy. I mean, Israel's not trustworthy.
The thing is,
So
there's only two options, right? One option was to escalate and accelerate, and it would be a major ground invasion. They tried the minor ground invasion, in my view, and that failed. But okay, it was to escalate. You have a actual either a ground invasion into the islands, but I think they realized that that's not going to succeed. A ground invasion into the mainland, or Trump has to just bend the knee and capitulate. This is from Trump's perspective. He only has two choices. And quite clearly, he's bent the knee, he's capitulated. Just think about all the demands he's agreed to that weren't there at the beginning. So remember, on day zero of this war, he had the option to where Iran would give up all of the enriched uranium. And also, he had the option where Iran would have no nuclear enriched uranium. Iran wouldn't have control over the Strait of Hormuz. United States would have bases in the Middle East. Israel was bombing all of the different places where the resistance are. All of those things were happening on day zero of the war. What's Trump agreed to in this major capitulation? The complete opposite of that. So remember this JCPOA, Iran was only allowed 5%, Trump tore it up. Trump was offered 0% the day before. He said no and bombed Iran. Now he's agreed to nuclear enrichment. He's agreed to give Iran control of the Strait of Hormuz. They didn't have control of the Strait of Hormuz on day zero. He's removed all primary and secondary sanctions. Iran had sanctions on them. They're going to pay compensation to Iran for all the damage. So all the damage and destruction they've done, they're going to pay back that. So, and then the other one is, it says America is going to remove its combat forces from the region. This is weakness in the region. And then stop the war on all fronts with Hezbollah. So they're going to stop the war as well. So if there's an example of complete and utter capitulation, this is a prime example of it. I mean, he had two ways to go about it, and he chose the mode which is quite simple. He chose capitulation. And I believe that the reason he chose capitulation is because of what happened 2 days ago. Because he realized that actually a lot of these generals, what they were telling them, even though he fired them all, that they weren't going to win, that they were going to fail, and they had no chance of a ground invasion. But I just
Assalamu
want to
alaikum, Suleiman.
welcome,
Can you hear me?
welcome Sneeko onto the stage. Sneeko, you doing okay? Assalamu
Yeah, doing
alaikum.
great. I just wanted to call in for a couple minutes and quickly get some updates. So we just saw this morning, catching up to date, I had this whole show prepared talking about how Trump was saying he was going to end the civilization of Iran. And then at 6 p.m. in the same day, now he's saying that there's a ceasefire. So you were reading something. Basically, it looks like Trump agreed to Iran's conditions, which were spelled out a couple weeks ago, where they said no more aggression. U.S. needs to admit that they were the aggressor. The U.S. needs to stop the bombing. They need to pay the reparations for the damage they've done. Is this what's happening now?
Yeah, I believe that. Do you remember 2 days ago when they rescued the pilot?
Yes.
So I was me and obviously on the space, but I was the first one to say that I believe that that was a failed ground invasion, that they went in, took a force to try and take the nuclear enriched uranium, and they failed. That's why they had so many
MC-130s that got taken out, so many little birds that got taken out, and Black Hawks. And but that was a ground invasion, their version of it. It failed, they retreated. And then over the last day or so, everyone, if you see a lot of the military experts were agreeing with me and saying, yes, that's what happened. That became the prevailing thought, but that's what it was. So he tried a ground invasion, it failed. He gave this deadline as per what you said. And now what it was is he goes to the deadline. If he goes to the deadline, he bombs Iran. Iran destroys the Gulf state, and it's the destruction of essentially the world. And so his other option is ground invasion, but that's failed. So he's capitulated to all the demands. It's not just what you said. I'll quickly tell you what they are. It's complete.
Where are you reading this report? I can't find this anywhere. I saw Morani tweeted saying that Trump is negotiating with himself. I can't see any report from Iran saying that they negotiated, but this is just coming from Trump's social. Where'd you get that?
No, it's from the National Security, the Supreme National Security Council statement. It's from the, Galibaf, the guy who's been making the statements.
Yeah.
It's from him.
Okay.
So I've done the complete statement.
Yeah.
So on my page, I've done the complete statement, and then what I've done is just took out the bits which is like easier to read, if that makes sense. So the points are here. America commits to non-aggression. Iran has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, they didn't have control over it on days ago.
Can you link the report somewhere?
Yeah, it's the very last two tweets I've done. Can you see them? If not, I can put it in the.
I see your tweet, but I just don't see where you got it from.
It's the second to last tweet. Here we go.
Oh, from this Galibaf.
Yeah. It's where it says Supreme National Security Council, in the name of Allah, the most gracious. Yeah. It's a very long statement they made.
Yeah.
Okay, so and I just picked out within the paragraph, it was the 10 points. I just put them out and put them in bullet points, so it's easy for.
But where was this statement released?
Oh, this was released in a number of Iranian Telegram groups from where we get these, the Iranian news from.
So they posted a major statement like this in Telegram?
Yeah, that's what they do. They send the information through Telegram, through the Iranian TV channels, and then they'll post it out to the public as well.
Oh, okay. I'm just confused why I'm not seeing any of this from like their, the ambassador pages, or the embassy pages.
I'm not sure. Maybe
the foreign minister has posted. If you check his page,
Abbas Araghchi has posted, but he didn't post the details, right?
The foreign minister.
Yeah, the foreign minister.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you were reading it. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. So the point is the first one was the control of the Strait of Hormuz. So Iran has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz now. Before, remember, they didn't. Iran's allowed to enrich uranium. America is going to lift all primary and secondary sanctions. They're going to stop all Security Council and Board of Governor resolutions against Iran. They're going to pay compensation to Iran. They're going to withdraw American troops from the region, and they're going to stop the war on all fronts, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Okay. Do you actually think that this is going to last? This is 2-week ceasefire is like the shortest one I've ever seen. What are your predictions?
I mean, I think that they're going to have to. I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say it probably would last, because there's no choice. This is the capitulation. He's probably going to test how he comes across in the public. But other than doing a ground invasion, what else can he do? Like, how else can he escalate this? They were losing in the war. They were running out of their defense interceptor missiles. We kept saying that. This was getting to a point where it was too difficult for them. So there had to be a choice now. This was it. Either major escalation or major retreat, and he's chosen retreat.
That doesn't seem like Trump, though, especially with the rhetoric.
Sorry, Sneaker, Press TV, Tasnim News Agency, Cradle Media, Crash Report, they're all reporting the same 10-point plan.
Yeah, I see Crash Reports right now. I just wanted to see it directly from Iran. I'm like, it's confusing why it's going through third-party media.
Oh, that's always the case. But Abbas Araghchi also posted it. Abbas, if you look on his page, he's posted it as well.
Yeah, they're saying
it's being reported on Iranian TV as well.
What if Trump is pressured to continue this war? Because immediately after that ceasefire was announced, Iran started striking Israel again. What are the chances that Israel just pressures America to stay involved longer, as they've done the past 2 or 3 times that it seemed like this was going to de-escalate?
I mean, it's possible. Obviously, this is why I would never do a ceasefire with the Israelis, because I don't think that they'll. I mean, they normally ordinarily never upheld the ceasefire. The situation they got now is that they're in a position where they've got no defense left. Every missile that was going towards Israel, they were not able to defend. So I guess the question mark becomes that would Israel agree to the destruction of their own country? It seems like they won't. They've agreed. They're gonna probably end up agreeing because they were getting decimated so badly on all fronts.
Wow. So
This is just shocking. Like, you would think normally in an agreement you'd have where Iran may have to give up some concessions, but this is just total agreement to all of Iran's demands. Like, someone
yeah,
bends the knee to you and says, "I'll give you everything you want." Like, what do you do?
yeah. So much for unconditional surrender, which we heard a month ago. This is the complete
No,
opposite.
but there was unconditional surrender. But by
What
Trump.
from the opposite. I'm saying the United States were saying that Iran had to unconditionally surrender. It's the opposite now.
Exactly. It is complete and utter unconditional surrender by the United States of America, conceding to every single demand, every single one. We had all these magatards who were like, "Oh, we care about the nuclear enrichment. We care about this. We care about that." Well, he's conceded on every single thing. It's kind of embarrassing for the
Do you
United
think
States.
that he's actually going to? I can't imagine he really will follow through. It seems very unlikely.
Well, I'm already seeing some of these MAGA guys, and they're already framing it as a win. They're saying, well, we did kill the supreme leader. We did kill more of their people than they killed of ours. Therefore, we won. So
they're saying they won because they killed an 86-year-old man with cancer and schoolgirls.
Exactly. And so, but that, I'm just telling you what I'm reading on X from MAGA people. So I think he only cares about his base, and quite clearly his base is pushing that.
Let them have it.
Everyone's going to declare victory.
So, can we safely say this war's over? No, we can't, obviously.
At the moment, yeah, I would say it is. At the moment, yeah, the war's over. There's a ceasefire in place. Obviously, we'll have to continue to give information during the ceasefire. I guess your main question is there a chance that Trump's going to reverse his decision and change things up and then go after Iran again? Of course, this is always possible with Trump. It could be he's given himself 2 weeks breathing room to kind of rearm and realign the situation. This is possible, but then you're going to be falling into the same problem and the same trap that what do they do? What do they do in this situation?
Yeah. I really hope it's over, but the likelihood that Trump betrays this and goes in, he's been completely erratic. He keeps saying everything possible all at once. Like, he'll say Iran's weak and say they're strong in the same sentence. Say we are declaring victory and then also announce that he's going to continue to bomb them. He says both possibilities in both situations, both always in every single speech. So I don't think you can trust anything he says. I don't think this is definitive. If it looks like this, but compared to the last delay where he changed it from 2 days to 5 days, this seems similar. I don't think this is definitive in the war being over.
Yeah,
So
when you
my
take the
biggest,
Israelis into consideration, I think unlikely. Sorry, Joy, go ahead.
yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I think the chance of a false flag has now gone through the roof, because Israel does not want this stopped, and they're going to do everything in their power to make America finish what they wanted them to finish.
Yeah, well, we have to pay attention. There's a key point. Israel got hit by Iran right after they announced the ceasefire. So Iran is sending a message that, okay, we can agree to terms with the U.S., but Israel, you guys are separate. And the last couple of times that Trump seemed like he was retreating, more Epstein files were released. He paid another visit, and then he changed and continued to bomb. So what we can predict probably in the next several days, more Epstein information, more allegations, and maybe another trip, maybe another call. Maybe we're going to see some pictures of Netanyahu or Kushner with his arm around him like Mark Levin.
Yeah, and I think Joe is quite right. There is a possibility Israel could commit a false flag to drag the US back in. The issue I've got with Israel committing a false flag is they were losing in Lebanon really badly, very badly. They've lost a huge number of soldiers, a large number of casualties. And then also you've got the fact that they were running out of defense interceptor missiles. So I guess the real question is Israel so desperate that they're willing to be destroyed in order to win? If they are, then this then they would do the false flag.
But Suleiman, look, think of Netanyahu. Like the only reason why he's not in court is because he keeps opening new fronts. So what's he going to do now?
Right. They need that. They need this war to continue. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's equal possibility. It could be false flag, more Epstein information. Yeah. I don't see this ending. I'd be very surprised. I'd be very, very. What are you, Suleiman? Are you confident that this is over?
No, I'm not confident. I'm saying right now Trump's capitulated, but then again, like you said, he could get leveraged into doing a stupid decision. Remember, all of these decisions that have been made have not been logical, so it's like you can't think logically. So I interviewed Scott Ritter before the war. Scott Ritter was adamant there wasn't going to be a war. I told him there was going to be a war because Israel controls things. He was like, no, Trump won't do it because it's going to be negatively harmful for him. It's illogical for him. I said, I agree with you, it's illogical for him, but we're not talking, it's the Israeli decision. They end up being a war, I end up being right, Scott end up being wrong. That being said, so why I'm saying that is not to say I'm right, he's wrong, although I am trying to say that as well. But the other thing I'm trying to say is that you're dealing with the Israelis, and there's a lot of decisions that have been made in this war that have been so illogical and they've still been conducted. So we have to base it on the fact that these people are not acting in a logical manner.
Not at all. It's the craziest administration I've seen. Like the rhetoric where I haven't spoken to you in a while, but the praise be to Allah from Trump, and talking about the Somalis in Minnesota. This is just it looked just this morning. We are so desensitized now. I think that I think the last several years, for example, we could see how we've been trained to accept information. Before COVID, that whole pandemic would have seemed ridiculous and impossible. Now it is possible, and they see how we react. They see how we could be trained to protest when they want us to. In the middle of a quarantine, you got George Floyd, everybody go outside. Then you get the Epstein files, but they don't tell us to protest, so we all stay inside for something far more evil, obviously.
Breaking news.
Go ahead.
There's missile launches from Iran towards Israel right now, towards Beersheba. Over to you, Sneaker. That seems very significant.
Nice. So, I mean, the report said Israel was part of the ceasefire. CNN reported this, but I guess Iran's firing off its last load of missiles. Maybe there's a time when maybe it's like a specific time when the ceasefire comes into effect. But I guess the question is going to become, Sneaker, what I read to you was the Iran position. Trump's tweet is slightly different. Trump's tweet says the ceasefire is immediate. The ceasefire is going to be in place, and they're going to open the Strait of Hormuz immediately. So I guess that's going to be another thing that we're going to look at. That is Iran going to immediately open the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, that's the only part where it really seems like Iran's giving some ground away, because this was their number one source of leverage. I wonder if it's going to happen immediately, but I mean, it is only 2 weeks. So if they do allow it for 2 weeks, it's not that much different from how it was before.
If they don't contain the damage, man. The damage will be so bad that you might as well just, you're affecting. I mean, this is the trick. They need to shut that process down so that things relieve themselves. You can't do that. It has to be immediate.
Yes, Nico, you're making a fair point though, because this is my only concern about this, that let's say they open the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, all the leverage they've gained over the last 40 days, they've created the financial economic situation based on the strait opening for 40 days. You've lost a lot of life, you've lost a lot of infrastructure. If
The whole world, Sully, knows that they can do it now.
No, but the point is,
world.
yeah,
So
but
they
the
can
point
do this.
is, no, but the point is, if you were to open it now, let's say, and in 2 weeks' time, the United States of America and Israel was to bomb you again, you're kind of not at the same point. You're going to close the strait, and again, it's going to take probably not the same amount of time, but maybe 60% of the similar amount of time to get back to the same situation you are in terms of the economic and financial pressure you put in. So that's the biggest risk that I've got a problem with this temporary ceasefire. This is why I don't think there should have been a temporary ceasefire. There should have been a permanent one.
Sully, based on Arachi's statement that the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open for the next 2 weeks, basically to all ships with coordination with the Iranian military, it suggests that they really do think this is serious. Like this is, you know, this is going to end. Like they wouldn't do that because, like you said, that really alleviates a lot of the pressure that that's been put onto the system there. So they wouldn't do that, in my opinion, unless they thought this was real.
But what could have possibly happened for them, because they have not negotiated, they have refused many times to have those conversations? What could have been different now? Do you think that there's a possibility Iran felt the pressure of the threats to end civilization?
No, I think what it is Trump said, as per the negotiation, look, I'll concede to all your demands. The only thing I ask for is a temporary ceasefire where you open the strait for 2 weeks. And that will just benefit the world or whatever it may be. The financial market will calm down and we'll get this deal done. And I think that's what if you would say their concession is that they've agreed to open the strait 2 weeks earlier during a ceasefire with the idea that America bends to all of their demands.
But
So
by the
that,
way, they don't get hurt doing that. Okay, they make money all day, every day
yeah, they're
doing
going to be
that.
making money. Yeah. They're going to be
You
making $2
know,
million per ship. So what's that, like $300 million a day?
Iran had its from the first like 2 weeks, Iran stated what it wanted. Like from the first, I think it was the first week or the second week, they said they wanted sanctions lifted and reparations and what have you. And this whole war, this whole 2 months now, has been Trump negotiating with himself to get to that point where he is now. You know, so it's not like Iran's like changed their mind about anything now. They said from the start, you're lifting our sanctions and you're giving us reparations. And now Trump's finally starting to agree to that.
What was the change? I'm trying to see, does anyone have an idea what could have been? It seemed like this was going to keep on dragging out. Did Trump fold under the pressure? Someone in his ear?
I agree with Solomon. He said
bro, it's
it was a
7:46,
failed.
man.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's 7:46. I mean, 20 minutes ago they did the deal, so we were hitting the deadline. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
No, absolutely.
he could have just kept on extending it or something like he's done before. That just seems out of character of Trump to concede any ground right now with the rhetoric that we've seen in all the speeches.
I think
Very
Trump always
arrogant.
concedes, right? Trump always concedes. The only thing is he kind of frames it as not conceding. But the difference with this one was this was a huge concession in a wartime situation. Remember, he conceded. Remember, that's why they call him Taco, don't they? Because he conceded on tariffs. He conceded. Remember the Yemen war? America got decimated, and within 7 weeks they retreated. It's just not many Americans knew about it, so you could kind of retreat without them knowing. I guess this one you're trying to say that is such a loss that everyone knows about it. But I still think his base still thinks he won. They'll be like, oh, they've opened the strait for 2 weeks. They'll say, we killed Ayatollah Khamenei and we've killed those, personnel in Iran. That will be what the line is.
We really need to let the record show that the Strait of Hormuz was open on February 28th. If they are going to use that as a declaration of victory, that is the smallest. So all this war was just meant to fix what happened after the war started. That's not victorious at all. that just proves Iran won.
Well, I think what proves Iran wins, okay, in these 2 weeks, you're right, even that is a win. But after these 2 weeks, if these 10 demands are put in place, how can there be more of an obvious victory than this? Trump said the day before this war, I mentioned this to the audience before he came, the day before this war, Iran agreed to 0% enrichment. Now they agree to Iran having enrichment. They agree to Iran to keep the ballistic missiles. They agree for Iran to continue supporting the resistance. They agree for Iran now has control over the strait. Remember, he said, if you remember, Trump said it's going to be the Strait of Trump. He said me, and then later he said me and the new Ayatollah are going to share it.
Me and the Ayatollah.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas now it's Oman and the Ayatollah are going to be sharing the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's going to be making a lot of money. Before the war, Iran was in sanctions, crippling sanctions. Their country was being destroyed so badly by sanctions. Now they're going to have no sanctions. Like, if this deal goes through, Iran becomes a superpower in the Middle East, in the world. The Persian Empire's coming. I'm going to be the viceroy of Europe. Your boy knows, you guys know I stood by you guys throughout all this. Make me viceroy of Europe. It's a full-on takeover.
I wouldn't be too optimistic yet. I want all your success, but man, I don't think we could trust a word or anything from Trump. That's part of this deal is like Iran doesn't trust him either. Like, all right, 2 weeks, we'll see what happens. This is not permanent. A 2-week ceasefire is basically not a ceasefire. This is just a little testing period to see if he is not as senile as he comes off as in every single speech.
Well, the problem is we
I
have
agree, it's a
two
testing.
parties sign an agreement, but we really need three.
True. Absolutely. Great point. Because Israel hates this. Israel is very against this.
But I agree with you. I think it's a 2 week testing situation for Trump to see what situation they're in, what situation they can go in, and what they can do. And if they feel that they can go back into a wartime situation, they probably will. But I think just that when you were asking me about percentages, I just think that's unlikely based on how badly they were losing the war. But I think this just proves our point, right? We were saying throughout this whole thing that Iran was winning. They were all saying, "You guys are doing propaganda. Is America is winning?" And if these demands are agreed to, I think it proves who was right and who was given the real information throughout this war.
Absolutely,
But
especially
it won't
Strait
to
of
MAGA,
Hormuz.
though.
What do you say?
MAGA people will still say, look, he changed the regime, he decimated them, he made them come to their will. Now you have a new regime and it's going to be totally different. And Trump totally did what he promised. That's what he's going to say. And of course they need to release the sanctions. This is a different regime now. This is what they're going to say. Completely idiotic. Just repeat what Trump says.
Yep.
Hey, Suma, this is probably going to be a lot of news tonight, so I'll probably you're going to be live on live, definitely. I'll hop in a couple hours as more information releases.
Cool. Sounds good. See you in a bit. Thank you
Thanks
so
a lot.
much.
I appreciate everybody in here.
Appreciate
Assalamu
it.
alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Anybody want to add to that conversation? Adam, go ahead. Beatrice, were you going to add some news? Then we'll go to Adam.
So I was going to give a oh, go on, Beatrice.
No, Simon, jump in.
I was just going to give a quick synopsis in like market roundup in terms of what you can see right now. Bitcoin up, dollar down, oil down. That tells you everything you need to know for now.
Say it again.
Yeah.
Bitcoin what?
Bitcoin up, dollar down, oil down.
Poly market has the Strait of Hormuz traffic returns to normal by the end of April. What is it? What's today? And 62% chance.
Well, what do they mean by normal? Because with a lot of the
Normal, like
infrastructure,
what it was, like what it was.
Syed Abbas Arakshi, who's the foreign minister for Iran, his statement, which talks about the fact that, America gave us a 15-point plan about acceptance and we've given them a 10-point plan, etc. Trump just posted that on his Truth Social. He literally just posted Abbas Arakshi's statement. So, yeah, it's on, guys. It's on.
But when wasn't Trump going to save the Iranians and put the Shah back in?
That was such a lie. It's a disgusting lie. I don't know.
Even Mario
Now,
today, he
let's
was
not gloat.
interviewing someone that said
Gloating.
that the Shah's coming back.
Your mother would be disappointed with the gloating.
I'm not gloating. I was just reading the statement.
It was obvious how this was going to end, I think, in the beginning, because when you played out the scenarios, it was a ground invasion is going to fail, intimidation is going to fail, regime change is going to fail, everything's going to fail. All of his generals either got fired or quit. The uranium heist that they're calling a rescue operation failed. Everything failed. He threw everything at it, and he's just been trying to build a narrative now for 40 days on how he's going to accept Iran's terms and conditions without seeming like an absolute cuck. And we'll see.
But Adam, how long before all the Zionists on platforms start saying, "See, this is what Qatari money does. This is what Qatari money. Qatar got Trump to go back. He's working for the Qataris now. That's what they're gonna say."
So
So I already
Trump
told you
posted.
them. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say, Solomon, really quickly. Trump posted that statement from Arakshi, and the White House official X account also posted the statement from the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakshi. Never thought I'd see the White House posting that, but they have. Solomon, back to you.
Yeah, just to add to the point that we're speaking about MAGA, already the MAGA tards are making it look like Trump won. So the Quartering, who is a big MAGA account, literally said, so I wrote, US lost, Iran won, Trump capitulated. He wrote, these people, this is Quartering, he wrote, these people are in full blown meltdown. I wrote, your low IQ, he capitulated to all demands. You are more than welcome to come on my show where I have real viewers and we can discuss real viewers because he's on Rumble and Rumble doesn't have real viewers. But I'm guessing you will say this tweet was a joke because when he debated Rex Jones and Rex was about to decimate him, he's like, oh, everything I tweet on Twitter is a joke. It's not real. It's bants. So anyway, like this, I'm just giving you an example of these MAGA people who will capitulate. So it says, so let me read some of these super chats. Level 1 membership from Andy. Andy, thank you for becoming a level 1 member. Appreciate you becoming an important member of the community. Black says, what if this deadline creates false urgency? Trump threatening a major strike on Iran, seen as imminent and massive, but the real danger may be Israel's slow, persistent strikes. That's concerning. Then it's the non-Muslims don't understand the betrayal of the Muslim world by the UAE is the reason why many of us dislike the GCC. I think this is from the earlier in the conversation. Nasser says free Palestine, all of it. Rachel says is a level 1 member. Thank you for becoming an important member of the community. Gumba, I think Breach read this one. Tell him his opinion don't matter because Dan Bilzerian will be taken over soon anyway. This is about Randy Fine. Trump agrees to suspend bombing for 2 weeks. Yep. They all had already agreed on a ceasefire. Trump's latest threat to destroy Iran was to save face and pretend he's in control. Trump completely capitulated. Suleiman, if the deal sounds too good to be true, then it isn't true. And this is the US and Israel will go back on their word again. Yeah, I think so. I think there is a possibility they will go back. I mean, Trump did say that another American president will go back, so we'll see.
In regards to that one, that super chat, Salaman, he said he agrees to work towards or around the 10-point plan. So he hasn't promised all of it, but I'm not that it's necessarily bad. A bad thing for Iran to get at least some of those. I think sanctions relief will be the cornerstone of what they will give, but he hasn't promised all 10 of them.
True, true. He said, Abbas Rajhi said it's the foundation, right, of the framework. What did he say? He said about acceptance of general framework of Iran 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiation. So I guess, yeah, you could see, I think your argument is it's not going to be the foundational basis as the grounding, but they'll be discussing those elements of it, is what you're saying, I presume. The Iranians are more naive than the Thermians from Galaxy Quest. Total Zio capitulation sounds legit. Can we just take a minute and laugh at all those Pahlavi monarchists, all their hatred forever, imprisoned in their chest forever, living in shame? Hilarious. X-Commerce says, thank you for your coverage this month. No problem. We continue to give you the real news and real information. The only place to be is our space where you're being given the most accurate information. So make sure you're following this channel. Make sure you have your notifications on this page because obviously the notifications aren't on, so you won't know. And for the YouTube, make sure you're following and have your notifications on as well so you're ready and know when we're live. There's going to be news to give you throughout this entire ceasefire and possibly later as well. So make sure you're following. Also, Extreme Drag says hourly or twice hourly recap of top daily news updates would be really useful. Not everyone is following all day. Yeah, we do kind of repeat things all the time, but yeah, we'll try and keep that in mind for sure. The breaking or the latest news is there is a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire includes the opening of the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks, and the framework of the ceasefire is what? It is that all of many of Iran's demands have been agreed to. Trey Yings, Obsessed said, Trey Yings from Fox just said there has been new launches in southern Israel. And Ansarullah, he's Mossad for your information. I mean, yeah, definitely. But yeah, apparently there's more launches towards southern Israel as well. Okay, Darkside, jump
Also,
in.
Suleiman, air defense systems engaging with missiles and drones threats from Iran in the UAE, apparently. Now, the UAE being hit, this could well be a false flag. I suspect Israel is going to, if you know, when we used to talk about false flags, I suspect now is when we're going to see the false flags coming. This pause to work out a permanent resolution. This is a 2-week ceasefire. There's supposed to be no strikes, no missiles. It's supposed to be a pause to give Trump and Iran a chance to work out a resolution. This is when we'll see the real false flags happening. Back to you, Suleiman.
Yeah, Beatrice, Suleiman, can I say something real fast? Beatrice, you're right. This is when we have to be on super hyper vigilance to report call out. Joa also said it. We are in false flag territory like never before, and this is why folks need to be keyed into this space. We get, to the second updates. And for the super chat that said, "Hey, can you give us updates?" Well, please look at Suleiman's post. He's posting like almost every 2 minutes. Suleiman has on his Twitter page a post and an update. He's like, bam, bam, bam. He's typing. Like he says, your boy be typing. Your boy be posting videos. Your boy be updating. I feel so vindicated. We've been saying this for days, weeks. The panel's been saying this. Hey, Simon's been pounding it. There's going to be a deal. Yeah, there's going to be this. There'll be an incursion. We called that out. Solomon nailed it. But read his post, folks, if you want to see updates. Thank you. Keep fighting the fight. I'm so excited about this, guys.
Yeah, Solomon, one thing you have to congratulate you on, your skills during this one have been off the charts. And I'm glad to see that you went onto YouTube, TikTok, you're doing shorts, you're doing everything else. So congrats, because it really increased. And hopefully now that we won't be talking about this as much, Candace doesn't start doing spaces on Trump being a body double because they were keeping him in a locked room. And we can talk about serious things going forward because it's been great.
I'm going to boo him now. Freaking Krasenstein.
I got
Little
some break.
UAE chill Krasenstein's coming up here having little side digs at me. Let me boo him from the panel,
Appreciate it. No,
which
don't
is
be booting
multiple
Jua.
times.
If you boo Joa, you're gonna be boo. You're
Yeah,
gonna be boo.
Jua.
No, Joa. If you don't boo, if you boo Joa, the space is gonna go down. I'll end the space in protest. Don't mess with my boy.
Joe
But
is
anyway,
getting ready
guys,
to fly to UAE.
I've got some breaking news about UAE and
does
other
that mean
places.
even though I fought this whole thing, I'm still banned, or does sanctions be removed off me as well? Do I get sanctions relief?
Yeah, you should try and negotiate. That was point 11.
But Iran, add me in the negotiations. Add me in the negotiations. Your boy still be banned. Your boy was on the front line, bro. Add me. Give me sanctions relief. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Adam.
you held a 40-day space. You can get a little something out of that. Yeah, so we've got missiles going towards Israel. We've also got missiles going towards UAE, and we've got missiles going towards Kuwait, and also missiles going towards Bahrain. And I know what you're all thinking, like, whoa, there's a ceasefire going on. But then the last bit of news is on top of that, there's been a statement per Axios citing a White House official. The ceasefire begins tonight, but we estimate it will take time for instructions to reach the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. So that's an official statement there. So that literally has just been announced now. So we'll see what happens there in terms of.
Adam, you did
Yeah.
remind me of something. Suleiman, I heard an analyst, or Adam, I heard an analyst that is Iranian saying that when Khomeini died, there were instructions, and basically there were 31 different, like a decentralized type of government with
Mosaic, they call it, Joa.
the mosaic.
Mosaic.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly
So
that. Yeah.
right. So they were saying that you're not going to be able to negotiate because you don't have any one leader. So I'm wondering, like, if that's report you just reminded me when you spoke at him, like, do
My
all 31
interpretation
need to agree
is
to it?
different. So my interpretation is like they have decentralization, and they've given like the command of operational independence somewhat, but there is a centralized command structure, and that can take control at any time. That's like the supreme leader and the council there. So they can at any time say stop acting independently.
But he'll have to speak. He'll have to speak, and he hasn't spoken yet.
And we don't know what's happening internally, but yeah, publicly, I don't think it's required publicly, but yeah, internally, I'm sure they have systems and mechanisms to do that. So I wouldn't. It's not a concern of mine based on that.
Okay, so a couple of things. I'm seeing celebrations throughout Iran. in addition to that, we also have. Oh, sorry, I was tweeting something at the same time. We also have. I put a tweet out, boys. You know how your boy likes to troll. I just asked the question. It's a fair question. It's a good question. It's an accurate question. I just asked him, who controls the Strait of Hormuz? Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. Go ahead, Darkside.
Darkside, just before you jump in, there's something that I'm a bit concerned about, and it's Gaza. And I'll tell you why, because I read earlier today that Times of Israel said that they've given a timescale, a short timescale. Where did I just have it open here? Yeah, somebody tagged me in saying Gaza wasn't mentioned. I've had time believing Iran would abandon Palestine. The deadline for Hamas to disarm is 10 days. In my opinion, this whole deal is more trickery to help Trump retract his civilization threat and give Israel time to regroup and plan. Times of Israel reported today that they gave Hamas 10 days to disarm. Do you think this is part of the deal that they get to keep? Trump gets to keep his peace plan and the Gaza Strip and whatever plans he had for that in exchange. This will happen. That's the first thing. The second thing is that little gay Lindsey Graham, whatever his name is, he's done a tweet. Suleiman, you could read his out. I just sent it to you. Thank you to the lovely shaman for sending it to me. But I'm just a bit concerned that Gaza's not included in this.
Would Iran
Joe
betray the Palestinians that way? Because it would be a betrayal.
Yeah, Doc, I don't know, because I don't see any mention of that here. So unless it's going to be part of the 10-point plan, I don't know. Also, Joe Kent is saying to ensure the ceasefire is successful, we must ensure that we restrain the Israelis. Absolutely right. And Netanyahu has said we must find a place for the Palestinians to go immediately. Like literally, that's his post. We must find a place for the Palestinians to go, which makes me even more concerned about this. Anyway, back to you guys.
No, it was a good point, Beatrix. Yeah, they were fighting for their own sovereignty. I think it's a misconception that this was about anything else apart from that.
If I can just mention the economics of this, I've just been doing some back of the napkin math here. Not only does Iran get the ability to sell oil unsanctioned, but if you just do the math on the tax, the straight tax, that's in excess of $75 billion a year. It's over $1 billion a week.
Does
that
that
they'll be
account
taking.
for Oman getting half?
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I don't know that it's half. I imagine Oman will be happy just to be selling oil and maybe take a little bit. Obviously, Iran's going to need real money to rebuild, but we're not talking about a little bit of money. There's some serious economic incentive here for peace, which is, in the end, we all want peace. So Iran comes out of this with a serious economic benefit. I mean, I have to imagine Israel is besides themselves right now. I mean, if their goal was a weakened Iran, I think they failed miserably. And yeah, just looking at the economics, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's what makes it
What's
infinitely harder to believe,
Yeah,
but I don't
Pelitamaga.
know.
what do you mean? What do you mean it's a lot of money? Sorry, I missed what you said there. Say again, Darkside.
Yeah, just the tax alone is over $75 billion a year. It's over $1 billion a week.
What is
If the $2 million transit tax.
The
exactly,
toll, yeah.
boys?
Tell culturing, Suleiman.
Haven't I been saying that, Darkside? I've literally been saying you remove the sanctions and you basically allow Iran to have control over the Strait of Hormuz, and basically it's the Persian Empire that's coming. So you're basically, how much was that? $1 billion, did you say?
Yeah, it's over $1 billion a week.
A week? Oh,
Yeah, it's
Bloods, do
over.
I get a cut? Oi, Bloods, don't forget your boy. I'm not even paid by the IRGC, but now you're rich. Send us some blessings.
You can take the money now. It's not sanctioned.
Yeah, but they're not paying me anyway. But the problem is, don't forget the real ones when the Persian Empire takes over, jeez.
Largest sovereign Bitcoin miner in the world as well, Iran.
Trump has made Iran rich.
Hey, you know Trump's thing to make Bitcoin capital is Iran. It's not America, it's Iran.
It's all coming together.
Trump's working
Sully,
for
what's
Iran.
your
Trump's paid
title?
by the IRGC.
Suleiman, what's your title again? It's quite lengthy. Your new title there.
Grand Viceroy of I'll make it short, don't worry. Grand Viceroy of Europe is fine.
Woo.
Let's
Okay,
go
I love
to
it.
let's go to Puncher. Puncher, jump in.
Hi, guys. Color me suspect of this ceasefire. I find it very hard to believe that after the B-52s launched, that somehow Pakistan was able to get coalesce 31 independent, decentralized IRGC generals to all agree that after their child was incinerated in a schoolhouse, that somehow we're going to come to a ceasefire, and that also you're going to be able to rein in Israel, which the idea that you would go to war partnered with another sovereign nation who has different national interests than you do is just completely insane. So I just the word tenuous is bouncing
It
around in
was
my head.
China, Puncher. It was
Well,
China.
yeah,
China
China.
brokered the deal.
That
Pakistan was
that's
the host.
that's the word. So yeah, look. Then by the way, you want to know who the boss is? The real boss is the one who can broker a deal. That's China.
Hey, just to put some color on the amount of money here, I did a little bit of searching. Iran, assuming they were unsanctioned, would sell about $55 billion a year worth of oil. So the actual straight tax is greater than all of the oil that they would sell in any given year.
Wow, Trump is, an Iranian patriot at this point with how much he's improved the financial standing of Iran going forward. You can't spin this. You really can't spin how monumental and historic this loss is. If this is how it goes, what the terms are going forward with the toll in place.
They would
I'd
also
love to
have
go.
access.
In
Go
his
ahead.
post, he called it the Islamic regime of Iran. I love that. Like that's a massive U-turn from these ayatollahs and this terrorist regime. He didn't even call it regime. He called it the Islamic Republic of Iran. But you know what? There's something that you just said here, right? Which is making me think that this whole negotiation is actually just between America and Iran. You know, this message that was read out, I did read it as well, about, it's going to take time to filter the message down to local level, IRGC, the mosaic. That means you have the green light. Keep doing what you want, just don't do it to our interests in America. Israel's free game. Go for it.
I'm curious what everybody on a scale of 1 to 10, what your thoughts are, starting with Suleiman, about this ceasefire lasting a full 2 weeks. I'm at a 1.
You are you asking me whether I think the ceasefire will last?
Yeah, 10 being it will last, 0 being it won't last the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think I'm at 6 or 7. I think it will last.
Yeah, going back to those economic incentives that I was just talking about, this is a lot of money, right? This basically makes Iran the leader of the Gulf and puts them in control. So they have a lot of incentive to see this work, Puncher.
So
I'd
you're
be a
Saudi,
7.
you're one of the GCC countries. What are you thinking now that Iran is going to be the dominant country inside the Gulf? What's your next move?
Well, that's above my pay grade, but I'm not sure there's much they can do about it at this point. They'll be lucky, given the way this was headed. I think they're lucky that they're retaining power in their areas.
Do you think
Um,
America keeps its bases in the Gulf, or are we retreating back? And if we retreat back, I would think you're crazy not to pursue nuclear capabilities as a nation.
I don't
yeah,
think the
way above
Gulf
my.
can make nuclear capabilities, to be honest, because they haven't really been able to produce much independently. It would probably take a long time.
Well, they could certainly buy them. they could buy that capability. Again, above my pay grade, but the economic incentive here for Iran is to see this deal go through. And I agree with whoever made the point about false flags. I think it was Andrew. We are in major false flag territory right now because Israel has to be so mad, so pissed.
Oh my God, I'm the only chick on the panel. I made that point, and you just dismiss me and say Andrew made that point. I
I'm
literally came up and said this is false flag time, like
full
really.
proper
Dark Side's
attribution.
part of the crew now. He's
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, Beatrix. I apologize.
We didn't. What did you say, Beatrix?
You see that? Dark Side of Simon's right. You are part of the crew now. That's it. That's how the crew behave. You see.
yeah, that's a compliment. It means we're getting closer. We've been through this journey together. Hey, and I do just want to say, I mean, if it wasn't for this space and these videos and these interviews and everyone that chipped in and the entire community, this would have been Zio propaganda. It would have been, we're gonna, all of the monarchist shit. We're about to reinstall the Shah and we care about women's rights. And this is all about taking on the brutal regime.
Don't
You
forget
know,
the gays.
yeah, yeah. No, they're chucking them off buildings. There was 35,000, deaths and all of the BS. Look, everybody is empire unmasked. This is currency wars. This is ports. This is trade routes. This is economics. Every piece of shit that the media gives you, as well as those people that are boosted on other spaces to whinge and moan and make it sound like this is about human rights and various other things, all pile of shit.
So
And if it
Simon,
wasn't
you're
for this
saying
spaces,
basically it's Mario space is weird. A little bit of Mario space, basically.
of course, there's like a few culprits, but there's a reason why we boycotted that, and we did create a movement over here. And thanks to everybody that joined, lots of different communities. We got the Bitcoin people, we got the finance people, we got the military people, we got the boomers, we got the youth. Was it the millennials, Suleiman, the ones that didn't do any work? We had the whole crew here, but like Suleiman, I mean, you were at it like
The
24/7. So
conspiracy theorists. We got Candace that joined, so that was a big plus.
Seriously, I'm going to boot this Time now. That's it. Listen, the war's over. We've got no need for no Time on our panel. Right, listen, let me tell you guys, right? Trump just posted again. Let me read it to you. He says, the alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria and, of course, immediately picked up by the CNN. I have no idea what he's talking about because I'm reading it for the first time, but let's see. And blared out a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth Below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN World Statement, or was it a sick rogue player. CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw this statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. Results from the investigation will be announced. So I don't know what CNN posted, but they must have posted some statement that he's kicking off about because to do with Iran. And he's saying the actual statements below. So I don't know what that is anyway. But Trump's gone back to normal. Basically, guys, Trump's normal service has been resumed. He's just bashing the media again now. We're back to just bashing the media. Normal service is resumed.
Hey, Puncher left, but I wanted to answer because I think Europe here is going to make a big difference. Like um, France, Spain, Italy. I think there's one more that cut off airspace to the U.S. I'm really curious, and I keep saying like Europe. If Europe turns their back, then you have a serious problem. I wonder what happens to those relationships in these 2 weeks. If Trump goes crazy on them, attacking them now, um, I'm very curious because if America starts losing its allies, like France, grows a pair and starts to be like, no, we're going to go start working with the Chinese. I think Trump's going to go back in because he's not going to have
Well,
a
there's a
choice.
press
Some
conference
breaking
tomorrow, Joa.
news. Just some breaking.
Heck,
Just some
yeah,
breaking.
go ahead.
Just some breaking news. Israeli Channel 12 are reporting that an Israeli security source tells them, quote, We were surprised by Trump's decision and received updates at the last minute after everything was decided. So that seems to suggest that the Israelis weren't included in this negotiation. I doubt that to be the case, but this is what the claim is.
No,
That's
that's
honestly a
speaking
big
to the
question.
Magatards. He needs to rebuild. I'm independent of Netanyahu. He's trying to build his brand back with the
Why
MAGA.
would Israel agree to it though? That's the big question on my mind. Why would Israel agree to this? Why? You know, that's
Well, primarily because
yeah.
they're getting pounded in South Lebanon. That's probably why. Same thing happened in
Yeah,
2024
sorry.
when they were losing. They ran to America to create a ceasefire that they didn't even uphold, anyways. But that's what happens when they're losing badly. They'll capitulate and then they'll pretend like, oh no, we never wanted to stop, but really they did want to stop.
Yeah, thanks for saying that's a good point. Yeah, yeah.
Adding
Now,
They're
on to
not
that,
now, tomorrow
invincible,
there's going to
Adam.
be a press conference. There's going to be a press conference with Pete Hegseth and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. What time is that here? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 p.m. UK time. On Operation Epic Fury on this war. They're going to hold a press conference. Hegseth is with Chairman Kane. I don't know why.
Oh, that's going to be
Probably to justify
unbearable,
their
isn't it?
victories.
It's going to be
It is, isn't it?
unbearable.
Unbearable.
Simon, you know it. You know
Unbearable.
it.
Yeah, on the Israeli
We
thing, like, do you think they were on the verge of like a revolt, like an overthrow? Because do you think the government actually cares about the people? I feel like they would have sacrificed them happily. Like, what do you think about that? Like, you know, do you think the government was like, oh, our people are getting smashed, we're getting destroyed? You know, you think they love life more than they want to destroy Iran?
I would just say that Netanyahu is about to stand trial where he could be convicted and jailed and disgraced for the rest of his life. The people of Israel are no huge fans of Netanyahu. I'd say the general population. So this is a really dangerous time. Beatrix is right. Chances are that they are going to lash out at some point here and go full bore to break this deal.
Yeah, I think Netanyahu managed to make all his problems go away in exchange for allowing this to happen. So I don't think justice will be served, and I think he's already agreed what his exit is, and he had to comply so he didn't end up in prison or assassinated or whatever.
I think the next thing we see is Hegseth goes before Netanyahu does. If American people start saying, no, you didn't win, you're giving in, Hegseth, Trump will say it's hit because of Hegseth, and Hegseth is gone.
I
So I
agree,
think,
Joe.
we also got to remember that Israel had a massive blackout, and we only saw like a fraction of the damage that Israel withstood. So, I mean, if when the real stuff really comes out, it's gonna showcase the actual damage that Iran and the resistance caused on Israel. And that's probably why they're also capitulating.
And agree, and the
Israel's not
numbers.
strong here, man. Israel's not strong.
Yeah, exactly. And the numbers, when the body count starts coming out, the body counts in both Israel and in the U.S., when those body counts start bleeding out, coming out, man, yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, Israel had a countdown clock
So
on
does
its
this mean that
television.
they've got to stop ceasefire in Lebanon as well?
So
Yes, it
I
does. But
they
Pakistani PM confirmed that.
Also, Israel, Simon, I don't know if you heard, but they went back on their original plan of occupying up until the Litani. They couldn't make any advancements in the last 2 weeks, and so they said now all our buffer zone will just be the what is it, the 3 or 4 kilometer from the border. So they went from the Litani, which is 30 kilometers out, down to 3, and now that 3 will end up being 0 eventually.
Wow,
So
that's awesome.
but Simon, isn't Israel in a ceasefire with Lebanon? I mean, aren't they
They
doing
are,
this
yeah,
during a ceasefire? Like a ceasefire on top of a ceasefire?
exactly.
Hey, Simon, can you talk a little bit about if this peace deal holds and this really is a beginning of a cessation? How does this affect the U.S. With NATO and then also the Ukrainian war?
Well, my personal belief is that we'll now have the Xi Jinping meeting, and this has all been a part of the the trade war and that negotiation that's been going on from the very beginning. And the Russia side, my personal belief is that there's another 3 years to aggravate that war. Russia will get what they want. BlackRock will get what they want. Europe will print another dollars. NATO will pay for it, and they'll use it to destabilize and bankrupt Europe as much as they can. In terms of America, I think it's officially, a regional power that's dominated by the financial industrial complex. The K-shaped economy continues. I think the dollar is weakened, and you go back to the fiscal dominance, regime change at the Fed, try and get the rates down, run the economy hot as shit, try and print as much money as possible. Try and get back to business as usual. The rich are going to get richer, the poor are going to get poorer. That's what I think. What about you?
I can't help but wonder that, I don't like to go down the 5D chess route, like, because it's all speculation. But, I never thought that Trump and his team wanted to stay. They had some level of contempt for NATO, but other than that contempt, they had no political basis for a step back from NATO at a leadership position all the way to the dissolution. The actions of NATO through this effort, let's assume that this peace holds now, and there's a realignment here that people are comfortable with. The actions of NATO in this are going to be self-indicting, which is going to lay the political groundwork to take a step back, which is kind of what I think what the Trump administration wants. They want a Western Hemisphere focus and an America First foreign policy agenda. Europe is fucked, I think. So they did not. I don't think they played this well. They're not playing it well as we speak.
I agree Europe is fucked, but I don't believe they weren't playing well. They just not autonomous. The governments are completely in control by the World Economic Forum and the
But
same force.
and what part of Europe? Europe is a bit divided from what you can see from their actions. Like I don't. They're not acting in unison at all.
Well, I think obviously they've ceded national sovereignty to Brussels, but as a general observation, I would make as an American is that they have a level of disdain for the importance of energy in a modern economy. Germany basically self-immolated over the last couple of years by closing off their nuke plants, and they really killed their industrial base and made it very difficult for their industrial base to be successful. This whole energy war that just is in this now 2-week stasis, when it really was about energy, really exposed the fragility of the modern economy relative to energy. Now, the U.S. is somewhat insulated from these actions, but Southeast Asia was not insulated, nor was Europe. And this action, I think, showed that and demonstrated that. It'll just be interesting to see how the chessboard realigns in terms of who's friends now.
But yeah, my personal perspective is it was an op. Like the messing up, it wasn't bad leadership. It was just a complete op. It was Larry Fink. It was WEF. It was die policy. It was COVID. It was switch off all your nuclear energy. It was CIA agitating a war, blowing up Nord Stream pipeline. The whole thing to destroy Europe was 100% an op. I don't think it was bad decision making. I think it was governments that are installed to vassalize their economy and asset strip them for private corporate interest.
I don't know. I'm going to be contrarian here. I think Europe rises stronger than it's been in the past, and I think you're going to have
when you
What?
look at the
Based
currency.
on what? I want to hear this story.
Yeah.
This is a total mystery to me. How you would
I'm
save
I'm also curious,
Europe?
to be honest.
Please, please,
Yeah,
please do.
yeah, because in this conflict, Europe played a bigger part than people give it credit for. Um, you had independent countries acting independently, closing off their space to the U.S. The euro was allowed to be decimated by U.S. because of policies and the way things work together. I do think that the euro gains power, the currency itself, when you have one euro and USD. Europe does not do sanctions on other countries in that way. Um, so you have an alternative of a very strong currency, probably the second strongest currency in the world, that doesn't have one person ruling over what exactly happens, and you have multiple players. So it's actually a safer play. And the
Yeah,
fact that many of
you have
them chose sides here,
five women that no one elected.
it's not fine. No, no, you're talking about the EU, but I'm not talking about the EU. Each independent state, country makes a
Yeah,
decision. It's
yeah.
not
Do
just
they?
the EU.
Do they? With what printing press do they make any decisions whatsoever? Like Italy. Let's take Italy for chance. Maloney seems like a decent human being. Like, what can she do other than her historic buildings and the gold she has in vaults, which isn't a lot? She can't print money, dude.
Yeah, I agree. She can.
She has to go to the five witches and beg for it.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's one of
And
the
now,
problems of
you
Europe.
know, Europe
But
is
it's a
completely
problem, but it's also a
fragmented because you
strength.
have, 14 countries fighting for their sheer survival. Sheer survival. They're going to break, like, EU is so broken. Like, would you make an investment there? Because I'll sell you anything you want there. I would sell you any company
Not
you would want to buy. I'd be like, hey, I'll cover you, bro.
not Britain. I
There
wouldn't.
isn't one company in Europe that competes in the top 500 companies in the world.
The
They
second
have no
largest.
agriculture. Okay, they
Yeah,
have no
but
production facilities. They have regulations that are longer than getting into God's heaven, man. I mean, it's unbelievable. I don't see how you build a case for
Just
Europe.
some appreciate that, Gary. Just some breaking news, guys. I know we mentioned that. Sorry, yeah. Oh, so we got some breaking news. I know we mentioned that there was attacks towards Israel. There's actually attacks going towards the GCC countries right now as well. So there are some missiles launched towards the GCC countries right now as well. That's the latest news. As Beatrix
From
mentioned, I
where?
believe it's Axios saying that Iran did say it will take a bit of time to get the information through to the different layers of the IRGC because it is quite decentralized. So expect those attacks to come. Also, I think we got to wave 99. Is this wave 100? Did we actually end up hitting wave 100 or what? Not sure if you hit wave 100 or not. But Beatrix, to you, and then we'll go to Uncommon.
Yes, thank you very much. Guys, if you're on YouTube, I just put a message on YouTube. Please can everybody make sure they press the bell icon on that YouTube channel. So just minimize the chat, go to Suleiman's channel by pressing his DP and press the bell icon. Thank you, Ib Denmark, for doing it. I want everybody to do that, to make sure he's got some great interviews lined up tomorrow. And now he may be doing interviews even without the space, so at least you'll find out with updates and stuff, when they're going to be. So you're not crying later on like that super chat saying, can you give us updates? He'll do them. He'll do them on YouTube. Make sure you press the bell icon for everybody, please. Yeah, that's it from me for now. And anything else? So crude oil prices have plunged on the news of the ceasefire, as expected, as predicted. We can go to, who are you going to go to? Let's have a
I have a
look.
question for the panel. Do you guys think?
Yeah, and then we can go to take your question, and then we can go to Uncommon. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you, Beatrix. And the question is that do you guys think that there were the talks going on with Pakistan as an intermediary, or do you think they just sent over this 10-point plan? And that's all that was communicated.
I don't think Pakistan had clout in this. I think Pakistan I think Asim Munir's got clout, the chief of army staff. I don't think the prime minister's got any clout. That's why he was given those instructions of what to post. And I think Asim Munir basically was put in a position where it was like, you've got to create a way for this to stop where both sides save face. A lot of people have died in Iran as well. Let's not forget. You know what I mean? I mean, like people say it's victory and stuff, but a lot of people died. A lot of infrastructure was damaged. Kids died. So I think both sides kind of wanted it, but they were both stuck in their position. So I think Asim Munir probably said, right, there's their 10-point plan. Will you consider it? In the meantime, for the 2 weeks, can we start on this basis? And I think America probably engaged them and Iran engaged them as well because they're close to the GCC. They've got defense pacts with like Saudi and stuff. And so the GCC trusted Pakistan as well. So they were perfect all around. That's what I think happened, Adam. I don't think they had clout in this and they had any sway in this. Do you know what I mean?
No, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thanks for that, Beatrix.
Yeah, if I could
I like
just
Asim
push
Munir.
back on Gary,
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
can you get me Mistral on cheap? Because even every major US company is using that AI as a private AI on their servers because it is stronger, lighter, faster than the US alternatives.
You just
Like
reminded me, Joe. So go ahead.
yeah, there is tech there. It's there's tech in Europe. It is the second biggest. I just don't see how it doesn't because of the euro make a stand now that I don't they can push back on the US.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm interested in the Europe conversation, but you just reminded me of the AI thing. Iran did threaten to take out the massive AI supercluster, and basically that I believe people were saying that that would have damaged OpenAI or the AI bubble in America, and maybe that's part. I mean, I'm not saying that's the actual reason, but it's definitely something that could have been part of that if that was. Because the AI bubble popping that would have been catastrophic for the U.S. Stock market and economy. But yeah, on the Europe thing, we're going to be paying through the nose for our oil and gas now for the foreseeable future, for the next year at least.
We're toast, Adam.
Yeah,
Don't
we're
even dress it
toast.
up. We're toast.
Yeah,
We're like, I agree with Gary. There's nothing left here for nothing, for nobody. We're just barren land. That's it. Let's just be realistic about it. Do you not feel it in the air? It's like we're
absolutely.
history. We took beef with Russia. No, especially us. We're the only thing that I completely agreed the minute Trump said it was when he called us that island. We are. That's all we are. We're toast.
Yeah, the best we can
I
hope for is
agree when you
definitely
talk
some
about
clear.
Britain. That I agree.
Yeah, about Britain. Yeah, yeah, we're spectacularly exposed over here. But go on, Joe, if you had more there.
No, that was all. I'm just saying
Yeah,
there's a difference between Britain and the rest of Europe. Britain is US and
Joe,
it remains
Britain,
that way
Britain is to
and will
Europe,
die with it.
but dude, Britain is to Europe what New York or Los Angeles is to America.
Not anymore, Gary. Not even close
Well,
anymore.
see, that's my point, though. Okay, you can't bankrupt Germany. You just said Germany's going to have to put a bunch of nukes up. Okay, they've claimed they're going to put 15 up. Now they're $6 billion each, assuming you do it in the cheapest country in the world. In Germany, they're 10 bill each, and they take 6 to 8 years. Now they'll do it fast because they're great engineers. Okay, but there's 15 nukes at 10 billion each. It won't happen before 6 years. And right now, they're paying the most expensive prices for electricity in the free world. Now, when you have to pay the most expensive prices in the free world and you're not even assured you can get it all, you no longer are even on the competitive landscape, dude. You lost all your. The country's not get the athlete gets no fuel, no food, no carbs, no protein whatsoever, and they're like hanging along. They don't know where they have to have long term contracts for this shit. So, I mean, if you're one of the four companies that builds nuclear power stations, are you going to really take Germany's credit right now? So they're going to have to issue a bond, but of course Germany can issue a bond because, gosh, they don't really print money. So we have to go back to Ursula, Christine Lagarde. I mean, these are creatures, man. Okay, they have designed Europe, in my opinion, to become the prison planet of planet Earth. I mean, they're just going to constrict everyone there, and they're going to run the biggest experiment on planet Earth ever run. It's going to make COVID look like a walk in the park. That's like, otherwise, they have to go into civil unrest right now, the entire continent. And that's not going to happen because there's no unity among these countries, not really. The euro dollar concept, putting the whole community of people together using a currency, was flawed from the get-go, man. 3 countries stayed out of it, and there was no assimilation whatsoever, no attempt. So it's just been a massively failed, and maybe it was designed this way, but I can't imagine a way that. Hey, by the way, Germany, 15 nukes, multiply that by all the other countries too, because they don't have any cheap fuel.
Yeah, I just see Germany is the wild card, and I've been saying it on here. Like I was worried what Germany would do here, because that could cause a rift with the rest of Europe, and I could see a civil war. So I'm glad this is over, because I didn't know what Germany was doing. Although it was asking for their gold back from the U.S., which still has not been delivered. Um, so we'll see what happens.
So, guys, you know what? And I'm coming straight to you, Uncommon. But you know that post I read out earlier by Trump, where he's saying, "Oh, CNN World did this fake headline. I want an investigation." Blah blah blah. I'll tell you what that's about, right? It's quite funny. Yeah, I'll send it to you, Adam, as well. Have a look at it. It's actually really funny that Trump's gone back to normal. Basically, Trump's gone back to normal. All normal services resumed. So CNN World did an article, and the headline is Iran claims victory and says it forced US to accept the 10-point plan. And it's basically the fact that America was for, because obviously they haven't accepted the 10-point plan, right? Both sides have accepted a 2-week ceasefire and said that the basis of negotiations to begin is going to be negotiating that 10-point plan. So there's no acceptance of it. But this CNN World article says Iran says it's achieved a great victory and forced America to accept its 10-point plan, according to a statement from Iran's Supreme National Security Council. And then it goes into the plan. That's what he was crying about. That's what he was crying about, that article. And they've had to take it down now. And then he's gone after them and he says he wants an investigation and everything. So funny. Like Trump's just gone back to normal. Like it's all safe now. He's just going to be crying about the media going forward. All okay. Let's go to Uncommon. Uncommon, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Congrats to everyone that apparently we're not going to blow up the world, so that's good, obviously. The first thing I want to say is thanks to everyone that has been participating, and obviously Suleiman for hosting. I have a lot of we have a lot of different backgrounds, a lot of different views, a lot of different nationalities represented. I'm not going to lie, I'm really like more of a far right guy, obviously, if anybody's read my page. But I do think that there was a semblance of dedication to the truth that you could find here, and there were other good sources. I think Judge Napolitano was good. I think Fuentes was pretty good throughout the thing. There were a lot of different people. I know Adam loves Fuentes, so love it when he loves it when I bring him up. Slight joke for the audience, but there were people. My first point is to the people. If you're coming to this space, or maybe you've been following, maybe you haven't, in other people have been telling you all sorts of other things that don't add up, because everything we were basically saying in this space as it's gone. Now, not all of our predictions were right. We were speculating a lot as it went, but we did report things as we saw them. And I think we tried to give you guys what the actual facts on the ground were as best as we could see them. And if you're getting information from other sources that have been telling you Iran's been decimated, they're going to do whatever they've been telling you, that obviously wasn't the case. Clearly, what happened here is, if you look at the outline of the deal, it looks like Trump did bend the knee. I think that's the best way to phrase it. Ultimately, that is good for the world, though. That's good for world energy. It's good for the markets. It's a war we shouldn't have been in. Frankly, I think that's obvious to anybody with common sense that's been somewhat paying attention. So overall, it is good as far as the deal itself and whether it will stick. We'll have to see. But the outline of the deal, when people say, "Do you think it's real?" I mean, I think it's very real because, what did Iran not get that it wanted? It essentially got almost, I would say, virtually everything it wanted. If you're Iran, why wouldn't you take that deal? I think Sully's point is well stated. That was the first thought I had is their biggest the biggest risk to them is that they will get attacked again because their biggest leverage point was and will continue to be control over the Strait of Hormuz. That is what brought this down to the wire. If that wasn't closed, then who knows what would have happened. So yeah, it obviously does relieve a pressure point from building it up 40 days to if you open it back up immediately and stuff starts traveling, that's going to relieve a lot of, obviously oil's already down, what, 10 or 15% because the market's price, it's a future pricing mechanism. It's pricing in, oil's coming back to the market. So Sully is right about that. That is a big risk. On the other hand, now false flag, I think Joe Kent's video is well taken. We do have to, the Israelis are not obviously happy about the deal. I want to read something that Laura Loomer posted. I'm sure most of you guys are really like her, but unfortunately, she kind of gives basically the Israeli perspective. And she said, hopefully, the Iranian regime is obliterated before they obliterate us someday. I personally prefer bombing and killing terrorists instead of negotiating with them. I doubt Iran will respect the terms of any deal. And she's posted some other stuff. I try to follow them and the Mark Levins, and not because they're worth listening to, but they are worth listening to in regards of seeing, because a lot of times, clearly the war itself has been mostly an Israeli operation. It's been their goals. So who knows what will happen on that front? But I think, if the deal stands as is, I I think Iran is the regional power in the Middle East as it stands. The geopolitical world order has shifted. That doesn't mean it's bad necessarily for the world. It's okay. Iran it's not a problem. It's a sovereign country. It also proves that international power can, state power still exists, sovereignty still exists. So I think it actually is probably good for the world overall. And it's been really interesting, and thanks to everybody who's been coming up in these spaces trying to talk about what's been going on and at least been trying to tell the truth. If nothing else, obviously I know we all probably disagree on a ton of political stances, thoughts, beliefs, but I think there was a dedication to the truth here that can't go unnoticed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Great points, uncommon. Let me read a couple of these super chats, and the reason I'm reading it is because it's relevant to the discussion. The first one was the biggest loser. Oh no, Joe, close your ears. The biggest loser in all of this is the UAE. Lol, I don't think they will recover for a while since their whole shtick is based on superficial safety. No comment. But you know my answer to that. Leave Dubai now. If this deal sticks, another one is if this deal sticks, what happens to the Israeli population? Will they open the civilian airport and allow flights out? Yeah, I think so. I think if the deal sticks, then yeah, things will go back to normal. Israel will go back to normal as what they are, which is an apartheid state. LS VTech 24 says, Sully, what happens to Lebanon now? Will Israel continue its military campaign against them? So it's interesting you asked that question because I think it's worth discussing. I read, obviously, we know Israel is being decimated in Lebanon quite a bit. That being said, I did hear reports. First of all, heard the report from the National Security Council that said that all resistance groups will be included in the deal, in the sense of you can't attack any of them. But I read somewhere else, I don't know if it was some Israeli media, they were saying, oh no, the Lebanon is not included in the deal. So it's going to be interesting. Maybe Lebanon will be included in the final deal, but not in the ceasefire deal. I may have missed some things, so we need to obviously continue looking into that and seeing what the actions are. Also, some more breaking news: Vance, Witkoff, and Kushner on behalf of the US, will be in Islamabad on Friday to negotiate with Iran to finalize the long-term deal. What day is it today? Tuesday, yeah. So that's kind of the latest news on that. So that's all of those points. So yeah, we can bring that to
Why is Kushner even going? He's little Zio tool. He's not even American government. He's Trump's little Zio son-in-law. What's his role in this? And Witkoff's just a real estate agent. Like, why is he even going?
Affinity
Banks, I
capital
understand.
to
At least
get,
he's got.
yeah, affinity capital to get all the deals in for the Trump family, and negotiate his personal dealings.
That's what really annoys me. Grant's dropped. Was he here? Oh, I wanted to say to him, yay, his tweet. But never mind, he's dropped. Oh well. There's something else I want to read out really quickly, guys, right? Just for fun, really, because this guy's as irrelevant as freaking Kushner, but he thinks he's relevant. This is little Lindsey Graham. He says, like everyone, I hope we can end the reign of terror of the Iranian regime through diplomacy. Like, who even cares what this guy, like, he's so relevant, but he thinks he's so important. He says, we must remember that the Strait of Hormuz was attacked by Iran after the start of the war, destroying freedom of navigation. Going forward, it's imperative Iran is not rewarded for this hostile act against the world. Then he says, as to an Iranian 10-point proposal to end the war, I look forward to reviewing it at the appropriate time. Like, who's going to ask you, dude? Like, and its submission to Congress for a vote, like we did with Obama JCPOA. So he's already putting strings on Trump here by saying you've got to like submit it to Congress, like Obama did, and therefore the Zios can vote it down. And then he says, I want to reaffirm that from my point of view, every ounce of the approximately 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium has to be controlled by America and removed from Iran to prevent them in the future from having a dirty bomb or returning to the enrichment business, the Libyan model, for a lack of a better phrase. Time will tell. As I said yesterday, they're after the uranium. They're after the uranium. Who are we going to go to? Oh, Hos dropped.
Yeah, guys. People keep getting dropped out of the space, and apologies if you are. No one's being dropped. No one's being thrown out of the space. You know, the space has been targeted since we started. So obviously we're just bringing up anyone who requests as soon as we get a spot.
I just invited my brother back in. When he pops up, let's give him a
Ah,
little
he's back.
chance.
Hos, what do you
No,
think?
I invited him. You guys should do
Oh,
this.
your brother's back.
You
Where is
guys
he?
should do the same thing. He probably doesn't feel 100% welcome to.
So I just want to say thank you to every single one of you talking heads that have been on here. You've given me, and what I'll say to you is you've given me a lot of hope, a lot of strength, and it's always good to get the truth of what's happening, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. And we've got all of them. We didn't just get sugar coated crap. When things were going wrong, you guys were telling us. And I was translating a lot of the stuff that I got here to my Instagram and, gave that news to, you know, I can happily say to you, millions of Iranians inside of Iran, because a lot of it gets cast through the VPNs and then people in Iran see it. And the messages I've been given are reflections of what you guys have given me. And a lot of people took a lot of strength and hope with everything that's happening. I'm incredibly happy that we've got a ceasefire. I'm glad that we didn't have tens of thousands of people killed on either side. I'm glad no US Marines are going to have to die. I'm glad that no more aircraft carriers are going to have to get blown up. I am an absolute anti-war, anti-imperial person. I've always been that person, and I'm always happy when these things come to an end and stop. And hopefully people can just become friends and grow. And, Iran is actually an absolute natural ally to America and can become a natural an ally to America. But America's got to accept the fact Iran can't be one of your little, games that you play. Just accept us, have a bit of respect. And I promise you, as an Iranian, I respect everyone that respects me. And that same attitude runs through Iranian society and Iranian people. And we love American people. We just hate your government. And I've got my nephew Sam is an American. My sister's an American. Mehri and my other sister's an American. They live in Atlanta, Georgia. I've got tons of family all over America, and it pains me and them to see these things. And really, what we need to do is make sure that we don't allow special interests from the billionaire class, the Epstein class, to decide what's going to happen between the peoples of the earth. And so I just wanted to come up and thank you one more time for everything every single one of you contributed to the actual truth of what's happened here. And I really do hope to God, I mean, really hope to God that we end up with peace on this earth, because we came very close. We came so close to an earth shattering civilizational collapse financially and other things that could have happened. And I'm just glad that people saw sense and walked away from the precipice of what could have been an absolute human catastrophe. I'm not talking about rich people. I'm talking about poor people dying of hunger. So that's all it was. I'm glad I've been able to help you, Sully, especially yesterday when all your speakers disappeared. I just went, I can't have this space with just Sully and Beatrice on their own. So I jumped up, and I'm glad I did, and I love you guys. Seriously, I'm so happy right now as a British Iranian person. I'm so happy that no more people are going to have to die. That's all I can say. And that's all I wanted to come up and say. And that's it. Thank you very much for giving me the time to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Lahaz. I appreciate your kind words. I really do appreciate them. Um, if okay, that's where are we going? Okay, let me see what else we've got. Okay, let's go to that girl while I'm checking the news. Go ahead.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing me back, guys. Yeah, I want to say thank you, definitely, Suleiman and Beatrix. I know, like, this is not, the official end of anything, right? But, I don't know. This is this like, God is so good. I feel so much better than when I woke up this morning, and saw those, tweets and everything, right? So, man, like, even we don't know the details yet, right? But I'll just say on this space, we've been talking about, you guys have been presenting the truth, regardless, whatever side it comes from or whatever. We felt informed the whole time. And like Uncommon said, different people with different, thought processes came in to talk about the truth. And that's where everybody meets and lands. So definitely want to thank you for that, guys. Continue to subscribe to Suleiman and hit that notification bell when you do on both channels, right? So, but Iran, I mean, like, I know, like I said, it's not, everything isn't just officially over, but man, I just feel like this is definitely a good look for Iran and for people against Zionism. And I think to Americans, we really need to remove this Zionist stronghold from this country. But shout out to Iran. That's all I want to say.
Appreciate that, Casey.
Simon, isn't this kind of how Trump ends things? I mean, look, Greenland was a hot topic. They have X amount of time, and then he just kind of changes the news cycle. Like, you know, I'm really curious what happens here. I feel like this thing is actually over, but it really depends on Europe a little bit. If he starts attacking Europe, I don't know. Attacking not kinetically, just the fact that France and Spain and Italy didn't want to participate.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, you're trying to say tackle, but I just think in this scenario, I guess you're gonna say it's the same issue with the tariffs, but in this scenario, it literally was like he only had two choices: major escalation where billions die, or complete capitulation. And he chose the capitulation, which I mean, I prefer him choosing that over billions dying, to be honest. But that being said, those were literally his only two choices. I think he tried the ground invasion 2 days ago, and I think if he'd pulled the nuclear enrichment out, it would have been like, yes, we won. But he didn't pull that out. But anyway, let's welcome. One second, Beatrix. Beatrix. Oh yeah, let's welcome again. Let's welcome.
Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to welcome Grant, like you.
Yeah,
Hey
welcome Grant on the
guys.
stage. Grant, I hope you're doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm great, man. I'm great.
What's your thoughts? Your tweet, you said there was going to be a
What up, bro?
deal. You
Ham,
said
good
it
to
was going
have
to be
you.
Monday, but it still
Yeah,
kind of happened
Gary.
the next day.
Yeah, I actually said it would happen Monday, and then I didn't hit Monday right, and I said it would happen Tuesday. So yeah, I'm 50% right. I got a pretty good batting record right now. I could be in the Hall of Fame.
MLP.
I'd say it's more than 50% because it was a deal, right? I mean, one day doesn't make that much of a difference, but there was a deal. And what's your thoughts on the
Yeah,
deal?
look, I mean, I think the thing that's been left out of this conversation is Trump is going to take this, regardless of what you guys say. Trump will take this as a victory. And he will tell the world over and over and over again that this was his victory and he did it. And the truth is, you know what? He did what fucking 5 presidents in our country have not done. So now, for those of you who think he's taking a knee and it's
Which is
Taco
what?
Tuesday and all that, like, it's not real to me. That's not what I see. But, you know, I've sat at many negotiation tables and I know how they get, and they can get very violent, and everybody walks away losing something, and everybody walks away telling the other side that they won everything. So,
What do you think he? Because it's good to hear from. And it's
also
not a
the other
debate,
thing
but
is on the $2 million a ship. I don't know if
yeah.
anybody's done the math here, but if you guys think Iran's getting rich off of a $2 million toll, it's $1 a barrel. The average ship carries somewhere between 1.8 and 2.2 million barrels of oil.
Mm.
So if you divide that into 2 million, which I haven't heard anybody do in a room yet, it's about 80 cents a barrel.
Now you know your dog here has been doing it the whole time, bro.
Oh, I haven't heard you, Gary. I haven't heard it, but that's
Yeah,
great because I have heard people, oh my God, Iran's going to get richer off the
this is
fucking toll than
ridiculous.
the
It's
Hey,
oil.
ridiculous.
Gary,
So,
you missed it, buddy. We've been running some numbers in here with Darkside.
Oh,
so
Yeah.
okay.
once, so Gary, so from my understanding, there's
Hey, don't
about
call him Gary,
100.
man. Don't call him Gary. Okay,
Oh yeah, sorry.
I'll have to send him some
It's because I
money.
like you so much, Gary. I'm
I
always
know,
you're on
dude.
my mind all the time,
I,
Gary. I don't know
I'm
this
not
guy called Grant. It's
not
all about
surprised.
Gary for me.
He's a good guy, dude.
Yeah, yeah. I believe you if you say Gary. So Grant,
No,
I
you
mean the
just don't like
numbers are
my
saying.
position, dude. You just don't like my position. That's
No,
all.
I don't mind it. No, I don't mind having a conversation. Listen, I'm asking you a question. Like I'm not trying to debate at all. I'm just genuinely asking a question because I'm not an oil guy, so I don't know. If it's this is a genuine question because I'm not an oil guy. So if there's 150 ships a day, they say, and 2 million a day, that's like what 300 million a day. Are you saying that's
Yeah,
not
well,
much in the grand scheme of things?
they're splitting it with Amman. No, it's no money, bro.
It's
It's
not
no
much.
money. No, it's no money. This is fucking pennies. You know, you say the word $2 million to people, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's so much money." But you got to do the math on the whole deal, okay? Like Iran doesn't have
It's like 50
tourism. They don't
billion.
have manufacturing. They produce one thing. They produce oil, and they have to get the oil through the strait to China or to Japan in order for them to collect money. Like
No, but
they oh,
Gary, just a
Grant.
question. But Gary, just on that. So, again, it's like $50 billion a year. I know it's not huge in the grand scheme of things, but it's a decent amount, 50 billion. And in terms of
But that's not you know, that's not the money, right?
what do you mean?
Like why don't you do the math on all the oil that gets shipped out of Iran?
Yeah, so that's the other point. That's the other point. So one point is that they're going to make $50 million on the toll. The second thing is there's
No, but they're
sanction
not.
relief.
They're not. The toll's not going to last, guys. The tolls are not
But
products.
No, no, but
look.
then the second point is that
Why
there's
we didn't?
sanction relief. So before they had to give oil at a discounted price to China, now they don't need to because they're gonna have sanction relief. They can sell their oil at premium price.
That's a big win for them. That's a big win, and you know
What do you
what?
think, Grant?
It's not. This is Gary. It's not a loss to anyone. So I think it's a big win for Iran. I agree with Grant on the $2. Look, the $2 came with the offer on no repatriations. That's a fucking great trade for everyone. In fact, I think Iran probably left some money on the table. I don't know why people are saying they're going to get rich and it's unfair. It's like they're going to get their toll. I mean,
No, they're gonna get rich.
you want
Isn't that
them.
millions a day?
No,
Isn't that
but
millions a
Gary,
day?
they're gonna get rich because they've
Yeah,
not just got
hey, that's
oil.
fine. It's fine if everyone gets rich.
But
That's
they were
exactly what
already
should
rich,
happen.
guys. They were already rich. Like
They weren't
where were you
sanctioned
guys? Where were
They
you
were
guys a
they
month?
were wealthy. They weren't rich. They were wealthy because they had all that resources, but they weren't able to
Yeah.
profit of it as they will be able to now.
Because remember, Gary, they had to give their oil at a discount. They had to give all their products at a
Yeah, I
discount because US
understand
had
that.
sanctions on them.
So they're going to probably they're going to get a $30 lift on that at least.
Probably more than that.
Because they've been selling, they've been
I think they
selling the
were giving
black
China
market for,
40% discount.
yeah, okay. So 40%. They get a 40% lift. The economy grows. That's awesome. Okay. They get $2. Everything flowy moey. That's beautiful. To me, if we're there in 2 weeks, I will be absolutely shocked. I will attempt to manifest that very vision, but that's going to be good for everyone. Okay, the consumer's going to have to pay higher prices for about a year and a half. Everything comes back on stream; it'll get overbuilt, and we'll be rocking and rolling.
So that's what
But it's
Iran got. I guess the $1 million question is, what did America achieve in these 40 days?
Well, what were we attempting to accomplish? Maybe Grant can tell me that because I haven't heard. I have yet to understand what the hell we were there for in the first place. So to me, I like a strategy of, hey, plan. What's the goal? Build a strategy. Does that shit make sense? And then execute it. Grant, what do you think? Because don't really know why we're there.
Yeah, no, I hope it's over. And I think Trump controls the narrative. Cuba's not off the table. I wouldn't be surprised if something doesn't happen in Cuba in the next 10 days.
I agree with that.
I agree with that as well. He needs a win against an easy four.
And I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get Carg Island out of this deal.
I guarantee you that's not going to happen.
If
One.
anyone gets it, BlackRock does. America never gets it. You just give it to the companies.
Now, I'll tell you, one thing that surprised me is Bitcoin's behavior here. That it went up, and it went up 4.5%, 5%.
It went up as fast as oil came down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Probably, yeah. Grant,
I've been trying to get this. I've been trying to get Bitcoin. The last time I bought it was 64,000. I've been trying to get it back there, and it won't.
yeah, we're all trying to get it back there. Just be patient.
Don't
Hey,
worry,
Grant, let
Gary.
me ask you,
I've heard rumors that it's going to go below 50,000.
Grant, yeah, we ain't going there, dude. Grant, let me ask you a question here. What do you think? I mean, because there's no doubt there's going to be some demand destruction, inflation that's going to really drive through the market globally, right? And it's going to even hit Floridians. 450 gas. I think I paid 450 the other day. That's up $1.50. Now that's substantial. So how does that shock if it lasts 12 to 14 months? One, how long do you think it's going to last? And two, what does it do to housing, dude? I mean, residential housing, not your kind of real estate, which is multi-dwelling or corporate, or even agriculture. I think agriculture will probably be a winner. But what about resi? Is it going total freeze out?
I mean, Trump's got to get busy lowering these rates. You know, May.
How does he do that, dude? How
Uh,
do you do that?
yeah, he. How does he do that?
Yeah, I mean, like one thing is you would need a total peace agreement. Global peace would be awesome. That would bring rates down, right? Because that takes volatility out of everything. But yeah, what
Well, they were already
can
on their way
anyone do?
down. I mean,
Yeah,
before
they
this
were,
happened.
dude. Dude, exactly. They were before this whole shitstorm.
Oh yeah, they were down to
It was
three.
fucking going exactly the way everyone wanted it to go.
Exactly, and it was going fast. And
That's
then
why
this
I
thing
still don't
happened.
know why we fucking pulled this trigger. It makes no sense at all.
Well, there's something we don't know. There's something
Yeah,
going on over there we don't know
exactly,
about.
bro. You know that, and I know that. So how do you deal with the inflation that's going to shock the fuck out of the globe?
I wouldn't be surprised if gas prices don't come down a lot faster than you think.
Nah, bro.
If
Nah.
Iran gets unsanctioned, then that's a
Look. You
massive
you
stockpile for
have
the world.
real logistic issues here. Okay. I mean, real logistic issues. Simon's not going to have fuel for weeks.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm talking about
Simon's
America.
got Beatrix looking for
I
the
know you're
fuel
talking
for
about
him.
gasoline, but it's the same thing.
And I'm talking about America. I know Europe's fucked.
Dude, California's going to pay $8 for gasoline
Well,
probably
they've been
for a
paying eight
long, long
dollars.
time.
They're used to taking it in the ass, so they keep
Yeah,
they're gonna
well, they
keep.
like it in the ass, but they're going to pay $9.50 then, okay? But I'm telling you, there's real issues here because these are specific grades of fuel. They're not like
Just some
anyway.
breaking news.
All the
As I
food's
mentioned, there
disrupted no
are
matter what we do.
just
Sorry,
some,
Sully.
yeah, no problem, no problem. The breaking news is that Iran is hitting the Gulf states and Israel quite hard right now. Many believe that this was a, because remember Iran's strikes are decentralized. That this was the pre-planned start of a response against the Trump strikes that they were expecting at 8 p.m. Eastern, but they are hitting Beersheba.
Now you
Haifa has
don't
been hit
think
quite
all
hard.
those
Tel
you don't
Aviv.
think those teams are on Twitter and they know it's hard for me to
No, they
imagine
can't
that.
because if they're on Twitter, then the Mossad and the US figure out where they are.
Oh, so
We've got
they're
a couple of.
dark, huh? Totally dark.
No, they got to be. They learned this from the 2024. You know, with the pager attack that the Americans and the Israelis were using the tech to locate them. So they don't actually use any of the tech now to be able to carry out these military operations. We've got a couple of super chats. One says, Brian says, Zionists melting down on X. Does the ceasefire apply to them? No, it doesn't. It doesn't apply to them. They can hit and we can hit them back harder. Uh, okay, one chat is saying Grant didn't answer the question, but that's fine, no problem. About why was the US there and what did they get? But no problem on that one. I think we know the US was there for Israel, and we know that the US hasn't got anything from the war. They've achieved nothing. But yeah, Trump will say he won. He'll say, but we're seeing missiles hit right now, so I don't get. I thought Iran didn't have any missiles left, so it's
What
also, yep.
what's what is the official time that the ceasefire is supposed to take place, or is it immediate? Wasn't that discussed?
I think it was immediate. There isn't a time on there, so I presume it's immediate. The only difference is that I think Iran did make them aware that their leadership is decentralized, and therefore it would take time to get this information to various partners, also various different
Yeah, I got news of
personnel.
Israel striking Iran as well, just now.
Worst ceasefire of all time so far. But hopefully it comes out the wash. Yeah, Fox News was reporting the same thing, like missiles are raining down on Tel Aviv. Or Jesse Waters posted that, and then Laura Loomer said, "You can never trust the word of a Muslim." So obviously the Israeli right within the United States is not happy about what's going on and trying to amp it up, but we'll see.
It's funny Luma says that because if you said you never, Israel has broken every ceasefire it's ever signed up for and broken the ceasefire of Lebanon thousands of times, and you said never trust a Jew, like she would actually cry, like she genuinely would be offended if you said that. It's these double standards are hilarious to me.
Hey, is that a woman or a man? Because her face, is that the lady with the like? She just seems like she's got a really big face.
Saw.
What'd you say?
Saw.
Disavow,
The
disavow,
jury's still out.
Yeah,
disavow. Laura, I'm disavowing all these people. Let me back in the United States of America. Do not get me deported. This is
The
not me
first time I
speaking.
saw her, she looked like a super soldier to me that went bad. Like
I've never
a
seen her in
mix
person, so I'll
between.
take your word for it, Gary.
Gary,
I'll take your.
you know when people come in like from Britain, if she doesn't like you, she'll get ice on your ass, man. Like people ended up in prison because of her, like just
No
for
shit, huh?
visiting.
it's true. Did you
Oh
know
wow,
she can't
Laura,
own a gun?
baby, I'm attracted to you, Laura. Okay, you're a sexy beast, baby.
No,
Nice
you're
one, Gary.
American, so you don't have to.
Whatever tickles your fancy, Gary. Guys, just some more news. Obviously, a lot of these Zionists are now getting upset because they're realizing what Trump's agreed to. So Eli David, who is probably one of the biggest Zio accounts during the Gaza genocide, he said, "WTF." Trump just shared Aragchi's post that he accepted the regime's 10-point proposal. As a reminder, here is the 10-point proposal. And then they're reading the 10-point proposal and they aren't happy. Because in there, Aragchi says, announcement about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis for negotiation. And then Glenn Greenwald quote tweeted and said, "Truth is starting to dawn on the more unintentionally honest neocons and Israelis." It's not looking good, boys. They lost the war, and this is why. Like, if you ask a MAGA person, you saw it. Like, why were they there? What did they achieve? If they say the navy's gone, but then Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. If they say the military's gone, I'm seeing missiles hit the Gulf state and Israel right now. If they say, I don't know what else they could say, the nuclear enrichment, well, that doesn't, it's not in the deal right now. We'll see what the final deal is. It's not looking good. It is not looking good at all.
So a
Speaking of
lot of
which,
So I was right when I said that the Strait of Hormuz is open, but they're going to be able to charge money for it and use their procedure. I said that straight off the bat, right? I said they'll be able to charge and they're going to use their procedure, and that's still open. That's what it was. Basically, it was like that for the last 2 weeks. But listen, I got something to read. This is Israeli media. They're saying, will any Israeli official speak to the Israeli public tonight? Question mark. Will they write something? Question mark. Will they update? Question mark. Or will we continue to hear about the developments from the Iranian Tasnim news agency and from Pakistani government spokespeople? Nobody's actually told them. They're seeing it all play out. I mean, Trump's made an announcement. Iran's made an announcement. On the Israeli side, nobody's told them. Nothing. They've just left them hanging. Like they've just had to hear about it in the media. They're not happy bunnies at the moment. Yeah, they're not happy bunnies. Sorry, Casey, you were going to jump in, love?
oh my God, my mic.
Casey, are you there?
Okay.
I just
Can
want
y'all
to
hear
quickly.
me?
Oh, go ahead.
Can y'all
Casey,
hear
can
me?
you get a
Yeah.
better mic? We don't get. Can you not? This is what happens when you let tethers on the space.
What is going on? We really in a good mood. I hadn't heard a tether joke in a minute. No, the space is glitching. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so yeah, this is yummy, yummy for me. This is delicious. I'm enjoying all of their tears. I'm just enjoying it. We know Ben Shapiro is somewhere, about to shave his eyebrows. He can't take it tonight. And Suleiman, speaking of MAGA people losing it, I saw that one guy hating on you, yo. Just so satisfying for me to watch you absolutely destroy him with your tweet. So it's just been a satisfying night for me. Just wanted to say that.
Oh, you're talking about the quartering.
Yes, I am. He actually blocked me the other day. He's so mad because of the truth, right? The truth is, I mean, like seriously, like we had no business in this war, and we're getting nothing out of it. You would say Iran won, and he can't take it. And I saw how he was acting. Nobody knows who you are, but you're quote tweeting. You came looking for me, and so it makes no sense. He's so miserable. So I enjoyed. You destroyed him. You were like, I'm bigger than you, and I don't mean physically. I thought it was great.
Yeah, I never say that to people. Like, I know I joke around in the space. I'm never like, oh, I'm bigger than you, this and that. But they always say it to me, and I'm like, blood, what are you talking about? I'm bigger than you on every platform. I've only started YouTube like a few months. Yeah, you're bigger than me on YouTube, but I've only been on for a few months. But anyway, I don't care about that, about the size. It's about getting the message out. And I think what we're able to do on this space is that we're able to get the message out better, faster, and more potent than everybody else. And I think you guys witnessed it 2 days ago when we came out with the when we came out on this space with the theory, the position that we felt like it was a failed ground invasion. We were the very first to say it. We were the very first to post it, and then it spread like wildfire, and then it became the normative position amongst everyone. And why I'm mentioning that is that's just an example that you witnessed in real time in the last 24 hours in terms of the impact of the space and the impact of what happens. And to be honest, when Trump got exposed that failed, what did he do? We got the ceasefire. I'm not saying we caused the ceasefire, but quite clearly his ground invasion failed and he had to look for a ceasefire. So the impact we have is insurmountable. I don't think anybody has that. Like, yeah, you're on YouTube. Like, you might do a stream on YouTube, you might get like 10,000 followers, people listening, although most people are botted. But that being said, like, it's just 10,000 people who don't have an impact. But the impact we have on here is unbelievable. So
Well,
that's why,
sorry, I
guys,
just wanted
make
to.
sure you have your YouTube, your X notifications on. You go to my profile, put all the notifications on. we need to continue this until the ceasefire is done, until the entire agreement's done. Obviously, we're going to always cover geopolitics, so that's not the point. But about the specific Iran war, until the negotiations are done, until the ceasefire is done, we're going to be continue to do these spaces. So make sure you got your notifications on, and on YouTube, make sure you got your notifications on. Tomorrow we've got so many good interviews. We've got Captain Josephine coming on. If you remember, she again spoke out against what happened against the girls' school, about the war with Iran, about various other things. So that's going to be a good interview. I think I'll one more person I need to contact to get in tomorrow. And then let me just
Also,
tell you.
Sully, I just also did want to mention that and give credit to the space and give credit to everything that you've done. Like you're being mentioned next to Tucker and Candace and actually John Mappin, who's here right now. He kind of gave you credit for throughout the whole war. You know, all of your information and like this whole space. I think also I kind of joined in a few days into this space. For people who don't know me, I was an advisor to the Trump administration. I worked under the Domestic Policy Council, and I resigned over Israeli influence in my commission, and then also over the Iran war. And I slightly platformed me, and also Adam and Beatrix and all of you guys. So I really appreciate you guys. And yeah, so I just wanted to come in and thank you guys. And I also just wanted to say to Americans out there, like there's a ceasefire. It's great, but I think we really need to keep pushing and pressuring our administration. I've said earlier, I think anyone in this administration with a conscience should resign. And I've kind of got some backlash for that of, oh no, we should kind of let people push, see how far we can push the needle from inside the administration. But I mean, completely honest, the only people who have influence right now in this administration are Israel first Zionist actors. So I don't think anyone in the administration can make a difference, even if you stay there. So I really encourage defections. I encourage resignations. I think that needs to continue to happen.
For sure, for sure. Thank you.
Samira, thank you.
Go ahead, Beatrix.
Appreciate it. I just want to give some news really quickly, Suleiman, and then I want to give it back to you so you can continue just talking about the interviews. I'm really troubled by this. This has just come out from Reuters, and it says an FBI intelligence report has warned. I feel like it's parody world, right? Has warned that Iran poses a continuing threat to certain targets in America. However, the White House, led by Trump, publicly downplayed the risk and said it was not a major concern. This FBI report says Iran has previously tried to carry out kidnappings and killings, sometimes by luring people to other countries, and could use both physical attacks and cyber methods. Like, what the hell is going on? We just announced a ceasefire. Give it a break, guys. Just give it a break, right? Let's not start the whole whip up the frenzy against Iran again. Let's just have peace for a little while. You know, Trump wants peace, Iran wants peace. We're on a good thing. We're onto a good thing here, right? No more people dying. We go
And
forward.
Beatrix,
We
why
have
don't they
peace.
why don't
Like,
they announce that the cult Lev Tahor was actually kidnapping people, children from New York, and the guy that was involved that was financing, who lived in New York, did 3 months in jail for kidnapping children under the age of 13 into Mexico, right? But I've never seen an Iraqi do that. I don't see Iraqi kidnapping American children and making them sex slaves. But we did see an Israeli cult that did that, called Lev Tahor, and you can look it up. And the CIA let them go twice.
Yeah.
When they talk about
yeah,
that,
Joa. Let me give it. I agree. Let me give it back to Suleiman. He can wrap up the thing for us, and then we'll get on to more news. Go ahead,
Yeah, I
Suleiman.
was saying make sure you have your YouTube notifications on and your X notifications. We've got a big lineup this week. We're going to continue giving you news through the ceasefire, and it's going to be important because we'll have different forms of news on the ceasefire, especially whether Lebanon is included in there. What will be part of it? What will be the parameters? So we got Josephine coming on tomorrow, and one other person possibly. We got Pepe Escobar coming on Thursday with Stanislav on Thursday. We got Scott Ritter and Steve Jeremy on Friday. And then a few weeks after that, we got David Icke. So those are kind of the lineups that we've got. So make sure you got notifications on big interviews coming up. It's going to be awesome. Have your notifications on. Be ready. Make sure you YouTube, you got your subscription and your notifications on. And same with the X Space. Just want to welcome John onto the stage. John, hope you're doing well. How are you?
Hello, Suleiman. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Well, I must say, I'm extremely impressed by your spaces and how it has grown and the influence. And I also wanted to say how amazing it is to have Samira on here. I noted your integrity and how you backed up Kare Prajan when you resigned from the Religious Freedom Commission. And I think that was exactly the right thing to do. I just wanted to say that I genuinely think, Suleiman, that your efforts over the last 2 weeks specifically have been one of the primary causes for the so-called peace deal that has occurred this evening, or the ceasefire. The entire narrative of the Trump administration was completely collapsing internally. And I think what we've seen on X is a fraction, it's the tip of the iceberg, as to, you know, the president's credibility. I think he's really lost all credibility. And, you know, the tweet that he put out on Easter Sunday, and I don't know if you saw Tucker Carlson's response to that, but I honestly, you know, my own view is as I think the fellow's demonically possessed, and his entire, you know, position in the world is completely undermined. And it's interesting to see there's really just a few stragglers clasping at straws, trying to defend him and what he's done and the people around him. But I think history is going to be a very, very harsh judge. And I just wanted to say that you have done a marvelous job, Suleiman, and I really respect it. And you know, also the other people that are on your team. Simon, you've been doing extraordinary work. Gary's been doing extraordinary work. It's just such a delight to see that the power of truth and the power of sovereign voices has never been more important. And I think, you know, a whole load of people are going to be alive tomorrow morning that, frankly, would not have been alive. And of course, you know, because I was very close to Charlie Kirk, you know, the one question I have, which I've just actually tweeted out, was it really worth killing Charlie? Was it worth it? It's quite interesting to see Laura Loomer said something along the lines of, who said Trump killed Charlie? I mean, I didn't mention Trump at all in the tweet. So,
Just on that, guys, it's funny. There's a. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no, it's fine. Go ahead.
No,
Can I
no.
ask John a question?
Of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I kind of was wondering, like, I know you mentioned Charlie Kirk, and I was just wondering, um, kind of what are you seeing in the kind of the fallout of MAGA and the MAGA divisions? I'm kind of seeing a little bit. I do have a lot of my contacts in the conservative spaces, but I'm assuming you have more, and you're probably seeing more of the fallout. I'm just curious, what are the trends that you're seeing there? How do you feel like we can push this further and push people to come to their common sense? And yeah, just wondering what
Just
you see
before you go
there.
in, Samira, 1 second. I just need to give some more breaking news. First of all, I want to thank, obviously, as well, John. Thanks for your thanks. I really appreciate it. Beatrix also has been doing so much amazing work as well on the spaces. So shout out to
Thank you,
her.
Beatrix. Thank you.
Yeah. And in terms of
Thanks, Suleiman. Appreciate it.
no problem. And in terms of you should appreciate it.
Did you clip
And
it, Beatrix? Did you clip it?
no, it's fit. I was saying it for bands, boys.
Actually, do you know what? I should clip it, Simon. The hours, especially those first 3 weeks of 24 spaces, 24/7, 3 weeks continuously, were just beyond exhausting. And now this is the ultimate moment of satisfaction. This is our ceasefire. I'm going to clip that, Simon. You're right.
Um,
Breaking
I
news:
mean,
we've got
that bit might be deleted. Some more breaking news. Anyway, the Habshan gas field in the UAE has been hit by Iranian ballistic missiles. Habshan gas facility is on fire. But like I mentioned, I think this was understood that this was a response, an expected response, and in the sense of because Iran's military is decentralized, the Americans are aware that some of these
attacks were already pre-planned. But sorry, Adam, you got some breaking news, and we'll let John wrap up, and then we'll go
And no,
through.
it was the same one. Sorry, so you beat me to it.
Oh, I read your mind, Adam. I read your mind.
Great
Okay,
man.
John, you want to wrap up, and then we'll go to
Well,
revealing
just
the
to
news.
answer Samira, I mean, what I'm seeing is that very, very few people in the MAGA base um, believe the official story with Charlie Kirk and who killed Charlie. I, as of yet, have not seen empirical evidence as to who did it. Obviously, there's a ton of circumstantial evidence. There's a particular website called whokilledck.com, which has probably got the best analysis of the timeline. But what I would say is that narrative is completely collapsing. And the other thing that I will tell you, because we are close friends, Candice has only divulged a small percentage of what she knows for sure. So she is holding back a lot of information. And I think she always plays her cards very close to her chest. Some of the stuff that she's come out with already is incendiary. But I think we're going to find out a lot more. I think there are a lot more people who know something. I have been approached by, people inside Turning Point who most certainly know a lot. And I think there's a lot more to come out. But of course, it's not. It's a slightly dangerous game because obviously the people that killed Charlie are willing to kill, and that's self-evident. So I think Candice has got to be, strategic about how she goes about what she's doing, and the other people involved too. So that's my take on that. I think we're going to see a lot more information come out. And I do think we will find out. I think we will. That there's already it's already too leaky of a ship, and I think that ship is going to go down as well.
Thanks for that, John, and appreciate you coming on the space. Really do appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Well, we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Now, guys, some more breaking news. The breaking news is Israeli media is reporting that the Israeli military is continuing to launch attacks on Iranian targets. So the Israeli media is reporting that Israeli military is continuing to launch attacks on Iranian targets. So now the question mark becomes, is Iran part of the deal? The question is Israel part of the deal? Is the Hezbollah part of the deal? CNN reported that Israel's part of the deal. Israeli media are reporting that Israel isn't part of the deal. What is going on? Is this war going to continue, but the US has removed itself from the equation? Bro, I'm
I
not
think God
joking. If
listened to
that's
me.
happened, one second, Beatrice, finish the point. I'm not joking when I say this. If that's happened, bro, I ain't gonna complain. If I see some more boom boom, Tel Aviv, and Tel Aviv being decimated, I ain't a guy. Listen, we don't love war. We want peace. But if they force us into war, then we want the complete annihilation of Israel. We want a country where all man is equal, irrespective of race, religion, or creed. There isn't supremacy. There isn't a law that kills Palestinians as per what's happened a few days ago. But anyway, that's my thoughts. Beatrix, you sounded very excited.
One
Like you
state
were.
solution.
Exactly,
I was going
Simon.
to say, God, listen to me because I said this. Remember, I said this. I said, I'd love it if America did a deal. And I've been saying it repeatedly. America needs to do a deal with Iran and leave Israel to Iran. And I've been saying this every day. Leave Israel and Iran at each other. I love America. I love the American people. I don't want them to be a part of
Don't
this.
copy my
And
words,
Israel and
bro.
Iran. What I said that I've been saying it every day. I've been
I
saying it
thought you
every
were
day on this space.
anti-American. I thought you were anti-American. I'm pro-American. You're anti-American.
Oh
You're
my
like,
God, you're joking. Hoz just came up and Hoz came up. He was like, oh, my sister lives in Atlanta. I was like, oh my God, I lived in Atlanta. It brought back so much good feeling. I love America. What are you talking about? Anyway, let me give you some news, right?
I thought you were pro GCC. Simon's pro GCC. Well, you both are pro GCC, and I'm pro America. I thought that's what it was.
They're not mutually exclusive.
That's
I love
true. That's
America,
true. That's true.
and I
Okay.
didn't want GCC up in flames either. Like
Okay.
GCC, I didn't want them up in flames. No, I didn't, to
Joe,
be
let's go
honest.
to Joe. Joe, there's a ceasefire. There's sanctions relief. You being a connected guy in Dubai, am I gonna get some sanctions relief now or what? What's going on?
I don't know about that, but
Jokes, I don't want it, Dubai. Until you stop murking human beings, I don't want your ceasefire. Go on, continue.
Sully, all I've
but
seen from you
Suleiman,
this
I
whole
think
time has been leave Dubai, leave Dubai. Every day I see this post.
Leave Dubai. Leave Dubai.
Sorry, over to you,
Seriously.
Joe.
I'm
I
still holding
think
it. I said it now. Leave Dubai now.
I think the gleenness in your voice that Israel might not be part of the ceasefire is more of a reward to you than Dubai releasing the sanctions they have on you. From
Bro.
the smile, you could tell you were reading that statement.
Bro, listen. All I'm saying is Iran's got a ceasefire. Where's my ceasefire? Where's my ceasefire? I'm still got beefs with all these people. They probably got a bounty on my head. I just need a ceasefire, that's all. I just want to travel in peace.
Bro, you can
And
go
I
right
won't go to
across
Dubai, but I want to travel around. Go ahead.
go right across the strait. Iran,
I
like I
am.
know
I'm
they were
gonna go
saying
to Iran. Iran, listen. I was your number one proponent. I didn't get paid for this. I did it because it's the truth. That being said, when the Persian Empire comes, don't forget your boy.
there
Anyway,
was a report I read last year, Simon, that if
Sudan's
Iran
going to be free soon. Sudan's
who?
going to be free.
Who?
Sudan.
Oh, Sudan. Yeah, free
It's
Sudan.
going to be
Yeah.
free soon.
I
It's
kept
coming next.
Simon. I kept thinking you're saying Saddam, and I said, what you
yeah,
No,
that's
saying?
what
not
I said.
Sudan. Sudan.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The Suleiman, the one report I read before was that if there were no sanctions in Iran, Iran would be $1 trillion economy within 24 to 36 months.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do, based on what they were saying. Only
What was
because,
the reasoning? Because remember, Grant made it look like, oh, it's nothing.
yeah, it's not
How
because of
much?
the
How much?
it would reach $1 trillion economy.
Oh, $1 trillion. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, only because all their, and probably Gary can speak more to this, all their equipment is really old, so it doesn't pump the amount that it can. Number one. Two, they've had to pay a huge tax, which is basically selling at a discount, which they won't have to do anymore. Um, the fees that they'll be collecting from the Strait is about a 10% boost, 20% boost from where they are today. So there'll be a lot of modernization. And this is kind of why I think Europe will actually do well, is because Europe still sells a lot of heavy machinery, a lot of it. They're not going to be buying it from the US. I think they're going to be buying it from Europe. Um, and you're going to have an economy that grows like crazy, right? Because of the removal of the sanctions.
But they got a lot of capex to do, Joe, like to start.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's why you have the Strait. Right? There's a lot there.
And a lot you can do with a 35% uplift without the tariff and tax.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big boom. And by the way, it doesn't change it for the consumer. Okay, it's not like that discounted crude oil gets to the consumer. The consumer's still paying full bucket. So it really doesn't hurt
Gary,
anyone other than the black market.
how different is the old oil equipment to like
Oh,
today's
it's
equipment?
staggering different. I mean, it's staggering. But they've been at this game for a long time, and they're not. I mean, their engineering is excellent. So um, it's not a new business either. It's not like the oil and gas business, but to have the infrastructure in the right places, the logistics, and keep it all maintained. That's a whole different deal. It is a lot of infrastructure, but you can't not do it. It's
Yeah,
all
it's
they have,
just from that report I read, it was just
which is a lot, by the way.
it's old 70s equipment
Yeah,
that
yeah.
they're running all their oil rigs on.
Joe, they can have they can, if they want to get revenge on UAE, they can do nuclear powered Bitcoin, man. They're like they know how to use Bitcoin. They
Well,
can do
see,
it properly.
but hey, this is a really good example of how geopolitics and one situation over 14 days can change things. We're now thinking of, oh wow, look at this other country. It might be worth $1 trillion. This is an excellent example of a country that, because its balance sheet is not so vast, that to start looking at Bitcoin as a neutral play on and store of value, that makes sense to me. It does not make sense to me for a large country.
But they do
Uh,
already, Gary. They're
yeah, dude, I'll say they're mining the shit out of this stuff, right? So it makes. I'm just trying for the audience to say, hey, here's an example that just popped up. I mean, for most people, it just popped up, a month ago, and a very good case example of a country that would do very well and probably will be in a position to use Bitcoin and help it keep its sovereignty.
So
And
Simon,
and and ha-
someone's
go ahead.
posting here what I saw, which is they're saying, Simon, you could be the new Iranian Bitcoin ambassador.
Okay, okay. Well, let's get these sanctions off. Like, I do have to say, I gave up a lot of. I gave up the El Salvador contract. I gave up the Saudi contract. I boycotted UAE. Suleiman, you'll be happy. I didn't go to the. They invited me to
Legend.
speak there. Yeah, I did all
Oh,
that.
you
Um,
boycott. Oh, you gave up a Saudi contract. That's awesome.
yeah, Saudi wanted me to do the whole Bitcoin. When they got that $600 billion contract. Um, but yeah, no, didn't do any of that. Didn't want to be connected to any country, man, because it comes with when you're connected to a country, it comes with serious terms and conditions. And I don't want to be. I don't want to be. I want to be an independent voice. Like you end up a shill for a country, and then that just kind of you lose your credibility, I think. But
Exactly. I agree. That's
yeah,
awesome, Simon. But bro, what about the Persian Empire? What if they let you become the Bitcoin ambassador? Then what?
yeah. I tell you what, I'll only do it for one country. I'll do it for Palestine. When Palestine wants to build their Bitcoin strategic reserves, sovereign wealth, and just really, how can you make that country independent? I'll do that completely pro bono. Like that would be a pleasure.
Major W. This is why we love Simon. Major W. Listen. I will be. I will take the role as viceroy of Europe or the Western world. I'm not Simon Dixon. I will take the viceroy. I fought this war for you boys on the digital plane. Listen, I'm taking that viceroy position. Okay,
No,
breaking
but you
news.
deserve it, Solomon. Honestly, like you did the pro bono, you did the super chat hustle, like so. Hopefully, it leads to something. Something that's a win-win for everybody.
Sully, I might be willing to fund the campaign if I could be the ambassador to all interactions with North America and
You want to
whatever
be the
they may
viceroy of North
acquire
America? Okay, we're
for the
having a
next 100
conversation.
years.
Yeah, we'll ask the Persian Empire. When the Persian Empire grows, North America will be, but it's vassal state. Okay,
Listen, my
let's come on.
skin, my skin looks excellent under a lot of sun, dude. I could really blend in well.
Well, if
So
you're the
just consider
viceroy of
that
North
when you're looking
America,
at
you need to stay in
resumes.
North America, Gary.
Yeah, but expect there'll be some travel for me to see
Yeah,
the
there'll be
big
some travel.
boss.
There'll be some travel.
Yeah.
Okay, so some news. Former U.S. State Department spokesperson says, "quote: The war is apparently ending with Iran. Sorry, the war is apparently ending with Iran controlling and tolling the Strait of Hormuz, and with U.S. sanctions on Iranian oil lifted. If this is the new normal, we have spent vast amounts of blood, treasure, and standing to leave the Iranian regime poised to be strategically stronger in key ways." Goive, I think they're starting to realize what we're saying, that maybe, just maybe, this was a very, very good deal for. Oh, I just took my fish and chips and I realized that's not going to be my last fish and chips as well, guys. Fish and chips are back on. Like, it's not the end of the world. Anyway, let's go to that girl. That girl, go ahead, jump in.
First of all, I am loving the deals that we're already, planning on with Iran. Yes, please, can they hurry up and, get these deals
We're not
all.
gonna give make wait get that, this ain't gonna
What?
work. We're not gonna make you the viceroy of Haiti. It's not gonna happen. No,
I
you
have
will
to
be an
be there.
assistant. You could be the assistant to the viceroy. But go ahead.
Okay, that's even if I'm assistant, I don't care. Let's get everything squared away. I want to go to Iran. I want to, maybe they need nurses in Iran.
Casey,
Yes.
no, we're going to do our own thing, right? Let me tell you, yesterday on this space, Suleiman makes one of his his normal remarks about, his normal for a chick kind of remarks. And Gary jumps in and says, no, listen, I'm not like that. I don't see any difference. Like, both genders are equal. Females are equal to male. They're just as capable. Beatrix does just a good job as you do. And, she works just as hard. And I thought, oh, that's so nice. And literally 10 minutes later, they're talking about their viceroy, like who's going to be taking charge of what region for Iran. And I said, oh, Gary, I can come on board for you. And do you know what he says? Yeah, you can be my secretary. This is what
Whoa.
they're about. We're going to do our own thing, Casey. We don't even have to talk
Hey,
about it
I
with
was
them on this
giving you
space.
a position that is closer to the central source than anyone else. Come on, it's the premier position.
I
Gosh, with
cannot.
such a
That's so
compliment. This is
funny.
the problem with women. You can never satisfy women. They just always want more.
Absolutely
Yeah.
extraordinary.
Go ahead. That girl, you were gonna say something? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I am wrapping up. But yeah, Beatrix, we'll do our own thing then. And but no, honestly, like this is what it should be about, though, right? Like this should have never been whoever you just read, whatever they got upset about. What I look at it is that we wasted a lot of time trying to make an enemy out of a society that would have had no problem, I'm sure, making deals with us, trade deals, getting this money. Let us get this money together in the name of the Lord. There's, like, I'm so, like, this is what I want. I think it's great. And so, like, I just hope I'm going to continue praying that everything smoothens out and finalizes, and let us wake up, these opportunities. There's many opportunities here. So, this is really good. So, yeah, that's all I was going to say.
Say that girl Casey, when you go there to be nursing and all that, I'll carry your bags for you.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. Thank you.
Let's go to Joe, then we'll go to Andy, then Silver Sailor.
Hey, so you think you can get Joe Kent on? Just something that John said when he was up here. He said, I wonder if the whole Charlie Kirk thing now was worth it, right? Suggesting that this had to do with Iran, which was always my theory, and I think some other people up here on the panel. And I didn't realize that Joe Kent also tried to investigate foreign involvement in his murder, and then was denied by Kash Patel. So this guy's been on the right side the whole time. I'd love to hear you interview him if that's even possible, because I
Yeah,
wonder
I
if he
messaged
thinks
him.
there's a connection between the
I
two.
me- yeah, I messaged him, Joe. He read my message because he's following me. But I think maybe he doesn't want to do it yet because I mean the position of the space was very clear. It was always very much, with the position we had, everybody
Yeah,
knew we were against the war. We thought it wasn't in. We
yeah, he
thought,
might now though.
yeah, now he may, yeah. So I think in
I,
the
I
war it was difficult for him.
I just really wonder if he also thinks there's a thread between Charlie Kirk and Iran.
Yeah, yeah, I think he probably would, isn't it? But it's worth asking the question. Um, Darkside, were you going to jump on something? Okay, let's go to. I think I said Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Good. You can see my hands now. Hopefully my thing's working better. I updated my phone software, so maybe that will stop me from getting thrown out of space. I just posted a video from Indianapolis yesterday. It was of literally 10 monarchists with Israeli flags and the stupid old flag of Iran before the under who wanted the Shah back. So I said I just posted they're probably devastated that about the ceasefire. It was a humiliating display. So, and I was able to point out to my dad, and I'm like, "See, I told you that this is an astroturf movement." And yeah, this is, great news with everything, and let's just hope that this deal holds and that this isn't some trick from Trump or anything. And if MAGA wants to celebrate this as a win and Iran capitulating, we can let them pretend that they won, even though this is Iran getting their terms. And if sure, let them pretend they get a victory. We don't need to rub it in their faces. Sure we can, but if Iran actually gets this victory, that's a win for humanity. It stops the killing. No more children will end up being bombed in this ghastly demonic war, which is what we want to see. So let's just hope this holds. And yeah, that will be a huge win. And this, I think, has really woken up a lot of people's eyes to just how deranged these Zionists are, because they were literally celebrating and doing a countdown to the destruction of power plants and bridges in all of the civilian infrastructure. So this was a truly eye-opening experience. This entire war has been just seeing the true colors of people, and this truly shows who stands on the side of righteousness and who stands on the side of pure evil. And I mean, I think Israel and Iran are probably going to go back and forth for a little bit. Because, I mean, Israel probably wants to prove to its people, yeah, we didn't capitulate. Iran probably wants to get a few more licks in, but I mean, I don't see them going back and forth for months. Because, I mean, I was reading an article about how they were having to more violently put down some anti-war protests in Israel. They haven't been able to go to school in Israel. So people in Israel have had enough. Like, kids in Israel need to get back into the classroom. They're tired of living in bunkers there too.
Some more news. Mark Levin is not happy with the ceasefire deal. His voice is shaking. I'm putting it out there, but he's not happy with the ceasefire deal at all. He says, what about the Hezbollah? They're as worse than Iran. So he's not happy. Myron, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Have you heard about the ceasefire?
Yes, I did, man. I'm on live now. Got a lot of people watching. Yeah, I did hear about it. I went through the 10-point plan. You know, this is a huge W for the Iranians. Now, obviously, here's the thing. The Trump administration, they're agreeing just to the framework, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get everything they want in the 10-point plan, but it is going to halt things for 2 weeks. But honestly, you know, we've seen them, attack in the middle of a negotiation. So I'm not taking anything off the table here, right? I'm glad that we got a temporary ceasefire, and Americans aren't going to die, and gas prices are going to stabilize a little bit. But who knows if this is going to last? I don't know. And the United States has proven that they can't really be trusted during negotiations. But I think Trump got put in a rock and a hard place and had to make a decision or concede on a couple of things, which this is huge because prior to this conflict, the Strait of Hormuz was open, sanctions were crippling. They were willing to give up their stockpile of nuclear material that they had. Now it's like they're going to keep everything. They're not really conceding on anything. So, this is just this was such a stupid strategic error on our part from starting this war.
Do you think the ceasefire holds?
To be honest, no. I don't think it will. I'm glad, but I just don't foresee it holding because this is such a big W for them. It's like, I just don't see it. Or at least between the Israelis. Maybe we might try to wash our hands off of this, but the Israelis definitely are not gonna. This is not gonna be a peace deal for them. They're already losing their minds on Twitter. I've seen Dr. Eli David and a couple others like just mad as hell right now.
They're not happy. They're not happy because if the ceasefire holds and those 10 points are a foundation of the New Deal, irrespective of all 10 are agreed or not, which I don't think all 10 will be agreed. Like I still think they'll still have some control in the Middle East in terms of basis. But yeah, largely speaking, those are Iran's 10 points, and the fact that they're moving towards Iran's 10 points as opposed to anything else shows the kind of strength of the Iranian position. In terms of like, this is the number one question, like I've been asking a lot of MAGA people who've been coming up. What have they achieved by this war? Like, what have they got that they didn't have before the war?
Absolutely nothing, bro. And I've had to like say like it's really frustrating because it's like so many people in the American right-wing circles are stupid when it comes to Middle Eastern foreign policy. So like I'm seeing all these guys, like for example, like Gunther Engelman and a bunch of other idiots were saying, oh, look, the IRGC is forcing people to stand at power plants. And I'm like, dude, are you fucking serious? Like, are you fucking stupid? Like, no, dude, we attacked their country. We united them. They're rallying around the flag. Like, and I had to like kind of earlier on stream, I was telling my audience, like, imagine Donald Trump got fucking assassinated and bombed in an airstrike by like Russia and 50 of our top military brass and government officials, right? Like, and then on top of that, they started bombing the Golden Gate Bridge, the Empire State Building. They started bombing our infrastructure. Like, would you take up arms and defend your country? Would you rally around the flag? I would argue probably people would. Even people that absolutely hate Donald Trump, all the crazy progressives and Democrats. If something like that happened to us, we would all rally around the flag, right? Despite our grievances with Trump. We'll handle our domestic issues later, our bipartisan issues later, but we would all unite. So like, I had to explain that to them. This is exactly how the Iranian people feel. Does this mean that there weren't grievances prior? with, you know, maybe the economy or the real crashing or the protests. No, I'm sure there's plenty of people in Iran that hate the government and, you know, might wish for a better or different government. But I'll tell you this, they're not going to hate their government as much as hating the United States and Israel. They're going to still stand by their government. So when they're saying that the IRGC forced people to be at these power plants, like that's just a bunch of low IQ Hezbollah. Like they just don't want to concede on the fact that like we thought we were going to be able to get them to do an uprising and a regime change. They didn't do it. They actually, you know, stuck 10 toes down with their government. And the only reason they walked over to those power plants is because they said, yo, if you're going to go ahead and destroy our infrastructure, you're going to have to destroy us in the process. So it would put Trump in a, you know, horrible diplomatic position because not only would he have to commit a war crime by destroying civilian infrastructure, he'd actually bomb and kill a bunch of civilians in the process. So he had to capitulate, man, because at the end of the day, this war was pointless. This war was optional, and there's no benefit to said war, like you were saying, Suleiman. So he had to capitulate, you know, and he was looking for a political off-ramp all this time. And then on top of that, obviously the botched F-15 rescue mission, which is really a ground assault, that also fucked things up. So I think he was just running out of options, and was realizing this was an L, and we were obviously approaching $120 per barrel of crude. So there was just no upside, and that's why I think he needed this 2 weeks to probably reassess and rearm and figure things out. But we'll see what happens. But I don't think this ceasefire is going to last, unfortunately.
Looking at the Trump 15-point plan and the Iranian 10-point plan, both of those plans are very Iran friendly. I mean, what would you say in there that could be that could form part of the agreement, like just from an unbiased perspective, that Iran would not be happy with, but they'll have to concede?
I saw the US 15 plan, man. I thought it was like kind of a non-starter. I think it was because the big thing on it was they would relieve all sanctions. From when I looked at that plan, but I think that's where they like counter offered, where they said, hey, you know, the only thing we're going to negotiate on is uranium. That's it. We're not negotiating on the ballistic missile program. We're not lowering it down to 300 kilometers. We're not getting rid of our ballistic missile program. None of that. You know, we're not going to stop funding the proxies. So, I think the biggest thing for the Iranians obviously is the sanction relief, but now also it's going to be collecting money from the Strait of Hormuz because of obviously all the damage that's been done. So, dude, they're gonna get the money and be able to rebuild, and you know, Iran's gonna get stronger from this. So, like this war, honestly, this was a monumental strategic failure for the United States. Yes, we militarily won and destroyed a lot of their infrastructure. Cool, but that's kind of irrelevant because strategically they won.
I mean, when I read the American 15-point plan, I actually thought the Iranians wrote it because it was so pro.
Are you looking at the same plan? Let me double check because I saw an early plan in the beginning of the conflict that I was like, this plan sucks. Unless they
it's the one that says basically Iran can have nuclear enriched uranium. They're allowed to use it for civilian use. They're allowed to even possibly use it for defense use. Sanctions relief. Basically,
yeah, that was the big one.
Yeah. So I mean, that one I went through it. I did a video on that. That was so Iran friendly. It was unbelievable, in my view.
Yeah, let me
there
look
wasn't,
here. Maybe I'm thinking
and I
of
just
another
think
thing.
about like what would America ask for that Iran concedes to that is unique. So maybe you could say the percent of enriched uranium, but even that one they'd agreed to before the war. They agreed to 0%. So like, what could it be that Iran agrees to that you think, okay, by going to war, America's achieved at least 1 point?
We've achieved nothing. I think we've, because like before and the reason why I say that is because before the war, the Strait of Hormuz was open and the Iranians were collecting nothing on it. Now it's basically, it's not closed necessarily, but it now has a toll booth and they're controlling the flow and making a bunch of money in the process. So it's like, I don't think we've gained anything in this. Like, you know, Trump and Marco Rubio have been trying to salvage it, saying like, oh, we destroyed their Navy, we destroyed their Air Force, we did a regime change. But it's like, dude, that's a lie because number one, who cares about their Navy? That was never really a threat. Who cares about their Air Force? We're talking about fighter jets from the 1970s. And then as far as a regime change, that's laughable. Dude, the person that's in power now, Mustafa Khamenei, literally is a hardliner. His family was killed by the U.S. Like, the dude has no incentive to actually, like, negotiate or stop unless, like, all their demands are met. And then the guy, they killed Ali Larijani, and the guy that replaced him also wants nuclear weapons. So it's like when Trump says, oh, we got a new regime and that's more practical and rational. I'm like, no, we don't. That you're lying. Like the people that are in power now are bigger hardliners than Ali Khamenei. But that's just epic cope because Trump is banking on the American public not to do their research and figure out who's actually in charge now of Iran. So it's just he's just lying upon lying upon lying. And the American public is gullible. A lot of them don't understand the complexities and the truth of Middle Eastern foreign policy, to include American political commentators. Like we got guys like Patrick Bet-David and his squad still pushing the 40K people protester death lie. Like it's absolutely fucking ludicrous how unaware these people are. And these guys have monumental fucking platforms. We got people like Osmongold running around saying like they're the biggest backers of terrorism. And it's just like, oh wow, okay. They're using all the fucking pro-Israel and neocon talking points to justify a war in the Middle East. It's ridiculous.
I'm just
Myron,
reading.
how old is the new guy?
How old is what? The new guy?
How old is he? Yeah.
You know what? That's a good question, bro. Let me check that for you, Gary. Let me look there. Right
While
now.
you're checking that as well, this is hilarious.
56, Gary. He's 56.
Yeah, so this is hilarious. This is Laura Loomis put out a tweet. Just to let you know, because sometimes you may think, oh, guess what? You're in Suleiman's space. Maybe they're just giving one perspective. So let me read to you what Laura Loomis had to say, and I've quote tweeted this and said total Iranian victory. But this is what Laura had to say, quote, "The negotiation is a negative for our country. We didn't really get anything out of it, and the terrorists in Iran are celebrating. I don't know why people are acting like this is a win. The Muslims, woke Reich, and Trump haters are using this negotiation to attack President Trump while they praise allies of Tucker Carlson and call for the 25th Amendment to be used against President Trump. The ceasefire will fail, and Trump will be proven right about how this regime needs to be wiped out. It has already failed. The negotiation has been a failure, so those who are celebrating while undermining Trump are misguided. This isn't anything to write home about." The important point is the first line. He says, the negotiation is a negative for our country. We didn't really get anything out of it. Total Iranian victory. What's your thoughts on that, Myron? Like MAGA kind of accidentally admitting how bad it has been for them to get this deal.
No, she's right. I mean, she's 100% right that we didn't gain anything from this conflict at all or the ceasefire. She's right. And this is why I railed against this war so much, because I knew that we weren't going to get any real strategic benefit. Destroying their Navy and destroying their Air Force is like, dude, that's a joke. Like, it's their ballistic missile program and their nuclear program that we were the most worried about. And they were willing to like do a nuclear deal, right? Like a lot of people don't know that. Well, you know this, Suleiman, but remember the Oman, the Oman mediator went on American news on CBS and said, look, I was able to structure a deal that's like better than the Obama nuclear deal, right? Like the Iranians were totally willing to hand over the enriched uranium, allow the IAEA back in, better protocols than the Trump administration, than the Obama administration. And Trump could have used that to say, look, I got a better deal than Obama, right? Or in his words, I got a better deal than Barack Hussein Obama, right? He could have said that, but he didn't want to take that political off-ramp. And now look where we are. We got nothing to fucking show for the war. We got 13 dead soldiers, if not more. We got an aircraft carrier that's fucking getting worked on, which I've heard from some pretty credible sources. It was not a fucking dryer. It was they got hit by drones more than likely. And $2 billion a day, and we got nothing to show for it, man. And now the Iranians have a new method of income. They got a whole new income stream. They're going to rebuild their country. Their ballistic missile program is still intact. The IRGC still reserves the right to be able to attack, and the Gulf was destroyed. Like no one benefited from this at all. Like even the Israelis, you can make the argument, barely benefited from this because they've taken a significant amount of damage. Significant. I think their military base, one of their military headquarters were destroyed yesterday by strikes, right? Despite the fact that they say, oh, we destroyed 90% of their launchers, 90% of their capabilities are gone. That's all a lie because, they did what, 80 different waves, almost 100 different waves of missile attacks. It's like, and they're like, oh, well, they're sending out less missiles now. Yeah, but they're sending the cluster munitions. They don't need to shoot as many missiles now because obviously they're preparing for a long war. And at the end of the day, your interceptors are mostly gone. So they don't need to shoot as many missiles like they did in the beginning. So that's kind of, I think Laura's right. Like we didn't gain any benefit from this ceasefire whatsoever. I think the only W that we really got was stabilizing gas prices. But we would have never had the high gas prices had we not entered this war. It's like we got nothing to show for it after. The Iranians gained everything. Yeah, they got a destroyed country and shit, but they can rebuild.
Yeah, in fact, honestly, if you really think about it, I mean, assuming that this deal goes through, which I'm skeptical of, Israel will actually be in a worse position than it was before. And in that way, I mean, I'll just say Trump is the greatest president ever.
If you look at it that way, yeah, you could say that. But I just don't foresee the Israelis and the U.S. Not attacking again. I think at this point, they got to go back to the drawing board and figure this out because we all know this was not supposed to be a month-long plus war. This was supposed to be 3 days, right? 3 to 4 days. Ended up lasting 4+ weeks. So Trump clearly was winging it, trying to figure things out. I think they had a ground invasion planned that they had to burn to recover that pilot. So I think he just was running out of options. He said, you know what, dude, like I'm not, obviously if I bomb power plants, they're going to destroy the Gulf. And that would lead to literally a world shutdown. Because the IRGC, after Trump made that ridiculous Truth Social post that said, civilization might die tonight, the IRGC said, okay, Gulf states, get ready. We are no longer the gloves are going to come off and you guys are going to get hit. So, and they've made good on every threat they made. Like they told Trump and the Israelis, if you guys attack us, we're going to attack your partners in the region and we're going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. Trump and Israel didn't think they were going to do it. They did it, and they started bombing all the military bases. Also, the bases are destroyed like all across the region. So that's something else that's interesting too, is like, are the Gulf states going to let these guys rebuild? Did I get lost in the space?
No, wait, we can hear you. Oh, I think it dropped. Simon, I sent you the co-host as well. Some more news, guys. The Negev is being hit hard. Actually, these latest attacks on Israel have been significant. It hasn't just been a small little last-minute attack. They are being obliterated. Negev is being hit extremely hard. They say it's a mass destruction event. Wide range of regions have been hit ferociously. So it's significant. Obviously, the likely thing is we mentioned it that this is just what we explained already before. But yeah, this is Israel is being hit hard right now. Negev is just completely being obliterated. We already mentioned Haifa is being hit extremely hard as well. So things are not looking great for the Israelis. The Israelis are struggling. Myron, any thought on that?
Sorry, what was the last thing you guys heard me say? I got like kicked out for some odd reason. I don't know, my ex.
We could hear you. We could hear you, but I can't remember the last thing you were saying. But
I think you said the bases were destroyed.
Yeah, the bases are destroyed, and I just don't foresee the Gulf states allowing us to rebuild them because the Iranians don't want the bases there. So yeah, this was a huge strategic W for them, man. Because that was one of the biggest things is Iran said, yo, we don't want your military bases here in the Gulf anymore. So our ability to project power in the Middle East has been significantly reduced. And I don't know if, the Iranians are going to allow maybe, some middle ground. They're like, okay, look, if you want to maintain bases in the region, we're not going to attack you with ballistic missiles if you, maintain only a defensive posture, right? Not an attack posture. Who knows if they're able to figure something out. But that's, I will say this, the Middle East is never going to be the same if this actually goes through.
Also, Suleiman, I don't know if this is true, but I saw a post from Mike Cernovich saying that from Trump's statement, it was implied that the ceasefire will start later tonight. So I can't find anything on that, but if anyone else has seen something like that.
I didn't see that, but what we do know is, and I don't think that's the case. I think the Americans have stopped bombing. I believe the Israelis have stopped bombing. Iran is bombing Israel quite hard right now. Negev has been hit hard. Haifa has been hit hard. Tel Aviv has been hit hard. When I say hard, we actually got the visuals out. It is not a great situation for them in terms of the hits that they're receiving. Myron, what's your thoughts on the hits on Israel?
So yeah, I did see that Jesse Waters was talking about they're still getting hit right now. I think Mark Levin is crying about it as well. When does the ceasefire officially take over?
I think the ceasefire is already in place. My understanding is that the IRGC did let the Trump regime know that even though the ceasefire is in place, that because the IRGC, the command is decentralized, that some of them won't get the instructions in time, and there's already pre-planned attacks, and that's why those attacks are, because they expected the Americans to bomb, and this was going to be their first response.
Okay, yeah. Well, actually, yeah, that goes to show that the Mosaic defense really does work. They couldn't get the message out to everybody, I guess, in time. So, and from what I understand, Mushtaba is unconscious again. The current
That's what
supreme
the
leader.
American media was claiming. I have no idea if that's true. I think it's unlikely, unless they put him in as a figurehead and the IAGC would just completely ruin things, which is also possible. And if it was, then he was just more of a figurehead anyway, in either scenario.
Gotcha. Yeah. We do know in general, like he's more hardliner. So yeah, when Trump's
Yeah,
we got a better negotiating partner. I was like, good.
Oh, your mic's messed up now, Myron. It was fine and then just messed up now. Your mic's not working, Myron. Okay. Let's go to Silver Sailor. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Jump in.
Konnichiwa, Suleiman. Thank you for the mic. Beatrix, that
Konnichiwa, my
girl.
friend. Konnichiwa.
Yeah, the cherry blossoms are still hanging around here for a few more days. Beautiful sunny day here. But let's do it. Here's a anti-war veteran minute with Silver Sailor. I'm going to read a quote from Thomas Paine. I prefer peace, but if trouble must come, let it come in my time, so that my children can live in peace. Huge W for Iran. I hope this ceasefire holds, but if it doesn't, I hope the U.S. says bye-bye Felicia and lets Iran handle the Zionist entity and remove it from this earth. Thank you. Love you all. Peace be with us all. Silver Sailor out.
Thanks for that. I'm just posting, do you know those Lego movies that everyone so loves? I'll post them because they flip and do well, yeah. I'm like, oh my god, how people getting excited over Lego movies. But Anaha is all these chicks. Like, my mom's like, oh, you watched the Lego movie? It's so amazing. I'm like, come on, mom, sort your life out. But anyway, they love the Lego movie. It's easy virality. So they pulled out a new Lego movie, a new Lego clip, would probably be the more accurate way of saying it rather than movie. And the Lego, see, it's all the chicks as well. Michelle's like, oh, the new Lego is hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Well, you didn't say the ha, I'm adding it for you. Look, see what I mean? It's all the called flip, I posted it and now it's like posting and it's taking ages. But it's something along
Simon loves them as well. Simon loves them as well.
Simon, you love them as well, blood.
They kick ass. I love the Lego
Oh,
movies.
Simon, bruv. Anyway, the new Lego movie's out, and the new Lego movie says, I'm paraphrasing now because I posted it and it's taken like 10 years to post, and I can't remember the specifics, but it's basically Trump surrenders, Iran wins, taco Trump. Oh, it's posted now because I know. It's why is it? Okay, it says Trump surrendered, Iran won, taco will always remain taco, and taco means Trump always chickens out. That's the new Lego movie. So Simon, your new Lego movie's out. You can and Casey and Michelle in the chat and Derek, you all could check out your Lego movie that's out. Play it, bro. I ain't gonna play on my stream. Sort your life out, Fanto. Sort your life out.
No, this is a highlight of my day.
That's hilarious. Go ahead, jump in that girl, and then we'll go to Dark Side.
Yeah, I already commented on the Lego movie. I was like, first comment, and I love these Lego
I expect
movies.
you to like it, Casey. Go ahead.
I can't wait to watch it. But real quick on that comment about Moshtaba falling back into a coma. I'm trying to, pathophysiologically figure out why, as a registered nurse, that would happen. I just kind of don't think That did happen because I had heard reports that he was in the Kremlin hospital. So therefore, I'm sure they were taking care of him wherever he was, right, to heal. So I don't think that he's fallen back into anything, but he probably has a long way to go to full recovery. And I continue to pray for him because he took hits and he lost family, been completely insane. So I definitely pray for him to heal and have a full recovery, a swift and full recovery. And one last thing, just real quick, dark side. It is, I know Americans, it does feel weird. It's like, what am I? I'm praying for the so-called enemy. No, that's not how it works anymore. You know what I mean? Like when the truth is there, there's no reason to make enemies of these people. They did not attack us, right? And look, ceasefire hopefully goes to long-term end of war. Let no more Americans have to die. This is a good thing. Okay, this is a good thing. That's all I wanted to say.
Thanks for that, Casey. Appreciate your thoughts on that. Very deep, in-depth thoughts for a chick. Let's go to Dark Side. Dark Side, jump in with your thoughts.
Yeah, kind of an interesting story post here from Dolphin Iran in Farsi, I believe. During the 2-week ceasefire, only about 10 to 15 ships will be permitted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz with Iran's approval in coordination with the IRGC Navy and after payment of tolls, and the United States is committed to releasing all of Iran's frozen assets. The Strait of Hormuz will by no means be open in its previous form, even after a final agreement. In addition, the United States is committed to refraining from any troop movements during this period. During this time, negotiations will be held based on Iran's 10-point plan, details of which are referenced in the statement of the Supreme National Security Council. In the event of no agreement, the war will resume. That's pretty hardcore.
That's how to do it. Staggered deal. That's good.
I
Wow.
agree. That's smart. Simon,
So basically, sorry, go ahead,
What
Suleiman.
was that news that was just spoken there?
Dark, read that again. You're gonna make Dark read that again.
Beatrix, I sent it
I'll
to you.
send
Why
it to
don't
you,
you
Adam.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dark.
Basically,
So, sorry,
it's
Suleiman,
just the
jump in.
terms of how they stagger out. Like you have to pay the shipments, and then they approve the shipments, and then they're only going to release a certain amount over the time. And then if anything breaks during the 2 weeks, then it would just revert back to closure. It's just a smart way of doing it.
I like also the unfreeze all assets. That's a big one. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, they got tons of how much do they still have from the last JCPOA? It was like 6 billion payment every periodic thing. I think there's a lot of money that's frozen.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Beatrix.
I thought I interrupted you. What were you going to say? And then I'll jump in.
I was gonna make the space interesting. I was gonna just direct conversation, just jump in with what you gotta say, blood.
Okay, all right, all right. I was just going to say, right, so that, look, I know that people are really happy, right? And I'm glad people are really happy at this ceasefire. And I am as well, because I just didn't want, like, I was horrified at what happened 2 days ago when we found out about this uranium thing. I just thought that was stupidity that Trump was talked into even doing that. And I do believe that American people have died as a result of this. We know Iranians have died. We know people across the Middle East have died. So we all want, like, we're happy that this has happened. Hope it works out. You know, hope the Iranian people get some relief, and hopefully the pressure's going to be off now as well on Americans or America and Trump. The only people that are not happy about this are Zios. And the Zio meltdown is just hilarious. So I'll read a couple of things about this. So one of the Zios has tweeted, "This makes me sick." Another one says, "The ceasefire is disappointing. At the end of the day, the people of the West have prioritized their own needs over the liberation of the people of Iran." Like, this chick thinks that Iran was being liberated by bombing of schools and kids and, you know, civilian areas. Anyway, then she goes on, "I don't have enough fingers to count the amount of people who have ranted at me about gas prices for the last few weeks. And then she goes on and on and on because she's like, we put up with these gas prices and we paid money for extra gas, extra money for gas prices. And yet Trump went and done a deal and done a ceasefire and he didn't liberate the Iranian people. And then somebody else is like, the time has come. Instead of Israel and the US eliminating the regime is bombing Israel. Dear Trump, what did you do all of this for? Like, literally, I'm reading it and I'm thinking, what the hell, man? Like, seriously, they live by their reputation that they need that bombing. They're absolutely psychotic people. And this is why I was always saying that I want America to do some sort of deal. I didn't think it would happen, that America would do it and just kind of say, well, Israel, do what you want, basically, and Iran, do what you want to Israel, but leave us out of it, leave our bases out of it, leave us out of it. And I hope that's what happens. I hope that's exactly what happens, to be honest. Israel, you know what? The thing is, if Israel survives, we're always going to see this. This is going to continue to happen every year. It always has happened. Every year they were bombing Gaza. Every year they were bombing like Lebanon. The amount of times they tried to invade Lebanon. And in fact, that's a really good thing now. So let me just read this to you really quickly. I think I bookmarked it, which I thought was quite interesting. I'm just trying to find it. Here we go. So this is Yedioth Aharonoth, the Yuval Kani. This is Israeli media saying basically it's a shame and a scandal that Israel leaves the residents of the north to their fate and sacrifices them on the altar of a ceasefire with Iran. What a scandal. So what they're talking about when they say the residents of the north is the north of Israel, or occupied Palestine, is basically the border of Lebanon. And these are the people, these are the settlers that were trying to occupy into Lebanon. And now, because of this ceasefire, they've been left to their fate. They have to basically retreat. And that's what they're crying about. They're saying, oh, it's a shame and a scandal that Israel leaves the residents of the north to their fate and sacrifices them on the altar of a ceasefire with Iran. What a scandal. It's not a scandal. Stop being genocidal and stop going in and occupying people's land and killing their children. Go back home, So yeah, that's all going down. That's all I was going to say, Suleiman.
Deep, deep analysis. Okay, I need my boy Joe in here, and Simon, and Darkside, and Gary. We got the whole crew here, so this is the great time to have this conversation. So, I was just looking into this, guys, and Iran's current economy, I believe, from oil, the revenue they get is about $47 billion. And by the way, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm seeing it's about 47 to 50, about $50 billion. Just on the sanctions, they will get, because there's apparently an average of 150 ships that go through the strait on a daily basis, 2 million per ship. You're looking at possibly 100 billion there. We don't know exactly how much they're going to give Oman, but 100 billion is already double of what they get from the money that they make on oil. Obviously, they have to give it on discounted rates. And then I think Joe did hypothesize that it would be like a $1 trillion economy, which would mean that the economy would probably increase about 10 to 15 fold, right? Depending on what the total economy is right now. That's a huge difference, Joe.
No,
What's
it's
your
about
thoughts?
300. It's about 300 now.
Oh, is it 300 now? So you're looking at about
Yeah.
4x, 3 to 4x.
Yeah.
Yeah, during JCPOA when they had sanction relief, I think they got up to about 550 bill or something like that as the maximum size. So yeah, and that was under pretty high restrictions.
While we were talking about the frozen assets, it looks like somewhere between 95 billion and 140 billion dollars trapped in China, U.S. Where else? Qatar,
Got to be some in Europe, right?
South Korea, Iraq, Japan, Luxembourg. 20 billion in Europe looks like.
And the people as well. The people are going to be able to get their assets back.
Be a lot of people buying Bitcoin. Yeah, Sully, they produce about 100 billion barrels a year. I mean, excuse me, 1 billion barrels a year. So depending on the price of oil, up here, let's say they can get $80 or $70. That still means that toll is bigger than all of the oil they produce. That's the point I was trying to make earlier. That toll is a really big deal.
Yeah, I think it's big. It's just Grant said it wasn't big, and I was obviously I didn't agree.
Well, I agree.
No, but Dark,
I don't
they're
think it's that big of a deal, dude. I mean, look,
No,
You
it's
don't think 100 billion's a lot, Gary?
But
150?
it's
Gary,
a, it's
isn't it pure margin? It's just
no,
100%
it's a lot.
margin.
well. Wait, look, guys, you understand they're taking over control of the whole area, so it's not going to be like it's going to be free. I mean, it costs money to run these things. It's not like it's just a wonderful little flowing river. You got fucking $1 billion worth of equipment moving in and out of there.
It
I
also
pay. Hey,
depends how
hey,
you.
hey! By the way, I pay $1.50 every time I roll through a toll in
Yeah,
America,
no,
and
I
I'm
agree with
carrying no
Gary.
value whatsoever.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, it is like $1 a barrel or less. So it's not going to hit the world oil markets, but it's a lot of money for Iran. So it's sort of a really a nice win. I mean, it's very similar to what you pay in Panama or other
Downside,
Look,
waterways.
what's the US?
let's understand what it costs at least $5 a month to store crude oil on a tanker. So some of these tankers have been there for some time. I mean, this is not an unreasonable fee. The consumer's never gonna. I mean, the consumer's gonna end up feeling all of this shit, right? But um, look. I think the tariffs being released on these people, if they do a billion, what do they do? 3 million barrels a day. They're gonna make another $30 or $40 that they weren't having to sell into the black market.
Yeah,
Boom,
so
right to
it
their bottom line, dude. Perfect.
it really depends how you calculate it because the if you go by $1 per barrel, $2 per barrel, and then you split between Oman and Iran, that's $1 a barrel. That comes out to
Well,
seven.
1 second. You're assuming that this is going to be 50-50. I don't think it'll be 50-50.
Oh, sure. Okay, let's just
And
assume
it should be
Iran gets.
50-50. Personally, I think it should be zero. But okay, because of the generosity, maybe they get a small percentage or whatever.
Well, even if you assume Iran gets the full $2 a barrel, it actually comes out to 14 billion a year. Whereas if you go by the 2 million per ship, it comes out to a lot more. So it's a little confusing um, how it's gonna go.
Yeah, it says 2 million per ship, and I believe there's about 150 ships a day, which works out as about 100 billion a year. And even with the oil, right? The oil they'll have first of all a bigger margin on what they'll be able to sell the oil on. The second thing is as well, like they do have a lot of industry in Iran that they weren't able to sell. Remember, one of their biggest industry was the steel manufacturing industry, and again, these are like a lot of these industries now that they're going to be able to import, export. I think Simon was talking about how they were basically quite big in the Bitcoin mining. These are like they like to open up the worldwide market to these people is going to be. I mean, if you look at Joe's assessment and I think it's a very logical assessment that what did Joe say that within a couple of years it could be like $1 trillion economy, and then
2 to 3 years
2 to 3 years,
because
yeah.
because of the steel, because the steel byproduct is helium, because their mining equipment is from the 70s. They could produce way more oil than they're producing now at full price, and because of the fee from the strait.
And their oil is like I always mention this, but they have the most golden oil in the world. So people will want that oil, and then that's just the start point, and then the end point is such a
They've
upward.
also got a manufacturing base because of the whole military industrial complex they got internally. So that can all start being used for other things.
Exactly, golden point, Simon. And also they'll be able to have their own military industrial complex. I mean, let's be clear, right, Simon? Their military industrial complex absolutely gave the American military industrial complex, they struggled with it. Like, I'm not going to say they absolutely destroyed it, but they did really well against it. And so that's going to be like a lot of people will want those drones.
Well, it's a good brochure, isn't it?
Exactly. Drones, the missiles, especially the hypersonic missiles, that's like gravy to these countries. You think these, I mean, if these Arab countries weren't so up America's butt, that would be just easy purchases for them. So like there's a lot of
Europe, Europe will purchase it too. So I'm on Europe now knows that U.S. You can't depend on U.S. to defend them, as was agreed upon. That's why I think the euro will go up, and they'll probably create a European Defense League or European Defense Union, and they're going to see how do they defend themselves. Do what Iran did.
yeah. And what about
And the
you
best
know?
way to hedge from Strait of Hormuz closure is to buy from Iran.
Yeah, exactly. And what do you guys think about Asia? Because I know Ryan, who loves Japan and South Korea, his argument was, "Oh, I need to go there now. Now the world, well, once there's peace in the world, I'll go there." But anyway, what the he was mentioning how Japan is moving away from the US as well. Do you think those countries maybe move away from US? They require the strait for their oil. Do you think they get some of these maybe military industrial complex deals with the Iran as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. So they rely. I mean, they were wrecked by the Strait, so obviously they're already relying upon the Gulf countries and various other components. But it all depends on the geopolitics as well. So it's going to be. If this goes the right way, this is just going to be step by step towards normalization across the region with Asia, and yeah.
Yeah, this is
So, Suleiman, can I
crazy.
point something out that's important?
Joe, can I ask you a question before you go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just because I'll forget, bro. What's America's economy like? How much is it? How much trillion?
I don't know, but it's way higher than that. I don't know
Oh, I
the
know it's higher than
GDP.
that, for Joe, but I thought you'd know the exact figure because you're a nerd.
No,
I think it's about 20.
20 what?
32 trillion.
Oh,
32 trillion blood.
32 trillion on 40 trillion debt.
Whoa. So, like I know it's a hard question to ask, Joe, but I know you said, or even Simon, or whoever, or Darkside, or even Gary. I don't want to misremember his name. I'm so caring, bro. Like I'm trying to think about everyone's emotional well-being. So if it is like, let's say, a trillion after a couple of years, if all of these things in place, like how well can this economy do? And then Joe, jump in with whatever you want after that.
I mean an economy that grows that fast is amazing. It really depends what they do after that, right? It's are they going to diversify? Are they going to do other things? But for the next decade, if the sanctions remain this way, um, you're going to see a ton of growth. It will become, a major player, not a major player, it become the player in the Middle East.
And go ahead, Joe. You were gonna add something?
No, I was going to add another point that you were correct in because you constantly talk about women, and just notice that both Beatrix and Casey were the only people who voted against the first president to have the guts to remove all sanctions from Iran. Right? So they both were the only ones to vote against the first man to actually remove sanctions.
All right, yo, you get to have that a little bit. All right, whatever.
Oh my God, Casey, don't cave into him. He's freaking Krasenstein. We don't cave into no Krasenstein. You didn't vote, and I wasn't allowed to vote for Trump, but he didn't remove the sanctions. Let's not get it mixed up, right?
He did
Iran
remove it.
removed their own sanctions.
There you go.
He's doing Zio propaganda, trying to
Thank
manipulate
you.
people here. Fix it
Oh,
up.
he's so good at it. He's so good at it, Beatrix. I didn't even realize. Yes, Iran moved the sanctions and Trump had to surrender. So he's the first president who had to surrender. Yeah, thank you, Beatrix.
by the way, Suleiman, one thing to keep in mind about that GDP number is that a lot of the oil that's actually used in the Iranian economy is like dirt cheap because the government basically lets the like Iranian people use it for very little. So I don't really know how that gets
calculated into the number. And then also, what that means is everything in the economy is much cheaper because you have a low energy cost. So even if you don't like make a lot of money, you spend a lot less money to buy everything. So it's a bit hard to really get a good gauge of comparing different GDPs in that sense.
True blood. True.
Yeah, you also have to do GDP per capita, so you have to divide it by the population.
Yeah, exactly. And the U.S. population is 4 times bigger than, well, about three to 4 times bigger than Iran's. Um, so, Simon, what do you think? You think the ceasefire is going to hold, right? You think this is now the end and new alliances are going to be built, right? This is what you've been predicting for a very long time.
Even if it's not, I think we're gonna end up in a deal. So if there's another bit of drama, there's another bit of drama. But I do think this is directionally where we're going right now. And I mean, yeah, I think the leadership that remains is the leadership that I think will drive the country forward to where from here. And everyone's got the narrative that they kind of need. And yeah, I think it should hold. I don't know. Do you think we got another drama to go through? But directionally, whatever happens, we're going to end up in the same place. I think.
It's just for me. It was one of those two things. It was either Trump completely capitulating or ground invasion. I just never thought Trump would just capitulate so badly. But I think looking at some of his MAGA base, I think he probably knows he can do capitulate and they'll just still say he's won. So I guess he always had that out. So my thing about the ground invasion was that he only had two choices: capitulate or escalate. And so I thought, because he's not going to capitulate, it must be escalate. I still think something's going to happen because I just can't see Israel allowing this to end. Because if you look at Israel's perspective, just think about it from their perspective. They've been hit really hard. A lot of their important assets have been hit and destroyed, but they're not like completely decimated. Does that make sense? And they'll just make Gary and Joe and that girl and Uncommon and Andrew and Andy pay the bill. So they'll be they'll be fine. And then that Israel, who is gonna have to rebuild, yeah, they'll have to rebuild more than they did in the 12-day war. They got decimated much worse. I just can't see them taking this line down. That's the thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I get it, but yeah, I think we're gonna know a different Israel into the future.
See, your theory, I think it would have made, I'm not saying your theory is wrong, obviously there's a deal, but I'm saying, in terms of, because remember the thing was Israel was going to be really weakened, Iran was going to be really weakened, but, Israel is kind of it is weakened, but it's not really weakened where it has to really change course. Does that make sense? In a fight, you lose, it's a 9-3, but imagine, if it was a boxing match, the way I look at it is for Israel to completely rechange its perspective and psychology, you would need a knockout within a full round of just getting absolutely pummeled and then getting knocked out in the first round. Whereas this was definitely a 9-3 to Iran, but I just don't think that would be enough to change direction. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it all comes down to, was Israel a project to destabilize the region for military, or was it genuinely the one that was using America to achieve its own Greater Israel project?
True.
And we'll find out based upon whether this stands or not.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Can I jump in?
So I do think that this is not the end of wars there. Is probably the better way of saying it. Let me read these two super chats. First one to Moses, I missed it. He goes, Sully, I feel betrayed. Hearing you praise Beatrix without our knowledge. Bro, I didn't praise her, bro. Where's the evidence? The recording's gone, bro. I got praised this chick. She got 99 problems. I'm being Beatrix is the biggest one. Okay, Careful with the super chat. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for so much of your support during these spaces. It's the only way we've been able to continue what we're doing. It hasn't been easy. And then Mohammed Jama says, "Where is Netanyahu?" I mean, the real question is, I mean, Beatrice was saying, "Where's Donald Trump?" That kind of, I don't know what happened with the theory there. Where's the Joe? I don't know what happened with Candace Beatrix's theory there, Joe, isn't it? And Jama says, yeah, I mentioned that already. Where's Netanyahu? The real question is, where is the Iron Dome? Because I'm looking for it. I can't find it. But someone was interrupting. I said, 1 second. Who was it? Just jump in, whoever it was.
That was me. Yeah. So yeah, there's a full-on meltdown on Zionist Twitter. There's this one post I saw. People are completely crashing out. Like an Israeli Eli Arafat. The time has come. Instead of Israel and the U.S. eliminating the regime is bombing Israel. Dear Trump, what did you do all this for? And then someone else, I don't know how to feel about this. The ceasefire is disappointing. At the end of the day, the people of the West have prioritized their own needs over the liberation of the people of Iran. I don't have enough fingers to count the amount of people who have ranted to me about gas prices. And then it's just the meltdowns continue. Someone in Hebrew, may Islam take Europe, the USA, and may this world burn already. Quote tweeted the thread. It's just full blown meltdowns from all these Zionists in other countries and Israel. Someone completely turned on Netanyahu. Hold on, I need to find that one. For 30 years, he's been messing with our heads about Iran. Finally, there's a chance to do something about it, and he fails. For 20 years, he's been complaining that Hezbollah isn't disarming. Finally, he has a chance to do something about it, and he fails. For 17 years, he's been promising that he'll dismantle Hamas. Finally, there's a chance to do it, and he fails. Gotta say it, honestly, at Netanyahu is a loser. So they're turning on Netanyahu as well. This is a total Zionist Israeli meltdown. This is a total meltdown. This is exactly what we've been waiting for. I mean, Netanyahu tried his best to dismantle his groups, but when you don't have soldiers that are capable of fighting man to man on the ground, and all you can do is drop bombs, you can't win a war just by dropping bombs. It's never been done in human history. I mean, when the U.S. has never won a war just by dropping bombs. It can't be done. This is exactly what we've been waiting for, and it's just delicious to see.
Oh, I don't know if this will last, but that is sweet, sweet music to my ears.
If they want to start it up again, Iran can just kick their ass again. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it lasts. But I mean, if we have to see this war happen again, then Iran can just pummel them again. And I think Iran, if this happens again, I think Iran isn't going to go soft and easy again. I think Iran is going to hit really hard. And again, I don't think they're going to play the long game again. Like, I think if this starts again, it's going to be Saudi oil fields.
Thanks for that, Andy. Uncommon, jump in.
Yeah, I want to kind of piggyback off what Andy was saying because I was kind of saying, wanted to say a similar point. The more I think about it, the more I look at who's upset, who's happy. All the right people are upset and all the right people are happy. So I think it's a real deal. I think I do agree that I think it's going to hold. Actually, I think something TRITA PARSI tweeted out. I think, did you interview him today?
Yeah, we did. Thanks for reminding me. I need to put that out. But yeah, we did interview him.
Well, he tweeted out something that I think does sum it up well, and I'll just read it real quick. It says, "I cannot emphasize this enough. A new dynamic will be at play when the U.S. and Iran meet in Islamabad to negotiate a final deal based on Iran's 10-point plan. Trump's failed war has eliminated the potency of American military threats in U.S.-Iran diplomacy. The U.S. can still issue threats, but everyone will know that they no longer carry much weight. Essentially, war with Iran was tried and failed. As a result, negotiations will have to be based on genuine compromises from both sides rather than coercion from either side." And I think that's correct. Kind of what Andy, he said it. Andy said, well, Iran will kick their ass again. You know, Andy said it a little more succinctly, but I mean, Iran has proven that they do have power. You know, they have military power, they have economic power, they can play asymmetric. And honestly, Trump did the hard part today. The hard part was saying, I'm going to quit. Trump did the hard, and you know, I think he is a psychopath, and yes, I think he's controlled by Zionists. But for whatever reason, he made the right choice. Obviously, for the world, he made the right choice now. He's made a ton of terrible choices leading up to this, and I agree with Simon's Simon kind of went through it earlier, where he said, threatening, you can call it art of the deal, but when you're threatening to annihilate a whole country, that is terrorism, and it is insane to think about the people sitting at home wondering if they're going to live. So I don't agree with the tactics. I think I understand it, but I don't agree with it. But at the end of the day, like he made the right choice at the right time for America. The right choice. Obviously, the best choice would have never been to get involved. But we've been saying, I think, on this space pretty consistently that Iran or that America should declare war or declare victory, go home, take the losses, just and tell the media, tell the MAGA people, hey, it's a win. And that's what the MAGA people are saying. It's rolling exactly like we would have wanted it to happen in order to take the off ramp. And I think, Joe Kent's right. And anybody saying false flags, they're right. Obviously, the Israelis are not happy, but the Israelis couldn't be happy because it was either we were going to win or the Israelis' interest was going to win, right? We actually, in the end, we didn't do what was best in American interests to start the war, but to get out of the war, we did do what's best in American interests. And I just can't imagine Trump restarting it at this point without at least some sort of false flag or something, because he's not going to have the support. And frankly, he might have already. He's probably already lost the midterms and everything else, unless he really crushes it the next 6 months or next couple months or whatever. But he already did the hard part. I can't imagine him backtracking it now.
So you know what? Was that Uncommon speaking? Because I can't see the full panel.
Yeah, it's me.
Yep.
Yeah, Uncommon. Do you know what? I agree with you. The right people are happy. The people who didn't want this. And you know what? You're right. It was hard for Trump, but he's done it, and he's done a good thing today. Because the alternative was, I actually think I was really horrified to see the images of what came out a couple of days ago, and I think that operation that they tried to do in Iran, I think that went really badly wrong, and I think people were killed, Iranians and Americans, and I do feel that honestly when I've seen those images, and I think Trump's done a good thing today, and I'm glad he's done this. But when this 2-week ceasefire turns into a permanent agreement, a peace plan, whatever you want to call it, there's one thing you Americans have to do. You've got to deport that clown Reza Pahlavi back to Iran. You've got to hand him over to the IRGC and say, take your boy back. He wants to be in your country. Take your boy back. You've got to do that. You've got to cleanse America of him, because he's one of the people. And do you know what else? I need to play this to you guys, right? This is actually really funny. This is Mark Levin. His voice is shaking and he's crashing out over Iran. Like, I don't know if you'll be able to tell how badly his voice is shaking, but it's hilarious. Let me play it for you. It's only 40 seconds.
People of Iran, what are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing that we can do and we're going to wash our hands over that? That to me is morally very difficult to accept. And then what about the proxies, Hezbollah? I was reading these statements. Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly. Hezbollah is Iran. Hezbollah is firing missiles into Israel by the hundreds still. And here we have a ceasefire that they've already broken. And so, yes, the argument will be, well, they don't have control of this and control of that. Well, if they don't have control of this and control of that, how do we even enter into an agreement? There's a lot of complicated issues. People have...
That's it. That's what he was saying. That's the clip I heard. I thought it was quite funny that he's having a complete meltdown, just to prove your point, Uncommon, about the right people being happy about this and the
Tim
crazies
Pool
not.
too. Tim Pool's going crazy too, going, Trump won, Trump won. What are you guys talking about? He didn't taco. He won. He got them to sign a ceasefire. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, but Joe, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with people thinking he won, right? And I'm fine with people thinking he conceded. I'm fine with people thinking he done a good thing. I have a problem with people that don't want the ceasefire. Do you know what I mean? That I have a problem with, saying carry on the killing. That's the thing I have a problem with.
Yeah, we
I
need to reward good behavior.
I just want to say there's I don't know this guy. This guy is reporting it's Sohrab Amari. I don't know if anybody knows that, but he says experts are telling me the U.S. Israel relationship will be dramatically revised once the dust settles. So I don't know. He's got 160,000 followers. Look, I don't know a lot about him, but it's just an interesting tweet, something to ponder.
Well, you know, one of the things that will happen,
If Israel's not
Israel will
included,
finally be.
sorry,
No,
sorry.
Israel, no, because he's saying Israel and America's relationship will change as a result of this. And I'm saying one of the things that will happen probably in these 2 weeks is Israel will be able to give Netanyahu a proper burial. How about that? That'll happen.
Beatrice, what I was going to say is if Israel's not included in that ceasefire, which I'm really hoping they're not, then yes, that post is 1,000,000% correct. Right? Because I see all these people going, look, they're breaking the ceasefire. They're attacking Israel. And I'm replying to every single one. Sorry, buddy, you're not included in the ceasefire. And I really hope that's true. But I'm just doing that to troll them, just so people know. I have no idea whether it is or not.
That one feels too good to be true, right?
But they've not
Oh,
had any, they've not, I mean, even Israeli journalists are saying that is somebody going to tell us from our side? Isn't any leadership going to tell us what's happening? Because we haven't been told. We're having to hear it from Pakistan and from Iran and from America. Nobody's told them. Nobody from their side has come out and said we've agreed a ceasefire.
I do also want to say that regardless of what you think of Joe Kent, I think he's been very consistent, and I think it took a lot of courage to do what he did. But he also tweeted this out. He said, like all our previous interventions in the Middle East, we are worse off after the war. In parentheses, he says, not that this is over, than we were before. Wars in the Middle East are a series of lose-lose scenarios for us. The sooner we learn from that, the better off we'll be. And honestly, I mean, what else can you say? He hits the nail on the head.
Okay, so some more news, guys. A senior Trump administration official tells Israel, what happens? I didn't even read this clearly. A senior Trump administration official tells Israel that the US will firmly insist on the removal of Iran's nuclear material, enriched uranium, and elimination of the ballistic missile threat in the upcoming 2 weeks. These positions are the opposite of what Iran's Supreme National Security Council claimed earlier tonight that the US had agreed to. If this is true, which it could be a lie, then this deal is very tenuous. Thoughts?
Who's reporting it, and where is it coming from?
It's Channel 12, so it's been reported by Israeli Channel 12, and they're claiming that a Trump official told the Israelis, told them. A
Yeah, I
senior
don't.
Trump official.
Well, they're saying
It could
that.
be Corp as well. Go ahead, Adam.
What? So what are they saying, Israel? They're saying that the deal
They're
is.
basically, so Israeli Channel 12 are claiming that a senior Trump official
Mhm.
is telling them that actually during these 2 weeks, don't worry, we're going to make sure that Iran has no enriched uranium, no ballistic missiles, and no nuclear material at all. And this is what these 2 weeks are for.
Yeah, that sounds like Israel's being played.
Either Israel's being played, Israel's coping, or
Yeah,
if this is true, then obviously no deal is going to ever be agreed upon.
no, of
But the
course.
fact that remember Trump himself has tweeted out Abbas Araghchi's tweet, and Abbas Araghchi said the 15 points and the 10
Yeah,
points, which definitely aren't these points, right?
exactly. Yeah, he even mentioned it in his own tweet, the 10-point plan that he's agreed to work off. So that's you know that's completely conflicting there. Also, something of note is that Ann Coulter has reported that Trump's advisors are now off the record telling New York Times that they were opposed to Netanyahu's argument. So they're basically washing their hands of the war and blaming it all on Netanyahu. And she says that includes Rubio saying it's bullshit, Kane saying standard operating procedure for the Israelis is they oversell. Comments like it's farcical. Other comments like from Wiles, Ratcliffe, Chung, being that they were dragged into another war into the Middle East, and how would they explain away 8 months of it? How will Israel explain away 8 months of insisting that the Iranian nuclear facilities have been totally obliterated? Sorry, Trump saying that. So yeah, that's what she's reporting. So it seems like, it just ties into that narrative that I mentioned a while ago, that they're trying to pin it on Israel. With the Joe Kent resignation and his podcast tour, basically saying, Israel controls us and they've dragged us into this, and now this as well. It just seems like there's a narrative being built here, but that's just in from Mount Coulter there.
Yeah, well, you got to remember that Rubio and Vance are going to want to supposedly are going to want to run in 28. So they're trying to salvage their political careers. So I think initially that I know which story you're talking about. I think initially that was a New York Times story. Maybe Anne's re-reporting it or whatever. Maybe she's got something different, but I think that was a New York Times story, and I immediately thought like this is garbage, like as if Rubio was against the war. Like, come on, like no way, like none of those people were against the war. They're trying to, or same with Vance. I mean, Vance is always he's been consistent. He tries to walk
Vance
the
is fake
line.
too. They're all fake, but Vance has went a radio silence on all of this. He hasn't said a word. But no, go on there. But yeah, I don't like Vance.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think. I mean, he's got like three different, like what, four different names. I mean, we don't even know his whole political. I don't want to get too sidetracked on him, but yes, obviously, I agree. Fundamentally, I think it's salvaging political careers for the future because they understand how much of a failure it is. And Trump doesn't care about. I mean, he does and he doesn't. He cares about legacy, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, like he's never going to run for his time as president is done. So he doesn't really have to worry about it. He can say, "Yeah, we won. We tried it. We didn't, whatever." And so, but everybody else underneath has to worry about it.
Yeah, and let us never forget that Vance, when he was appointed Trump's vice president, to run with Trump, like first day was like, we have to bomb Iran. So these are things that must be remembered. He was for it, but they keep him clean and out the way for that presidential run, and we'll just have to keep reminding people about that when the time is right.
I thought
Some of these
Vance was
things, like,
against it. Am
oh,
I
good.
wrong? I thought he was pushing against it the whole time.
No,
And then he said
no,
because the cabinet said yes, then he's like, okay. But
no,
that's what I had
no.
heard.
Yeah, that's the report.
Joe's right. Joe's right. That's the Dallas position, though, Dagger. You got to see where this coming from. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Joe.
that's the tech bro. That's exactly that's exactly what they want. Yeah, no, that's not how it happened. He was with it. He is. They just keep him
Joe's gonna
clean.
tell us tomorrow that Vance was in these spaces with us speaking
Yeah,
against war.
yo, stop it. Yes. I just hollered in the
Guys, we're
background.
live
I
on
am no
X. We're
Vance fan.
live on YouTube. Make sure you retweet the space. If you're on the YouTube, make sure you're following the YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel and have your notifications on. These spaces are going to continue. They're never going to end. We're going to continue these spaces. We're going to continue these interviews. We're going to find out what's going on. Is this ceasefire going to hold? Is it going to break down? We don't know, but we're going to speak about it as the next 2 weeks go on and continue. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. But make sure you subscribe to the channel. I can see we've got 45,956 people. So we just need another 41 people to be able to get to 55,000. And why was Caution attacking my YouTube followers? We're new on YouTube, bloods. We've only been doing this properly since January. I think we've got a decent amount of following since January. But it don't matter. They're afraid of us. They're afraid of you. Subscribe, follow. I'm going to put a video out kind of putting all these things together about the ceasefire. And then we're going to take it from there. So make sure you subscribe. Tell your friends and family about it. Like, comment, and subscribe. And tell all your aunties and uncles and cousins about it. You heard Amanda came on. She's a boomer. She's like, I told all my friends about it, the YouTube. Boomers don't have an X, but we got the YouTube. And I said, yeah, cool, Amanda. She's like, yeah, tell all of them to follow it. So make sure you all tell all of them to follow it. Follow the YouTube. Let's get that 55,000.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
yeah, Suleiman, just to let you know, this is happening as we speak. You know, when you were on TikTok, remember you were reaching the Gen Z, Gen Alphas, right?
Yeah, I'm going to go
And
back on there. I just, what it was, they kept banning me. So I was like getting annoyed. But now I'm in my new studio. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
well, yeah, seriously consider it, Sully. Here's why. I've got a well, she's turning 14 here, and she got on there and she was laughing. She was well, this guy's really got it. So anyway, she started following you, and then her group started following you, and she's now actually since yesterday, she's been in your YouTube archive. She's pulling down content out of your YouTube archives, running it through to get an analysis, and then she's doing a quite large project at school. She's in honors English language arts, and her teacher is giving her the extra time to run a complete presentation using all of the massive amounts. I'm like shocked that she can accumulate all this information. You, sir, and us, all of us, team, the resistance. We are the moral resistance. Now, I'm going to say this real quick. I did not know this, but since January, since Larry Ellison, we know that they took Oracle, took control of TikTok. They've been sick. This is sick, disgusting. My daughter revealed this to me. They have been twisting, and now they have Netanyahu as Yahoo. They're making him like a cult hero. Cool, look at this. And I won't take the time. It's quite deep, and I don't understand it. She's a heck of a lot smarter than I am. But apparently, they're twisting it all to make all of this genocide, just like they did the Epstein files. My daughter said they're trying to make it all light and go away. Ha ha ha, cherry cherry. But she's driving it hard in her groups using your content to break this insanity, saying, no, we cannot overlook this genocide. So, what I'm saying, Suleiman, God bless you. All these speaker patterns, and Beatrix, the work you're doing is making a result. You're reaching this generation, that generation. You're going across. Keep fighting the good fight, my dear brother. God bless you guys. I can't tell you how important this is.
Major W, and we love you, Andrew. We've loved the fact that you've been on these spaces. We really appreciate not just your expertise, although it is extremely valuable, but just your the fact that you were here, the fact that you were socially here, the fact that your presence was here was extremely valued. We really do appreciate you. 40 days. You were a soldier. You'll be continuing to be the soldier. We really appreciate you. And all you're telling me that is translation, TLDR, your kid is going to be a genius. That's all I'm hearing from that. If she's listening to the right content. I'm telling you, all your social media stars, all of them, the political influencers, you saw it. You saw it in live. 2 days ago, you witnessed it. I'm not boasting, but on this space, we said, guess what? Ground invasion, failed invasion. They tried to get the enriched uranium. We were the very first people to say it. I was the very first person to tweet it out. And then millions upon millions of views, tens of millions, I think there's billions of views amongst everyone who tweeted it out. Then you had Larry Johnson saying it, Colonel Anthony Aguilera saying it, Scott Ritter saying it, and now everyone's saying it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, the impact of what we do. It's like, yes, some people may get 10,000 people live on YouTube, no doubt. We had like, what, 1,500 here, but on YouTube. But the impact we have on these spaces is exponential. Like, we actually change people's political perspective, their minds, their thoughts and ideas. So I completely agree with what you said there, Andrew, and I do really, really appreciate you as well and value you a lot.
Solomon, he just gave you an amazing name that,
What was it?
no
What was it? I
offense,
missed
is
it.
way better than Bridge the Gap.
What?
The moral resistance.
Oh, should I change it?
That's what we've been doing for 3 years now.
True, bro.
Like, for real.
True. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's so
yeah,
smart,
yeah.
Andrew is, bro. He's so smart. It's a good one. Yeah, I'll see if that's available. I might just change it.
Yeah, Joe, and you have some brainiacs out here. I mean, I'm not. Well, I care. I pick things up and put things down, but you got some brainiacs in here. And that's the other thing too. Just real quick, what my daughter realized, she is covering the geopolitical, the financial. You went through all Simon stuff and told her about Joe. All the speaking panel here, Adam, all of you on here, and Beatrice. By the way, my daughter really wants to meet Beatrice someday. But you're putting all this
Things are
together.
going well until then, Andrew, but do continue.
Well, I'm just. But you're putting this together in Casey's comments and everything. The broad and reach of these minds coming in here. I feel like I'm getting a drink with a fire nozzle, and then the military analysis, and then what she was able to do is she really impressed her teacher because she said, "Here, I'm bringing in a massive amount of evidence. And the teacher's like, whoa, 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 that's a little overwhelming. Now she's trying to break it down. And she got permission from the teacher to use your content because she said, no, I need cited references and everything. Well, my daughter figured out how to do it because in all your stuff, when you go into your archives, Suleiman, like for example, we pulled down like five help. I said, here, look, it's just like over. It's like walking into the Library of Congress. Well, she's able to search and boom, there's what she needs. Source, boom, source, boom, source. And then she even has the video like people talking in the, it's just amazing to be archived. Praise God, I'm so happy. And thank you, Casey. Our prayers, we're all praying. Yeah, God's amazing. Thank you.
Appreciate you as always, Andrew. Appreciate you. Let me read the super chats and we've got some big news as well. First from Sidat, we really appreciate Sidat. He says, congratulations everyone on the ceasefire. Shout out to Suleiman, Beatrix, panelists, all of our YouTube mods and our amazing community. Yeah, major W to every single, especially the panelists, especially the everyone on the spaces, the YouTube mods, man. They were doing such amazing work on it all the time, tweeting the links, removing problematic comments. Amazing community. Only the Sims, only the Sims. Who's simping there? Yeah, that's fine. Only the Sims, like, okay, you guys are major L with you guys, but the rest of the community, major W. Major W with the community. Huge breaking news though, guys. And the breaking news was, here we go. Okay, this is major. Netanyahu has just come out with a comment, and Netanyahu has said that Lebanon is not included in the deal and they will not be part of the ceasefire. Remember, Iran and Pakistan claimed that they would be on the ceasefire, but apparently Netanyahu has come out and said Lebanon is not in the ceasefire. Wait, why are you doing a heart, bro?
I don't want Israel to be part of the ceasefire.
No, Lebanon's not.
Lebanon.
Yeah, I understand that, but Israel is basically not part of the ceasefire.
No,
Right?
because will
Lebanon's
Iran be
taking
able to
care of
hit Israel?
themselves.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
Well, Lebanon's taking care of themselves, right? But now Israel won't be part of the ceasefire deal with Iran.
Do you think that's what it means? Because
I think that's what it
I
means.
assume. Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's what it means because that was part of the 10-point plan. If Israel's saying no, then now it's a 9-point plan, and Israel isn't part of the ceasefire.
It's and this is what I'm asking because I'm thinking that is it what you're saying, which is possible, that Israel isn't part of the ceasefire, which would be gold, or it's Israel is part of the ceasefire with Iran, but not with the Lebanon, if you know what I mean.
I just can't. I think
I
he's
don't
angry,
see
and
Iran doing that.
I think he's angry, and I think
Yeah, I think he would have a mob outside of his house if they thought he was part of the ceasefire because they'd be like, "Why'd you get us in this to begin with?" And he's trying to, like I said, he needs an open front to not go to jail, right? So
Yeah, but
remember when you said,
but then the open front would be Lebanon, right, for him.
right? Exactly.
But that's not. So I'm agreeing with you about Lebanon, and I'm not disagreeing with you about Iran. But you're saying Iran doesn't have Israel in the ceasefire, and I'm saying, are we sure about that? Is it which way is it?
We're
Is
not
it that?
sure. I mean, it's
No.
wishful thinking, but I don't. But I have a feeling that it's not. If they're still going after Lebanon.
So this is the statement.
Maybe, just maybe.
This is the statement from Israel's Prime Minister's office, and then Beatrix, you can give us your lame thoughts, Moses. Yeah, see that in appreciation or something on here, blood. Um, Prime Minister's office, Israel supports President Trump's decision to suspend strikes against Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran immediately opening the straits and stopping all attacks on the US, Israel, and countries in the region. Israel also supports the US efforts to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, and Iran's Arab neighbors around the world. The United States has also told Israel that it is committed to achieving these goals. shared by the US, Israel, Israel's regional allies in the upcoming negotiations. The 2 week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. So that's the entire statement. Beatrix, and then
Yeah, nobody asked him to speak on behalf of the GCC countries. Nobody asked him to speak on behalf of anybody else. He can just speak for himself.
he controls them, Beatrix, but do continue.
He's not a spokesperson for America and the GCC, so he needs to pipe down a little bit. Number one. Number two, maybe Iran knew, because Iran mentions Lebanon in their statement, and maybe I don't think these people are like. I think they're quite strategic. Maybe Iran knew that Israel would not adhere to that, which makes Israel open season for them, and America stays out of it. Maybe they knew that all along. Maybe that's why they only included Lebanon and they didn't name any other resistance factions, because they knew that Israel will still go after Lebanon and they need to bish bash bosh and continue bish bashing bosh Israel. Because look, this is what I said earlier, that the problem is, Joe, the reason I don't have a problem, if someone wants to say that Trump is victorious, let them, it doesn't matter. At least America has butted out of this, which means the GCC has butted out of this, right? Because they were only at risk because of the American connection, nothing to do with Israel. The problem is, you can bet your bottom dollar that Israel's going to carry on doing this across the Middle East. Israel is the terror nation across the Middle East. It's never been America. America's just connected to Israel and therefore the complicity. And this is the first time we're seeing them actually divide themselves, if it does happen, where Israel says, we've got a ceasefire deal, we're going to adhere to it. Hopefully they do. And Iran says, fine, you're doing your bit, but you know what? Israel's not behaving. So bish, bash, bosh it is. Happy days.
Wait, Beatrice, you're saying let Lebanon take care of Israel. I mean, Hezbollah.
I'm saying let Iran take care of Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, through
And
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah and the Houthis and anybody else who wants to. I don't really care, to be honest.
The issue you've got with the statement is it's so far removed from the agreement of the US and Iran that I think it could end up being a wrench in the deal, because there's a few key components on it, and I'm actually tweeting now, but there's a few key components. The first one, which is what you guys mentioned, which is Lebanon's not part of the deal. The second key component of it is he seems to be saying in there that, the thing that what I mentioned about Channel 12 News, that there needs to be no nuclear, no missiles threats. So, I mean, I think it's a very important conversation to have. It doesn't seem like it does seem like they're on a totally different page to the US and Iran. What's your guys' thoughts?
Maybe that guy's letter was true, that the U.S. Israeli relationship will be very different after this. Look, they're going to use Netanyahu. They're going to either use Hegseth, which I don't think will really work, or Netanyahu as a scapegoat, because pressure is going to build on Trump. The fact that this was like, what did we win? Nothing, right? And he's going to have increasing pressure all week about this whole subject. And you know what Trump normally does? He'll try to change the news cycle. I don't know what he's going to do. Probably maybe Cuba, maybe Greenland again. Who knows? But they'll stick with the story, and then someone's going to get fired. They're going to get blamed for it. He's the scapegoat. Is it Netanyahu or is it Hegseth?
I
Right?
mean, another
That's
way
what
of
I'm
looking at
expecting.
yeah, but another way of looking at this is, so one is Netanyahu's lying and he's planning to throw a wrench in the deal. The other possibility is, and let's just explore this as well. If you remember the thing I read from Channel 12, so the other possibility is that the Americans made this deal out of desperation because he literally didn't know what he wanted to do. He needs 2 weeks to recalibrate and realign whatever he was planning to do originally, or to escalate, or whatever it is. So he needs this 2 week break. They're playing Iran, and this is actually what they still want, which is what he said, the ballistics and the nuclear. And then what happens is they go back in and break the deal and they go back to war. And this time now, 2 weeks to prepare. No, they're not in the midst of war. and they catch Iran on a surprise attack, and that's it, pure domination.
Yeah, but Sully, U.S. only needed the 2 weeks because of the strait, right? And the strait's not really back open. Supposedly, it's how many ships are going to be allowed to come through. It's not a lot,
Well, there
right?
was one tweet which said staggered, and again, I couldn't find the original source of that, so just to let you know. But
Okay, so it might not be true. Okay.
yeah, it maybe it's logical, it makes sense, but it's just that we just don't know. Um, and I guess we need to consider all these possibilities, right? Because it quite easily could be Trump made this deal without asking Netanyahu, and Netanyahu's scrambling now, and to appease, to get his public not to turn on him. This is what he's saying, but it's only 2 weeks. You can't lie for more than 2 weeks. This deal, within these 2 weeks, the deal is, if they get it done, or the deal is going to be broken, and there's going to be escalation. And I think this is very important. I don't think we should just assume that cause Israel's singing from a totally different hymn tune. I just want everyone to be cognizant. One thing we always do with our audience is make them aware of all different factors and information, and then we're more aware about the way we're gonna go. In the chat, let me know what you guys think. Do you think this is Israel on board, not on board, playing it, planning to sabotage it? Trump and Netanyahu are aligned and they're lying. They've done this many a times, pretending negotiations, planning attacks. That wouldn't be something alien to the Trump Netanyahu administration. But yeah, jump in with your thoughts on that. But Wally, you got your hand up as well. Go ahead, jump in.
Oh yeah, I brought it back down, but no. Well, I think I think that they have different interests because I don't think, and maybe Simon can touch on this better than I can, but I don't think Israel is as concerned about financial markets, nowhere near as Trump is, and the United States is. I think Israel is just war hungry, and they're. I mean, right now they're infuriated on social media. All these Israelis, not just the Zionists in the U.S., but I mean, I'm seeing Israeli officials and Israelis and members of the Knesset like infuriated. So I don't think there was any alignment there. I just think that Trump really had no other. I mean, I felt like he had no other choice. But they are going to sabotage it. It's going to happen very, very soon. I mean, they're going to figure out a reason to just destroy the whole thing. I wouldn't be surprised if they just kill the negotiators, for the Iranian negotiators during the negotiations. I mean, that's what they've been doing. So I mean, but it's gonna restart quickly. I think in the meantime, I've just been enjoying watching these Zionists freak out on social media today. That's been really, rejuvenating. Yeah, that's kind of what my thoughts are so far. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
You sound quite emotional about and sad about Laura Loomer's reaction. Did it upset you? Did you feel bad for Laura with her reaction?
What the one that she recently put out? I don't. I'm dude. It's so This is so wonderful. This is so freaking wonderful. And Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, like Lindsey Graham. I love seeing them like this. I love it. Like it's like if children blood isn't spilled, they're infuriated. I've never seen anything like it. Like unless there's blood on the floor, these people are truly just. I think it's like demonic almost. So yeah, let's relish in that. Let's relish in the fact that people are not dying right now. Not as many many more could be dying if things didn't go this way. And even if things are going to turn, in a little bit here, and they're gonna break the ceasefire, which of course we know is coming. That's fine. At least in the meantime, we can just kind of relish in them being upset. So we take it for what we'll take what we can get for now.
For reals, for
They're
reals.
going to do a false flag, Wally. Israel's going to do a false flag. I'm telling you, they're going to do a
Oh,
freaking big false
100%,
flag.
100%.
That's guaranteed. It just matter if the false flag's gonna work.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. And also, just now, like 20 minutes ago, I saw this. A new poll came out on Americans' view of Israel. Now, 60% of Americans have an unfavorable view. That's massive. That's a massive amount of Americans. 60%. This poll was done this poll was from March 23rd to the 26th or something. I mean, who would have ever thought that 60% of Americans would hate Israel? This is wonderful. So let's shoot that number up even more. I mean, they're digging their own downfall. Somebody on here was mentioning Netanyahu. I mean, I was looking at Israeli polls. If Netanyahu gets out and they were to do a vote right now, Ben Gvir would be the next prime minister. I mean, it's only going to get more far right. So all of these left wing, quote unquote left wing, but it's like massively fascist left wing over there in Israel. But all of these left wing politicians in Israel, they can't get elected. The younger generation in Israel is more far right than the older generation. So, and there's no other
There was a
country I think
huge
in the world
shift.
that's like that.
There was a huge shift in the last 3 years. Huge shift. It's become way more radical than it's ever been.
So they're going to diverge then. I mean, like, after Netanyahu's gone, whatever happens, I don't think there will be a prime minister after Netanyahu. I think Israel's going to crumble. But if there were, I mean, it's going to be somebody like Ben Gvir, and the United States would never, I don't think the US, the American people would tolerate having a relationship with a prime minister like Ben Gvir. I don't know. I think there has to be some, there has to be some lines in the sand. I feel like for the past few years, it seems like there aren't any, but I just can't imagine a situation like that, and us still having the same relationship with Israel that we do right now. This is the closest America and Israel will ever be moving forward. Where we're at right now is the closest that America and Israel will ever be.
But that's why they have to. That's part of the reason they have to basically end this war now. That's why they can't delay, because each week, each month, each year, as per what you said, more and more Americans are becoming anti-Israel. Just think about October 7th, how many were and how many are now. It's exponentially a lot more. 60% is huge. And this is part of the reason Netanyahu pushed this war so quickly when nobody was ready for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to overextend and they're going to collapse internally. I mean, this is how every empire, these people are just going to overextend and they're going to eventually bite more than they can chew. I feel like that's what's happening. They're having a brain drain. All the smart secular Israelis that that kind of contribute to the economy, there's dipping. All the ones that are a strain on the system are making a ton of babies. They're having a lot of demographic issues. They're internally. I'm just hoping they internally combust and then the world heals. So.
Yeah, that's the dream. Um, just want to give flowers to a few people on the panel. Uh, Simon, you predicted the negotiations. The negotiations are happening, and Simon's been here. He's been getting some love, some hate, some disagreement. He didn't care. It was about making sure that he spoke the truth. He gave you guys the real news and real information in real time. And I really loved him being on. And it's like this is what we love about all our panel. Everyone's got different opinions and different thoughts, but not like 99% of the same. It's just you hear us speak about the nuance because we are academic, we are quite literate, and we're speaking about all these different things. So shout out to Simon. Much love to him. Appreciate him a lot. Same with Joe. Joe has been on the ball. A lot of his predictions have been right as well. He said April the 10th as well. He's been on point. Much love to Joe. He's been amazing, especially his call out of Candace Beatrix. That was golden, and to say the least. Andrew,
Noah changes his opinion every 2 days. He's not been consistent about anything,
that's
actually.
fake news. That's fake news. He's been literally consistent about it all.
What
Andrew
about the
already mentioned.
$250,000 Bitcoin?
Oh yeah, that I mean, he's gonna be wrong about. He's gonna Joe.
We will
Wait,
see.
why
We will
Joe?
see.
Timer, why are you helping him? He said 280,
Uh,
280,000 to 50,000.
Iranians already mine Bitcoin. Wait till they start buying it. Now they get a bunch of cash.
Good one, Joe. Good one. And then Andrew, obviously, I already mentioned Andrew before. Much love to him. Military expert. He's been on here throughout all of this. Giving us the news and information. Really love Andrew. Adam was there throughout the majority of it. I even hosting the spaces for a very long time as well. So I appreciate Adam as well. And that girl Kirsty, she'd come in, she'd plug, she'd be like, listen, you all. I'm gonna go ghetto on you all if you're not following Suleiman's YouTube. Wait, Casey, let me tell you if you should get on them right now. Let me tell you, blood. How far did they get
No,
to?
seriously, I should go get her. I mean,
Yeah,
look
it's
at all
only
the
30. They didn't even follow after that long speech about telling to follow with 38 away from 55,000. Tell him, go straight on them,
Oh, come
blood.
on. 38 away, guys. After all this hard work, come on. Look where we at today. 38 is a joke. We can get 38 in 5 minutes. And yeah, I will go get her if we don't get 38 in 5 minutes. Like, guys, we can do this. Like, seriously, it can be done. I'm sure it's already moving up now.
And see the difference, guys. I'm here thanking everyone. Beatrix, like, this is the difference between us. When we're running the space, I'm like the nice guy. She's like the brute force. That's the difference, blood. You see it? I'm the lover. She's the hater. I'm the guy who's like putting my arms around and giving you guys love and affection, and she's like the stick, bro. Anyway, it is what it is. But much love to all of you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with everything you said about everybody on this panel, but Davos Jonah, no, 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 no. I'm sorry, but Davos Jonah, no. He voted Trump in
All
to
right,
power. He's
Beatrix.
been the root
All right,
cause of
Beatrix, I got a question
this.
for you. I got a question for you. Um, what did your dream tell you about what's gonna happen tomorrow in terms of ceasefire?
What, as in today or tomorrow?
Yeah, like what did your dream tell you? And the bees, the dream and the bees. What did they tell you? Like what's gonna happen tomorrow?
Don't let him play you like that. He's trying to call you Candace Owens, Beatrix. Okay.
Oh, see that? I was so simple. I thought, did I tell him I had a dream? I didn't really. I'll tell you the only thing that I did have, kind of a, that slight voice you have when you wake up, was Gary. When Gary was saying, this is really disturbing that I'm waking up with these thoughts. And it wasn't today, it was yesterday morning. When Gary was said on the space that, I'm sorry, but how does anybody not realize we're in World War III? And yesterday morning I woke up and I was putting the countries on two sides. And I was like, yeah, this is World War III. How does it not look like? I mean, this is really disturbing that I'm waking up with these thoughts. But I didn't have no dreams about it, Suleiman. Okay.
Wasn't
I didn't
Trump
have no
wasn't
dreams.
Trump regime changed by Hexeth?
Whatever. What? Whatever.
He's mocking me. But you know what? I'm going to say something. When I seen Trump's video on the White House yesterday, when he did the Easter Bunny thing, and him and Melania were on the balcony, his hair didn't look normal for one. And then when he says to Melania, "Oh, do you want to come on the mic and speak?" I enlarged it to watch her face, and her bottom lip was quivering all the way through. It looked like she wanted to cry, like somebody had almost held them hostage there. That's what I did think. So
I thought he
yeah.
looked a little different too, Beatrix. I was looking to see what year. I wanted to make sure they didn't reuse footage on us and stuff. So yeah, really, great minds think alike. I totally understand what you're saying.
Did you think it
Okay.
was AI,
Yeah,
Beatrix?
and I do, MJ.
But she says the
MJ,
voice
you're
is
right. I
good.
do give love to the chat. And no, I'm not the bad cop game for war. I'm the good cop. The chat knows.
Okay,
Oh
we've
my
got a
God! Look what
huge
Justin Falzon.
we got a huge super chat from Spidey Sal. Much love to your support throughout this whole spaces. And he says, here's to capitulation. Well done, everyone. You are just as integral to this victory with your information on the war on the bell. With your information war. Oh, sorry, let me do that again. You are just as integral to this victory with your information war on the bell. Keep speaking the truth to power. We always will, Spidey Sal. We always will. And thank you for your huge super chat. Really appreciate it. We'll always speak truth to power. And it's not done yet. We're already seeing spanners in the work, and we're going to have to continue fighting until this deal's done. And then I'm going to move. Dr. Atusa, bring you this comment. Dr. Atusa, listen. You need to make sure that I become the viceroy of Europe. What are you going to do about this? But go ahead, give us your thoughts as well.
Vice chair of Europe? How about vice chair of the whole world? That's what
Oh
I
my
will dream
god, this
about.
chick's amazing.
God forbid. What are you talking about? God forbid.
I will dream about that next time in my prophetic dreams. But guys, I really want to appreciate every single one of you. I don't know how I came across your platform, Sully. So Simon, Beatrix, Andrew. Oh my God. I count my lucky stars for somehow finding you guys on X, because I feel like as an Iranian, with other Iranians in diaspora that really supported this war, without you guys, I would probably be depressed and crawl into a hole or something. But I'm really happy tonight about this ceasefire for 2 weeks, but I'm not quite celebratory yet. I'm not celebrating yet just because, like a lot of the people on the panel said, I just don't trust Israel and Netanyahu. And I'm sure he's going to try to sabotage it. As we all recall, also during the last, whatever, 2-3 years during the Russia-Ukraine war, I'm sure you guys recall so many ceasefires and so many promises of a deal. And I don't want to sound negative, by the way. I don't want to be the one who's like beating the whatever drums. But it just doesn't land with me well that this whole thing got started. And Trump went from like before he's president, no war, no war, no war, even up to like last year at some point. I remember there was a meeting and apparently he told everybody, the neocons, the extreme right Zayos, Christian Zayos and the other ones, that there won't be any war. And then suddenly he agrees to a war, and then he goes not only hardcore but so unhinged and so aggressive, and we will destroy their civilization, all of that. And then the whole stronghold that Israel has on the US and the APAC and the rest of them. I mean, are we gonna just completely buy into this agreement? So what about the entire philosophy or the reasoning or the logic behind why this war started to begin with, and why did Israel drag US or vice versa, or whomever is doing the puppeteering at the financial level, at the geopolitical level, hegemonic level, to start this war? Is that all going to disappear? Have they accomplished their goal? I don't know. What goal did they accomplish? Except if the negotiations go well, if we believe that this is going to be successful, that Iran actually got the sanctions removed, and Iran is going to charge each ship for toll, 2 million, etc., and some other positive points for them. I mean, is this God's work? I hope so, because if that's the case, Iran definitely won. But I just don't see the powers that want to be, by pushing for this war, what did they really accomplish? Like the US and Israel, just don't know. I mean, if anybody wants to chime in, I would really be happy to hear like what was really accomplished here.
Well, the answer is not for America. Nothing was accomplished. So we made Iran a regional power, but the reason that it was a complete and total failure as far as the objective of trying to regime change Iran. But ultimately, that might actually be better for the world. It's kind of a weird situation. But yeah, they certainly did. They did not accomplish any of their goals. They got themselves in a quagmire, and for now, we'll see how the ceasefire plays out. Eventually, Trump made the right decision in terms of American interests of getting out. And so obviously Israel's not going to be happy about it, but you are right to point out, what did they accomplish? They did not accomplish anything.
Right. So no regime was changed. And if they had hegemonic ideas for Israel to be the hegemonic power in that region, didn't get accomplished. Um, I I don't know. And was their goal though really just regime change? Like, I question that. Was it really just to go and change the regime? They started first by Iran should have no nuclear, right? No nuclear power. And then they go in June of last year, and they say that destroyed the Natanz, whatever, nuclear site. Oh, we're done. So they have no nuclear power. They're not a threat anymore. And then before you know it, they do a colored revolution, arm some of the militant factions in Iran, and there is an armed uprising just to bring manufactured consent for this war. And then Trump goes onto social and says, "Oh, if you kill the protesters, I'm gonna, go to war with you, etc." And the Mossad agents that are armed and the other, militant people that are armed within Iran, armed, of course, by the U.S. And Israel, and oh wow, they killed 40,000 people, total BS. Now we're gonna start the war because we want to. You want a regime change. So was that really their ultimate goal? Was to do a regime change? And just put like a Reza Pahlavi or some puppet that is going to work for them like they did in Iraq. Possible, and it failed. Okay, so it failed, and now they're just gonna go home, pack up, and say, okay, we're gonna remove the sanctions, and I hope so. I hope so. But then we have this third wheel, which is Israel, and I don't trust them, and I'm sure Netanyahu is going to try to sabotage it. And I hope it's not like one of those 2 weeks of ceasefire during Russia-Ukraine war, where there was like multiple ceasefires. And here we are 3-4 years later.
What if Iran builds a nuke in these 2 weeks?
They should. But just to answer, I'm going to let you answer that question, and I want you to think about this as well. So Iran. Israel, just to let you know, remember we talked about Lebanon, we said about the ceasefire on that, we said it was an important point to know. Israel just dropped bombs on an ambulance in the town of Al-Khalila in South Lebanon. It was an ambulance. So Israel just bombed an ambulance in Lebanon. So it seems like the aggression against Lebanon continues. It seems like that's not been included in the ceasefire according to the Israelis. The Iranians seem to suggest that it was. This is going to be an interesting point to note. Is this already the end of the ceasefire? What's going on? Is this Israel's way of sabotaging it? Joe, jump in. You had a question as well, and then just jump in with whatever you want on that.
No, there was an old theory, and Simon kind of talked me out of it. This was a while ago, before this even started, that they would allow Iran to get a nuke, and it would create like a triangle of powers in in the Middle East, which would be Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, which would be able to stabilize the Middle East enough to America to get out of the region, because they would kind of go against each other, like because all of them kind of all hate each other, um, to a certain degree, depending how the wind blows. And then U.S. could focus on China. And I don't know if you remember, Simon, you kind of talked me out of that theory. But now I'm like, there's 2 weeks. Could they develop something in 2 weeks? And if they do, then it's America wouldn't be able to go back on it. I just don't know how long it takes to make a nuke if they still have the your enriched uranium, and if they continue to enrich it or not. I know that the fatwa from before, that's not what they wanted to do, but today, that's how you ensure you don't get destroyed. So
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
I think they should. I mean, it's always been my opinion for the last 20 years that I didn't really understand the IRGC or the Iranian government, why not nuclear? Why are they so soft during the negotiations? And why are they submitting to no nuclear power? I mean, I'm sure they had the reasons, but I was always a fan of, okay, have nuclear weapon, you don't have to use it, just like every other country that surrounds Iran. Now, I don't know if you guys covered this, but what's that professor from China that had the debate with
Yeah.
Simon?
Jang.
Okay. Did you guys hear his monologue? That was 3 days ago, but I just watched it this morning on my way to work. Listen to it, that is. That North Korea actually sent 500 ICBMs to Iran through routes that are not through routes that go through China, and China look the other way, and then from some other sea or whatever through like somewhere close to Russia to the north of Iran. Did you guys hear that?
I've heard that from quite a few people, but it's not been verified
It's not
anywhere. My dad was telling me about it, and I've not found verification for it anywhere.
interesting. I mean, I can send you the link to the YouTube of his monologue. But I wonder if that was a deterrent, because then they first, so they hid it until meaning they made sure that the news doesn't go anywhere. Nobody knows about it except North Korea, China, and Russia and Iran. And once they got it, it was safe, etc., in the hands of the Iran government. Then they wanted to release the news so that it's used as a deterrent. So when I listened to that today, and his monologue actually was posted on YouTube 3 days ago, which tells me that transaction was done probably maybe a day or a couple of days prior to that. And then I was thinking to myself, what if that becomes a deterrent for further ground invasion ideas, etc., etc. So I just wanted to see if you guys heard about that or not. But yeah, interesting times.
Yeah, I just looked up the nuclear thing. They could enrich it within 10 days to 90%. Problem is, it would still take six to 18 months to develop it as a warhead, right? They would have no way to deliver it um, in 2 weeks.
Which the stuff that was sent from North Korea, according to Dr. whatever his name is, I'm so bad with names.
Dr. Chang.
Dr. Chang, he was saying
So
that
they're nuclear ICBMs?
that they can
Yeah.
carry, but he didn't know if uh, the shipment included. It definitely included the carrier thingies, weapons to carry nuclear warheads.
The container for the
Hmm. Yeah,
material. I
yeah.
just don't see China turning their head, like looking away at that. Like, look, there's no country in the world that wants another country with more with nukes, even an ally, because they're an ally today. I mean, that's at least the way I see it. I don't know if anyone disagrees, but you know, even being American, do I want Canada to have nukes? No, I don't. Do I want Mexico? No, I don't. Like, you don't want anyone to have nukes. So I
So
don't.
he didn't
I
say
find it
it's
weird. I find it
nukes.
a strange story. Yeah, but you're
Yeah, he did.
giving them the component for them to be able to do it.
To be able to, if they have it, that they could deliver it, basically. And obviously he named the kind of weapons that were shipped. I just don't remember the exact verbiage for it. But he did name it, and he did say that they're capable of delivering, but that they didn't actually give them nuclear stuff. But do you guys remember at some point a while ago, Iran said that we have enough enrichment, etc., that we could make a bomb in 2 weeks? And I don't know if they were bluffing or not, but I did see
No,
that.
you couldn't make a bomb, but you could make the material needed for a bomb.
I want you guys to continue this conversation. Let me just quickly read these super chats. The first one is from NPC, my other Australian brother. He says, shout out to all the lads pushing back on regime change by the chicks. Yeah, we didn't allow it to happen. We stayed steadfast. Andrew faltered a little bit at one point, but then he was back on track. Every man falters. Well, not every man. Some men falter, but Andrew was back on track immediately after that. Peace through strength, done the right way. Unlike Taco, love your work, guys. Serious how Suleiman's spaces have changed my life. Yeah, I appreciate the love. And then we have a rich piece, and I haven't slept since the war started. Thank you, Sully, Beatrix, Doc, Simon, and others. I hope our efforts hold firm. We hope so. We're going to continue working. We're going to continue putting that effort in. Sorry, back to you, Joa and Dr. Atusa.
Just want to say something to Joa. Joa, I don't know if you saw this. Oh my God, why is it gone? Oh, there we go. My app's glitching now. The IAEA chief, Rafael Grossi, said on about Iran's new underground facility in Isfahan, which is the one where they went in a couple of days ago to get the uranium, right? He said that Iran itself declared a new facility to them. He said, we requested access, but never made it there. Whether it's empty or operational, we don't know. And this was like obviously before the war. Iran declared to the IAEA that, yeah, we have a new facility, didn't provide a lot of detail. The IAEA requested access and they never made it there. So maybe they do have it because they did say, didn't they, that we will give you a surprise, expect the unexpected to America and Israel. So maybe
But
they
the,
have it.
but they can enrich it. But then how do you deliver? Like the delivery part is the hard part. Like you need to build this like geometric shape that's absolutely perfect to the millimeter, which is not easy to do. You need to test it. We've seen no signs of testing. They could enrich the material in 10 days, right? It's the delivery mechanism. If North Korea did give them the delivery mechanism, then they have a nuke. But I just don't see China turning the other way and allowing for a shipment to go through of empty ICBMs to Iran. I just don't see it. I don't see any ally doing that for an ally. I see North Korea wanting to do it. I just don't see China looking the other way and letting it go through. Do you know what I mean, Beatrice? It's just kind of strange. I mean, think of Britain. Would they want France to have a nuke? I doubt it. Like, or whoever their neighbors are.
I do remember last year during the first, I guess you could call it the first war, in June when they went and bombed those facilities and Israel started bombing, you know, infrastructures, etc. I do remember seeing a news that North Korea had announced or basically pledged their support for Iran, and they even said if needed they would militarily support Iran. I do remember that from last year. Um, and I also feel like I just can't see China sitting there watching all this happen without in some shape or form supporting Iran, because Iran, the way they have conducted themselves their last 47 years, they have never backstabbed their allies. Like they have never gone against their contracts with Russia, with China. They've had this alliance with them that's sort of reciprocated with respect, etc., honoring their part of the bargain, etc. So I don't.
I think Iran's been more fair to Russia than Russia's been to Iran, to be honest.
I agree. I do agree. Yeah, absolutely. But that's why I don't think that Russia or China are going to look at Iran as a threat, like a military threat. Especially when right now Iran was threatened to be taken back to the Stone Age, etc. Right? So in front of the entire world's eyes, we were seeing how infrastructure and hospitals and everything was being bombed, literally, right? And then the threat of, okay, now we're gonna hit your power plants and bridges, and they started doing that. I mean, they hit some of our best bridges, etc. So I I just don't see China as this passive actor. Like, yes, they are never going to engage directly, but in terms of allowing for support, I do see a high possibility for it. Now, whether this particular scenario with North Korea actually sending off their 500 ICBMs, I think that's what he said, ICBMs, to Iran, looking away, it's much of
But
it. Mhm.
even that number is weird because that's way too many for the amount of enriched uranium they have. They have, even if they enrich to the 90%, they have enough uranium for like maybe two, three at most, right? Like 500. It just seems strange. I don't know. I personally don't love. I loved when I first saw his theory because it made me think about Pax Judaica, but you know, he became famous for something that most of us on stage had already said way prior, that, you know, there was going to be a war with Iran. And he became famous for saying that because his video went viral. Since then, I don't know how many things have come true, but I am actually not someone who follows him very closely anymore. I watched his like first 10 videos and that's it. So I don't know, but even that number wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. Right? There'd be way too many for what they
Mhm.
have in terms of material.
Mhm. But are ICBMs nuclear warheads, or what are they? What are ICBMs?
They can be, but that's
Okay.
the only reason why I would see them sending that. Right?
And
The
he
only
also,
reason I would think North Korea would send ICBMs would be because they know they have the nuclear material and they want them to have a nuke so that they don't get attacked. Um, but yeah, I you know, 500's a lot. Um, are only some of them prepped for a nuclear warhead? Or did they send that? Did they not send that? They wouldn't even need to send something that big. They could just send the capsule that holds it. They could just send the warhead itself, not have to send the whole ICBM. It's not like Iran is in need of rockets. They know how to manufacture their own. There's just a lot of stuff that just kind of falls apart with the argument the more you think about it, of why they would do that. If anything, they would send a warhead. They wouldn't send the actual rocket itself. And that's not like something that America wouldn't pick up on. They're not small, right? Yeah.
so I really encourage you, Joe, and maybe anybody else who wants to watch that video. It's not too long, maybe half an hour or so, but he was so detailed and so technical, even the route, and then the explanation of how whatever they have sent to Iran um, is a kind of weapon that they um, is a kind of weapon that the North Korea introduced or bragged about into 2023, and that they're the only ones who have it, something like that, and that it can evade like radars or being tracked. Or so I really encourage you to listen to. And I don't follow him either. It's just I was on YouTube. Uh, I think trying to find an interview Sully had done the day before, and suddenly his video popped up um, on my phone, and then I just thought, okay, I listened. professor is, etc. But since I heard about him a lot on this panel, I mean, in this space here, when it popped up on my feed on YouTube, and then I looked at the title, I'm like, I gotta listen to this.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
I'll check it out.
yeah, maybe I can send you the link, Joe, Andrew.
Yeah, DB, I'll put it in purple pill or link or DM me, Doc. I'll look at it.
I will DM you with that link. Okay.
People have come up once or twice and mentioned Professor Yang. I didn't know that claim came from him. I've heard it being circulated, but I found zero evidence for it. I mean, zero. So I just we didn't cover it at all because there's nothing there. And I agree with it's really painful for me to say this, but I agree with Joa. I just don't think that they'd want to send the nukes, or anything like that. And I don't think North Korea would, do this suddenly to Iran and send anything like that.
I also think
Yeah.
the Iranian scientists are smart enough they could figure the stuff out themselves if they really needed to. I just feel like they're such geniuses. It wouldn't be that difficult to figure it out. I mean, they've they've built these drones. They're some of the best drones in the world, some of the best missiles in the world. You don't think they have the blueprints ready to figure out how to, I mean, like split the atom and make that stuff explode? Like, I don't think it's that difficult. The United States did it over 80 years ago. I don't think it's that much very difficult for these people to figure out how to do that. And I do remember reading somewhere they said one of Iran's missiles is nuclear capable. They said nuclear capable. It's just about testing one, although I don't know if they'd want to test it because maybe they're afraid of that if they reveal they have a nuke, that might then basically put them in the North Korea position where they just become more of a pariah. So they might, it's possible they already have one and they're just not revealing it, and it's more of a last resort because they did say they have surprises. Like North Korea has a nuke, and what good did that do them? It prevents them from getting attacked, but they still have sanctions. Versus Iran, they're getting the sanctions. Like obviously, having a nuke keeps you from getting attacked, but they're getting the sanctions lifted without a nuke. So I mean, if they get these sanctions lifted, they'll be able to build up their missile programs so good, no one will even be able to mess with them. They'll be able to build even more missiles, more advanced drones. They'll even be able to build up an air force, more of a navy. I mean,
So what
if
was
I were
the
them, I would definitely.
what was the overall point? What was it that North Korea is giving nukes to who? Iran.
Not
Or
Not
nukes.
not nukes, ICBMs. It's the
Yeah,
Hwasong.
just
Oh, okay,
strikes.
okay, okay. Yeah, I don't
It's
think
the
that's the.
Hwasong 18. It's huge. This thing's like the size of a building. Can you
Yeah,
imagine
But
500
nuclear
of these
power
things being
talks,
shipped?
yeah. I don't think.
nuclear power talks are starting to be talked about, which is, as she said, should really be concerning everybody. Them speaking about just nuclear.
One second, why is somebody interrupting? Like, one second, you can just put your hand up, we'll come to you in a second. I was like, who's speaking? So I don't think they're doing that. And in terms of Professor Zhang, I have heard him speak a few times. I think he's good in some aspects. I think in some aspects maybe he's not as good in terms of the details. I think, and if one of the big ones for me, where to see if his theories are right, is what one of his main predictions has always been that there's going to be a full-on ground invasion into the mainland. And if that comes right, then it shows that wow, this guy predicted this. Was it like 1 or 2 years ago? But if that comes out wrong, then I think that this is probably a gap in some of his predictions. What's your thoughts on that, Joe?
If we saw World War One and Two, every time that the United States got involved, it was detrimental to the whole world. So anytime I noticed that though, anytime that
What do you think about that, Joe?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. What what he's talking about the ICBMs, that's other people have reported in the beginning of March from what I'm seeing here. They're huge. They're like 20 wheelers. You know what I mean? And yes, they have some capability that they're hard to detect on launch and things like that. But these machines are huge.
Testing. Can you guys hear? Can you guys hear? Let me know. Oops. Okay. This tops. I'll get these. There you go. Double echo. Really? Double sound. Oh yeah, it's to me blood. Okay. What about now? Should be fine now. Good now. Okay. I'm just gonna record a few videos. Okay, the first one is gonna be about the ceasefire. Yeah. Just need to. This angle is not right. Why is this? Okay. Let's put this. Okay. Let's record. Wait. Oh, there's the one. Take that off. And take that off. Disconnect your mic. Boys. Let's get this one here. StreamYard. Was it still double? What about now? What about now, guys? Okay, cool. Says good. That sounds bad. Okay, bro. Okay, let me record this. First video is gonna be on. Perfect. Okay. First video is about the ceasefire deal. Better to hear me than listen to those guys anyway, bloods. The United States of America and Israel have agreed to a ceasefire deal with Iran. And this information came out after Trump had given a deadline. He said by 8 p.m. Eastern, if Iran does not bend the knee, he will and open the Strait of Hormuz, he will destroy Iran. He will obliterate it. He will destroy the infrastructure. He will destroy the power plants. He will leave no stone unturned. The threats continued and continue today. Iran did not heed. Iran did not bend the knee. We start hearing that Pakistan was holding negotiations between the two, trying to come to a deal, trying to come to an agreement. And hours before, maybe an hour and a half before the 8 p.m. deadline was over, we heard that there was a ceasefire deal. What is the ceasefire deal? What is included in there? What are the things that are going to be negotiated? Is what we're going to speak about in this video. So make sure you like, comment, and subscribe on this video. But coming back to it. So Abbas Araghchi first Donald Trump came out. He said that there was a deal. There was a ceasefire deal. And there was an agreement. Let me get for you what Donald Trump said. And I forgot to have this ready for you guys. So let me quickly pull this out. This is what Trump had to say about the ceasefire. So this is what Donald Trump had to say about the ceasefire. Let me show you. Okay, so he said based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing
to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. So he's talking about Iran's 10 points. He's saying they're going to be a workable basis to negotiate. He's saying they're going to be the foundations of the negotiation. So we're going to look at the 10-point plan. We're going to look at the American 15-point plan. And we're going to look at how they can be in agreement. He also said the strait needs to be fully and completely open. Wherein reports that there's going to be a partial opening, a slight increase on what's happening now. Right now, there's about 5 or 6 ships that go out. Possibly this could increase to 10 to 15. But is this going to go to 130 a day, 140 a day? This is unlikely. But anyway, let's continue with what Trump had to say. Almost all of the various points of past contentions have been agreed to between the US and Iran. But a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East. He said he's representing the countries of the Middle East. Obviously, he controls the Gulf states. It is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So he's telling you there's an agreement, there's negotiations, and they are going to be basically, there's a deal. Then Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi said this: on behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brother, Prime Minister of Pakistan Sharif, and the Field Marshal Mania for their tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of Prime Minister Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the US for negotiations based on a 15-point proposal, as well as announcement by POTUS about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis of negotiation. So he's saying the 15-point proposal and the 10 is going to be the foundation of the negotiation. I hereby declare on behalf of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive operations. For a period of 2 weeks, safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible via coordination with Iran's armed forces and with due consideration for technical limitations. So, the US says there's an agreement. America says there's an agreement. Iran says there's an agreement. We start to see the functioning part of the agreement. So next, we need to go into what are these 10 points and 15 points. We mentioned this in the past, but it's this. So the 15-point plan, remember we did a video on this, so you can look back on it in the past, but it was remove all sanctions on Iran, US assistance in advancing and developing a civilian nuclear project, so they could have a civilian nuclear program, remove of the threat of sanctions being imposed. Iran's nuclear program is frozen under a defined framework, so it's at 60%, it remains at 60%, doesn't increase, doesn't decrease. Enriched uranium to be under supervision and agreed limits. Missile program to be addressed at a later stage. Nuclear program restricted to civilian and defensive purposes, so that means you can use it for civilian uses and defensive purposes, so you can have that up to your 60%. Developing of existing nuclear capabilities halted. No further expansion of enrichment capabilities. So it means don't go above 60%. All enriched material to be handed over to the IAEA by an agreed date. Natanz, Isfahan and Fordo destroyed. International monitoring verification mechanisms enforced. Gradual implementation tied to compliance and additional regional and security understandings between the parties. So this was the American agreement, right? And you can see the American agreement here, which I just mentioned. And then this is the 10-point plan. And this is really important. The 10-point plan is guarantee that Iran will not be attacked again. Permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. I guess they've got a ceasefire, so the number 2 isn't really there anymore. But I guess they mean after the 2 weeks. End to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. That's an important point because Netanyahu is saying that he's going to continue attacking Lebanon. He's saying Lebanon isn't part of the agreement, but we'll cover that in the next video. Lifting of all sanctions on Iran. end to all regional fighting against Iranian allies. That means Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas. In return, Iran will open the strait. Iran will impose a $2 million fee per ship, which we did the figures, that's about $100 billion a year. That's a third of their current GDP. So the level of impact and importance that I'll have is exponential. Iran would split some of these fees with Oman, Iran to provide rules for safe passage through the Hormuz, and Iran to use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. So that was the 10-point plan. Trump is saying that those 10 points are going to be the basis of any agreement. That's important, because what that means is that's the foundation. So just think about this war. This war started, the strait was open. Now Iran has control of the Strait of Hormuz. They're able to make an extra $100 billion just from the toll of the Hormuz. They're able to make more money on oil. Right now they had sanctions, so that they had to give it a 30-40% discount to the Chinese. Now they're able to get premium price for it. They are able to sell a lot of their manufacturing. They're able to convert a lot of their manufacturing industry. They'll be able to sell their military industrial complex equipment and rockets and missiles and drones that they've been creating. You're looking at an economy, according to some projections, of becoming almost $1 trillion within the next 2 to 3 years, and on its pathway to becoming a Middle Eastern empire, a world empire. This was something that wasn't at the start of the war. Now it's at the start of the war. Iran has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran's allowed to have nuclear enrichment. Iran's allowed to continue its ballistic missile program. Iran is in a much stronger position now than it was at the start of the war. What has the United States of America achieved? Nothing. Iran continues to have all those things, and now they have control of the Strait of Hormuz. What does Israel have? Nothing. Like I said, Iran has all those things. Israel doesn't have anything. America's become weakened in the Middle East. This is a total and complete victory by Iran. Trump has completely capitulated, bent the knee, and agreed to all of Iran's demands. Not one demand of the United States of America has been achieved. Total Iranian victory. Anyway, guys, let me know in the comments your thoughts. Do you think Iran won this war? Do you agree with me that this is a complete victory by Iran? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Let your friends and family know about this. Let your colleagues know about this. Let everybody who knows you know about this. And let's everybody get as many people onto this channel as much as possible. I appreciate you guys joining in. I appreciate you guys listening. And for sure, we'll see you next time. Now, that was one video. Now I want to do another one on Lebanon. And then I want to do one on the Zio reaction. So take that one off, take that on, take that off, take that off, put this on, go to X. I need this. You can watch me making these videos, blood. It's not deep though, I don't do anything deep. Okay, this is important. And then this one. And then I need the 10-point plan again. um, 10 point. Oh, that's the 15-point plan. This one here. Okay, cool. Yeah, behind the scenes, my G's. Behind the fourth window for you guys. Okay, next video is gonna be the let's go. Right, this is gonna be about Lebanon, yeah. We thought a ceasefire deal was agreed. United States of America, Iran, Israel, 2 weeks, negotiations towards a broader permanent ceasefire. But immediately within hours of the deal being agreed, we now have a wrench. We have a spanner in the works. And who do you think that spanner is? It is the one and only Israel, once again causing a problem with the ceasefire deal. The United States of America and Iran agreed to a deal at the last minute, on the 12th hour, before there was complete devastation where the United States of America would bomb Iran. Iran would respond and destroy the GCC. Billions would die, and you would see the beginning of the end. Everything was pulled back from that happening. But now we have Israel doing what Israel does. They don't like a situation where there's peace. They always want to take the world into war. And now that agreement that has been agreed seems to have been already broken by Israel. This is important to note. So initially in the 10-point plan, and let me show you this, point number 3 in the 10-point plan that was going to be the foundational basis of the agreement said end to Israeli strikes in Lebanon. So we thought this was going to be the end of Israeli strikes in Lebanon. But Netanyahu came out. He says Israel will not include Lebanon in a 2-week ceasefire. Pakistan and Iran both said that Lebanon would be included in this agreement. This was the understanding. There was meant to be a total and complete ceasefire. Israel said they won't be included. You then had a statement from the Prime Minister's office. And this was the statement. It said, Israeli Prime Minister seeks to suggest they are not on board with the same deal or the US lied to Iran. And this is what I mean. Let me explain to you. So this is what Prime Minister's office said. It said, Israel supports President Trump's decision to suspend strikes against Iran for 2 weeks, subject to Iran immediately opening the strait and stopping all attacks on the US, Israel, and countries in the region. That's fine. There's a ceasefire. America and Israel and the GCC don't attack Iran. Iran won't respond and attack them. Fair enough. Now is the important bit, the second 2 paragraphs. Israel also supports the US efforts to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. Well, if you look at the 10-point plan and you look at the 15-point plan, missiles aren't included in there. Nuclear bombs, they never wanted it anyway, but nuclear enrichment isn't included in there. The support of the proxy groups aren't included in there. This is the claims that Israel was making before the war. They're saying that this will once again be a reason why the war will happen. So quite clearly, they're throwing a spanner in the works. They're saying that these are the requirements. America has its own requirements. Iran has its own requirements. Israel is disagreeing with them. Then it says the United States has told Israel that it's committed to achieving these goals shared by the US, Israel, and Israel's regional allies in the upcoming negotiations. So either Trump is lying or Netanyahu is lying. Netanyahu is lying that Trump told him these are going to be the bullet points, the main points of negotiation. But these were never agreed upon even before the war. This is why the war happened. Except the nuclear enrichment, Iran agreed to it, but now they won the war. Why would they give up the nuclear enrichment? But they never spoke or agreed about the ballistic missiles, and they never ever agreed about not supporting the resistance anymore. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon, they say. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. And then what did they do? They immediately attacked Lebanon. Here you can see Israel just dropped bombs on an ambulance in the town of Al-Qalila in South Lebanon. Yes, an ambulance. Look at it. So coming back to the point, just to clarify, an agreement is agreed. A deal is done. You will not bomb Israel. This is Iran. Iran will not bomb the United States of America. Iran will not bomb the Gulf states. In turn, those countries promised that they will not preemptively attack Iran, meaning they won't attack Iran first and then Iran has to respond. But Lebanon needs to be included in the deal. Now Israel's coming out and saying Lebanon is not included in the deal. And if you see the level of bombing and bombardment they've been doing on Lebanon over the last few days, it's been at the level of Gaza. Because they're losing the ground of war against Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is taking them out in various different areas, whether it's South Lebanon, whether it's in the east of Lebanon, they've lost hundreds of Merkava tanks. What they've now proceeded to do is go to the air and just start bombing and destroying entire villages. So Lebanon already is a problem where Iran says it's part of the deal, Israel says it's not part of the deal. But the second problem is Iran says the negotiation is going to be around the ballistic missiles program, around the nuclear enrichment, around the support of the resistance. America is saying, and Iran is saying, America and Iran are saying that the negotiations are going to be part of the 15-point plan and the 10-point plan, which we went through in the previous video. So do check that out. So you have a huge differentiation between the two. And there's only two options, like I mentioned. Either Netanyahu is telling the truth and this is really Trump's plan. And we know in the past, Trump has negotiated with Iran in bad faith. They've negotiated with always the plan that they were going to invade, with always the plan that they were going to bomb and destroy. You saw it before the 12-day war. There was negotiations. There was going to be a subsequent negotiation on Sunday. They bombed on the Friday. In these negotiations, they were in the middle of the negotiations. One day before the United States of America and Israel attacked, Oman came out and said, Iran has agreed to all of your demands. They agreed to 0% enrichment. Obama had 5%. You're going to get a better deal. They agreed to 0%. Do not go to war. Obviously, the Omanis must have been aware that there was a plan to go to war. And yet, despite that being the case, despite being in the middle of negotiations, the next day, America and Israel started the war. So now we have 2 weeks ceasefire, negotiations. What is it? Is Trump telling the truth? Is it that they tried to do the ground invasion, which I told you about? That ground invasion failed. Trump woke up and realized we just cannot do a ground invasion against Iran. So if I can't do a ground invasion against Iran, and I'm not going to use a nuclear bomb against Iran, then I have to bend the knee, I have to cede my position, and I have to accept that there is going to be Iranian domination, and I'm going to have to cede to all the demands. So did that happen? Or is Trump using these 2 weeks, lying about negotiations, telling Netanyahu that it's a lie, and then getting ready, recalibrating, putting his forces in the air, ready to strike Iran again? This is going to be the $1 million question. What is happening? Is Trump going to continue doing what Trump and Israel did? Or are they going to change and after receiving such a battering, wake up and realize that they can't do anything? Let me know in the comments what your thoughts are about what Netanyahu is planning, what Trump is planning, and what's going to happen. Are they negotiating in a fair manner? Or is this really a plan to break the ceasefire and go back to war? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, and also please let your friends and family know about this channel. We do these video updates. We live stream the spaces for 12 to 15 hours. We have expert interviews. With this week we've got Captain Josephine, we have Scott Ritter, we have Pepe Escobar, and many other great names coming on this week. We've all had Larry Johnson, Lieutenant Daniel Davis, and Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Aguilar. Very important interviews. So make sure you're following us, make sure you're subscribing to us, and make sure you're following the channel, and make sure you let your friends and family know about it. I appreciate you guys joining in. I appreciate you guys listening, and for sure we'll see you next time. Okay, one last one, guys, we're gonna do is on this is the funny one. Well, it's funny in my mind. I don't know if you guys are going to find it funny, but you guys, bro, you guys are like drama queens blood. So I don't know if you guys are going to like it, but one more and then we're done. But it's about These guys here crying. We need, actually, let me do that one. It's lame, isn't it? Okay, let's put this guy. This one here. Actually, let me show my response to Laura Loomer. And then we just need Mark Levin. Here we go. Okay. So I don't need that. Okay. Create, record. 39. Zayo. Tears. Okay. Wait, why is this? Okay. I can't get this head down now. Last one, guys. A deal has been reached between the United States of America, Israel, and Iran. And the reactions could not be any more different. The Iranians are celebrating on the streets, parades, celebrations, partying. They say we won the war. Iran has won the war. They have made the American empire bend the knee. They're celebrating with much joy and adulation. Rumor has it that they're so happy with us, they're going to make me the viceroy of Europe when the Persian Empire takes over. But that being said, before we get there, we need to take a moment to think about the people who we left behind. The Zayos are not happy with this decision. People like Mark Levin, people like Laura Loomer, people like Ben Shapiro, people like Vived are not happy about this decision. They're not happy about the deal because they know this deal is not what Israel wants. Why would Israel want peace in the Middle East? Why would they want a powerful Iran that is making money from the Strait of Hormuz? Why would they want a powerful Iran that no longer has sanctions and can sell its oil? Why would they be happy with an Iran that can create a manufacturing industry, a military industrial complex? This is a problematic Iran. This is an Iran that will control the Middle East. It will even control the world. And this has left the Israelis thinking, goy vey, what do we do about this? Why are these guys taking over? Why is it that Iran is going to be so powerful while we're having to rebuild Tel Aviv? Although rebuilding Tel Aviv will mean the American worker, whether it's a Uber driver or a restaurant worker or a service person or a lorry driver or a truck driver. They're the ones who are going to have to pay for the rebuilding of Israel. But Israel will no longer be a Middle Eastern power. Iran will be the Middle Eastern power. The Gulf states will be in a state of confusion. Do they continue to bend the knee to the United States of America and its will? Or does it look in the region for a new ally, the Persian allies, the Persian Empire, that will give and trade deals with them in a fair manner where there won't be threats of assassination if they don't abide by their rules, but it will be an equal and loving deal, alliance. So the Israelis are not happy. Dr. Eli put a tweet out talking about how this was horrific and how this was horrendous. It was so bad that it was going to be a 10-point plan that was so pro-Iran. But poor old Dr. Eli, realizing that we'd all picked up on it, deleted that tweet where he said, goy vey, why is such a great deal being given to Iran? Have they won? Yes, they have won. This is what we've been telling you for the last 39 days. We've been telling you Iran's winning. We've been telling you Iran's dominating. They've been lying to you and saying America's winning, and now we're seeing complete and total capitulation by the American-Israeli Zionist alliance. And it hasn't been a good day for Laura Loomer and Mark Levin. So let's look at what they had to say. First of all, let's bring this up for you guys. And it is indeed hilarious. So first, let's look at Laura Loomer. I wrote total Iranian victory. Even Laura Loomer A person who has Trump's ear admits it. Because some of the MAGA people are like coping so hard, they're trying to make it look like they won. But they lost. She wrote, the negotiation is a negative for our country. I don't know which country she's talking about. Is she talking about the United States of America or Israel? I'll let you decide. Is it her right to return country or her country where she resides? We didn't really get anything out of it. Yes, you did not get anything out of this deal. This deal was very much pro Iran because Iran won. She's realizing, wait a sec, America started the war. The Strait of Hormuz is now controlled by Iran. They're making money of it. And Iran still has their nuclear program, their ballistic missiles program, and their support of the resistance. What have we got out of it other than spending billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, probably $500 billion, losing minimum 13 Americans, likely more, casualties of over 500 Americans. What have we really won in this war? Well, we've lost actually. We've lost a lot. We've lost that. We've lost our control over the Middle East. The bases have been completely destroyed. Israel's been completely destroyed. What have we achieved? Nothing. Nothing. And she's realizing it, and she said it. And the terrorists in Iran are celebrating. Well, they're not terrorists, but they are celebrating. They're celebrating the victory. I don't know why people are acting like this is a win. She's right. She said, why are you guys saying it's a win when it's not a win? The Muslims, the woke Reich, and Trump haters are using this negotiation to attack President Trump while they praise allies of Tucker Carlson and call for the 25th Amendment to be used against President Trump. The ceasefire will fail. Well, we know that because Israel's going to break it. They're already breaking it. Check the previous video or the video on Lebanon. And Trump will be proven right about how this regime needs to be wiped out. Well, he said that, but now he's backtracked. It has already failed. The negotiation has been a failure, so those who are celebrating while undermining Trump are misguided. This isn't anything to write home about. Well, she's right. The deal's a very bad deal for Israel, for the United States of America. It's a good deal for Iran, but they had to capitulate because they're losing the war. And Laura Loomer is receiving some painful life lessons about how badly they're losing the war. This is what Mark Levin had to say, and I'm going to stay quiet while we listen to it because it's hilarious.
People of Iran.
Hopefully you can hear it. Oh.
That to me is people of Iran. What are we going to just leave them there? There's nothing that we can do and we're going to wash our hands over that? That to me is morally very difficult.
What are we going to do? Are we going to leave the people of Iran there? Well, the people of Iran chose and they decided to stand with Iran. And they did not stand with you despite you sending your weapons, have your Mossad operatives, your CIA operatives there. They did not bend the knee. You bombed their bridges, their infrastructure, their schools, their hospitals, and they never ever turned on their current government. They stood firm with their people. So this attempt at regime change failed. So what are you talking about? You have no care for the Iranian people. This is for your state of Israel, for you put them before the Iranian people and the American people. Mark Levin thinks we're fools, but you are the fool, Mark Levin.
Very difficult to accept. And then what about the proxies, Hezbollah? I was reading these statements.
What about the proxies? Well, the proxy Hezbollah is dominating you guys. You should have begged for the ceasefire. Israel doesn't want it, so Hezbollah is going to continue to teach Israel painful life lessons.
Hezbollah has killed more Americans than Iran directly.
Hezbollah killed Americans when Americans were helping Israel in Lebanon. So completely ridiculous. In defense.
Hezbollah is Iran. Hezbollah is firing missiles into Israel by the hundreds still. And here
that's true. They were decimating Israel, so you should have took that deal.
We have a ceasefire that they've already broken. And
well, the ceasefire has not already been broken. What he's referring to is after the ceasefire, some missiles did hit Israel because they were pre-planned ones. And because Iran's army is decentralized, they weren't able to get information out to them about the ceasefire. But they told America that, look, it is decentralized. So some of these missiles are going to end up going predetermined and pre-planned.
So yes, the argument will be, well, they don't have control of this and control of that.
That's what he said.
Well, if they don't have control of this and control of that, how do we even enter into an agreement? There's a lot of complicated issues.
Goy ve, oi. Lebanon, you are being so anti-Semitic. Why are you continuing to bomb us? But look, Mark Levin's not happy. Laura Loomer is not happy. And then the last one I just wanted to show you, just for the hilarity of the situation, is Vivid. Many people believe this guy is from India. But he said, I've just left the shelter, hoping this would be the last time I hear sirens and have ballistic missiles overhead, just like millions of others here in Israel. I stand my ground. A ceasefire is a big mistake. Trump, Netanyahu, finish them. Well, it's you who got finished. It's you who got destroyed. It's you who got destroyed, dismantled, and decimated to the point where Trump had to bend the knee. He realized they could not take on Iran. Iran dominated them day after day after day. 100 waves were sent on Israel, and they could do nothing. The Abraham Lincoln retreated. The Gerald Ford retreated. They tried a ground invasion into the south of Isfahan. That failed. And after all those things failed, after America and Israel and the Gulf were running out of defense interceptor missiles, they bent the knee. They realized they cannot go against Iran. So you can cry all you want, Levin. You can cry all you want, Luma and Vivid and Eli. But it is what it is. You lost. Iran won. This is the consequences of having a war against an actual legitimate army rather than targeting innocent civilians in Gaza or Venezuela or Cuba or Colombia. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. What's your thoughts on these Israelis or these Jewish Zionists crying about what happened? Let me know your comments. Does it make you laugh? Does it put a smile on your face? Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe to this channel. Let your friends and family know about it. Much love to each and every single one of you. Like, comment, and subscribe. All right, bloods. That was all free. So I'm going to put the space back on for you. Sips Waters with the $20 super chat and great analysis over the last 2 weeks. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, my brother. Right, let me put the space back on for you guys, though. Boys, I left the space for 2 minutes and the numbers have dropped. What is that all about?
I'm obviously down for discussion for that, but I personally think that's not going to last. That's my opinion. But I hope it does. Like, I want it to be obviously be a peaceful resolution and whatnot. But at the end of the day, like, you still have Israel there. They still want to go with their Greater Israel project, and that the true golden age of the Middle East is when Israel ceases to exist. That's when you're going to see the actual golden age of the Middle East. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, with the sanctions lifted and the $73 billion a year they're going to be getting from tolls, just that $73 billion in a year will probably be enough in 1 year to pay for all of the damage. So even if they don't get the reparations, that toll in a year will be able to thankfully pay for all the damage. So that is huge. And then all that extra money they're going to be getting in, that's going to be able to go through to their people. So their people are going to have a way better quality of life. Their currency is going to go up in value. So they're not going to be under the boot. They're going to be able to improve their water infrastructure. So they're not going to be. They're going to be able to build higher quality desalination plants. So they're not going to be having any more water crises. They're going to be so this war did free the Iranian people from the
about the ceasefire also, like Arsenal said. But I would say that it occurs to me that maybe also one of the ways you could look at this is, so the U.S. ever since 1954, most of the day, has gone down this path, which is the Zio-Jewish plan, but all during this time, it was always a possibility, in my opinion, that the United States could be an ally and could be on good relations with Iran, It's only because of the CIA and the Jewish and the Mossad and the Jews that control our government that we have deliberately made Iran an enemy for the last 60 years for the benefit of the Jews. I'm talking about Netanyahu and the Jews that control our government. Okay, so if it turns out one of the results of this, I'm not being overly hopeful, but if it turns out that we actually have some kind of a legitimate and respectful kind of a relationship with Iran where we respect them, why shouldn't we be friends with Iran? Why shouldn't we have Iran as an ally? Why shouldn't we respect the Iranians for whatever government they choose? It's been a long history of us. I remember, for instance, the 1979 hostage crisis. Oh, it dragged on for 440 days, a lot of bitterness, and I understand that. But ultimately, what even happened then? No hostages were killed. They were all returned. Iran has never waged war against us. So we've had like 60 years of a Jewish inspired hatred campaign against Iran, which is totally unnecessary. And maybe by God's grace is now totally done.
Right.
Cool. Thanks. I'm back, guys. Appreciate you guys. I think maybe Beatrix has fell asleep. Let's go to Ali.
Oh my God, I've been running the space.
I
You're
would
so bad.
What? You're awake? No way, blood.
I'm always awake.
Bro, Suleiman, I think you were the one that was sleeping. Beatrix was like holding the ship for
Blood.
like such a
How am
long
I
time.
sleep? How?
Like,
Wait.
bro, give her some credit, man. God
Oh my
damn, boy.
God. W Arsenal. What you talking about, blood? I'm never sleeping. Ask my chat on YouTube. I was making 3 videos to put out on YouTube, blood. 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 videos.
Oh my gosh, bro. If betting was halal, bro, I probably would be winning the house right now. But anyways, you go ahead.
Cool. Good for you. Go ahead, Joe. Jump in, bro.
Yeah, no. So someone just brought up.
I'm
You
back now.
brought
There's
up
order in the space.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank God it couldn't come fast enough. The
Oh my God, I
the
swear one of these days I'm going to boot Jonah off the panel.
The day you
so
boot Jonah is the day this space immediately crashes. They're like, what happened to the space? I'll be like, it's Khaleesi. It's Beatrix. Beatrix caused it.
Solomon, you told the story yesterday about the first time you met me and what I was saying about the bricks and stuff. I actually found the post and I reposted it on my timeline now. It was February 2023 when everyone on the panel was saying, "You're crazy. BRICS isn't going anywhere. It's dead. Da, da, da. USD currency will remain until 2050." And now it's funny. I'm hearing people that were on that panel saying, "No, I always said BRICS was going to be a thing." Um, this conflict should serve a lot of people to see who has credibility, who's honest about things, and who's not. You literally have almost every single space except for this one, maybe another one. I don't know. It's not like listen to every single space, but the majority of spaces with people telling you that America's winning. You have a propagandist from what's the AI company, the one that is 70% wrong about who's Hamas and who's not. What's it called? Palantir.
Palantir.
You have a Representative Palantir, Brian Cunningham, on Mario Space. You have Yehuda holding spaces, who hasn't been right about a damn thing, not even Ukraine. Um, you have Malcolm Nance that hasn't been right about anything. You have that guy Brian Cunningham's now claiming victory because he's like, I told you Trump would taco. I told you Trump would taco. But the whole time he's been saying that they're winning, they're winning, they're winning. So you have Stealth Medical who tells you but that she's the one that got in touch with Megyn Kelly for Megyn Kelly to back Trump and this and that and the other thing, and then she's getting on her private PJ to go consult the princes of Dubai about COVID. Meanwhile, she was a marketing rep for a pharmaceutical company and was giving people medical advice on spaces. Um, I'm just telling people be very careful who you listen to, and I'm saying this because, for example, and Doctor, I'm not coming after you, but Dr. Jang, look, there's some good things he says, but then there's other things he doesn't, and he doesn't ever tell you he doesn't know, right? It's always someone's like, I know, doesn't debate. Um, I was really looking forward to the debate between Simon and him, and he didn't really debate. he had the one narrative, and that was pretty much it. So, you know, I do think BRICS is a big thing. I think if you follow that path of thinking of
I mean, to be fair, Joe, Simon kind of destroyed him. But the
yeah,
point
Simon
is,
did destroy him,
but the thing
because
is,
but he didn't
Simon,
even fight back.
yeah, because the thing is, Simon would destroy him though, and I don't think it's a fair contest because, and this is what I was trying to explain. Like like Dr. Zhang's position is probably more closer to my position, but I can
Yeah,
fairly say that Simon. Sorry.
yeah. Go ahead.
But I can fairly say that Simon destroyed him, and the reason Simon destroyed him is because Simon has really thought out his position. Remember, on these spaces, he's constantly fighting with people about his position, debating it. In
Mm-hmm.
addition to that, he's been on our spaces a lot doing that. And on top of that as well, I debate a lot, you debate a lot, we debate him a lot. And so he's
Mm-hmm.
really been able to battle with, I'm not boasting, but the best. And so when it comes to debating other people, he's able to hand them very easily. And I actually watched Simon in a few debates now, and he's actually dominated the opponent. Where I know that if I like, we've seen us debate with Simon, we kind of do a good job, right? So,
Yeah.
but Simon completely obliterated him. It wasn't even close. Like, I'm not
Yeah,
hitting against Jang because I heard a couple of his interviews and I thought they were really good. He seems like a really nice person. I'm just
yeah,
saying
I
on that
agree.
debate, it was one sided.
Solomon. It seemed like he became a fanboy by the end of it. That's all. It was kind of weird, that debate.
Yeah, because it was so one sided. It was crazy. Like I was like, that was I was proud of Simon because I was like, bro, you just smashed that boy.
Yeah, he did. He
It
did.
wasn't even close though. Like sometimes it's like a close debate. But the worst thing is Jang's position is actually probably close to our position. That's what's hilarious.
To a degree, I don't think the outcome is though. I don't think you think Israel becomes a superpower, do you?
No, no. If they'd won the war, they would have. But they're not. They're not going to win the war now, are they? If Israel
Hey,
won,
hey
hi
guys,
Myron.
I'm back. Hey, what's up, man? I was gonna say, I heard that they're saying that the ceasefire's already done. What's going on?
So we who said the ceasefire? Don't I like that? But
People in my chat, they're saying. I mean, I don't think it's gonna last, but like people in the chat were saying, "Oh, it's already done" or some shit like that. I was like, "What? How's that even
okay. So
possible?"
basically, what's happened is there's a bit of a confusion, or you could say either confusion, either you could say Netanyahu's broke the ceasefire. I don't know, however you want to describe it, but what's happened is they bombed. So what happened was, sorry, the 10-point plan had Lebanon in the agreement. I think it was point. Well, I know it's point 3 because I just made a video on it. So this point 3 of the agreement was Lebanon was part of the agreement. That the ceasefire in Lebanon. Netanyahu's come out just now and made a post, and there's two important components of that post. The first one is that he's saying there's no ceasefire in Lebanon. And the second component of that is that he's saying that the deal that is going to be negotiated in these two. So that's the first component. So that shows there's no ceasefire because and then immediately after that, he bombed Lebanon. So the Lebanon component is there. And then the secondary one, which kind of seems to suggest that the ceasefire won't last, is he's saying, so either he's lying or Trump's lying, or both of them are, but he's saying that Trump told him that the negotiations going to be back to what it was, before the war. Iran won't have any nuclear enrichment, Iran won't have any ballistics, Iran won't support the resistance.
I heard
So,
that too. And I was like, "Oh well, this deal's not gonna last if Trump is saying that's what he's gonna tell Israel." Or
well,
that's what
this
he
is
tells
what
Israel.
this is what Netanyahu's claiming Trump told him. So, and then obviously Trump is saying the 10-point, 15-point agreement. So there's the immediate component, what seems like it's a problem, and then there's the long-term 2-week component, which is what I just mentioned.
I think Trump is using this to buy himself more time because the whole F-15 being shot down completely compromised their operation, which I think I saw you've been talking about this for Abyss Suleiman and everybody and other people, but like I for those that aren't familiar, and I just explained this to my chat too. Basically, there was a black operation
Look,
going on where they were.
Myron, I'm the one who came up with the theory.
You were the first one?
Yeah, I was literally the first one.
I saw Larry Johnson talk about it.
Yeah, he did it after me. He did it after me, like many hours after me. So I mentioned it. Then I made it popular by tweeting it, and then everyone heard about it, and then obviously.
Then credit goes to you, my friend. But yeah, no. Basically, that they were because the aircraft, I guess that was the biggest telltale. Like, hey, What are these MC-130s, which are a more classified version of the AC-130s? What are these little birds doing here? This doesn't make sense. But my thing is, I'm looking at it now with like the Karg Island assault was all going to be a diversion to allow this black operation to go and allow them to be able to invade Isfahan, get the uranium that the IAEA told them about. So Trump can have a political off-ramp to say, look, I got a W. We got this uranium in a special operation. But the F-15 getting shot down compromised all that. And then the other big red flag to me was like, wait, why is a weapons system officer a colonel? This doesn't make sense. Then I thought to myself, oh, that means since there's a colonel as a WSO, that means to me like more than likely he was attached to the CIA outfit that was planning to assault this nuclear facility, because normally a colonel would never be doing something like that. But what I thought about, I was like, he probably volunteered, right, to do this operation because obviously, right, it's a prestigious thing to do. And that explains why such a high-ranking individual was the WSO. And then also like the ID that was found there of this woman who, from what I understand, is a nuclear specialist. Delta Force were on there, the Rangers, SEAL Team 6, or it's just like, why are all these special operatives there in that area with these unorthodox aircraft? And it just, I think what happened, and obviously you said this here too, the F-15 got shot down. They didn't anticipate that. So they had to completely pivot and do everything in their power to get him out, because now it makes sense why they're so desperate to get him out. He probably was read in on the most classified fucking shit ever, and him being captured would be a nightmare for the United States. So it wouldn't just have been a propaganda problem. It would have been a serious intel problem as well, because more than likely he was probably read in on the whole operation and knew exactly what they were going to do. Hence why I was a weapons system officer as that's a colonel.
Yeah, and the fact that the distance as well, the distance from South Isfahan to where the pilot was basically ejected is too far to basically traverse in such a short period of time. We also have videos of the two different locations as well, and the different military assets that were in the both locations as well. So like exactly what you said in addition to that.
Yeah, I think they were planning something, and everything got derailed when that F-15 got shot down, and that's why Trump and Hexeth and everybody dropped everything they were doing to get this guy, because more than likely he was attached to that black outfit, and capturing him would have been a treasure trove of intel for the Iranians, and that would have been really fucking bad for us, really bad, because only a few people even knew about this operation, the president and a few others. So that would have been a fucking nightmare. And I think everything that they were doing, that's why Trump couldn't give a straight answer. He was waiting for them to stage and do this raid. And he was going to use the MEU kind of as a diversion. But didn't they attack Karg Island today anyway? Didn't they bomb it anyway? I saw this morning they were bombing Karg Island.
Yeah, they did bomb Karg Island, yeah.
But no, I'm assuming no boots hit the ground.
No boots on the ground. When I saw the bombing of Karg Island, though, I did think, oh, wait a sec, are they softening it to go in? But it's
I think the fact that they bombed it and they didn't put boots on the ground and Trump agreed to the ceasefire as bad as it is. I think it's all to buy time, because I think he probably had all his eggs in one basket on this black operation, and since they got compromised and they had to get out of there and destroy their aircraft, that's another thing too. I was telling my chat. If you guys remember with the Bin Laden raid, they took 2 helicopters in. One of the helicopters crashed. Fortunately, both teams were still able to get in and do what they needed to do. But on their way out, they actually had to blow up that helicopter. So that's a telltale sign that you got classified material, sensitive material on it, and they didn't want them to reverse engineer, so they blew it up. Same exact thing in this situation. Another thing that is a clue.
Yeah, I agree. So what do you think happens now? Because it looks like we've got a problem in Lebanon, whether Lebanon's included. There looks like Trump. Do you think Trump, actually, before that, who do you think's lying? Do you think Netanyahu's lying? Do you think Trump and Netanyahu are lying? Like, who do you think
about the ceasefire? About like actually seeing through the ceasefire?
Like, yeah, the components of it.
I think Trump is trying to buy time to get something else in play, because he lost his. I think that F-15 thing was kind of destroyed all of his plans.
So you think Trump's lying?
Yeah,
yeah, because they try to spin it as like a big W that they rescued the guy, but it's like, really, you rescued him because you had to, because him being captured would have been, the worst national security risk ever in the past, several years.
Yeah. Suleiman, I just wanted to, I agree with that assessment of Myron's. And the important thing is, remember that, well, we have the ceasefire, and but not in Lebanon. Now, Israel, who never, you can never trust them. Okay, how many ceasefires, alleged ceasefires, have they violated? The first example is Lebanon. Now we have a scenario where Trump announces, "Oh, there's a ceasefire," right? And Iranians agree. Oh, and what are the Israelis saying, right? So this is essentially a ceasefire. Even when the Israelis say they're doing a ceasefire, you can't trust them. They're going to violate it. This is a so-called ceasefire that Israel is not even acknowledging at the outset that there's a ceasefire. So it's even doubly
Well,
suspicious.
they're acknowledging there's a ceasefire. What they're not acknowledging is that there's a ceasefire with Lebanon. They're also having a different view on what the parameters of a long-term agreement is going to be. That's where the disagreement lies.
Also, I was going to say this too, and the more I
Yeah.
think about it, I think a big reason why Trump agreed to the ceasefire is because he realizes he doesn't have the black operations back pocket anymore for that political off ramp to say that he took the uranium. So he's like, okay, why am I going to let the markets keep getting destroyed? Why am I going to continue to let my approval ratings get destroyed? Let me go ahead, create this fake peace for a bit, let the markets recover, let the, we're obviously watching the market grow and barrels of crude go down. Let's let the markets recover, reassess, get some people into position, then we could be aggressive again. That's another reason too why I think he's, doing a tactical retreat at this point to stabilize the market. Because before he was able to endure it because he knew at some point, this assault would happen and he'd be able to, get out. But now that operation has been foiled, he's like, okay, there's no point to continue letting the markets bleed. That's another reason why I think he went into what made him do this.
Yeah. So do you think Iranians did the right move then, agreeing? Because you kind of think that this is gonna be.
They got nothing to lose. Honestly, if I think about it, like they got nothing to lose. So like in Trump, in his eyes, he's like, okay, let's give the Iranians, let's let them open up the strait. Let's let the prices, tumble a bit. Yeah, we got to eat it on the chin and let them make their money off the Strait of Hormuz and agree to a framework. Because I think the key here also is like Trump and well, Israel hasn't even said shit, but Trump didn't actually say we agreed to all their 10 points. They said, hey, we have a framework to work off of. And I think that's going to be used to buy time to get some other assets into play to make something happen. But he's looking at it like, now that I don't have my trump card, for lack of a better term, there's no point to let the markets bleed. So let me let them think they won for a little bit, and then we can reattack later on.
And so when do you think the war starts again within these 2 weeks or after these 2 weeks?
That's a good question. Because I could already see like MAGA people saying like, oh, see, I told you guys were right, blah, blah. And it's like, dude, like, it's just, there's no way that Trump is ever going to accept completely lifting sanctions, leaving the Middle East totally, letting them make money on the strait for reparations. Like, there's no way. So, do I think they're going to attack again within the 2 weeks? I'd say it's 50-50. I'd say it's 50-50 that they attack within the 2 weeks. But I definitely do think that the ceasefire is not going to last. I'll say 50-50 that they attack in this 2 weeks, and then I would say 90% chance the ceasefire doesn't last after the 2 weeks elapses.
Suleiman, can I just also answer in that, was it worth it for Iran to do it? And my answer is yes, because I agree with Myron. Basically, Trump manages, when he paints himself into a corner, then he manages by fake ultimatum. We know that, right? When he's in a corner, he says, oh, in 2 weeks or 10 days or whatever, right? And so, unfortunately, we may be back here in 2 weeks doing it all over again. But in the answer to your question, Suleiman, it was good for Iran to actually agree to it, because ultimately the thing that people are not seeing is that this, as I mentioned before, is a basic institutionalization of Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz. No matter what happens, if the ceasefire holds or not, Iran's position as now basically controller over the Strait of Hormuz is institutionalized, and that can only be good for the future.
Yeah, I think they've solidified that more than likely they're going to have some level of access to it and be able to monetize the strait. So that is, I mean, this is a big W for Iran, in every single way. But I don't think that, the Israelis and the United States are going to let them have this high for a very long time. I think this is all just, to bide more time so they can restructure and get another attack and let the markets recover. Because I think the only reason why Trump even let the markets get destroyed like this is because he had this operation that he can use to say, look, we got a W. But now it's like now he doesn't have that political off ramp. So we'll see what happens, man. But if we don't attack again, I know the Israelis are definitely going to attack again. So it's like, what are we going to do? But yeah.
I'm going to jump in quick. There's one other factor people aren't considering. The World Cup is in the U.S. in 2 months, so I don't know if Trump wants to be in the middle of of a war while we're hosting the World Cup with the international press here. I just think he does still care about optics a bit. So whatever he's doing now that he got the ceasefire, if starting the war up would it would also have even less public support than it already did. I mean, the fake polls showed the war having 40% support, which seems generous. I can't imagine it had above 30. If he starts it up again after stopping it, it will be even less popular the second go around, third go around, if you count the 12-day war with Israel. So I just cannot imagine. I mean, I think it probably will start up again just because, I mean, you can never really discount trickery from Israel. I mean, they always have their tricks and games. But I feel like it would be more likely to start up in the longer term than the short term. Like I feel like they'd almost have to punt it way down the line after the midterms at least. But then you also have the factor of JD Vance. Like, do they also kind of want to try to rehab JD Vance? They might try to spin this as JD Vance brokered this deal, and they want to rehab JD Vance so they can get their whole Peter Thiel Palantir thing. And if this war starts up again, any slim hope of them getting JD Vance in is completely kaput. It's mostly kaput. Like I'd say there's a 5% chance, but if they start this war up again, then there's no shot at all. And then that whole Palantir's plan that they have is going to be more on the rocks because he was their chosen guy that they groomed to install that. So I don't know. I mean, I do still think stuff's going to start up, but then they're basically sacrificing JD Vance and Marco Rubio at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely is going to hurt JD Vance's 2028 aspirations. I don't even know. So people were saying that he might not run in 2028 because of family reasons or whatever. I was like, it might be because of this war. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. I don't think the Israelis are going to let off, though. The Israelis have taken a lot of damage, and I think they're going to, they want a complete regime destruction. So, and I know that they bombed a bunch of, if I'm not mistaken, didn't they bomb a bunch of rails and steel mills, like over the past couple of days?
Yeah, they did, but I feel like the only way to get a regime destruction at this point would be a full boots on the ground invasion where tens of thousands of Americans will die because you can't collapse a government just by bombing it. I mean, the Iranian
Especially
government.
underground.
Yeah, exactly. And the Iranian government is just way too strong. They've been preparing for this for a long time. They're resilient. I mean, like 100 different leaders have been taken out in various positions, and they didn't blink. They didn't make a misstep. So, I mean, what? They're just going to go back to bombing? They're going to do a suicidal invasion of Carter Island? That's not going to topple the government. I mean, what? They're going to bomb power plants, and then Iran's going to retaliate and take out Gulf oil, and we're going to have a global depression. I mean, that's still probably isn't going to collapse the government. The country will go into poverty, but the people are going to, I don't think they'll turn on the government. It'll just harden them behind the government, and then Europe won't have energy. If anything, it would probably collapse. That would just collapse the GCC because without them having any oil revenue for 5 years, which is how long it would take to rebuild that oil infrastructure, the second those people go from living a very comfortable, plush life, that government would collapse because the only reason those people support their governments is because it's basically a giant welfare state, and that would collapse then. So the GCC would be more likely to collapse if this went to total war than Iran would.
Yeah. Hey, Suleiman, I had a question. Maybe some of our financial people could answer it. So it's my idea that even if things stay exactly as they are, whether the ceasefire holds or not, there's still, from a financial industry point of view, there's instability. Okay, even if there was a ceasefire, what has Trump done? He's pushed it back another 2 weeks. Okay, which he's constantly doing. Right? Essentially, he's pushed it back another 2 weeks. Are the markets, is the financial picture of the world economy going to be, springing and for joy? I don't think so. we're still under a kind of like a guillotine. Maybe he's moved it up a little bit, but to me, it's actually going to remain very unstable, which maybe in the long run works to influence Trump in some way. But I don't see any stability still, even if, as I hope the ceasefire holds. But even if it does or doesn't, we're still in a very unstable world economy picture. I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Yeah, I think you made a fair point, and we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. I think Israel is going to continue to make the world unstable, and this is the issue I've got. Any ceasefire, sorry, any deal, it just makes no sense to me when Israel continues to exist. This is the problem we've got.
I agree, and it's become more clear. Another good positive thing out of this. Does anybody doubt how clear it's become to any rational person that the world would be a much safer, more stable place with the elimination of this so-called nation of Israel? I mean, it's
Yeah,
very
and when we
clear. The
say
world understands.
elimination, and when we say elimination of them, we mean because the state is a horrific state, it's an apartheid state, it's a supremacist state, and it goes against all of our values. So yeah, I agree with you. But Martin, are you still there?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean to say, I agree with you, Solomon. It's not about wishing harm on any Jews or anything, but it's
Exactly.
the illegitimacy of this nation, right? The
Exactly.
actual fact is, it is an illegitimate nation,
True.
and it has caused so much danger and
Yes.
and threat to the whole world.
True. Okay, I agree with you. Let's go to Ali. Ali, jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Suleiman, and thank you all. I appreciate the work you guys have done. Every one of you, you've been the voice of Iran, and nobody could have done a better job. So, what I want to say is, yeah, it's congratulations, guys. It's definitely a big win for Iran. So when you look at it, like they're earning 2 million like on containers, so that's like 100 billion per year. That's only that is a big win. But then they'll be able to sell the best oil throughout the world because sanction relief. Iran's military complex will be booming, and then on top of that, they have already made so many new allies during the war. So you can imagine like they will be making more allies with this. Then I see as a big win in the revival of the revolution, which, in my opinion, was weakening because of westernization. And I think they have revived the revolution for next 40 years. And then look, billions of dollars, that were spent on propaganda on Iran are sort of wasted because the world looks at Iran differently after the war. So big wins for Iran, definitely. But I don't see Trump as somebody who would capitulate so easily. So I believe that the one of the reasons could be the fear of impeachment, because just his last tweet was like, a whole civilization destroyed. That's calling for a genocide openly, which uh, could have caused impeachment. But yeah, I'm not too sure about that. One more thing I want to add is the 10 points. um, I think the biggest fear from America is, they might have more buildups during these 2 weeks. So I just think it would be better, like if they had, put something in the deal that, if they do buildups, then it's the ceasefire is sort of like canceled and they go back. That's just something I fear the most. But I also see, like, we know like Israelis are very good at whining and crying and pushing the propaganda. And what they would be saying, and they are saying, is that what has Trump achieved? He opened the strait, which was already open, and the only difference is Iran is coming out stronger. So that's kind of my take on this. But yeah, thanks for the mic.
Appreciate it. Got Ryan come up, the one and only Ryan Dawson. We've got an interview set up with him tomorrow as well at it's 9 a.m. his time. What's that? I need to check what time it is. 9 a.m. So he still shows he's connecting, so you might have to reset. Create in It's going to be 8 p.m. EST. So Ryan Dawson is joining us tomorrow, 8 p.m. EST. That's going to be awesome. That's going to be a great interview. We've got Captain Josephine on tomorrow, and I'll probably get Anthony Aguilera on as well. I've got Dan Bilzerian come up as well. The whole crew's here. Let's just get Ryan back up. He just crashed out, but he'll be coming back up. Hi, Dan. How you doing?
I'm good, buddy. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. What's your thoughts on this ceasefire?
I mean, Trump just keeps wanting to show the world his ass. You know, it's like we wake up with some fucking crazy tweet, and I mean, I feel like he wants to nuke Iran. I've said that for a while. I feel like it's the only way he saves face, and I think he got such insane pushback. He realized like that would be a disaster for him. So yeah, crazy times. He's trying to like spin this in to look like it's a win for him. Meanwhile, he's just like accepting everything that Iran wants. You know, like this has been a huge win for Iran.
Yeah, let me just. Yeah, exactly. Well, let me send. Oops. Let me send the mic to Ryan through his thing. Maybe that'll work. Ryan. And what do you think about the deal? Do you think it continues, or do you think the Israelis break it? You think Trump breaks it, or what happens?
I mean, I don't think it's between Israel and Iran, right? I mean, they're attacking them right now as we speak, are they not?
Well, this is the interesting thing, Dan. What's happened is the deal was between all three of them, which was Israel, the United States of America, and Iran. But there's been two key components that suggest that A, Israel's already broken the deal, or B, Israel and America do plan to break the deal in the future as well. So the first one is part of the deal, part of the 10-point plan was Lebanon was going to be included in there as part of the agreement, as in Israel can't bomb Lebanon. And then Netanyahu just came out and said, no, Lebanon's not part of the agreement. We're going to continue bombing Lebanon. And they just bombed them right now. So that's something that could have already broken the ceasefire deal. We'll have to see what happens with that. And then the second part of it is, if you remember, Trump said, and the foreign minister of Iran said that the basis of the agreement is going to be the 10-point plan and the 15-point plan, which is very pro-Iran friendly. But Netanyahu came out and said, oh yes, we got Ryan on. And Netanyahu came out and said, no, the conversation is going to go back to what it was before the war. No nuclear enrichment, no ballistic missiles for Iran, no support of the resistance. So either he's telling the truth about what Trump wants, therefore this is a fade, and they're going to start the war again, or Netanyahu's telling you what Israel wants and they're never going to agree to an agreement. Just want to welcome Ryan as well. Ryan's up here as well.
Yeah, it took me like 20 tries to get the.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
I kept going in and out, and it's hard to find you. I had to share the post and go through and whatever. I made it.
Nice one, bro. What's your thoughts on the deal as well?
I wanted to come in and be like,
later.
Alhamdulillah, mashallah, and all that, but my joke's been ruined. It's fine. Yeah, man. It's so funny seeing all the Trump faggots with their cope and Mark Levine have his crash out and stuff. All these hardcore Zionists are mad about the ceasefire, which makes you know who the ceasefire favors. And it's like they're coping so hard saying, well, yeah, Trump threatened to nuke them and forced them to the table. Nah, it's the exact same terms that Iran has been offering for weeks, and you had to come to the table. I think the raid failed that they covered with a rescue. They realized they can't actually realistically just drop nukes on them, so they don't have any other options. The only way to Strait opens is if you comply with Iran's demands. They didn't gain anything because the Strait was already open before the war. You could have done nothing and it would have been open. Now you're going to have to pay a toll booth. And it's up to Iran to decide when and who can pass through and who doesn't and how much ships have to pay. They're looking at $2 million a boat right now. That price might be negotiated, but it's more than zero guaranteed, which is what it was before the war. So he gained nothing. And he has to lift sanctions, which he sort of already did because his allies needed to buy oil from somebody, and Iran was the only player. The tough part's going to be the Israel portion of it. They want to annex a piece of Lebanon. And, they don't care. They're willing to fight to the last American, obviously. but they're going to have to comply because the Houthi and Hezbollah are still fighting, and we don't know yet if there'll be Wave 95 or whatever it is, because Iran never agreed to stop fighting Israel. They have a truce with the U.S. Like, we will open the strait, and you're going to lift sanctions, and you're going to have guarantees to get the, basically fuck off out of this area. But I don't trust the United States or Israel. They've never kept a ceasefire ever. They just want a timeout. But look, it's not going to matter. They're still out of interceptors. They're still out of standoff munitions. They're not going to create any new ones in 2 weeks. Like, their position is not going to advance at all. But it does allow Iran to start reconstruction, and it did drop oil down to 92. And these Republicans were celebrating, look, oil dropped. Like, okay, it was 59 before the war, and it went up to 114 and then back down to 92. That's still an increase of $33 a barrel, you moron.
So, Ryan, I was just speaking to Dan, and Dan, do jump in as well whenever you want. But I was speaking to Dan about Israel breaking.
Excuse me, it's future Congressman Dan Bilzerian. Got to say
exactly.
it right.
He's going to beat Randy Fine. We definitely need him to beat Randy Fine for sure. But he was. We were speaking about the ceasefire agreement. It seems like Israel's already broke it with Lebanon. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I don't think they ever agreed to it, so they didn't really break it. I mean, they've been breaking their original ceasefire with Lebanon for over a year. They've been doing that anyway, but it isn't up to Trump to kind of sign the Israelis up to something. But they're saying you have to stop the war in Lebanon too. That's one of the points. Now, this agreement is it's an agreement to make an agreement. So the immediate thing you can do is stop bombing Iran. So for now, America's not bombing Iran. That's a win. Iran hasn't done anything yet. They haven't opened the strait. They're just promising to. But that's you got to sit down and not a Witkoff-Kushner negotiation, like an actual negotiation, Pakistan mediators, da-da-da-da. And you're going over Iran's list of demands, not the Israeli list of demands, not the we will only accept total surrender that Trump was saying a couple weeks ago, but the 10-point plan that Iran laid out, which is funny because it's the same thing before they put that list out. It's what I said they're going to, on your show, I said they're going to ask for these things, and it's exactly what they did. Not a hard call to make. Like, they're going to have to lose their footprint in the Middle East. They're going to have to lift sanctions. You need some kind of security guarantees, and then either reparations or you let them toll the Hormuz Strait and rebuild with that money. And that seems to be the case. Those are all reasonable demands. Then they add, and no more attacking our allies, which would be Yemen and Lebanon. That's the part America doesn't care. They don't need to bomb those places, but Israel does. It's Israel's problem. So Israel, again, the ones who started the war, are going to be the thorn in the side of the peace process. And Netanyahu wants perpetual war. That's how he stays out of jail.
Yeah. And just on that actual perpetual war, this is, I mean, the Israeli elections are in November, isn't it? So what does he do? This war's ended way too early for what he wanted.
That's why he's got to drag it out, the war in Lebanon, and I can see him attacking the West Bank and Gaza, and he'll do whatever. He's a monster. You think of the most evil thing, and that's what he'll do. That's how they operate.
Exactly.
But they can't without America. Forget about Iran. Israel can never take Iran.
True. But just so one of the things that Ryan he mentioned was in his statement from the Prime Minister's office after this deal is he said Trump told him that actually the negotiation isn't going to be based on the 10-point plan, the 15-point plan, but instead is going to be based on the original demands, which is no nuclear enrichment, no ballistic missiles, no support of the resistance. So they're saying we're back to square one, and Trump's going to make sure Iran doesn't agree, doesn't have those. What's your thoughts on Netanyahu saying that? Is this from just Netanyahu? Do you think Trump told him? Do you think they're both lying and they're planning to break the ceasefire? What do you think is going on?
Does Netanyahu lie? Do you really have to ask?
No, but the question is Trump lying with him? This is the point.
Yeah, he is.
So Trump plans to break the ceasefire, you think, as well?
I think that the ceasefire is not on total surrender or any of that. He's sort of kind of hinting and capitulating at it anyway on Truth Social. He's like, we're getting the Strait open and Iran can do reconstruction and Iran, like he's trying to twist it into a win, like, well, I decimated them so much already, so war's over, we'll have a better Middle East now, blah blah, spin it into a W. But no, they are going to continue to make ballistic missiles. And the uranium like that you tried to just steal and failed, that's theirs. Now, Iran might decide to leverage that and say, okay, we'll allow inspectors in and something, and maybe have Russians or whatever, but they need a return. Like, if we're going to do this, then we need something from you. Like, they're not going to give them any free anything because they have all the leverage. The U.S. lost this war. They lost it militarily. They lost it economically. And they don't have a means. They have no other way of getting the Strait open, and it could get worse because they could close the Red Sea too. So they just need to like accept this and do what Iran tells them.
Yeah, yeah, and I guess what I was asking was like you're right. Like Trump is stuck. This is why he had to do it. But is Trump basically lying? And you know how they lied before the 12-day war. They lied before this war. That he's lying about the negotiations, and they plan to go back in and attack Iran. Is basically what I'm asking.
Like, what do they gain in 2 weeks? They're still going to be out of interceptors. They're still going to be out of standoff munitions. All the markets are going to be going crazy. Like, if you break the deal again, you'll never be able to make a new one. Like, the world is gone forever because they won't be able to trust you. It'd be very hard for the U.S. to break the ceasefire. Now, about Israel, on the other hand, they will absolutely break any ceasefire they make because they do whatever they want to do whenever they can, because they're a completely Machiavellian state. But without America, who cares what the Israelis do? Without the U.S., they can't do anything to Iran. They won't be able to take on Hezbollah on a one-on-one either. It's not one-on-one because the Houthis are still active. Iran does not control the Houthis. Like, they have their own agency. If they want to bomb Israel, they will. You gotta have to make another treaty with them because they just started, and you reactivated them. Now, I'm sure the Gulf Arabs are taking a sigh of relief, like, oh, they need the Strait open. They need imports, and they need to get their exports out. And, like, if you want to piss off the whole globe, you renege on this deal after you just made it and start the war up again, and they will close the Strait again. You cannot get it open by any other means other than negotiation. And the negotiation has to favor Iran, or otherwise, what incentive do they have to keep it? You're lifting sanctions, and you're paying reparations somehow, or the answer is no. That's that. I mean, they didn't even want to talk to him. They cut off all diplomatic channels, like with his stupid 15-point plan. Like, that's not happening. You listen to us, or we keep fighting. So he's gonna comply. He has to. He can spin it, and he will, and he can lie about it, and he can take credit for it, and he can say he's so awesome and smart and handsome and whatever he wants to say about himself. But at the end of the day, he's just taking the deal that Iran wrote up that they gave them.
Okay, and so you think you're confident that there won't be a ground invasion at all?
That already failed. So
Yeah.
enough people. Yeah, they don't want any more of that. And the thing is, that was the plan. They didn't move troops all the way over from Okinawa to the Persian Gulf just for show. Like, they tried. You go in with special forces, special operations before you send in the Marines, and those were already, their planes were getting shot up and shot down, and they acted like, oh, this is all for a rescue mission for this one colonel. Oh, no, it wasn't. You lied about the location where it happened. They lied. It was like Jessica Lynch level bullshit on that raid / rescue mission. So he realized it's not going to work. You can't reach Karg Island. You can't even get through the strait without getting shot up. The only thing you could do is make a deal. So he did. I think I was telling Dan last night, because it looked like Trump and Vance were hinting like they're going to nuke him. I just said hot air. They're not going to use nukes. You could do that, but then that's kiss non-proliferation goodbye forever, and everyone races to get a nuke, and you're looking at just, it's such a disaster. If you want to keep making dumb decisions, Trump actually made a good, rational decision. Stop bombing Iran and just comply to their demands and quit making it worse on yourself. I mean, that's all he really could do. And we should credit him for doing something right for once. Like, all these neocons are pissed off. And you can almost like consistently be 100% right by taking the opposite position of Mark Levine. So if Mark Levine is mad, then it's a good deal. And he completely lost his shit. I love it. I'm watching it again.
He was crying so badly. But to be honest, all the Zayos are him, Laura Loomer, I like quote tweeted her. They're all not happy about this deal, Ryan.
Right, which lends you to credence to what I said. This is the 10-point deal. Netanyahu's full of crap. This is Iran's deal to America. And it's a very reasonable, measured deal. Take it, or the next deal is going to have more demands. They're doing the Alexander the Great in reverse. That's the Persians winning this time. It's like, look, this is a deal. We can keep adding demands. We can close the Red Sea too. You want to do that, and then see how desperate you get. Just take the damn deal.
Take the deal, but they don't want to take the deal. That's the problem. Just
Yeah,
coming
but
back
who is
to
they? Who's they?
exactly who is there. But where does this leave in your mind? Where does this leave the Gulf states?
Well, they just follow whatever America tells them to do anyway. Saudi Arabia just lost like 7% of its GDP in one night when their largest petrochemical facility got set ablaze. Dumb. They're so dumb. It's like you're losing. You're vulnerable to ballistic missiles. You don't have a means to forward offense on your own. You can't block these. You have no radar. It's over. They can blow up whatever they want. And so just knock it off. Like, stop attacking Iran. This is a Iran-Israel problem. Butt out. And I think Oman and Qatar, Oman almost from inception knew what to do. And Qatar's following the Oman model. Like, let's just do what Iran says. Bahrain decided no, so they're basically finished as a state. Kuwait has been utterly destroyed. And they started tagging Saudi Arabia and Jordan in this final phase of the war. Now, UAE is sort of 50-50, and they in Fujairah and in Dubai they got smacked, but some of the other Emirates were, relatively left alone. It could have been a lot worse for them, but they have lost billions of dollars, and you can really count on them to do a bad decision because they're just low IQ. And that's just how, I don't know why. I mean, they're as suicidal as the Germans. Like, Germany ruined its own economy. And I would just like to remind everybody in Europe that was suffering in gas lines and all that, and it's still 92 a barrel, which is $33 higher than when the war started. There was a Nord Stream pipeline from Russia that America blew up, and these idiots cheered for it. How you like it now?
Yeah, this is Europe for you. They completely capitulate. And where does this leave Israel, though, from your perspective? Like, they kind of are left in the lurch in a way, but they control the US, so they can't just be left in the lurch. Where do you think that leaves them?
They're having a fit. I mean, look at Loomer and Levine and the rest of them. They're yeah. They're just like they cried on air. It's sad and funny. Israel, like Netanyahu in particular, he needs perpetual war. And if America, like, let's say Iran doesn't fire at Israel either, they just let the Houthi and Hezbollah fight them. It's a big problem for Israel because they've already lost a lot of radar. They've lost over 100 tanks. A lot of IDF have been killed. But those cluster munitions and Kramshah 4 and all that, everything from Iran fired at Israel, it's not clear yet from the deal, like in hour 3, that Iran ever said, we're going to stop bombing Israel. It's like, stop bombing Lebanon and we'll stop bombing Israel. So We don't know yet if it's just the ceasefires between the U.S. and Iran. There's a line in there about what Israel's doing, but if Israel's going to keep bombing Lebanon, then everyone can keep bombing Israel too. And they will lose. They're going to have to comply. It's 2006 all over again. They're just going to have to suck it up and take the L. And I love it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I agree with you. But I guess my biggest concern is if there is like not biggest concern. One of the thoughts is if there is a ceasefire, if there is an agreement, where does this leave? Sorry, there is a ceasefire, there is an agreement. Like Israel's just gonna get Americans to pay for their rebuild, and then they'll be back again at some point.
Yeah, Israel will give the bill to America, and America will give the bill to the Gulf Arabs. But of course, Israel's not going to pay for its own problem and its own war that it started. Because why would they if they can make the Goy do it?
Exactly. And so my point is, when they do that, can they? Sorry, when they do that, like they'll be back again wanting war.
Do you think people are going to return to the UAE? Do you think, oh, the Iran war is over, I'm going to go visit Dubai? Because I don't see it.
I think so. I think if they know the war's going to be completely over, I think they'll all go running back there.
I don't think they can know whether or not it's completely over. I think they're like, is it or is it? They're not sure. So they're not going to go.
Yeah.
Don't know. But I mean, it's you can't trust the Americans or the Israelis. Twice in our negotiations, they attacked Iran. This is a bit different because now they're making negotiations in the middle of losing a war, so it's in their own interest to keep their word, at least for the Americans. Wasn't that going well? Wasn't going well for their Gulf partners at all. So when the Houthi entered the war, it was like, all right, you were already losing, now you're super losing. And they know they can close the other strait. So it's like he tried everything. He made bombastic threats, 48 hours. He tried it all. We're going to send in the Marines. He started moving troops around. He was acting crazy. Oh, I'm irrational. I might push the button. None of it worked. At the end of the day, he has to take Iran's deal. And look, they got 14 days to hammer it out, try to see what they can agree on. Now, some of the deals might be how much per ship you're going to charge coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. That's negotiable. Just some of the fine details. But one of the big ones, like lifting sanctions, already partly happened. And another big one is going to be get out of the region. That's going to be tough for the U.S. to swallow. But for return of opening the strait, it's worth it. But what does that leave the Gulf Arabs naked, doesn't it? Too bad.
Yeah, that's always been in my position on that's always been that I don't think they leave. I don't think the Gulf states want them to. They're so cooked.
Yeah, I mean, but like, even if they stay, like a lot of it's been physically destroyed, especially in Kuwait and Bahrain. Like, where are you going to go? Actually, they could have just a severely downsized presence, but still be there in some capacity to save face. I can definitely see that happening, but that's why speculate? This is going to be hammered out in the next few days, so let's see what they do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting what they do. Ryan, what the actually, I was speaking to others, and I said when I get Ryan on, I'll ask him. Where do you think the Asian countries sit with this? I remember you mentioning previously you felt like Japan were moving away from the US anyway. They're going to be relying on the strait. Iran now controls the strait. Do you see a new shift in terms of agreements and deals in Japan and in terms of their direction of where they're going? The problem is obviously the Iranian deal with China.
They don't care if Iran deals with China. It doesn't matter. I mean, China's got over 1 billion people. Everyone sells to China. If the Strait reopens, Japan will buy oil from the Gulf states again because even buying oil and gas from Iran, the supply just isn't enough. So they're going to have to. They'll buy from Iran too, but they'll go back to buying from Saudi Arabia again and UAE. It doesn't matter to them, and they'll pay in yen if they have to. They were doing that anyway. There was a stretch of time from 2007 to 2019 where they bought oil from Iran using yen, not yuan, yen, their own currency. Well, they don't have beef with anybody. They'll buy oil from everybody. And they that happened even when NATO had sanctions on Iran. Korea and Japan still bought oil from Iran. They're like, hey, we're not in NATO. You can't. And we're like, you're a U.S. client state. Like, well, not really, because they're still buying oil from Iran and never stopped, and they will again.
So so you think they'll buy oil from Iran? Do you think they'll make more stronger alliances and deals with Iran? I guess what I'm trying to say. They already were buying oil, but like increase the trade deals.
It could be like Japan spent like $100 million on reconstruction in Syria. That was before Jelani took over, like when Assad had won the war for a couple years apiece. Abe went in there and helped rebuild some things in Syria. The Japanese are good at construction, so that might be something Iran might be interested in having them invest. Because look, Iran's got to rebuild a lot of things, and so it's not just the trade; it's reconstruction. And I think they'd rather you don't want China building stuff, so they'd be happy to because they don't like the Europeans, they don't like the Americans. So I think Japan's got a good bid on that, just like they did in Syria.
Okay, and what about South Korea?
Nobody wants a building made out of chalk. That's how a lot of the Chinese ones are. Like, yeah, it looks impressive. Tap it, falls apart. Like
True, bro. What about South Korea?
Yeah, South Korea's always gotten about 9 or 10% of the oil from Iran. They were like before the war started, so I assume same amount, except now they have to pay a toll. The problem is, South Korea. I don't know that they were just about to sell air defense systems, their own, not the ones the U.S. moved, their own, to the Gulf states. They were looking at it because it's actually got a higher success rate and it's way cheaper. And that's up to them. I think that's a bad move, and they're debating about it here now. But they're all happy if the straits reopen because South Korea also got a lot of oil from Saudi Arabia and UAE, and I'm sure they'd like that to return. The thing is, South Korea has been talking heavily about building nuclear power for electrical needs, just to offset some of the fossil fuels demand. Get it at least the portion that they currently use on electricity. They'd rather use nuclear power. Japan's already been there, but they had that whole big problem with TEPCO and stuff after Fukushima, so they've been slowly turning those things back on, but there's a lot of public like mistrust of anything, nuclear. But Takaishi's like, no, we're turning on nuclear. It's already been built. You put in billions of dollars, use it, get the electricity. The South Korea has always been they've always been wary of allowing them to do this because they don't want them to build a bomb like North Korea did, which is a byproduct of nuclear reactors, as you can get U-235. They're not interested in that. But the U.S. has lost a lot of its protectorate status. Everyone's like, well, North Korea never got attacked, and da 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 da. I'm like, yeah, they didn't get attacked before they had the bomb either, because North Korea serves as the excuse to have a protection racket in Japan and South Korea, and it allows bases adjacent to China. So they let them there on purpose. It's very different from Libya or anywhere in the Middle East. There's a different reason. And they have enough conventional weapons to level Seoul anyway, even without the bomb. Like, North Korea is no joke. But yeah, South Korea is going to build more domestically, try and wean themselves off dependency on the Middle East. But in the interim, they're going to buy from both the Gulf and Iran, as they always did.
Hassan, you got a question? You want to jump? You want to add something?
Yeah, very quick one, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Hope you're doing well. There's some like rumors coming out. Well, a Russian diplomat apparently has said that this 2 weeks is just being used to bring the oil prices down while they accumulate forces for a full-scale ground invasion. Why is that not a major possibility?
It is, but you do see it coming. Like if they start moving troops in for a ground invasion, that'll be super noticeable. Like troops from where? I don't know how you can get them there unseen. And they're not dumb. Like if you start amassing troops, okay, it's off. And the other thing, if you do that, you will never get another chance to negotiate. They will close the strait forever, and they will close the Red Sea too. And a ground invasion won't, they kind of did a test run of that and it didn't work at all. So I understand the sentiment, like, are they sneaky enough to like say, hey, time out, and then build up a bunch of Marines in the area? Like, yeah.